Yari, you bastards, it's warm. It's a bit warm in here. Jesus, is the window open? Hang on. Yes, it is, but it's making no difference. Awesome. How are we doing, everybody? Everybody. It's World's Day. It's World's Day. Do you know what day it is? It's World's Day. It's World's Day. It's World's Day. The little intro bit's playing right now, so before we do anything, let's thank the lovely, wonderful people who support this channel, because without them, I'd be long since dead and you'd miss me a bit. So, we will thank the reigning defending champions of the month of August, who are Poketrainer Dean, the joint donation and YouTube gift champion, and the Ninetale Fox Alex, the joint bits and Twitch gifts champion. Then over to our Ace Trainer Ultra members. Sorry, I got distracted by Rosemary Kelly, my bad. Typhlosion Shogun, Shadow Scarab, Rachelin, Dr. Vixelation, Sophie Jane, Drake Knight, and Queen Catania. And our Twitch Ace Trainer Ultras, our tier 3 subs, Bro Metapod, Rachelin, and Drake Knight. There's an Incineroar for champions. Let's go. And over to wait. Double salutes for the big boys. The best, the creme de la creme. Riding the Ace Trader first class. They are the Ace Trader Ultra XL members. Bro Metapod, Gear Kai 1, Night Angel, and Toy Bon Event Rabbit. Thank you all for making this channel possible. I can't do it without you. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Now let's jump jiggly, jiggly, jiggly. Oh, jiggly, jiggly boobies over to this. How we doing? Hello, Amma. How you doing? Beautiful. Hello, Amanda. How you doing? Gorgeous. Hello, Sarge. How you doing? Handsome. What's happening? Get this man some G Fuel. He's malfunctioning. I have my water here for my G Fuel. You have no YouTube audio. Now you do. There we go. We're all set up and ready. Oh, shit. Rage with 5 gifties off the jump. How you doing, you sexy thing? Ooh.
Rachylin gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, darling. Much appreciated. To what do I owe the pleasure, you wonderful person? How did your tablets go? As long as I'm here, I'll be geeking out over matchups and records. And you guys, have you seen the round 1 matchups? I have not seen the round 1 matchups. I'm going to RK9 right now. Events and tournaments, Pokemon events. Wolfglick versus Hirofumi Kimura. Bro, that has got to be... That has got to be rigged, right? There's no way that was randomized. Oh yeah, those two elite level players just happened to get paired up by accident. Like, come on. I bet there's some bias. I bet there's a seeding system that we don't know about, where certain players have like a seed value and it increases their chance of being paired together. There's a few US versus US pairings. Ooh. Let's go to the tournament pairings page because we'll be looking at that all through the day.
I agree, Quad Sire.
Let's bring it over here.
I gotta love that little guy.
I have to go Licky Licky's probably going to be the major.
Imagine getting a bye in the first round. You're the most undefeated player at Worlds. Adria Rodriguez Paul. Mate, let's look for names. Who do we know that's there? We know who's Marco Silva again. Oh my lord, a hype train. I thought that when they did Aaron Zeng versus Sage of Park. Yeah, right. It writes itself. Hello, Alex. Hello, Scotty. Hell yeah. Keep the hype train going. Let's make this channel not dead. We got Marco Silva versus Mateus Carreta. Luca Ceribelli versus Jan Sim. They're very close together. And then what about Brian Collins? He's always there. He hates me. He's against Hao Zhang Yang. What about Len Dool? Did he qualify? I don't think Len did. Jamie Boyd didn't, did he? He came close, though. Chloe Burke from Australia. Vote for the women. Women. We want women to win. I want a woman to win Worlds this year. Guess who slept till 11 a.m. yesterday? Oh, my God. 11 a.m. To be fair, I slept in late today. I didn't want to, but I ended up. I did the thing of when, you know, when you're like, oh, I'll just put my eyes down for a few more seconds. And a few more seconds, you wake up, and it's been like 2 hours, and you're like, oh, I should have just got up. I hate that feeling. Do you know what? It's not even the feeling of getting up late. It's the feeling of knowing I could have got up early, and I, for the sake of a few more seconds of sleep, I went, damn it. It's the feeling of I should have got up sooner. I should have got up when I got up originally. I hate that feeling.
Absolutely, Ethan.
Oh, my fucking taskbar's involved. Fuck the taskbar. You have no task here, sir. Fine. Tablets got done at 9:30 p.m. last night. Oh, at least she did it before 11, though. So well done, Rach. Big applause for Rach. She did the undoable task. The unachievable task she achieved.
Shocking the entire world. I'm really curious to see if we'll have that happen. Awesome. Rapid fire.
But don't worry, gang. If you see me buried in my phone, just know I'm in my phone. I'm replying to very attractive people. Oh, look at a cute fox tattoo.
I cannot wait. I've loved all the world championships that we have had in previous
It's a little
years.
foxy.
It's so fun, but like I said, we are getting
My judge
bigger
friendo says
and
look out for the
better.
opening
This
ceremony.
is
I mean, we're going to be watching it.
XP
Hell yeah.
World Championships.
Got up at like 7:30, went to the bathroom, was like, fuck this, need to go back to sleep. It was a conscious decision. It's such a bad feeling, isn't it? You're like, I should have got up at 7:30.
So fun. So let's
Rip to United Worlds, yeah. Are they having it at this Worlds and then that's the last one? Or... I think so, right? Show starts in 2 minutes. Hell yeah. Good news is, All the dogs are fed. Even Max ate his dinner with very little nudging or very little, like, you know, you have to get him in, like, the perfect laboratory conditions to get him to eat because he's weird. Like, he annoys me, actually, because he will go into the kitchen, lick at the remnants of what's in Milo's bowl, which is the same food he eats, like the same fucking pouch of food that he has in his own bowl, a full pouch of, and he'll go and peck at what Milo's food is for ages and then just ignore his own. And I'm like, what do you want, you fucking weirdo? You only like food when it's someone else's. Is this like free chips taste better than your own? Stupid little bastard. Last Worlds one, but they were having a thing in Japan now. Yes, they have their own event in Japan because I can't remember why. The United exclusive event in Japan sucks for the Western fans, like the usual EUIC crowd. Yeah, valid. I really like the artwork for this one. Ferrothorn looks sick, which is not something I often say. Hydreigon. You got a little pilot pour me on there. That's cool. Where's the dive ball? I can't believe they've not brought the dive ball. They've brought the great ball and the... Is that the nest ball? I see the dust ball. I see the heal ball. To be fair, there are lots of Pokeballs in the background, but... Maybe you could argue the... No, I think that's the heavy ball behind Charizard's wing. And there's an Ultra Ball. I'm getting mad. Max is a menace like his dad. Hey, I never need to be told to eat. I need to be told to stop eating. Oh my god, the countdown begins. Are you watching on your phone, Amma? Got my pasta, I'm gonna get myself some sweet treats. This is my evening. I'll need to order something in a bit. As much as I don't want to because I'm poor. I'll have to order something because because I got up late. I didn't go out and get any food. Yesterday I bought that pizza. It's fine. I always watch on my phone. That's why. I see now. Didn't say you were the same kind of menace. You love me, Amanda. You think I'm great. Jirachi! Should have been Victini. Oh, I like this. This is the best countdown. This is way better than, like, YouTube Premiere countdowns. He's going to space! In his little Cosmog spacesuit. What's this other background music? Is there other background music? There shouldn't be. Oh, is the Pokopia background music? Yeah, sorry, that's on me. It's because of the way OBS has changed how audio works, and it fucks me right off. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, basically, oh, fucking Fluttermane. Yeah, basically, I'm just going to change how that... I'm going to change how all my fucking audio plays. Because OBS is fucked it. If I put the capture card audio to never even go into the zeitgeist, then if I press this button, can you hear it again? Ah yes, Tornadus and Fluttermane, two of the Pokemon who aren't even eligible to compete in this event. It might be in the cards. No, I don't think you guys could hear that. It is Nate wants to battle. Do you think he still wants to battle? Hell yeah. I love the Rayquaza trolley. Oh my god. I want some model rail enthusiasts to make that. Wait a minute. There's more than one Umbreon? That's crazy. I know it's really bad. That fucking cloud there made me go, God, I could fucking murder a donut. Amoongus! We need you back, mate. But they nerfed sleep, so I don't know. I think you'll still prevail. I like the Pikachu is dressed a bit like Leon. He's got pride colors on his fucking on his fucking cape. And there's the Don of VGC, the king of VGC, the Wolf Glick of VGC, Incinewawa. This animation is pristine. Imagine if the anime looked like this. Imagine the games look like... Don't say it. Don't say it. Oh, don't say it. Bro is shredding. Or was. Those stones are a reference. Oh, it's just a Pokeball shape. I thought it was a reference to Geosenge Town or something. Pokemon being like, look, we can animate windmills. Oh, Tyron. Oh. Delicious. Fucking Balamori making a comeback. That's awesome. Sick. You have a shiny astronaut Pika? That's fucking legendary.
To start things off,
how's audio,
we are
by the
about
way?
to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokémon, we'll start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much.
Go on, 8-Bit
Please
Big
enjoy.
Band and Charlie Rosen. Have the Unite Twitch stream on the TV because I know you'll be watching VGC. That's fair. When Unite ends, you can just put my nudes up there. What a great night in. What, Clay? Oh, I'm turning alerts off for the opening ceremony. Good shout. Have a child, Liam. Oh, you could put... Yeah, maybe don't do that then. Imagine they announce Emeralds when World is over. They're not going to announce anything when Worlds is over. They'll announce like what's coming in Go and the VGC, and that's about it. I don't know. We got Cyclizar announced one year, didn't they? Maybe we'll get a new Pokemon. Yeah, he's the actual conductor. He's not conducting the journey like a train guy. And he's got a fucking tambourine. See, this is what opening ceremony should be. I always appreciate when they're like, this is like the music of our city and our state, but like, just play Pokemon music. They did kind of do this at UIC, you're right. But that was in London. So it's different. But they're taking us on a journey through 30 years of Pokemon, so maybe we're getting a song from every generation. Maybe they'll do the gym leader theme from Galar. Gala. Women! Oh, this is the best opening ceremony ever. Oh, we're on the end in the yellow shorts. That's my one. That's my one. Oh, tune. All right, Jason. Why does it take so long to download an ISO? Don't know. Leo's so easy to be happy. Should have gotten them better shorts. You mean shorter and tighter? I agree. No, but like she is gorgeous. Like fair play to the girl. That's the one. Worlds could have been in London. But we're all here together now. We're going to enjoy it together. And we might be the only world stream on Twitch that's in the Pokopia category because that's the game I'll be playing between rounds. Go on! He's the conductor and he can shred. Let's go. Oh, oh. Come on, Pokemon. Don't let people step on wires. Been home all day. I've been very bored. Now I'm very excited. I gave you something you could do. Dun, 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 dun. Must be crazy. I'm glad to be on a long weekend. I mean, you work with crazies, don't you? Is that Shady Peng? No. Imagine. He's just there playing the flute. I mean, he probably can. Like, Shady Penguin, he can do literally anything. That got me. There you go. Any good conductor is an absolute beast on one instrument they'll play when they're conducting. Yeah, right? Hey, thank you for the sub, Lartak. I'll play that after the opening ceremony because alerts are off at the minute, but appreciate you. Much love. Big hype. Lorelei, show us her massive personality. Oh, they cut it out before she could be revealed. It's okay, because they put my one on screen. My one. My old conductor used to play the oboe. That's amazing. This is not the Elite Four theme, though, is it? This is the Gary theme. This is the champion theme. My dog's definitely autistic. I moved her dog bed slightly, the bed she never used, and she's freaking out. She doesn't know what to do with it. Oh. We've got Milo, and I've finally reached the point where his eye gunk from his eye that got popped out and put back in doesn't bother me anymore. So I'm just like sliding it off with my thumb like it's any other kind of eye bogey. My brain, yeah, we still have Milo. I'm probably going to have him for a while. Because Sophie's mum's still in Bahrain, so we think we're supposed to be giving him back when she's back from Bahrain, which is at some point, obviously in time for Sophie's granddad, which is Sophie's mum's dad's funeral. And we assume at that point, but then it depends. Because it depends if Sophie's mum needs to go back to Bahrain to be with Steve. The way you ended up with two dogs, Sophie's mum being the correlation? I know. I'm surprised we ain't got fucking Nessa. Milo's alright though, he loves seeing it. Milo! Here, boy! Milo! Oh, I'll give him a little cheese. When Pokemon gave us Fire Red, Leaf Green mix of this theme, right? Come here. As he jumps into my lap.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Thank you
Come on,
very
boy.
much.
Come on up. Come on up.
Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers.
Good
Now,
boy. Oh,
join
he's so
me
good.
as we travel across generations.
There you go.
To celebrate
With his little zombie
the
eye. I call him
amazing
Zombie.
30-year legacy of Pokemon.
What did
Thank
someone
you so
just
much.
yell? I want to go back and see what someone yelled. Hey, boy. Little rat. One here is Sophie's mum gets another dog. There's a 50-50 chance you'll end up taking it in. It's a good thing you don't want kids because you've got 4 furry ones. Yeah, I love him, but I don't want to keep him. Like, he's very clingy and very snuggly. Oh, Tune. Like, he's the kind of dog where, like, if you stop petting him and he wants pets, he will just force himself under your hand. Da 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 da. Do you think guy at the back is gay? The blue jacket, 1000%. Nothing wrong with that. Just I sound like my dad. She got the gunk thing too, I'm afraid. Oh. Would you like Eevee? I mean, does she have the eye gunk thing? I don't think she has the eye gunk thing as bad as Milo. Milo's eye gets coated, like, across the entire eye in a dark green film because his tear ducts are blocked because of the way they put his eye back in. So he can produce tears and they don't go anywhere. They just stay on the eye. Mate, her in the yellow shorts is phenomenal. What a great dancer. Yeah, bless him, Daddy. Bless him. Oh, I've gone too early. No, Amma, I agree. Sophie agrees. Sophie's nan agrees. And Sophie's nan's, like, bear in mind, Sophie's nan's husband's just died. And she was there like, I'm going to tell Tracy. I'm going to tell her to get that fucking eye taken out. It needs to go. Pussy eater, not gonna lie. I'm bad at a hand feeder. Oh my god. Drift fail? We jumped generations a bit, didn't we? They were like Gen 1, Gen 2, and then, oh fuck it. No one played the other gens. Did we? I've been yapping, sorry. Can someone find me that girl's Instagram, please? She's lovely. For science. I want to learn to dance. Yeah, put this on Spotify. Oh, we had Hoenn and Sinnoh. I just missed them. Give me the Pokeball factory for Gen 6. They won't. Latak didn't hear Gen 4. What did they play for Gen 4? Oh, Lumio City, I suppose. No. Yeah. Route 201? Oh, they should have done Route 216. It's way better. Especially with a jazz band. Boy. Trying to get comfortable. Oh, yes! The best one! Didn't I say? Didn't I say? Galar Gym Leader theme. Oh, was that out of tune? Is that the tune? Why they TikTok dancing to it? Mate, we did this at Worlds and no one joined us. Remember, gang? Worlds in London, we did this. They're not playing the harmony you're used to? Yeah. Also banger. Da, 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 da. This is baller. The windmill! They showed the windmill! Yeah, sure, I bugged the raids are. Yeah, balance, Scotty. It does, Yoshi. We're very excited. That's banging, bro. The conductor fucking loves it. Look at it. He's like, I did this. This is me. Yeah, the drummer's sick. Iono! Best girl. Oh, well done, Rage. I hope he thanks you with a big fat bonus. AI Professor theme is so good. That's my favourite theme of Scarlet Violet. Alright, Matt Manectric. How are you, Matt Manectric in? You excited for Hirofumi versus Wolf? I feel really bad, right? I just had a moment of, I don't remember that scene where Arvin saves some random school child. Yeah, Liam, because you were playing as a white kid. That wasn't your player character, Liam, it was someone else's. I was like, who's that guy? Fuck's sake. Well, at least it shows my player character was so well customized that I forgot I wasn't actually in the game. Wow, Liam sees the world as just... No, little Amma, you're not supposed to say that. Hey, girl.
Hello.
Hello. Stop it.
Welcome
This is why I'm not allowed to officially co-stream.
2026
That and the porn.
Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
Who wants to see my Pokemon X penis?
While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for our fabulous dancers and the 8-bit big band.
I want Anna. She's hosting XP though, isn't she? Oh, thanks,
I mean,
Daddy.
come on. No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra
Ooh, I like her hand
transported
things.
you back to some happy and cheerful
Amma wants
memories.
Anna.
Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your
Get
host
him,
for this
Amma.
weekend's
Oh, she could get me if she wanted,
And just
but she
like
hates
you,
me.
I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California.
California, baby.
This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates
I want
the
that hair.
hard
You sound
work
like a
of our
scalper.
trainers
Get it?
as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4
XP
titles.
is basically like a
Pokemon
convention.
champions,
So it has like stalls and
the
booths
Pokemon trading
and
card game,
panels and things. So it's not,
Pokemon
I'm not
Go?
gonna, I don't think they're streaming it, but if they are, I'm not gonna watch it.
and Pokemon Unite.
God, do you remember the first
even
episode you
more
saw?
adventure
Crikey.
awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP. And
XP
we
is
couldn't be
Comic-Con
more
for
excited
moms.
for you to join
Comic
us for
Mon.
activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible
Liam's reaction to
events.
Arvin's rescue was
One
peak.
unforgettable
You still recognize the
weekend. And you better
child,
believe
and I
we're
know
gonna
why
make sure it's
now.
one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we?
You can get me
It is
started.
my
Why'd you never say
pleasure
this when men
to
host? Men don't
introduce
host
to the
Pokemon.
stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Ishihara-san! Let's go. He looks like a fucking champ. I love him. He's like, give me all your money now.
Pokemon トレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシ
Hello,
ップ
Pokemon
2020
fans.
そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
You get a chat badge from
First, I would
having
like to
XP
extend my
open?
heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
世界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人とともにポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒に
Oh.
ポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末
There we go.
は
I've jumped
たく
into
さん
the
の
chat on
楽しみ
Pokemon
が待って
XP and I've said sexy
トレーナーの
Ishihara.
皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信して
Oh, I've not been following long enough.
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you
Be
at
following
Pokemon
for 10
XP
minutes.
to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さん、
They're not going to show us
皆さんの
Pokemon Emerald
努力
before the
情熱
entire thing
そ
starts.
して挑戦し続ける姿はいつの日かこのステージに
It's
立
an
ちたいと
emote
願う
only chat? Fucking
未来の
lame. They were
トレーナー
smart.
たち
Oh,
の
I've got some emotes
憧
I
れ
can
とな
use.
り希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work,
Eggplant.
passion, and determination inspire future trainers to dream of one day standing on this very stage.
Peach.
You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが
Eyes.
今日ここにいることが次の世代への夢をつ
Yeah,
なぎ
any new announcements will be in the closing ceremony. Yeah, they won't do anything beforehand. Because the competitors have to concentrate. And imagine trying to concentrate when a
Just
massive
by being
announcement
here
that blows
today,
your
you are
mind
helping
has just
pass
happened.
those dreams onto the future.
Liam's speedrunning
Take
again,
pride in
chat
that
man.
and enjoy every moment
I'm
of the
already
competition.
blacklisted,
If you
I might
give
as well
it your
get chat
best
banned
to
as
the
well.
very end.
それでは検討を
It does make me laugh because like the people that we know that work
with
at
that,
Pokemon
I
are
wish
like,
you all
there
the best
isn't
of
a
luck in your
blacklist.
battle.
There's no blacklist that people can be on. It's such a stupid rumor. We don't have a blacklist. And then it'll be like, but there's a list of people that you don't work with, right? Oh yeah. And it's like, that's what a blacklist is. That's leaving nearly as funny as my 12-year-old cousin. I was about to say I'm hotter. Of course I am. I'm an adult. I should fucking hope I am. Imagine the opening theme for Emerald. They show it off at the closing ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara, for setting the stage.
I'm just going to say, Kyrios, I hope
so
we get that,
beautifully.
but also don't hold your breath.
Ooh,
I think we'll get a trailer for Winds and
feel
Waves, maybe,
the
if we're
energy
lucky.
in this room. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than
What's her
2,000
Instagram?
trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all their might to become the next Pokemon World
Oh, the feeling of being
Champion.
sat at the tables just going, when can we
Competitors.
start?
The time has come. Please make your way over to the play tables to kick off your matches.
Oh, they're not at their play tables. Oh, yeah, because it's, yeah. It's a proper
And
showgirl, is
before we
she?
get into the action, our casters are
How much
prepped to
does she
walk you
show?
through everything in store this weekend. So everybody, let the 2026 Pokemon World Championships begin.
Woo! Oh, I might have a Happy Meal later. I'm in a great mood. At Worlds, they're treated like humans, not cattle. Can't relate.
Let's do just that. Hello, everybody.
Turn the
and
music
welcome
off. I
to
can
the
almost hear them.
2026 Pokemon World Championships here in San Francisco,
That background
California.
is fucking
Aaron, I am so honored
dazzling.
and excited to be kicking off the show with you.
It is so good to be back, Rosemary.
I love
Like
this
yesterday,
duo.
We were in Anaheim casting the World Championship
Iconic
finals.
duo.
It's been a whole year, a whole new game has
Rosemary
come out,
looking
been Pokemon Champions,
fucking
and I think that
peng.
this is going to be a very, very special World Championship.
It's going to be special because of the arena, but also because check out look at the prizing that our competitors
I think it makes
are
them
going
look like
to
they're on a
be,
green screen.
Trying to achieve here, $30,000 for
grand
first place, and
for
there's so
VGC
much
when,
more.
oh,
The glory of becoming World Champion.
I just need
It
to
is
come
truly
16th at
everyone's
Worlds
dream
and I'll
in
be
this
fine.
competitive game.
Like, that's
And
all I need,
In
you
addition
know?
to all the incredible prizing that comes, just having the ability to say I won the World Championships is truly what everyone is fighting for. But of
See
course,
inside the XP
there's
event
just
and I'm
so
jealous.
much happening here, and the World Championships is the best place for it.
And the honor is currently being held by our reigning
My opinion, they
world
took the
champion,
prize money.
Giovanni Siski.
You're not gonna
Claiming
give the
title
biggest
last
grossing
year in
franchise of all
Anaheim and
time.
doing it with a team
It's not
that
Rose
a
Len,
lot
but
of
it'll
people
suffice. I do love
had
Len.
just
Did I ever tell you that
underprepared
Len is the
for.
first person I
A
ever
lot of
lost to
people
in person?
had Koraidon very low on their radar, but Gio said, you know what? I've been rocking with this team all season long. This is the squad.
Oh
I
wait,
know
that's
that
the
I'm
team he
gonna
won
win
with
World
last year. I was like, how is he
Absolutely,
bringing
yeah, really
Koraidon to
Going to
this?
show that Worlds is one weekend. Gio had actually
Behind
never
the scenes
gotten
with
past top
Yardman?
8
With
in a
Ard?
tournament
You mean
before the World
Ardman?
Championships,
Yeah.
but all the stars
Yardman.
aligned.
Who is this
He was able
Yardman?
to
This
win
road
his very
boy?
first tournament, choosing Worlds to win. And it was funny taking a look at those 6 Pokemon on his team because Rose, I don't
Pokemon
think any of
X
those are in
penis.
Pokemon Champions currently. So not be seeing any of them today, but probably somewhere down the road. But it was, yeah, such an exhilarating finals between him and James Evans last year, and it was just so fun to watch.
Giovanni
That's what Worlds is all
Chisque
about. It's about
versus
the best players in the
Arjen
world,
Herter
bringing the best teams and really
from
duking it out
Deutschland.
against each other.
We may not see
Or is that
Koraidons,
Denmark?
but you know
DE is
it's
Denmark,
sunny
isn't
in
it?
California
No.
when there's
DK is Denmark.
Charizard
DE is
running around
Deutschland.
the map.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
But
Deutschland.
This is just one of many previous world champions that are about to take the stage at the 2026 World Championships.
Oh my God.
This is a stacked lineup. It's amazing that we can say that we have 8 former world champions chasing a second crown.
Shohei
No
Kimura, let's
player
go.
other than
Sage
Ray
and
Rizzo
Parks
has ever
competing!
been able to win multiple World
Let's
Championships
go!
in the Masters division. Of course,
kid
we
called
actually saw
Arian
Kevin
from
Hahn in the
Germany.
seniors division
With an
pull off
I, not a
last year
Y.
after aging up from juniors, but 8 different
Sage
players
and
who have
Park
won the World
versus
Championships
Juan
before
Salerno.
in Masters will be
I've heard
looking to get
Juan
a second one. And of
Salerno
course,
before.
We're playing with Mega
So I
Evolution
think that's a good
once
player.
again, and many of these players won during the Mega Evolution era, starting with, of course, Sage and Park, and actually everyone
I wanna
talks
know
about
what
his
Sajan's
Pachirisu that year,
running.
but he shocked the world by bringing Mega Gyarados to the world stage, Mega Evolution that we barely saw throughout that format. Of course, Shomo Honami piloting Mega Kangaskhan, Wolf using Mega Gengar as well as Mega Rayquaza, Paul Ruiz using Mega Salamence, which of course is not in Pokemon Champions, but it's going to be really exciting to see how
I'm just
the
saying,
players who
4
got
out of
to
these
be
8 past
absolute
world
top
champions
during
are
the last time
Japanese.
that we saw these
Japan
Pokemon
goated, as
compete
always.
once again.
I really wonder if Sajan's going to be bringing Mega
Juan was second at
Raichu.
LAIC last year. Oh, that's where I'll know him from then.
To the Pachirisu win? That would be pretty cool.
He did bring Pachirisu to the world stage in 2024 in a restricted format, which I think was a pretty big surprise to see. But
You
yeah,
beat
I think
him,
very
didn't you,
exciting
Aaron,
to
at
see
that
so
point,
many
at that-
champions
that
competing
match?
once again. And I can't express how difficult the World Championships is, right? Like
Sajan was at Korea,
have
of course he
so
did. He
many
got
incredible
third.
Players,
Oh.
and there's so many years where a lot of the ex-World Champions like don't
Sajan
even make
is
it
what?
past round
Of
5
course
or
he
round
is
6,
what?
and they get eliminated by then. And so the quality
Sajan
of
is
play
my
and the
dad.
quality of players just gets higher and higher and higher. But I feel like a lot of people feel
Punch
in
behind
their
the
bones
sport.
that
Should have
maybe
the
this
best players
year
like England with
someone could do
football.
it
Oh,
again.
never mind.
It does
It's
feel
coming
like
home.
If it's going to be any
you know,
year,
just
it's going to be
100
this
years
one,
of
but
hurt.
there are a lot of other competitors hot on the tails of our previous world champions that are hoping to make a splash Cash at this one. Let's start with some of our other players to watch from North America. We've got Paul Chua, Justin Tang, and Alex Underhill.
Paul is a player that many regard as one of, if not the best player to not win a world championship. He is incredibly high
Paul
up there.
Chua is
so
really
many regional
good. Justin
championship
Tang,
wins,
though,
coming off
fucking
a
lead.
win at EUIC this year, having won that tournament multiple times as well. He's a long
Is football truly
veteran of
English,
this
or is
game,
it
having been
colonized?
competing since 2011, 2012, and so
Can you pronounce
he's
it
made
correctly?
as far
It's
as top 4 world
colonized. We made it
championships back
shit.
in 2022. Can this be his year finally?
Justin Tang, a rising superstar.
A lot of people asking me to slap them with my willy today.
When
That's
he first launched
I'll
onto
take
the
it.
scene, getting 3 quick regional championship
Aaron talking about Sage's
titles.
2024 Worlds
This is
team
a
like he didn't
player that
defeat
had
Sagen
just
on
the
stream. That's what I'm
best start
saying.
to a season we have seen in a long time. He had 6 contiguous top 16 cuts across the events.
Look at
that he
those two
played at the very
Pokemon,
beginning.
Fanpy
Got a little bit
and
more quiet as we
Pancham.
entered into
Two
the back half
Pokemon
of
you'll
the
never
season,
see at
because
Worlds.
Anyone that's going to be ready for the World Championships, it's Justin Tang.
How would we feel
absolutely.
about
Coming
1
off
year
the top
Worlds
32
being Little
finish
Cup
last
rules?
year as well, where he was using some really eccentric Pokemon like Groudon and Jumpluff in a format where they were not necessarily the most popular. So excited to see.
Oh my
what teams
God,
he's
Wolf
brought to
Glick with the
scene today. But of
Totodile.
course, like you mentioned, just truly one of the
But
fastest rising
Dynamax.
stars in VGC. He only started playing in Pokemon Scarlet
Second
and
woman
Violet,
up for a
one of
date?
the first
Go on,
ever
lad.
regional championships
After
he
all that
attended,
whinging.
and I think many are expecting a big finish
People may
for
clown
him
on me for this. I'm
today
supporting
or
Wolf.
this weekend.
Why would we clown on you for that? He's one of the most he's the most accomplished and decorated player of all time.
This World Championship.
And he's a
also
nice
been
lad.
playing competitive
Like,
Pokemon for many,
no one
many
in here is
years,
going to clown on you
but
for
I
that.
think maybe we'll be able to bring something special.
Oh
to
shit,
the
what
table.
happened
We
there?
Talk about meta developments very
Oh,
hard.
Mum
When
Water,
coming
you
into
put
the World
Dr. Doc.
Championships, it's
Yeah.
actually going to be the first official tournament
Jason's
that we're
fucking
going to be
username
playing
having a
in
dot
this
in it is
format.
bad for
But
people.
Alex has been taking to those
Dr.
online
Box.
tournaments and already coming up with some unique teams.
Absolutely, yeah. I think him and his team building group
Sorry,
are the premier
Momoa.
groups to watch out for in North America. Prominently actually debuting this dual weather team of Charizard paired with
Little column A, little column B, Amma.
Snarl, Basque Legion initially, now Mega Swampert, Venusaur as well. And so I'm very curious to see if he's brought
thought it's
that
like a
to this
basic
tournament,
choice.
because if there was any
No.
player that I would expect to,
Not
it would be
basic
him
choice
and his
at
buddies.
all, AB.
This is
Like
just
we
North
say,
America.
there
We
is
have lots
Wolf
more
Glick is the
players
only
to watch
player
from
to have
our
won
other
11
regions, so let's now talk
regional
about
championships.
Europe.
He's
This
won
is
multiple
a tough
international
one to narrow
championships,
down to
and he's
just
won the
various
world
competitors
championships.
as well,
He's one
but
of
we've
the
got
he
Marco Silva,
frequently
Michael Kelch,
top
and
cuts
Francesco Piopero.
any
Yeah,
tournament
3
he's in.
absolute titans
Like,
in the game. Marco
course
also
support
still
him.
looking for his first world championship victory. He's won so many regional and special events.
He's like Lewis
won
Hamilton of
3
Pokemon VGC.
international
I don't know a lot
championships.
about
He's come very close to winning the world championships as well. And
Formula
he's just been one of
One,
the
I'm gonna
most
say,
consistent
but
players in the game
yes,
over the last
basically.
couple of years as
He's
well.
the Kurt
And
Angle of
pulled him to
VGC.
be,
That
Europe's
makes sense
best.
to me.
And speaking of consistency, Michael Kelch at the World Championship level has had that and then
I have my
some.
Wolf Glick good luck
Second
charm. It's a
place at his
screenshot of someone
first
saying they
ever
don't like
World
Wolf because he
Championship,
supports
followed up in the
woke.
next 2 years by a top 4 and a top 8. Hopefully it's going to be better than just a top 16.
Yeah, tell us,
this year.
Jason.
That
Top 16
drives
is still
him
Someone
pretty
just
to
walked past my
it
house.
is
It smells
very
of gravy.
good, but you know that Michael
What
Kelch
the
is one of those
fuck?
competitors. that
It's
he's
nice,
chasing
but I
that
don't know
big
about
win.
for
I think
cologne.
he's so close, and knowing that he could taste the victory and must
Enjoy chatting. We'd love to meet for
under your belly
coffee.
to know that it
Yo,
was in your
Jason.
Absolutely, yeah.
You're getting
I mean,
all these
I
women,
spoke to him
bro.
a
After
while
all
back,
that
he said, "I wanna be
whinging of,
remembered as
oh,
the greatest player of all time."
I don't think I'll ever find
And
someone. It's
in
also
just 3 years
futile.
playing
You
competitive
figured
VGC,
out.
like
You
said,
figured out the
topped out
key.
Every world championships he's attended, he's gotten so close to the crown. And
The bigger person is, how could you smell a person walk by smelling of gravy? Because the smell of gravy is wafted into my room. And I'm not cooking it.
Both Marco and Michael have actually had tremendous
Maybe
success
one of the
with
boys
it. Marco
farted.
winning a regional championship with it, Michael winning a big online tournament with it with Swampert right before Worlds. And so I think Mega Gengar is really hard to use, but if there's anyone
How
in the
pungent
world
was
that might
this?
be able
I mean,
to pilot
pungent
it
enough
from
to
Europe, it's going
get
be
to the
these two
room.
guys.
It would be really exciting to see some additional mega evolutions come into the meta for the World Championship.
Mikhail
But
Kelch.
someone that
Do you remember
knows
his
sometimes
big,
the
like-
tried and true
like,
is what makes it
his big
possible, and
self-cancellation
is
that didn't really
Francesco
go anywhere?
Piopero, the NAIC champion,
Where he just
first
outed
IC
himself as being,
champion,
like,
Pokemon champion.
manipulative,
Yeah, he
but
came
then
off a top 4 finish at
nothing ever
EUIC
came of
this year
it.
as well. He's been so incredibly consistent. having
Like, fair
topped
play
out
to
every
be like being
international.
like the first
He's always
person I
been
think in the
chasing that
Pokemon
big
community to
win.
ever
He
go,
advanced to the
yeah,
finals of
I've made
regionals before. He
mistakes.
had made it to top
Here are
4
my
top 8
mistakes
of
that you didn't know
internationals
about.
before. It just feels
And
like
then
he was
just
always
life went
top
on.
up, but was
Maybe
missing
that's the
that
way to
big
do
win,
it.
but finally got it in NAIC.
Maybe I should finally
And
come
I
out
think
and just
that
go,
he was
guys,
probably coming into
I
this
am a
feeling
pervert.
A lot of confidence off that big win as well. And
I do think
Italy
about
is just
sex
such such a
24/7.
dominant region, and it feels like every tournament it's someone else's.
But it's
time
only
to
with
shine a
people
little
over
bit, and now
18, so it's
Francesco's
fine.
time after that
Guy
big
in the middle range, Mikhail Kell. She did a big thing on his
Next up,
Twitter.
we have our competitors from Latin America who have traveled all the way here to see if they can
Let me
grab
find it.
that crown.
How are you going to find
First
it,
up,
Liv?
we
It's
have
months
Alexander
ago. Oh, yeah.
Canseco, and I think this is a player that I feel like has been a little
Max
bit
Morales
underrated coming into the World Championships, and even when just thinking about it from a global stage. But this is a player from Mexico that you've got to keep your eyes on.
Rough day. My ups dog had to be put down as the dog had cancer.
And I think it's really, you know, awesome.
I'm really
to be
sorry
able
for
to
the
highlight these players a
dog,
bit more.
although
One
I
that's
did think that was
especially
the setup
exciting
for a
is
joke then.
Next season, we actually will get to watch these players compete in Latin
Liam,
America.
that's not a
because we'll
secret
have
thing about
official
Sex
broadcasts
24/7.
there. And so, to your point, I think Alexander has not been able to
You
get
really
the
think
chance
it's
to
that
compete,
obvious, Rach?
as much on kind of the global stage, right? But has had a lot of local dominance. And if you take a look at, you know, some of the other players on this
Yeah,
page,
it was
like
the
Paul
ups
Solera,
dog.
probably one of the, if not the most well-known LATAM player, partially because he's attended multiple events
incredibly
outside
obvious.
of Latin
Wow,
America. Has
why are you
done very,
bullying me
very
for my
well,
mental health?
You know, getting second at LAIC just this year back in his home
I can't believe
region.
Twitter.com
comes as
redirects
one
to
of the
X
most
still.
dominant players in terms of championship points, has had so much consistent success across the board.
Last
I don't
but
know why
not
it took me
least,
to that
we've
guy's
got
Twitter,
Max
though.
Morales, a four-time regional and special champion. I think that really does speak volumes, knowing that you have had that regional success, but now it is about being able to show up
can
on
never
that big
remember how to
stage,
spell
and
his
maybe
name.
this is going to be the World Championships that Latin America will be able to get that second title after Paul Ruiz claimed it so long ago.
Yeah, of course. I think
Let's go with that.
it feels like, you know,
Not bullying
Juan
you?
in particular has really
Yeah,
just
exactly,
had such
exactly, Jason.
a dominant season across the board, and I think his ability to venture into the other regions and compete in them as well, I definitely have my eye out on him, but I think all three of these players really, really have to pay attention to from LATAM in particular.
Next up, Oceania. Let's talk about our players
Oceania?
to watch from that region. We've got
Oh, there we
Nicholas
go.
Khan, Henry Rich, and Joji Kaida.
Go on,
Nicholas
Joji.
Khan is someone who is no stranger to the world stage, having won the World Championships back in the younger division before, and he comes in as one of the leading players from Australia.
ages
Of
ago.
course, his brother Chris Khan actually won the trading card game World Championships in the seniors division back in 2011 as well.
I don't think it's worth dragging
Truly
up, but
dominant
it's just,
family in Pokemon,
you know.
but Nicholas has aged up through the divisions throughout the years, has continued to just have success after success, winning
Also,
multiple
bro
regional
tweets a
level
lot.
events over
I
in,
forget, right? I'm really
Oceania.
bad at Twitter.
Next up, we've
Because,
got
like,
Henry Rich.
a lot of
And
people
he
on
is a
Twitter,
player
like, the
that
reason their
has been
Twitters are
able
popular
to
and get
do
loads of,
well
like,
on the
follows and
international
reposts
level,
and stuff
ended
and
up
continue to
getting,
grow is because they tweet, like, every fucking
regional
thought they
championship
have.
title back in 2022,
And I just forget
but
to.
he feels
Like, my
he's always
Instagram's
gotten very,
fucking
very
dead
close
because
to
I
some of
never
the
post
regional
on it.
championships he's played.
I
And
need
so
to
for
get in the
Henry,
habit
it's
of
kind
using
like
my social
you're
media
able
more.
to show yourself,
I just
always kind of
don't.
having consistent day 2 performances at ICs. At the world stage, though,
Like,
is
I
this
look
the
at, like
moment now
people
that
like
you
my
can
friend
get to that
Kieran.
day 2
Like,
and go
he
beyond?
Yeah, I'm
literally
really excited to see
posts,
what he's
like,
brought because I
fucking
feel like sometimes he
daily,
has
some
really
kind of,
teams,
thing,
if I remember
like,
correctly,
multiple
he
times.
might
I'm
have
just like, how do you
top
have
8
these
in
many
AIC
thoughts
during a restricted format
that are
with
worth putting
Overquill
to
on his
print?
team, using some really, you know, cool strategies. And even though
But
he's
then it's
from
the same as,
Australia,
like,
he has
it's the
competed
same
in
as
North America
those,
a good bit as well with
those
multiple
Instagram
high-level
accounts that I've
finishes
told you
at
about
regionals as
where
well as in AIC.
people just
And so, yeah, I always
blurt
really like
out
watching
any
him,
thought
especially
they
because he's
have.
brought some really cool stuff
So,
throughout
like,
the
you'll have
years.
some woman
then
in the
we've got
same
Joji
costume for
Kaida,
like
and this is a
16
competitor
different
that has
videos, and
also
it'll be
been
something
able to
stupid
travel
like,
across the
my
world
mum,
to be able
my
to
mum told
compete,
me
but
never
I think
talk to
also
strangers.
claims a
But what
couple
about
titles
dating
that we
sites,
don't
huh?
necessarily
And
get
you're
to
like,
talk about very often. The online,
what?
global,
First of all, what got you
and
thinking of that? And then secondly,
brand
what got you to go?
challenge. Thank you. I was like,
That's
there's
a
one
fucking-
of
that's
the
a reel right there.
But it is
So weird.
incredible that he is one.
Kieran has reaction videos.
several
Like, that's
of those
true. That's
competitions.
true.
Not
They,
just
they
one,
are
not
more
two, but
shorts and real
several.
Yeah, one of
possibilities.
the
That's
most
true.
consistent players in
I love
the
Kieran. He's so
online best
handsome.
of
What a
one
good
closed
lad. I want
team
his
environment, And
biceps.
often the best players there translate over to the best of 3 environment as well. It is really difficult to be so consistent in a game that has a lot of variance, but he's consistently
I
top
can't find
the
the
ladder,
Mikhail Kelch
finished
thing,
number
but like,
one, won a
he
lot
just
of these
basically
online
was like,
tournaments,
oh fuck, I
which have
closed
literally, you know,
the
hundreds of
Pokemon
thousands
XP
of players
window.
participating
It
in
wasn't
that.
like that.
And so I think a big
I got
question
caught
is
talking about head of
team
department about
composition.
taking courses
Do
to
you kinda
advance my
land on,
career.
especially when you
Oh,
grind the ladder out that much.
oh, by who?
A lot of experience that comes from that, but you know it's going to be open team sheet best of 3 for this tournament. So you have to consider that your opponent's going to know a lot of information about your team.
Right,
We got
eggplant.
another region coming up for you, and it is going to be Japan.
Peach.
Japan, one of the strongest regions in competitive Pokemon. And we've got Ko Tsukire, Yuma Kinugawa, and Hiroshi Onishi.
Any of these could walk away as world
Eyes.
champion this weekend. Like, I think Japan in particular is just historically such a strong region in VGC, having had crowned multiple world champions. Ko is one of the players that I have on the very top of my list to win this
Oh,
weekend.
you can't
And
use those
he
ones. There's
won
only
the Senior
certain
Division World
emoticons you can
Championships
use.
back in 2019.
They have
Has
specific
top cut
ones you
Worlds
can
and
use.
Masters multiple times after
Wow.
aging up. And he has been on an absolute tear this season as well. He's also traveled, you know, outside of Japan to compete at the internationals, and just been so consistent. Every time I watch him play. I'm like, you know, I can see why he was a world champion, and I think he's here to prove himself. Like, I can win in seniors, but I can also win in masters.
Now, it's
Oh,
kind of
caught in
interesting to be able to
conversation.
watch
Oh,
these
it's in.
competitors
I
age
get
up
now.
through the divisions
You
and
got
still
caught
find
up
success. I think about Nicholas Khan
in
that
talking to
same
your
way.
head of
Exactly.
department.
You were able to still
Right,
show
go
your
on, lad.
stuff once you have.
Oh, Yuma's fucking
actually
cracked,
evolved.
man.
But Yumu Kinagawa,
Remember we were
I mean,
proper
this is a
cheering for him that
competitor
one
that
time?
We talk about
That
the
one
Asian
time.
national system. It is a very different qualification.
Yeah,
method when it
Jason
comes
is
to the World
swimming in
Championships.
Poos right now. He's
But
got so
Yuma,
much.
another one of those Japanese players that has decided to test his mettle
Whoa.
in a more international stage and walked away successful as our LAIC champion for this competitive season.
Yeah, doing it with one of my favorite teams of the season as well, this hyper-offensive team that had Flamigo as well as Hisu and Typhlosion. He has been a veteran of the scene at this point, been playing around 10 years, but I feel like the last 2 seasons he has just been on a generational tear. He won the Japanese National Championships last year, then went to NAIC where he finished in top 8, and like you said, Rose, won LAIC. To win Japanese Nationals and an international championship is just absolutely wild, and so he's still hunting for, I think, a really big Worlds finish. Made it to day 2 with actually also Groudon. I was talking about Justin Tang using Groudon. Kinagawa used Groudon in a different Worlds format, which was also really cool to see with like Iron Jugulus, and so yeah, I think he comes in as definitely one of the favorites in Japan as well.
And of course, you have to talk about our current reigning Japan Nationals champion, Hiroshi Onishi. Ended up winning with the, kind of a very standard set of
I will
Pokemon
fucking
there with
say,
Charizard
Jason,
and
right?
Floette, but I think it was
I
really
will
that
say,
Garchomp that really helped
if
him
I had one
stand out
critique
amongst the field when
of
there were
this
also
young
so many
lady,
other Charizards
you told her
running
your
around.
dog's
Absolutely,
name.
yeah, and I think
And she went, oh, what a
Japanese
great
national
name.
champion
Is that from
always
Pokemon by any
has very
chance?
high expectations
Where the
coming into
fuck
this World
would
Championships. For a
Eevee
very long
spell
time, it was like
E-E-V-E-E
whoever won Worlds was either
be
the
from?
Japanese national champion or
Come
someone who
on.
got in top 4 Worlds before.
Is
And
that
I
from
think that
Pokemon
he
any
comes
chance?
in with
What do you
definitely a lot of
fucking
pressure,
think, love?
a lot of expectations, and he has been a very strong player from Japan
God damn.
specifically. Don't think he's been able to compete at the world stage very much, and so
He'd love to
be
grab a
able
copy
see,
sometime.
exciting to see how he'll be able to do. But like you said, yeah, he showed, look, I can play the standard composition, but I can play it better than anyone else. And
I didn't read
yeah,
it. It's
comes
long.
in
You gotta
with
read
a
it. She'll
really,
catch
really
you up
big
on that
victory over
stuff.
Japan.
You never know.
This is just a snapshot of our competitors to keep your eyes on for the 2026 World Championships. But if you're watching, then you're going to get something nice out of it, too.
That's my
Check out
noise.
our
Did you like it?
distributions.
Does it get you wet?
Make sure
Let's
that
go.
you have linked your account so that you can get an Incineroar to use in-game. But if you don't want to use Incineroar, then we also have some other goodies for you to
If
be
you
able
don't want to
recruit
use
new Pokemon
Incineroar, that
and
seems
train it up to be
targeted.
ready for your team.
Of course.
You did. You told me about
of
Leroy
course
Jenkins.
Also have a distribution for all of you
Poor
here
Leroy's
in
having lots of
Pokemon
diarrhea.
Champions. If you want an exclusive hat,
Yeah, we got pairings.
exclusive
Fucking
t-shirt.
Wolf
I think this is
versus
actually one of the coolest things about
Hirofumi.
Champions, which is being able to get exclusive merch that you can't buy within the store. All you have to do is use that passcode, Enjoy Worlds 26, and you'll be able to rock these in Pokemon
just skipped the
Champions.
end.
Let
Come
your
on,
opponents
Jason.
know you
Bad,
are tuning
bad
into the
move.
World Championships. Maybe they'll tune in
I'll tell you
as well,
about
and they can learn
Fat
a thing or
Sky.
two.
No.
And if you are enjoying
Also,
all
that's
of our
proof that I did
competitive
listen to you on
titles,
that day,
there's
Amma, and I
something out
didn't
there
just
for
stare down
all
your
of you
top.
as
I did
well.
both.
So check out all of the drops and distributions
Such
that are
great
going to be
moves.
taking
Oh my
place,
word.
not just on the Pokemon DG side,
what am I
but
doing?
of course for TCG.
Oh yeah, I was
Pokemon Pocket, Pokemon Go, and
Pokemon Pocket
Unite.
pussy. Wait a minute.
And of course, how
Imagine.
do you earn these? Well, it's simple. You just need to log in. Visit rewards.
It is an essay.
Log into your
Yeah, we got the
Pokemon
list up
Trainer
already. We
Center
not
account,
stupid.
link your
How
Twitch
you doing,
account, and
Kaylee?
watch the desired stream for a period of time. As you saw earlier, it's often 30 or 60 minutes. On
Sage and
the
Park's
respective
competing,
streams,
so at the
and you'll
moment,
be
I
able
want
to
Sage and
earn
Park to
these
win.
drops on Twitch specifically, and you can also watch in other languages by turning on the CC extension, which will then give you translated captions. And so you definitely don't want to miss out on any of these awards. They're
But
free,
Aaron, if
right?
they
And
don't
so if you're
speak
watching on Twitch
English and
already,
want the other
might as well link
captions,
them.
how are they going to
And
know?
that's not all.
to put
Last
the
but not
closed
least, we
captions
do
on?
have a special Twitch badge that you can apply after watching just 60 minutes of any of your favorite competitive action this weekend.
I think that is genuinely one of the coolest badges I've ever
It
seen.
is.
I have seen many badges on Twitch in my day, Rosemary.
Seen
and
that video of the
one,
Shadow
I think, is
Monster,
incredibly well
Liam, to people here.
designed,
Put it in
so
Meme Lounge.
just
Put it in
60
Meme
minutes,
Lounge.
You definitely
Really
don't want
good.
to miss out on that one.
Follow along the action here on our
lie.
stream, so make sure you don't miss another minute of it. Stay a part of the conversation using the hashtag PokemonXP and the hashtag Pokemon World on all of our social channels. We want to hear from you, what you've been excited about, who you're cheering for, what you're following, and yeah, make sure that you share your thoughts with us.
Amoongus wants to know. He's not currently in Pokemon Champions, but he's really, really waiting. I don't know when he's coming back, Rose. I don't know if it'll be the next regulation.
Let's
maybe sometime
go.
after, but of course, one of the most important
Justin
Pokemon
Tang
in
is against
VGC
Luca
history, but
Paz.
we won't be seeing him on the
Ooh.
world stage this weekend.
I think I'm okay with having a little Amoongus.
Justin
here.
Tang in the side stream for
Yeah.
round
Just a small
one.
one, you
He's
know?
so
Just
Viewers
funny.
might be as well.
Just a small one, and
They
then
love
when
him in
Lucas can come
Spotlight.
back, I'm sure we're going to be
What, Sean?
waiting for that moment.
Root
with bated
Dignitas.
breath.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I am so excited.
I'm all right, mate.
to
Doing the
kick
best
off
I
this
can,
World
as always.
Championships. The first round is up, and we've got some crazy matches. I mean,
Where
of course,
is-
this is the World Championships. Every round's going to be crazy. These are the best players.
Mate,
in
look
the
at that.
world.
Sagen Park
Take a
versus
look
Juan is
at some
wild.
of these matches, and especially that first one, Rose.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I
Mate.
mean, my eyes are going
Montana
all over
Mott.
the page.
Let's go.
And getting bright-eyed for all of the amazing action that we're going to have. We are just the main
Look,
stream.
everyone's
We are going
undefeated.
to
That's
have
crazy.
Featured streams
It's
and
almost
side
like a
streams
round
that you
hasn't
can
happened
check
yet.
out as accompaniment to our broadcast. But we've got Wolfglick versus Hirofumi Kimura for round one. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a match that you might expect
Well,
to
we're
see
looking
in
at 6
the World
minutes.
Championship
Rip.
Finals. These players have
Watched the
so
United
much
season, but
history.
they weren't that last year.
Wolf,
Root,
of course, winning
Root
US
Dignitas is their current name,
multiple
right?
times, winning multiple
Paul Chew and
international
Dylan
titles as well,
Matthews.
and winning the
Fucking
World
wild.
Championships in 2016
We'll have a world champion by
alongside
Sunday,
regional
right? This is the
athletes,
first Worlds I've ever watched. Yes.
Hirofumi,
So basically, what
multi-Japanese
happens
national
today
champion. It
is the
difficult
Swiss
for Japanese
rounds,
players to get the chance
which
to
is
really prove
basically
themselves very much because they don't have too many
each
tournaments
round,
to compete in, and the
everybody
Japanese
plays
circuit is so
against
grueling.
somebody that has
For
the
Hirofumi,
same
he
score
has
as them.
made it count on
So
the
if you
world
win
stage
round
basically
one,
every time he's
in
been
your
here.
next
Second
round,
in
you will face
2019. He's top cut the
one
last
of
three
the
World
players
Championships
who
with the top
also
four
won
finish
round
last
one.
year as well. So
In
it's gonna
round
be an
two,
unbelievable
if
match,
you've
and
won
yeah,
both
I
rounds,
truly
you'll
mean
play
it.
against someone that
What's
won
so
both
exciting about
rounds.
Worlds is so many of these matches that you
So,
see on
no,
the
in round
screen,
3, sorry,
you
you'll
said,
play
oh, that
against
is
someone
what
that
we
won
would
in
see
round
the
1 and
arena on
2.
Sunday.
If you won in
One
round
would
1
feel
and
like an
2.
absolute
If you
shock.
lost in round
Yeah,
1,
and this is the World
if you're then 1 and 1,
Every single
you'll
one of
face
these
someone who is
matches
1 and
going to
1,
be super
and
high
so on
stakes,
until the end of the
and
day.
this is just
And
Swiss
you make
round
day
number
2
one.
basically if you
Got
can get
3
through the day, like
incredible
9
days of
rounds
action
with
ahead, and
only
it
2
does all
losses or
culminate
less,
in the
ideally.
arena finals. I wonder how our competitors
And
are
then
going to
tomorrow
react
there'll
to
be
that.
some extra rounds of
Already we
Swiss
saw
and
during
then
the
a top
opening
cut,
ceremony, there's a huge
which
crowd
will end in
out
the
there just to
semi-finals,
watch
and
the
then on
bunch of
Sunday we'll have
action
just the
on
finals
main
of the
stage, but
juniors,
then
the
come
masters,
Sunday, that's like
and the seniors.
15,000 competitors. Like,
I
people
love that I did them the wrong way
watching
around.
2 people duke it out on the stage.
Yeah.
Oh, so did at Gamescom?
it
She's
is
having a great
probably
fucking time.
something
Have
that
you
is so
seen her?
exhilarating
Oh
that
my
in the
word.
moment, it is just like
I need
you're
that.
probably
The
so
pictures she
focused
posted this
trying to
morning on
win the
Twitter,
World
I need
Championships when
those
you're
in my
there, but it is
face.
truly, it will be the most unique
I'm gonna watch
experience
this
I
round,
think
dip to wash my
any
hair,
competitor in
picture it
this
didn't
game will
happen,
ever
come
have.
back and get
It's
myself
gonna
some
be a long
dessert.
way to
You
get
are the
there, of
dessert,
course,
darling.
with
Have you
many rounds
seen
of
your
Swiss today,
reflection
another
lately? My
couple
word.
tomorrow. And to get there, you have to beat the best.
Oh,
of
you
the
can do your
best.
homework then as
I know
well.
we're getting ahead of ourselves, but here's a video to make sure that you're caught up to
Soap
speed on
looks
exactly
so
what you'll
good.
be seeing this weekend.
I don't know if the GTX trailer is out publicly, but I've seen the clips of the backyard wrestling, which I'm well excited for.
VGC format at the 2026 World Championships.
Why did it sound like that?
From around the globe are here
What
to
happened
compete
then?
for their share of a $2 million prize pool.
Oh, yeah,
and the
this-
coveted
Sean, watch
title of
this.
Pokemon World Champion.
Oh, it's on IGN?
The
Oh,
first
fair.
World
I'll watch it
Championships played in
tomorrow.
Pokemon Champions will take place
Tomorrow.
over 3 days. Phase 1 consists of Swiss rounds where trainers battle head-to-head in a best-of-3 format with open team sheets. That means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase
Yeah,
2
go on, Gizmo.
if they gain more match points than their division threshold. At the conclusion of Phase 2, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. On Championship Sunday, these
Yeah, that's
finalists
what I
face
watched
off
Moist
in San
Critical's video where he
Francisco's
discussed
Chase
it, and he
Arena
was
for
like,
our
yeah, the main
biggest
character
final
has
yet.
no
2 will
personality
enter
traits.
the arena, but only 1 will walk away as the 2026 Pokemon World
Like,
Champion.
Critical was
Who will
saying,
become the first
like,
world
people
champion
are
of the
justifying
Pokemon
it by going, yeah,
Champions
he's
era?
ex-military.
Which
That's
Pokemon
why
will
he's really, like,
dominate the meta?
cold and has no
He'll be
emotion
here
and stuff.
all
But
weekend,
it's like
so you won't
Nico
miss a second
in
of the
GTA
action.
4
With
had
that,
personality,
it's
and he
time
was
to get today's
ex-military.
matches going. Casters
Like,
take
there
it
are other
away.
characters in GTA that are ex-military that have character. It's just this Jason guy seems to have
Thank you,
nothing.
Pass Me, for that format. And now we're going to go into round number 1 between Wolfglick.
He's
and
on about the
Hirofumi
GTA protagonist
Can't ask
Jason
for a
from
better way
GTA
to start
6,
the World
not
Championships,
our
Rose.
Jason.
Truly can't. We saw this matchup and we were like, come on.
That has to be the one that we show for everybody. So hopefully y'all are eating good at home. Let's
Gizmo.
talk about
Oh,
these
look,
teams.
hammer.
Already
This was
talked
the
about
stream
player
game. I can't believe it.
Both of them coming in
Oh, I
with
like that
major
the megas are
success at World
highlighted. This is a
Championships,
very
but you're not
clean
seeing
looking
things
design, apart from that big
incorrectly.
swirl,
That is a
which could
normal
definitely not be there, and this would look better.
And a Mega Staraptor.
Why is there a
facing off
Raspberry
against
Ripple
Mega
down the middle?
I think, of course, Wolf, a
Imagine if they
player
didn't.
that so many people are cheering for, and so many people are curious, what team is he going to bring to this tournament? This metagame,
Of course, Wolf uses
feels
Megastar
like
Raptor.
there are maybe around 10 teams that were incredibly dominant and established coming into this tournament, and for many players, it's a question of, are you going to use one of those
Let's be
teams, or are
real
you
though,
gonna build
Gizmo.
something new and
If
try
you're
to
anything
break
like
the
me, I'm going to be playing as the girl
NIC,
as
I
much
think
as possible.
That was something where we looked at and we're like, okay, that's meta breaking. You've got Mamoswine, you've got Toxapex. And actually, a lot of people took that team and realized that Toxapex is going to be pretty good going into the rest of the Pokemon Champions format.
Thunderbolt
But
on the
this particular
Farigiraf is
team, it
good
feels
for
like
the
it takes some
Charizards.
of the best pieces of one of the archetypes
Power
that really
Gem,
started
fucking
to emerge when
Goldango,
this
yeah.
format was announced, with
Life
Mega
Orb
Staraptor
Dengo.
and Mega Tyranitar. But of course, there's a lot of wolf flavors behind it with something like that nasty
Why does that focus sash look weird on Excadrill? Is it because it's grayed out? Wait, no, the focus sash is on the Whimsicott.
That is used as a way to counter Charizard, of course. Regular Tyranitar.
What's the item on the Excadrill?
Mainly because
Expert Belt?
does like Mega Evolving
Expert Belt?
Just ensures a little bit of survivability against things like Low Kick from King Gambit.
Expert Belt? 10% increase in damage for super effective moves.
Much higher power format overall.
That's the item that everyone told me never use its crap. It must be to get over certain damage thresholds, I assume. It must be the difference between like knocking out an opposing, I don't know, Aggron. Is it 20% Expert Belt? Either way, I was always told don't use it, it's crap.
I think overall what's interesting is
there are like 3 items in the game, I mean,
evolution
true.
on this team. A lot of the top teams in the format make you pick between, you know, 1 or 2 megas, or you maybe even bring both megas into a game, but Wolf says, I'm going to bet it all.
Bro, how often do you see
here, and
Expert
I've got
Belt
so many
on
pieces
screen
supported as
ever?
well as possible.
Trick Room on the
Choppleberry T-Tar, I like it.
Tailwind here on this Whimsicott, and you do have the ability to come in with Tyranitar, but you do have to be a little bit careful since you don't have that Mega Evolution. You've got one shot to set up the sand on Tyranitar and keep it if you really do want those extra boosts to your special defense. Let's take a look at the flip side of things though, because while this might be a more unique take on that Staraptor and Tyranitar archetype, Hirafumi's actually running
If not
something
Sand Force,
that is
if not
a bit
Sash,
more
generally what else will you put on it?
established. You've got
Yeah.
a choice, and the Mega Fox or the Mega Blastoise to really help amplify. You've got a boosting move on either of those, and the idea here is pretty simple. You're trying to set up either the Blastoise or the Delphox, and then let them sweep.
Exactly.
Go ham.
This is one of the top teams coming.
Yeah,
into the
Life Orb
World
is on
Championships.
Dengo,
There
yeah.
was a huge online tournament. Nearly 1,500 people participate in it. This team won. This team also reached rank number
Black
1
Glass's
on the
Gambit,
ladder, built by a Japanese
with only
player
Dark-type
a couple
moves, I hate
weeks
to
ago.
see it.
And so it continues to be a huge part
That
of the
Gambit
metagame.
could have been a
And
great
what
threat
makes
to
it
the
so scary is
T-Tar.
that
It
there's
could
9
2-tap the
different
T-Tar, but
combos
now
that
it
feel
can't.
good. Incineroar plus any of Blastoise, Delphox, or King Gambit. Sneasler plus any of those. Or Sinistcha plus any of those, right? And you have to respect all of the different
Quick
Pokemon
Guard
that can set up
Sneasler,
and often
though.
just
Love it.
run away with the game. And so what makes it also difficult then, if you're using it, is, well, which one do you pick, right? King
Wow,
Gambit often
that's
kind
such
of
a
feels like
unique
hidden
Sinistcha
Mega
set.
Evolution
They've gone
in
for
that you can actually
Matcha
beat it
Rage
just
Powder,
start
Protect, and
sweeping
Trick
with it
Room.
immediately.
You
I
never
think
see
Delphox
that.
naturally is a Pokemon that feels strong.
Oh,
into
yeah, true, he's got
Staraptor, Wolf's
Blastoise,
team
that's
in
true.
particular, but you can see Hirofumi leaning
Helping
into
hand
Blastoise
instant,
or
you love
Delphox,
it.
or even King Gambit as the lead. I think Incineroar, a really valuable Pokemon for him to potentially lead, get that immediate Intimidate off into Staraptor. It's one of the ways that you can neutralize
I wish I was a
Staraptor's
good
damage
Pokemon
output,
player, but I never will
because,
be.
of course, if you bring Incineroar and Staraptor's already
Water
Mega
Spout
Ball, but it
Blastoise
feels
versus
really
Wolf
bad.
is
So
only
you
water
might wanna
resist his
lead
whims,
Incineroar to try
true.
and catch that Staraptor, drop its attack immediately, and if Wolf wants to respond, you can try to find ways to beat that Incineroar as quickly as possible, right? And so if you don't want to get intimidated by Staraptor, things like Tyranitar and Goldengo can
Has
actually
Wolf had a
offer lot of
tournament
damage
video out
output,
recently,
especially
like a
with
new
Power
one?
Gem
I can't remember what the last one
Goldengo, which is
was.
not the move
I feel like I
used
haven't
super
watched a
frequently.
Wolf
The
tournament
Sneasler
video in
here also
ages.
with Quick Guard, which of course
Like,
is
not
a
one
fun
where
move
it's
that
just
can help
clips
out
of him
against
doing an
Earth.
online tournament.
Let's get into it, everybody.
Like a
Game
full
number
presentation
one.
one.
Of the first round of the 2026 World Championships is ready. And so let's see what Wolf and Hirofumi are going to start things out with.
Steelix one?
For Hirofumi, it is going to be the Blastoise and
Oh.
Incineroar. But for Wolf, it is the Staraptor.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm assuming.
Yeah,
I'm
so what's
like
really interesting about
my
this matchup
what
for
you
Wolf,
call
I
it?
think, is that at any given
Like
point, you can switch
my
it Whimsicott, right? You also have
Gambit.
Farigiraf to block that fake out, which is such a big tool.
Oh, yeah, we've
on
known for a while
Hirofumi's
playing
team,
as the
right?
woman.
Normally, what Hirofumi's team wants to do is cycle these fake outs.
Two protagonists,
get
isn't
set
it?
up, but immediately,
Whoa.
well, the Blastoise can't get set up that easily, right? You can't fake out with Incineroar, so you could always go for a close combat on
Small
that slot.
Blastoise,
Farigiraf
baby
here with
Blastoise.
potentially nasty plot to Thunderbolt as well. And one thing that's really scary, I think, for Hirofumi
Oh,
is that
I
Wolf
love
can
they have a
switch in Whimsicott
spectator
at
mode. It
any
makes me so
point.
happy.
That Whimsicott then can go for it.
How does the voiceless pro tag from GTA 3 have more personality? You put some respect on Claude's speed.
The Raptor as well. So
I think that's his name.
The question is, on turn 1, what does Hirofumi want to do? You do have something like Helping Hand on Incineroar and Dark Pulse. You just try to get a bunch of damage off, and it is going to be Program switching. So is it that Whimsicott?
I quite like since one's POV. I just think it looks lame.
I'm going to be able to help to take some of these attacks a little bit more effectively.
That Whimsicott's in a timer ball. He's no Tommy or CJ. No one is Tommy Vassetti. Oh my god. He was my fave. Rest in peace, Ray Liotta.
That was just on the other side.
There's no
What
Trevor.
we do have, though, is Mega Evolution time for both the Staraptor and the Blastoise. So they're both ready to put up a good fight on this first turn.
Close combat, that's going to be bad for Water Spout.
Blastoise, that extra HP going to help it out to make sure that it can take that attack effectively as Water Spout now comes out. It's going to be a little bit muted because you did just take a ton of damage from the Staraptor, but it's still going to start to add up to a bit of chip across the board.
And the parting shot here. So nice play by Hirofumi. I think there could be tempting to try to target down the Frigoraph aggressively, but manages to get Incineroar out. Water Spout still does okay damage, and of course crucially breaks Focus Sash. And now Sinistra hits the field, right? So you do get that recovery onto the Blastoise.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
And you have to play this guessing game now.
Now you can't bring Incin back in, though.
Well, go for Rage Powder, redirect it away. So of course you could go for Brave Bird. But if you're Hirofumi, you could also make a call and say, you know what, I'm actually going to protect in front of your Brave Bird. And so Brave Birding the Blastoise is probably like the most guaranteed damage here. And this is the awkward thing
I think this looks cleaner.
After that special defense boost on the Staraptor,
I think
that much damage.
I think the trainers are choosing actions thing could be a little less like obvious. Like maybe put it lower, closer to the timer, because it's just kind of in the middle of everything.
There is an added benefit of the Sinistra coming back in with the hospitality.
I realized this while watching Perish Trap during Turin. They don't have the individual Pokemon stats. Who don't?
You don't take more damage on this turn, but that Rage Powder
They only get told the...
is a grass type though, so that move
Oh, like turns left, Encore, disable. It's because that's all at the top. It's hidden by the names because they're idiots. That's a layout problem with the stream.
Water Spout damage, and also still angled that Brave Bird.
Rage Powder Shell Smash, Rage Powder Water Spout, yeah.
Water Spouts, though, I mean, we're starting to look at the 30% mark here for both the Whimsicott and the Staraptor.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really crucial about the Staraptor and Wolves team is that there's no roost, right? And so actually every little bit of damage
no roost?
on it will be permanent. And so I think Hirofumi's probably pretty happy about that trade at the end of the day.
What a Brave Bird. Can't Shell Smash with Whimsicott in the field. Oh yeah, because Encore, yeah.
One of the tricky things about Staraptor, I think, is that you actually take a lot of
the top just field effects? Oh, that's lame.
damage does add up, and because of that parting
Bum,
shot
bum,
on turn
bum.
1, Moonblast doesn't do that much, right? So this turn I actually think is a pretty crucial turn, because if you're Hirofumi, one thing you can consider is potentially switching the Sinistra out and getting it back in for more healing later on. Or you could say, you know what, I am just going to go for the safe Rage Powder and Water Spout once more. But I think Hirofumi's actually done a pretty good job of distributing damage so far, and Staraptor is maybe
It's
not
not more to
gotten
keep
as
track
much
of,
as you
which
would
the
want
players
more
usually help with, which is fair. Although we can never see what the other player has, so keep track of it, mate. Write notes yourself, practice your note taking.
Diabolical for Wolf to actually throw a close combat into a ghost type. So it is going to be the Moonblast first and the Brave Bird after just to guarantee some damage.
My heart was pounding there, Rose. I was like, you called it. What if it actually happens? How diabolical could it be? But the switch.
That was diabolical.
So now, of course, there is encore pressure.
Oh shit, I can put the alerts. No, I can't. We're in a match.
Could try to encore into protect. I think if you are Hirofumi,
no, I can't.
It is still this guessing game of like, can I cycle win my Pokemon safely, right? Because the King Gambit here is going to be Black Glasses. Staraptor has a defense boost, so Sucker Punch should not get the knockout onto it. And if you're Hirofumi, I think what you probably want to do is get that Sinistra in to protect either of these Pokemon. But let's say you switch Blastoise out into Sinistra, then you're still vulnerable to just eating up a close combat on that slot. Or maybe Wolf reads it and Brave Birds into Blastoise, which then would knock out the Sinistra. So it's actually, like, I think this is a really, really key turn. It's going to be the King Gambit switching. Do we see an encore from the Whimsicott?
Hey, I mean, that is entirely possible, and that would mean
yeah,
that this
Blastoise
can't take any damage on this next turn. And that Whimsicott is actually going to
shit!
And so angling that into the Staraptor, Contrary is actually going to make sure that that is an attack boost
Get rid of the Blastoise.
instead of attack drop. And so the Brave Bird brings his Blastoise down to just a small sliver of HP. And so this Water Spout is going to be nothing more than just a couple of drops of water in the face.
Oh, really exhilarating turn there. Yeah, I was kind of expecting Wolf to go for the self-charm a little bit earlier in this, and so finally does get it off. Crucial trade there. I think if you're Hirofumi, you're probably not too stoked about how that turn went because the hope was to just knock out Staraptor there. Hirofumi makes a call and says, look, I don't think you're going to encore me because the switch is so obvious, right? And so at the end of the day, Staraptor does hang on with a sliver of HP. It's basically one Brave Bird away from getting knocked out, right? And Hirofumi's done a good job of distributing damage. We have to consider Incineroar in the back is probably not going to be the heaviest damage dealer. If you knock out Staraptor, King Gambit actually becomes really threatening. And you also know that Wolf has Farigiraf in the back.
Scary stuff.
Great for blocking fakeouts, really bad into King Gambit, right? And so for Hirofumi, his goal is let me knock out the Raptor as quickly as possible. He constantly makes these switches, and King Gambit's going to come in once again. Could this be the close combat read?
If it is, then this is going to be game number 1 going over to Wolf, but it is still a very risky play to make. It's going to be the Moonblast first, and that's actually going to deal a pretty significant amount here to that King Gambit. But it is the Brave Bird. Wolf trying to secure the KO onto the opposing Mega Evolution first.
Yeah,
Encore him into protect.
By Hirofumi, like it feels like it is so tense because, like you said, Rose, I think if it were close combat into Gambit, Gambit feints there, it becomes so tricky. But Gambit does come in freely, and now
I feel like it has to be T-Tar for Wolf to have a chance.
Into Staraptor. Of course, if you want to get around the Sucker Punch, what you could do then is switch the Whimsicott.
Yeah, Farigiraf's in a tricky spot because there's an Incin in the back and a King Gambit.
But this is such a high-level game of Pokemon, right? It just seems so obvious. Hirofumi could consider maybe swapping
he's having a good thing.
once again to heal the Blastoise as well. And it's going to be the Blastoise pivoting out here. I think switching in Sinistcha and protecting King Gambit actually feels
I don't know, man. What if he does another Brave Bird?
Oh,
I guess he can't risk it because the Sucker Punch, maybe.
If the Sinistcha is still around, you can actually go for something like
Gambit is a great mon into everything except King Gambit. Oh, it's Staraptor, yeah.
But the crit is going to secure the KO.
Yeah, because Staraptor is rough. I don't know why he didn't Sucker Punch there.
So many turns, and the Brave Bird into the King Gambit instead, maybe hoping that it was going to be the Sinistcha on the other side.
Exactly. This is like what high-level Pokemon is about, right? Because I think
Wolf once apologized to someone years ago, and I took that personally, and to prove it, I've now ruined my chance to be the champion.
To potentially pivot out, right? And so gets a double knockout.
He said, I'm so proud of you, to an abuser.
That's a huge play by Hirofumi there. I think you could... Things felt really tense, especially with that critical hit onto Sinistcha, because it meant like close combat could just go into King Gambit safely. And once again, if the close combat goes off, King Gambit faints, I think
bring out Roserade. Right? That's the winning shot.
Hirofumi saying, I'm not going to Sucker Punch. Wolf says, well, I'm not going to switch in for Farigiraf, but it still works in Hirofumi's favor.
Oh, that's why he didn't Sucker Punch. That makes sense, actually. Because of the Farigiraf in the back.
Intimidate, but Fake Out currently is blocked, and for Hirofumi, the question is, can you actually still do enough damage? Because the Tyranitar here does have low kick. It does threaten King Gambit with a ton of damage.
That would end up securing a knockout
because it's not Choppleberry Gambit, it's Blacklasses, so low kick would ruin it.
Something that we'll have to wait and see, but there's also still that Blastoise in the back if you're trying to consider.
You know, the archive of Birmingham is like only round 8 because they have to cut the rest of it out. Amazing.
Bring in the Blastoise instead and sacrifice it.
Yeah, the main question I have, Rose, is if you're Hirofumi, how are you beating Tyranitar?
Which is a shame because the champion speech at Birmingham was so good. Like the guy proper cried, didn't he?
Hit it for even neutral damage, right? If there was no Farigiraf on the field, I'd say, well, you can just fake out, you can Sword Stance. But right now, I think it's actually still kind of dicey for Hirofumi because of the inability to fake out. So
yeah, parting shot's valid.
Shot here, instead of actually moving first before Farigiraf or the Tyranitar.
Into Blastoise.
So Hirofumi's goal is let me just keep cycling in these Intimidates. You are still going to have to do enough damage to Tyranitar, though.
I was in the middle of watching your stream. Going to look back to watch it later. It was all gone.
And this Blastoise is unfortunately going to get switched in. Well, okay, one
This is the same T-Tar. The same T-Tar as what?
And it was going to be a double of that Thunderbolt into the King Gambit as well, as Blastoise actually doesn't get knocked out to the Sandstorm chip.
Okay, so...
The one he brought to Indianapolis?
Oh! Hirofumi now can potentially consider switching Blastoise back out. Blastoise at this point feels like a non-factor.
You got paid today? You lucky duck.
Damage to Tyranitar, but it could go for
How is Hirofumi making these reads? He's Japanese. That's why.
Could angle for a flinch on a Tyranitar as well.
Japanese players go to.
Tyranitars to keep swapping in and out for Intimidate, so it's exactly what Hirofumi is doing
yeah,
right
T-Tar needs to crit to do anything worthwhile.
Able to ensure that Blastoise will faint this turn. Probably expect to see a Dark Pulse here. He's going to go into a Farigiraf, but...
Bro! That Mega Launcher go crazy.
Able to at least go for one more attack. It could be the Thunderbolt coming out here, but it is going to be the Tyranitar going for the low kick. And take a look at how effective those Intimidate attack drops and the parting shot has really been onto this Tyranitar.
It's a nice cheeky double.
Sinistcha's quite bulky. We do see
paralysis.
That might come back
I think Hirofumi has it though.
of this first game.
That's a big deal, right? Because we saw Incineroar was faster than both these
Aw,
Pokemon
thanks,
initially,
Clayton.
and so would have been able to either get another parting shot into Tyranitar or just knock out Furgraf.
You love
before
I
they
am
get the
on
chance
sleeve
to move.
tattoos.
And so really big paralysis
It's all a
there.
big boss
For
next week, though.
Hirofumi,
You
the question
better
still
get
is
the
how
money
do
that
you
you
beat
fucking
Tyranitar?
earned.
The answer,
that
I
you're
think,
owed.
ideally, is you get Swords Dance off, and like you need to knock out Furgraf first, and then you know a Swords Dance like +2, kowtow.
Proud of you,
into
Kaylee.
+2
You
Sucker
should
Punch.
eat.
You've got Helping Hand support on the Incineroar as well. Now, Tyranitar does have the ability to go for something like Rock Slide, for example. It's a question of does King Gambit protect this turn, right? And if you're Wolf, I think you can always safely target down the Incineroar slot. But if you ignore King Gambit and it gets a Swords Dance off, suddenly things can become really scary. So the question is, do you launch that low kick into King Gambit?
King Gambit and Incineroar's right
Incineroar's
range?
gonna be
Nowhere
Rock Slide.
near.
So
Okay.
this means King Gambit here can Swords Dance, and Incineroar can maybe just Flare Blitz and
Like,
KO
low
Furigura
kick will
out.
If
destroy
you don't get flinched, there is a 30% chance for that to happen.
Well, it
Zero
won't
still
now
has a
'cause
lot
it's
of
at, like,
HP. They're
-3,
trying to get it through
but
these next couple of
King
turns.
Gambit's so
But
much
Cody
heavier than
Furigura going
Incin.
for the attack first. A Thunderbolt into the King Gambit is not going to give that secondary effect of the paralysis, but you do see the Rock Slide flinch
Incineroar,
onto
wait.
that King Gambit. Still not
Incineroar
a
is
terrible
83
turn, though, for
kilos.
Hirofumi, as you end up getting the KO onto the Furgraf.
Yeah, but I think the thing now is...
King
like,
Gambit
the
is
whole question was
120
always,
kilos.
well, how do you beat Tyranitar, right? Sneasler is the answer for it, but Sneasler wasn't
Wolf
brought
Bomb.
into it. Sinistra is your other answer into it, but it went down so quickly. And then Blastoise the third answer to it, but his HP just got whittled down so low, right? And so...
Is that
had
extras
King
in my
Gambit been
diet?
able to get a
Maybe my
Swords Dance
tits
off there,
would
I think it
take
would still
shape
be in
and
Wolf's
not look
favor,
like
to
they're
be
just
honest,
fat.
because Tyranitar
Aw.
should still outspeed the King Gambit and just go for low kick into it. But with the inability to get a Swords Dance off there, I think Tyranitar
Amma from
should
earlier
be
has got
able
me
to
thinking
win
about
this
dessert
game.
now.
That Thunderbolt actually being really crucial damage and just dropping King Gambit lower and lower. This Tyranitar has eaten multiple attack drops at this point, but I don't think it's going to be enough
And
for
gorgeous
Hirofumi to
breasts,
win the game.
obviously, but...
I was just kind of trying to consider like how little damage that the
Gorgeous.
Incineroar even took from something like the low kick, and that's
Thinking
why
about
I
dessert
had
too.
that
Yeah, I'm thinking of
hesitation.
like
This will
when I
also
order something to
protect
eat,
him played.
I might just
so
order
if
like
Hirofumi can actually get a nice call, right?
like a
Or maybe
waffle
there's something afforded
and a
like a
sundae.
rock slide miss, or you can fight through the flinch, and maybe things
I could
do
just do
end
that.
up actually looking a little different.
Because I'm really, I'm
Incineroar, though,
not,
took a
I'm
lot
not
of
really
damage
fancying
then
anything
after-
savoury right
oh,
now.
and
Because
then the rock slide flinch
it's
too.
not been that long.
Never
I feel
mind,
like since I
spoke
had,
too
you know, my
soon.
chicken and
Just so
bagels for the
Incineroar's
morning.
gonna go down to another rock slide on the next turn.
Yeah, Wolf making the nice call there, though, right?
I want to get
Hirofumi
food.
protects
Zelda's
King
legit
Gambit.
laying on my
That's an
legs in my
opportunity to
chair right
potentially
now.
Swords Dance up on it.
All right,
And
making me
Wolf
jealous
saying,
of the
look, I
cat. I
think
see
you
how it
have
is.
to protect here, so
Oh,
just gonna be helping hand here to get one last attack off, but with no Swords
shit.
Dance from that King Gambit earlier.
Helping Hand
does not
Sucrose
do very
Punch.
much with the Sucker Punch.
It's just going to be roughly
How the hell has
quarter
Wolf
of
turned
the
this
total
around?
HP of this Tyranitar, and the low kick finishes it off. It's going to be a 1v1 between this Incineroar and Tyranitar.
How has
and
Wolf
with
done
that
this?
speed
I'd be
disadvantage from
mad.
the paralysis, that is going to
All
be
that
a
work and I'm
win
losing
for
to Para
Tyranitar.
Flinch?
Yeah, I think regular Tyranitar really proving how powerful it can
Para
be
was
here.
insane.
And for Wolf, prioritizing the early
Bruh.
knockout onto Blastoise.
World
the
champ
early damage
difference,
onto it
baby!
meant that Tyranitar wasn't really threatened, right? And so I think if you're Hirofumi, you look at that game, you're probably thinking, I feel like I played pretty well in the opening turn, so what went wrong for me?
The thing is,
and I think part of it is that
you know why
Incineroar's
it's
really
so
good as a
maddening
supportive tool,
about the
but it can't
Para?
fake out, it then
Because
becomes less
Para's been
effective.
nerfed
The
so
Intimidates and the attack
hard.
drops were nice,
Paralysis
but
is
it
what,
didn't feel like it did enough
12%
damage
chance
output,
now to
basically, right?
happen?
His damage was mainly coming from Blastoise.
It used to be
Water Spout,
25 and now it's
30,
12.
40% here and there.
So when
So I
Para
think if
hits
you're
now,
Hirofumi,
it's
you
so
probably are
unlucky.
starting
It's
to look
even
at that
unluckier than it
Sneasler
used to
potentially
be.
as an adaptation, because of course that Sneasler does have close combat, which
Like
leads to a ton of
nowadays,
burst
you
damage
get
being
Pokemon gets
Tyranitar.
paralyzed and
There
you
was
just
that
kind of
one
go,
turn
okay,
where I was
it's going to be a bit
wondering
slower,
why
no
the
biggie.
Blastoise had ended up going for a Dark Pulse instead. It took so much damage that it was
Rude
only
is what it
around
was.
10% left.
Yeah.
That maybe if that had been a Dark Pulse, that could have been a potential knockout, I think, into the Staraptor
That's
on
right.
that turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I
Bruh.
think that is a really good point. And I think what's really tough for Hirofumi here is like kind of threading the needle of dealing with Staraptor at any given point, because Staraptor was a huge threat in the early game.
Crazy
but
that
then, of
Champions
course,
is out.
the
Remember when it
win
wasn't?
condition in the end
That's
game kind
wild.
of ended up being Tyranitar,
I practiced much
right?
my draft against Better
Hirofumi
Prodigy
actually
Start
has
to my only
plenty of
Mega 2 and I
tools
just
to
kept
deal
getting
with
crit
Tyranitar.
when
For
I'd set
example,
up.
if you were able to get
Oh,
it out earlier on the field,
madness.
Sinistra hasn't taken a lot of damage. Sinistra is insanely
Oh,
good
look
into
at Wall
Tyranitar,
Rain just chilling.
after Intimidate, right? Because you're able to heal back up with Machagacha. You can run in a burn as well. So Hirofumi's team has the tools. The question is, do you want to lean into Blastoise again?
I don't
Delphox
think this
something
music
that
is the
can come
one.
out, but it is a big question mark because it is so bad into Tyranitar, right? That is part of the reason why Tyranitar is such an appealing pick.
I was going to say that Extra wouldn't be a great thing for the Delphox to see either, but as you called out before we even got into the match, there's no Rock Slide on it. But you would still have have to worry a little bit about actually taking just like in general some damage here from the Excadrill. It can be very fast as well.
I won the actual draft matches though. Very happy. Oh, well done. You're going to make cut? Let's fucking go.
I wonder maybe Sneasler, do you actually
Sneasler, Delphox, maybe.
Switch it up.
But then you got to be careful with the T-Tar, aren't you?
Yeah.
Although the Sneasler does threaten the T-Tar real big, but it is Choppleberry T-Tar, and it's probably trained to deal with the Sneasler real
first
quick.
adaptation I'm looking towards on Hirafumi's end, but could be Delphox as a switch up, and it is going to be the Delphox. I mean, that's what makes this team so intriguing. If it's this, my expectation would be a Sneasler in the back, right? To potentially close combat Tyranitar. We'll have to see. But either way,
Golden Go! Ooh, Golden Go versus Delphox, not the best
Golden Go
start.
survive a heat wave? Often it will be able to. And this
Holy
is like
shit!
Go, then you can Shadow Ball
Wait a
this turn,
minute.
and that would be a huge
I need to put my
knockout.
alerts on real quick.
Pretty
I'm really
valuable
sorry, I
to
wouldn't
Tyranitar,
normally do this, but
I think
what the
Hirafumi
fuck?
maybe hoping to see Staraptor here, right? If it's a Staraptor based lead,
I just got a notification that blew my fucking mind.
Tyranitar Golden Go. Delphox is in kind of an awkward position right now.
Mate!
Because you don't necessarily, like, timing of the Mega Evolution is also incredibly important.
ordered in the-
So is this something where you say, I want to Mega
Fucking
Evolve
hell.
the Delphox now? Or do I actually
I'm
want
gonna
to
play it real
switch
quick.
out
I'm
and
actually-
call something in like a Sinistra or even possibly a King Gambit that might be able to take these attacks.
I'm gonna make the notification smaller,
There's so
but
many plays that can happen from both ends
but
right now.
Oh,
Kaylee,
And there's no Mega Evolution.
I'm gonna
so
put
what
alerts
I
up
think
here
that probably
real
means
quick.
there's a Blastoise
They can go on
potentially
top of me,
in the
it's
back. That
fine.
also, by the way, could have been helping hand on Incineroar.
Holy shit, lads.
Shadow Ball just comes out immediately. Maybe it's a
Fill the
counter
chat with
shot
hype for
really
Kaylee. She just dropped a hundo.
protecting that turn.
Thank you, mate. You didn't need to do that. You only just got paid.
Immediately onto the Golden
Fucking hell, gal.
Blow for blow here.
Thank you. You started off the new Mega Bar for the current month.
It's going to be the parting shot to help reduce the damage output.
Holy shit.
I love this though. This is one of the, I think, most exciting things about the
Big
World
love.
Championships this year, which is
Big love to
dual meta
Kaylee.
teams
What a
bringing both
fucking
megas and
ledge.
flexing it, right?
Thank
So
you, mate.
It's going to be a single target
Don't make me
outside
cry
here.
today.
Actually
Not
does
during
decent
Worlds.
damage at -2, right? Every little bit of damage
Bruh.
on Blastoise really makes a big difference. My
I'm
question
gonna send
now
that
is,
straight
what is
through.
Hirofumi's fourth Pokemon? It is Sinistra. So
Oh my
Hirofumi
word.
says, look, I think
Big
I
love.
can flex my Mega Evolution, and I also think now he's in a really good position with Blastoise.
Fill the
right
chat
now.
with it.
He's threatened with an immediate water spout right now.
And there's no good switch
Oh,
in for
Kaylee,
Pokemon
you
to
a
be
good
able to
egg.
take that.
You a very good egg. You a very kind egg.
That might end up being a knockout if this Blastoise can actually
All the
stay
love.
at this BTP level. But then, yeah, what would you bring in to take the water
Aw.
spout if you want to actually preserve
You
your Tyranitar
wholesome.
and shed those attack tops?
Yeah, I think the safe
Oh.
play for Wolf is probably
If you
switch
ordered dinner
Tyranitar
this
into
weekend,
Whimsicott, because
don't
the Whimsicott
feel
then
as
has
guilty.
encore pressure in the following
Oh,
turn,
thank you,
and then
mate.
Shadow Ball into
That's gonna
Sinistra,
help
or
me
Shadow Ball into
a
Blastoise,
lot,
just
you
guaranteed
fucking
to
lad.
get a lot of damage
Oh,
into
my
it, because
word.
I think Sinistra protecting, or switching
exactly
into Incineroar
was
is the most
that
logical
quote?
play for
Also,
Hirofumi's
the
end.
Reaper.
At the
Thank
Reaper joined the
I
Ace
would be
train.
shocked if there
Thank you
no-
for becoming an
there
Ace
wasn't
Trainer
a Whimsicott
Elite.
Raptor
Thank you,
back and forth set
Reaper.
right
Big
now.
love in the chat.
It's gonna be Sinistra actually
I'm just gonna see if there's any
switching out
replays I need to do
first
real
into
quick
the
as well. There
Incineroar.
definitely is
Okay,
one.
Incineroar at least put the fake out on the table
Hang on.
for the following
Streamlabs
turn.
is refreshing.
And kind of ensures that this
Thank you,
Tyranitar's
Streamlabs.
gotta get out of there, but there's no other switches on the table.
No
So just going to
We
be the
also
Blastoise
have-
Mega evolving, and both of these Pokemon
Oh,
being
no.
on the receiving end of a potential water spout. You do also have the Dark Pulse
Thank
if
you
you want
for
to
the
try to
follow.
guarantee the damage into the Golden Go.
Breno.
But the Golden Go moves first.
Breno.
And Blastoise has a critical
Oh,
hit that is
rip.
going to turn it down to
What you like is your
19%.
business.
We have
His
that.
water spouts are going to be
Thank
really
you.
critical.
24
There's a
joined the
shell
Ace
smack
train.
instead.
Lartac, thank you for subscribing earlier. I'm sorry it's taken us so long to get to it. And also thank you for following.
At an expense of its defense and special defense.
Yeah, but I think
Stop it.
Rocks if it doesn't miss.
It keeps killing the stream.
But it still connects onto the Blastoise.
Oh, the miss on the Incid is dirty. The live is dirty.
Critical hit was huge. I think definitely a lot of things going in Wolf's
Bro.
favor. I don't think he needed it, to be clear, right? Like, I think he made the absolute right play.
Right, I'm gonna turn the alerts
But
off
I
until
think
after
that's just
matches
game
now.
over, honestly, on the spot, right? Because
But thank you,
Hirafumi's
gang. Thank you,
entire
everybody.
gambit
I
here
feel
was,
the
let me try to
love.
get the Blastoise set up
I
and
won't
sweep
cry
with it,
today.
But it does risk, of course,
swear.
eating up that critical hit. And so Wolf makes the right call there, saying, I am going to just Shadow Ball into the Blastoise slot, saying, if you switch into Incineroar, why guarantee the
Bro.
damage? And yeah, I think if the crit doesn't happen there, the Blastoise does get set up, and then the following turn, you
I have
just switch
some to
Incineroar into
spill.
Sinistra, heal
I'm good
back
for this
up the
month.
water
Don't worry,
spot,
bills are
but
up to date. Just my
I
subs I
just
need to
don't
pay
think
for and
there's much
such.
damage
Oh,
here
it's
for the
very kind though. Much love.
I agree with you there.
Here's the
There's
Raptor.
not really a great way for the Sinistra or the Incineroar to hit this Staraptor either, which still has
Oh.
the ability to Mega Evolve.
Rude.
Another KO for Wolf Blink as the Sinistra is set packing.
How has he done
and now
this?
It's just the Incineroar on an island.
That's smart, Kaylee.
Wolf Blink is about to close up this game 2-0 to take a win in the
Bro.
first round of the World Championships.
And it goes to show basically how thin
So
the
Insync
margins
can do
be
it, yeah?
sometimes with these setup-based teams, because you often feel like you're going all in on whatever Pokemon you're trying to set up. I really like Hirofumi's.
This is why I don't use setup teams, because I always get my setup mon knocked out. And then I'm like, great, now I've just got the support.
Try to knock out Golden Go immediately.
Yeah, I think Sneasler was sorely missed from this battle.
Don't Mega Evolve Delphox. Well, then the Delphox is threatened by Tyranitar.
Yeah, fucking hell. Let's hear it for Wolf Click.
Will win his very first game on his return to the world stage against one of the game's best in Hirofumi.
TD Tar.
Really
Teeny
was an
titties.
amazing match to watch to kick off our World Championships. Especially when a lot of the match, you know, you were talking about it during game one, there are a lot of obvious plays that we may consider to make, just given the board state that we see in front of us. But you got to think several steps ahead. Are they actually going to be seeing the same obvious play? Do you want to try to play around that and go for something different? And I feel like that's what we saw on many of these turns.
And I think this was a set where it felt like Wolf already was kind of.
Why is a bar of
in
gold
the
staring me?
advantage,
Why is a
and
cheese
then,
string staring me down?
Thunderbolt Para and the critical hit just bring it way too over the edge at that point, where it felt like Hirofumi was already trying to play from behind in both of those games. And I think once again, like, it is so critical this turn that Wolf did correctly Shadow Ball Blastoise, right? Because I think it could be tempting to Shadow Ball Sinistcha and try to get the knockout into
Delphox was brought to be sacked. All it's been used for is
it's a
open
shell
space of
smash
Blastoise in the
turn,
back.
And Blastoise doesn't have that much damage.
Attacking and futuristic than what they
It
usually
suddenly
go for.
becomes a completely
Yeah.
different ball game, right? And so for Hirofumi, he was looking for the perfect opportunity
Weird,
to get
innit?
that shell smash off. And yeah, I really would have loved to see how that would have played out without the crit, because I think
Ooh,
Wolf
I
likely
do like the
had,
replay
Whimsicott Staraptor in the back.
thing.
The Whimsicott could still be able to set up a Tailwind, right, and kind of match the speed from Blastoise. And Staraptor, I think, would still be quite difficult to deal with. And so, yeah, I felt
I
like
tried to run this
it
Primarina
was
balance team at the end of
probably
Reg
Wolf's
F, and I
favor
could
before
not
the
do
crit, but the
anything
crit
with the
just,
actual
instantly
Primarina.
wins the game.
Rip.
And it's kind of the principle of being able to, get multiple attacks off into your opponent if they're constantly making these switches.
Yeah, and you see why that forfeit came through at the very end of that second game. Incineroar was going to be on the receiving end of a Mega Evolved Staraptor with close combat, and then also the low kick
Bing
from the
bong,
Tyranitar.
Regidrago.
And that is definitely enough to get that KO.
Regidrago.
So Hirofumi just knew the writing was on the
We'll watch
wall,
Wolf's
but
interview.
that's still
Then I'm
a
going to have a
great
wee and
set
fill up my
to
drink
start
hole,
off
and then
our
maybe I'll order
day.
some food.
Yeah, I think one thing
Balance is like cringe. I still don't fully understand balance. I know that Kaylee and Matt Manectric just rolled their eyes upon hearing that, but I still, when someone says so-and-so is running balance, I still don't understand.
Both of the games, but it's one of those where it's like even one flinch, one crit.
If someone said to me, define what balance is in VGC, I don't know.
Being somewhat neutral or to completely blowing up,
I
right?
still do not understand it.
Hirofumi's team is one where you ideally want to get set up with your Pokemon, but he basically never got the chance to set up. And
let's see what Google says, because it'll have the AI overview.
Any opportunity that you have
what
to potentially
is
set up, I'm going to
balance
look to
in
scare you
VGC
right, from that. And
Pokemon?
once again, the Farigiraf to block the fake outs and the Whimsicott to be able to switch in at any point and potentially encore you is really scary.
Yeah, just really
Pokemon
did
VGC,
make that
balance
Incineroar
refers to a
feel
highly
so
consistent and
much
flexible
less
team
useful
archetype
with those
that perfectly
fake outs
blends
being off the
offensive
table.
threats
You
with
never know
defensive
if that
utility.
Farigiraf
Unlike
just
hyper
switch in,
offense,
even if it's
which
not on the
relies on
field.
overwhelming
But can
speed
do
and
it
raw
for
damage,
us
and
for
Stall,
round
which
number
focuses
one
purely on
of
outlasting the
our
opponent. A
World
balanced team
Championships. We've got
aims
our
to control the
analysts on
pace of the
other
match and
side
comfortably
to
adapt
break
to
this
any
match down
situation.
even further.
Right.
Thanks so much, Rose. Thank you, Aaron. What a
I always think
great
Firewater Grass
round,
Core, not particularly
one
hyper
there.
offense,
Looking
was
at the
set up potentially good
pairings when we
pivoting.
got things started,
I can explain it to you if I can't understand it for you. I know. I love that Ben is doing Worlds. Ben's so nice.
I guess after this round, maybe we just go home, you know. That's it. That's the World Championship Finals. All
That's
done,
a lovely
wrapped
suit.
up. Let's call it a day.
Is that plum or maroon? I think it's plum.
So explosive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and kind of the nature of those sort of teams as well. We saw
That's pretty
Hirofumi
accurate. Wait,
with that
Amma's
kind of,
explanation
the setup
or
orientation
Google
that they
AI's
got.
explanation?
Yeah, Wolf really managing it very well, but Wolf picking some really interesting choices in team building around that Staraptor, that solo mega. We see so often.
Rosemary and Aaron are commentating
throughout
again.
this
It's
format,
good.
Players are kind of going for dual mega, but Wolf really confident in putting
The
all their
AI
eggs in
one?
basket with that mega Staraptor. And
I'm sad that Lou's on
got
go,
off
though.
to
I'm sure
a
it was her choice,
flying
but I
start.
miss Lou.
Is that
you weren't
too
gonna
early
do it,
for
then
that?
I was going to do it, so yeah.
One of us did it.
100%.
That's a Charlie influence.
That's the Charlie influence. Charlie, if you want
Matt does think you suck. Yeah, he didn't like your explanation. I want to cast Worlds just to wear a nice
We've got a
suit.
little bit of time because that was a quick round, right? Let's take a little bit more time, I think, to have a look at kind of like the team preview, the teams that these two trainers have been using, because I know no doubt that we're going to see a little bit more of both of these trainers back as we go through this tournament. And I think there's some interesting things to look at as we get to our first clip here of the two teams that we're breaking down. Now, Wolf is running a really interesting, sand composition. Now, usually we see that with Staraptor and also with the Mega Tyranitar, but Wolf's taking this team in a completely different direction.
This is a suit that Elizabeth Olsen wore that I think would look very good on you.
Intricate choices within that composition as well. You've got the expert belt on the Excadrill. We'll explore that in a little bit, but like you say,
there
I think
it is.
When on face value, is this team going to struggle against some of the bigger?
Amma, this is the suit you should wear. Wear this suit.
He's got a lot of tools at his
I think
disposal there.
I think it will look great.
Like you say, really great against what Hirafumi's bought. You need that fake
Why
out
won't that
setup
go away?
to allow things like the Blastoise to get that shell smash. So
go away.
Straight away, that's out the question. And even if
I definitely deleted something there I wasn't meant to.
Wolf may not lead with it. You've
No.
always got that kind of
Amma.
lingering question in your back
Do
of
it
your
for the
mind.
Vine.
Do I commit to the fake out to try
Was
and
that
get this setup,
2006?
or am I going to
Mine
just
wasn't
fall apart
2006.
because the Ferrograph's going to switch in, right?
Exactly.
I'll figure
that.
out later
So,
what's missing
let's
from my
get,
layout.
let's get back to the team preview here. So we had.
I like the style of that one. But can you at least wear something with nothing underneath,
a couple
please?
of things here
For the fans.
on this team. The first one that I want to actually
Welcome back,
go through
Gizmo!
there is this item on the Excadrill.
When's
right?
the winners
We've
interview?
got
I want a
the
proper
expert
suit.
belt
Okay.
here. Now, this is an item
Like
that
Tessa
we don't
Thompson in
really
Men in Black.
see too often in many compositions of Excadrill. A lot of the sand compositions that we're seeing with
Hang
Mega
on.
Tyranitar usually really like to see the focus sash on the Excadrill. It's one of those Pokemon's like, it's so easy to get knocked out, right?
Yeah.
But
For the fans,
instead,
and it's just Liam.
Wolf
Why would it be for
decided,
anyone
like,
else?
Hey, I want to get this extra little bit of damage here. But not only that, you've got the high horsepower, but you've also got the Earthquake here on the Excadrill. You've got that
Time for Zero
choice,
Company.
like,
Mate,
am I
I'm so
going
jelly.
for that solid
I thought about the game
ground-type
last night when I
coverage,
was
the
like
one that hits
going
into
to
a
bed. I was
target.
like,
Maybe
man.
I'm next to the
I'm waiting
Frigoraph.
till
Maybe I don't
Tuesday.
want to knock
There you go,
out my
Amma. You
Frigoraph with the
can
Armature,
wear a
right?
suit like that, like the
But
Men in
then
Black.
If you need that spread pressure, if you need to get through a Sinister redirecting, etc., you've got the capability there.
I also
No,
really
I
like
want
it
one
as
like
well
Ben.
because of the
Yeah.
popularity of something like Wide Guard that we now see, and you know, when players
How is
are
Wolf not ready for his
bringing
interview? Come on.
Charizard a lot of the time, one of the biggest threats to that
World
is
champ
those
difference,
spread
baby.
damage, namely Rock Slide. So having ways, although this isn't really against the Charizard in so much, so it gets around Wide Guard essentially and giving the Excadrill a lot more flexibility to take advantage of the turns that it's got the sand on the field, because we know weather is so
Just thinking about it will work. I was just excited
really
to play,
gotta take
mate.
advantage of the turns when it's
I'm
in
so
play.
excited to play on
Definitely, like,
Tuesday.
You know, Tyranitar's kind of enough
But I
to
have
knock
to wait
out
till Tuesday.
Charizard, right?
Did very well in that last game as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, even still, like against a lot of the Charizard compositions that we're seeing now,
I can't wait for the
Fox
fucking
is a
Surf
really
Etch
big
and
factor in that.
Pichu
So I
thing.
think there's a good deal of influence there coming out here from Wolf. You've
Misadventures
also
of
got
Surf
some
Etched
smaller
and
things,
Pichu.
like you've got the Timid on
But they're just
the
doing
Golden
only
Go,
do a
making
typical
sure
breakdown
those
after the
Golden Go
interview.
mirrors,
Oh, maybe.
that you're maybe as fast as possible to be able
would think
to
so.
outspeed them. But also,
Maybe he's
you've got
just
this
like, I don't
tailwind
wanna
on
do
the, Staraptor
interviews.
as well. And that tailwind is so important
To emotionally
for
invest in the
making
results
sure
of this
team is
tournament.
set
Oh,
up.
let's see how
Not
people are doing.
only
Good point.
With the Whimsicott, if you want to go for it, but
Tournament
if you're in a
pairings, let's
matchup,
see.
and there's not that many of them, but there are some where you're like,
let's
hey,
see, Justin Tang.
I really can't
Justin
bring
Tang is still
Whimsicott
playing.
into this matchup. Or I don't want to
Sage
bring
and Park
into
is
the
still
matchup.
I don't think they've
Actually,
updated it
you've
yet,
got an
Liam.
option for speed control
last
there
updated-
with the
last-
Staraptor as well. So
Yeah,
I
last
think this
uploaded
is
2 hours
a
ago.
great,
Oh my
like,
God.
showcase of how to build these sand compositions a little
Come on,
bit
gang.
differently.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott here is a common
Bruh.
item on Whimsicott, but it feels a little bit counter.
Thanks for circling the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott there.
Yeah, kind
Because
of.
the sand kind of self-breaks the Focus Sash, but Wolf
Yeah, it
made
was a quick
very
stream
big
match,
judgment
2-0.
call here, because I think a lot of the time the Whimsicott is probably going to be one of those Pokemon
I
that
think I
comes
will
out
do a cheeky
before
tinkle
the
wee
sand comes
and
out,
come
and
back.
it's there primarily
I'll
to
put
support
alerts on
probably
in the
the Golden
meantime,
Go,
as you know.
the
Oh,
Tailwind,
that's, yeah,
and
no,
that
you are going
Staraptor,
away, Liam. So
more
that does make
importantly,
sense.
with
Yeah,
that
I'm going to go
charm,
tinkle,
and then
get
you've got
Drinkle.
the
I'm going to let the dogs out as well because
Encore
they've
as
had their
well,
dinner and all
that
that.
security
You just
blanket,
drew a
yeah, the
willy.
Focus Sash
For
in the scenarios.
Making sure you got the early game sorted.
Yeah, exactly. I really love it, because a lot of the time when you're probably putting the pieces of this together, you think, "Oh, I can't put the Focus Sash there because I've got the sand. That's going to be, a real detriment to my own game plan." But I think Wolf smart enough to play that exactly how he needs to at the right times.
But I think that's got to be the other part of the puzzle about why this Tyranitar is a Choppleberry.
Yeah,
instead of
exactly that.
being a Mega. You're not actually relying as much on the Tyranitar. We saw that in the game 1 with Hirofumi, right? The Tyranitar came out right at the end when the Blastoise was already knocked out from Hirofumi's side. And having that being non-Mega put so much more focus on the Staraptor being the mega of choice, and that's what makes the focus sash works. And this is what I love about looking at different team compositions, right? It's like one thing leads to another, and you can see the picture of how this team has been built up. But let's go over to Hirofumi with his team. And I think this is one of the teams that we've really got to be looking forward to seeing quite a lot this weekend. It's a team that's got a lot of popularity, certainly in the Japanese community, but also the wider community has picked up this combination of setup with a Blastoise, setup with a Delphox, and setup with a King Gambit. And then you've got the Incineroar, the Sinistcha, and the Sneasler going for their supportive options. You've got the Fake Out, you've got the Redirect, you've got the Parting Shot, you've got the pivoting action going on. And so this team is really all about protecting, well, I was going to say protecting the kids, but protecting the King Gambit here, where you've got the Shell Smash, you've got the Nasty Plot, and you've got the Swords Dance, and you get to pick as the player. Like, King Gambit can come to all the games. Like, it's a King Gambit in this format. It's one of those, you know, Pokemon that you can splash onto pretty much any team. But then you've got that choice of, like, do you want to play the Blastoise? Do you want to play the Delphox?
That's what makes it so difficult for opponents. You get that decision wrong in team preview, well, games can fall apart pretty quickly just because of that support network that the Incineroar and the Sinistcha, and even the King Gambit to a certain extent, offer the rest of the team, those set of primary Pokemon, the Blastoise and Delphox. But you don't need to always go down that route. I think Hirofumi in Game 1 was very good in being able to condition Wolf into a lot of scenarios where we saw that double knockout with the Staraptor going into the King Gambit. It didn't switch.
And then the Brave Bird comes out, not the close combat.
Yeah, and then the Whimsicott going down as well, and put Hirofumi in a really strong position. Look, for Wolf, really smartly bringing the Tyranitar at the right time.
Yep.
It was enough to close the game up, but it can operate in those scenarios as well. Just having the threat of that setup can make your opponent act in a different way to what they would probably want to optimize their play in that scenario, you know?
Yeah, and then you've got the smaller things. We saw it in the match, right? You've got the Shell Smash on the Blastoise, right? That's getting the speed set up, but then you're swapping in the Sinistcha, recovering the health. If you get the Blastoise set up, even if it's at half, it's still going to be doing lots of damage, putting loads of pressure onto your opponent's side of the field and really allowing you to control the match. What I loved, and I really want to shout this out for Hirofumi, such a great adaptation in Game 2 of the match that we just saw versus Wolf, where it was like, psych, Delphox, no, that's not the Mega that I'm bringing. Going for the Heat Wave, getting some damage on the board, just starting to get things going. Yes, it got knocked out, but actually it did pave the way for a Blastoise setup. The critical hit on the Golden Go, sometimes it happens, you know, these things. Wolf played a really great game. He played the right turn. It really shut down the Blastoise on that turn. But actually, like, there was this game plan, right? If the critical hit didn't happen, Blastoise at half, 2+ Shell Smash, like, it's definitely something that could have brought Hirofumi maybe back into the game.
Especially with the Sinistcha in the back that could come in, top the health of that Blastoise up a little bit further, you know, and then it's going to be getting the jump on everything on Wolf's side. We know the remaining Pokemon that they had. So, yeah, it would have been, like Aaron said, really great to see how that would have played out and what Wolf would have done to kind of counteract the threat that Blastoise had become, because Hirofumi had put themselves into that fantastic position.
So this team is definitely something at home that you're going to want to watch out for as we go through the tournament. Absolutely fantastic. I'm sure we'll see a little bit more action from Hirofumi. He's lost round 1, but he's certainly not out of the tournament, and Wolf definitely on the right path going into round 2. Now let's have a look, Lee, at what Pokemon people are bringing this weekend, and if it's no surprise, King Gambit, Charizard, Incineroar there, sitting at our first, second, and third position.
Yeah, big 6 there. Representing very well there in the usage stats, but yeah, that 52% on the King Gambit, no surprise. It is, I would arguably say, between that, Charizard, and Basculegion, probably the 3 strongest Pokemon in the format that we've got access to. Very surprising that the usage stats are like this day 1. I'm really looking forward to see how this transitions going into Game 2, what changes we see. Is there anything that's standing out to you that's really a bit of a surprise? I say the Venusaur is a lot higher, but coming into the World Championships here, we've seen a lot of that Sun Rain kind of composition, pick up a lot of usage, a lot of success. So the Venusaur there plays a really good role against a lot of the kind of common stuff that we see.
I think this tells quite a good story about what the metagame really looks like. You've got the couple of fire types up at the top. You've got a couple of dark types in King Gambit and Incineroar there being a useful type. You've got that little cluster of fairy type Pokemon at 6, 9, and 10. The best fairy type Pokemon in the format. Players are really trying to focus in on and deciding which one of those, or which two of those, in the case of Floette and Whimsicott, that they really want to be bringing to the event. But then you've got the couple of strong grass types, and then the sort of line of supports that we've got up the middle with Incin, Sneasler, and Farigiraf, with Sinistra as well, obviously to go with that. And I think like it really does speak to the centralization of those tools. Like those tools are some of the best that we have in the game, and no matter what type of team that you're running, those support tools like Farigiraf, Sneasler, Sinistra, Incineroar, and Whimsicott always seem to sort of gravitate their way towards making a slot on your team. And so I'm not surprised to see those ones getting a real lot of usage. Surprised maybe actually to see Venusaur as low as it is there, where like a lot of the Charizard teams do focus, a lot of the variants of Charizard teams do focus on having Venusaur with them. So like this shift that we've had in like the quote big six kind of archetype, moving like in the Venusaur direction slowly but steadily over the course of the format, but then like players saying, hey, maybe actually I want Incineroar instead, or maybe I want to like go down the Floette Whimsicott route and try to set up with my Floette, or I just throw a Light of Ruin in there for good measure.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, I think, Incineroar's kind of rise as well. It would be no surprise to people more familiar with the circuits from previous years, but I think Incineroar probably started out this format not the most used, but it has become one of the most staples on these teams because of just the ability.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that beehive.
With the ability to support well, be an offensive threat when it needs to be, and just
I need to order food. I'm going to order food.
I don't know if anyone knew at home, Incineroar's kind of a good Pokemon.
Could I have an Incineroar, please?
I feel like when we started, this was like the most
yum.
difficult time, certainly starting in MA, but even in the transition.
I just did a bit of Afro Man. Did you like that?
This is the most difficult time Incineroar's ever had.
Are you mad about it because I've got a mullet?
Well, look at it go. You're doing well, Incineroar. Congratulations on continuing to be like the best Pokemon
that's what they call me.
That we've ever had in the
game.
What
am I going to eat today, gang?
Right, should we have a look at the Megas, Lee? Let's have a look and see what this is looking like. Right, so Charizard,
or do I want to eat some dessert?
Kind of on top.
Hello, Toby. How are you doing, you sexy beast? Are you excited for Worlds?
We've seen such a rise in usage since its introduction.
I'll show you some nipple if you play cards, right?
We had that period of time.
Who said I'm mad? I think you're aroused.
Let's see how we can have a little bit of fun with Contrary.
I noticed that Mega Delphox is shiny in this image.
That hasn't necessarily gone away.
Top 12 Mega Evolutions. Does that mean that 9.6% of people are using shiny Mega Delphox? Oh wait, no, that's not the shiny. That's the regular.
Yeah, I think.
Good, I am and I will. Hell yeah. Good boy.
Cannon-like. Now we're seeing them probably get a little bit more towards that defensive side, just so they can stick around on the field a little bit longer. Some iterations are relying on Roost as well to kind of prolong that longevity and allow the Staraptor to perform those roles that it needs to a lot longer on the field.
Man, sorry, Sophie just sent me some pictures from Gamescom, and she looks so fit. Oh my lord, her boobies.
Adaptation, a lot of players
Get your singular eye tested. I can't, mate. Caps lock. Hope you're all having fun, says Toby. He hopes we're all having a good time and enjoying our party. Amazing scenes. Oh, Rach, you're the top sub-gifter, by the way. What would you like as your gift champ, Mon? You probably told me, but I haven't seen. What do you want as your gift champ, Mon, darling?
Which opposed players can take advantage of.
And then you lead with King Gambit.
Yes.
Maybe selectively screaming. Are you?
Looking a little bit further down the list there. Just a couple of, I think, honourable mentions there.
Rach is rarely a top. Oh, I wish she was top less right now. Haha. I mean, what?
Been a team that's been rising in popularity.
Let's go.
Certainly.
Regular Entei. I had a feeling. But I don't like to assume.
I feel like that's a team that really does require the world's caliber level player to be able to pilot effectively. And then, you know, we've got a great turnout for Mega Aerodactyl, even just equaling Mega Blastoise. Mega Gengar has been a Pokemon that has been on many people's minds coming into the World Championships. You have got to be on another level to be able to pilot Mega Gengar at the World Championships in this format, I think. But 10 years ago, Wolf Cliff did exactly that. He was able to win the World Championships with it. We know that he's not running it this time round. But it's
Stay away from the summoner.
Yeah, I think out of
Room for the Worlds. Sagen Park from 2014. The Pachirisu guy is competing. Let me check. Let me check if they've updated the pairings yet. Hang on.
Win the World Championships this weekend. It's so good, so versatile. But you say there is a high ceiling.
Sagen Park still playing. Okay. What about Justin Tang?
But if you've been playing
Justin Tang is still playing. What about Paul Chua? Paul Ruiz is still playing. There's 4 Pauls.
And
Paul
I'm
Chua
really
still playing.
To see Mega Swampert. You know, we've got such a high usage of Mega Charizard and that Sun. But Mega Swampert,
oh, don't show me only incomplete.
Scenario, in that rain, we all know how hard it hits with those.
Sebastian Escalante beat Flavio.
That's what we're going to be doing all weekend, trainers. Now, we've got a little bit more round 1 action.
Amanda's not
so
innocent. It's always the quiet ones that have the wildest side. Diego Ortiz won. Obviously, Wolf Click won.
Round 1.
Raghav won round 1.
We got
nice.
It twice.
Evan Land, Scott Glazer. Wait, this is Sajan's year. You're telling me Evan Land and Scott Glazer are a commentary duo in a world that Sagen Park is competing in? This is 2014. You've been talking to Taser, right?
Enjoy seeing multiple round 1 matchups so much, and we're gonna have another one with 2 really great trainers.
This is my VGC commentary team.
Absolutely, and so I am thrilled that we are going to be able to see our 2
It does look like they're there on a green screen, even though they're not. It's really weird.
The day. It is going to be here on stage, our 2014 World Champion
Sagen!
from Korea. Sagen Park is now back here in San Francisco.
Let's go!
Competing against our globally ranked #1 in the championship points ratings, Juan Salerno. This should be an extremely exciting
where's Amma?
Actually, Scott, the last time
Amma, she's gone to wash her hair, hasn't she?
Was that 2014 World Championship that Sagen took all the
way.
Fun throwback, right? Sagen seemed like a
We're getting treated to another round 1 match.
Really pushing the meta in that 2014 tournament with that Pachirisu team.
Let's
go!
We're rooting for Sagen. Let's go.
Here it's a little bit more one of the standard competitions.
He's brought Toxapex. That's not Pachirisu. I've literally just come back. There you go.
These 2 teams in particular have really
I need to decide on food, but this is banging.
Those Pokemon. On one side of the field, we have the Big 6 with Juan here, where it really is kind of just like, hey,
stop calling it Big 6.
The strongest group of Pokemon you can select in this format, kind of, regardless of the meta.
Still on round 1. Imagine being held back for this.
Regulation MA, and it really hasn't fallen off much at all. Other side of the field, you kind of see.
It's because it's all rigged, so they knew Wolf was going to 2-0.
It's also only
going to tease the trailer for the Mr. Pacific Pikachu. We did. I put it on my Instagram story.
Wolf Glick used at the NEIC tournament, where that Toxapex is still a factor here, but Venusaur has worked its way into this roster. Really important on these Charizard teams now, where part of why it's jumped up in usage so much is that it complements the Charizard, allows the Charizard to run a few different moves. I believe this one, like most of the Charizards
chips tonight,
alongside Venusaur, gets to run that ancient power move.
I don't think they're doing too much for every round, surely.
Venusaur's like,
Order
hey,
McDonald's, problem solved. That is a good shout. But then I
want
want dessert. I suppose I could have a...
Yeah, did y'all know Charizard
suppose I could get the
got a
Cornetto
rock type
McFlurry, couldn't I?
attack? Turns out
And I
Charizard
could probably
can
use
beat
McDonald's
opposing
points to make it
Charizard with that
cheaper.
ancient power. And if you get that boost to all of your stats, oh, well, that's just the cherry on top here. But here we go, heading into our first game in our second round 1.
Yeah, should be a lot
Go
of
on,
fun there.
man. That's not a bad
Hopefully we'll have
shout.
as much fun
Apple
in this game
pie.
as that Valorant did. So we see
No
this
dessert
team
means
here,
less
yeah,
calories.
this is kind of
It's
this
World's
version
Weekend.
Of this composition. It's very
Deserve
powerful.
dessert. I work hard.
Crash out on Incineroar maybe standing out is something that we don't see as commonly with that.
I'm streaming
interesting
like
dark type
30
attack.
hours
But
this
the rest
weekend.
of this is pretty much what we're
A sad way to live.
Venusaur going to have that focus sash item. Sometimes you do see Life Orb instead, though it's a little bit harder to fit on this version of the team because you didn't argue for that Garchomp. It's something that we've seen a lot on Garchomp, where in the previous regulation we more frequently saw defensive items or the Choice Scarf, which does still
I don't have a
show
lot
up
of reward
some.
points
This
because we don't
particular
get
version of the team is on
McDonald's
Vasculation instead, so only so many great items to go around and kind of have to distribute in all these great Pokemon.
Yeah, well, Garchomp is always happy to hold that Life Orb and get that extra boost to its damage. Also important to note here, because that Charizard has Ancient Power, the Rock-type coverage is being covered by Charizard, which opens up Garchomp to use both of its ground-type attacks here in Earthquake for multi-target damage and Stomping Tantrum so you aren't dealing super effective damage to Pokemon next to Garchomp like that Toxapex or Incineroar.
Yeah, it's really big on this team where you'd love to use Earthquake, right? I think especially when you have the combination.
Hello,
of
Sophie Jane. How you doing? Gorgeous. What's happening?
Earthquake is so powerful. Really forces you
How are
to
you,
respect
darling?
that combination of Pokemon. But the rest of his team is terrible next to Earthquake, right? The other 4 Pokemon are all hit
Ancient
by
Power
it. 2 of them are
on
weak
Zard,
against it. You really
so
don't want
you
to be
can
whacking your own
tantrum.
partners unnecessarily. So having the option of that is really nice. And again, yeah, like you said, you see the combination of these Pokemon allowing Seijin and all the other trainers playing this archetype.
What does that mean?
To drop some of their
Ancient
comfort
Power
zones.
on Zard, so
Speaking
you
of
can
Ancient
tantrum.
Power as well. One thing to keep in mind, you might think, oh, Charizard 4 times weak against Rock type attacks. Charizard, great
Glad it's
special
Friday.
attack Pokemon.
Thank
Surely
fuck
that's
it's
a one-shot
Friday.
at opposing Charizards.
I'm doing
it
alright.
can be if you've got
Maybe
a
I'll
truly
have a
fast
double
and frail
quarter pounder.
Charizard, but typically that's
Maybe
you said
that's
you
what
have
I'll
about
do.
80 to 90% to opposing Charizards.
Oh,
So pretty much
Garchomp.
any
But
chip
Garchomp
damage
can
going to be
Stomping
knocked to
Tantrum
put it in that
anyway.
Ancient Power range, but
I don't
you're not
understand
gonna
why
see
Ancient
trainers that
Power
full sending that
means
turn 1 very
that
often.
Garchomp can
But
use
even like a
Stomping
Heat Wave
Tantrum.
is enough to easily
It can
put
use it
opposing
anyway.
Charizard in, range of that Ancient Power. So a kind of fun cat and mouse where you do want to get a little chip
Huh?
in there before you try to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, some chip damage from the Heat Wave, also chip damage and a trap from the Toxapex with that infestation.
Garchomp,
or
rock
Toxic.
coverage.
So be on the lookout for what Pokemon, if Seijin decides to bring the Toxapex.
Oh,
which
you're
Pokemon
saying
is
Ancient
Seijin
Power on
trying to
Charizard so that
trap in
Garchomp doesn't
with
need a
the
rock
Toxapex
move,
and
right?
whatever the partner
I'm with you
Pokemon
now.
is.
I'm with you now.
Lots of powerful Pokemon.
I'm with you
on this
now.
side of the field.
I was looking at this
Trainers
thing like,
exchanging their team
but
sheets here, and we'll see the
it
big
can
six, the
Earthquake
big six.
with
this is the team you
Charizard
have
on
to
the
have a
field.
matchup into
I
in
get
this
you
tournament.
now.
Yeah, we
Okay, it
struggled
took
to
me a while,
define
but I
what
got
Big
there.
Six is. There's approximately big 60 Pokemon that could be in it, but I think this is the real Big Six here. The Pokemon that were considered kind of the
Stop calling it
toughest
Big
combination
Six.
of
It's
Pokemon
so
in the previous
mean to Big
regulations.
Six. That's what the
They haven't
internet
needed
keeps
to
saying.
change things too
I
much
keep
in
seeing
this
people
format. You'll
whinge
see
about
the
like
life orb
it being
appearing
called
on this
Big
team,
Six.
But otherwise, it's a team you could have just
And I'm just
assembled
there
in the
like,
previous
just
regulation. You
play
would've
what you
looked
want.
really good doing it.
Absolutely, and again, the Ancient Power on
I never
this
worry about
Charizard
what all the
as
teams
well,
are
so
called,
Juan has
'cause I'm just
also
like, it don't
opted
matter,
to
just
forego
win.
any grass-type coverage, which does help very much
Cornetto,
into the
Strawberry,
Charizard
McFlurry,
mirror,
Cornet, it does
which
look
when we
a bit
saw those
sexy.
Charizard usage stats at over 40%,
And an apple
looks
pie.
pretty good. Swampert only at about 9%.
Yeah, maybe that's just a matchup you choose to throw away.
And
I
then
think the one
Border
Pokemon
Gore.
that tends to be really good on that we see more frequently is that Basculegion that we saw near the top.
I just call it the
half. So
PJCS
it'd be
team.
a
It won
little bit more
PJCS.
difficult
There
for
you go.
Charizard to deal with that, but you
We
really
can
don't
have
wanna
one
play
Big
that
Six
matchup more
a
than you
decade, I
have to
reckon.
anyway.
I
There's
reckon
lots
it don't
of
even
ways
matter,
most
does
teams
it?
can get Basculegion to be faster than Charizard, and even with the
Because
Sun
like,
Up,
you're
Wave
not
Crash is
necessarily
still
saying
today,
that this
one hit
is
knockout
Big
is very
Six
close,
as it always
so you
has
really
been.
don't wanna
You're
be
just
taking that
saying
anyway.
this is
Preferring
the
to have
Big
your
Six to
friends help you
beat
deal with
currently,
that particular
which
Pokemon.
it is. This
Well,
is the
like we
team
mentioned,
that everyone's
Salerno
fucking
is
using
the
and winning with.
#1 championship points leader in the world.
So
heading
this
into
Ancient
this
Power Tech is a
tournament.
real thing
He has
now?
done it by
Maybe.
playing extremely well
Maybe.
and extremely consistently, and a team like this Big Six team, gives you so many
Double
different
quarter pounder
options
with
to always
cheese meal.
stay in the game. You're almost
But we
never out of
absolutely-
the game completely when you run a comp like this.
I think options will be really fun to watch how these Pokemon are trained throughout the course of this set. Many of these really popular teams we see are pretty tough to customize, right? Like maybe change a move here or there, but Pokemon need to be fast, they need to be bulky. Big Six, you can kind of do whatever you want. There's a lot of different freedom you have as a team builder, and I think that's really great for a
There we
trainer
go.
like Juan.
Well, here it is, the classic lead pairing, the Dragon-type Garchomps against the
Tell you what I'll
Fire-type
do.
Top Dragon Charizard. But
Crazy.
like you mentioned, you like this lead because
Crazy
you
boy.
always immediately threaten Earthquake and Heat Wave into your opponents,
Yeah.
but not so strong.
You have the double
into
quarter pounder,
opposing
right?
Charizard Garchomp.
And you take everything off except the ketchup, and you add sandwich sauce, which is the sauce from the chicken McChicken sandwich, and it's fucking beautiful. It's like a better version of the
Baconator will
Baconator.
not chip the Charizard. It will probably just knock it out.
Yep.
But,
You'd have to
either
have
way,
bacon, but I don't
going
want
to have to
bacon.
play very cautiously on this turn. Both sides
I
hoping
feel like
they're
bacon on
going to
burgers
leave
is
something else where
overrated.
a little
Bacon on
awkward
chicken
here.
burgers,
It covers everything
lush.
except for the
Bacon on a
lead pretty
beef
well.
burger,
Well, if we
overrated.
have to look at the Garchomp
That's my hot
in
take for the
this
day.
mirror. Of course, Seijin will be running the Life Orb Garchomp versus
And I'll have
Juan
apple juice, so I
running
feel
the
healthy.
Citrus Berry Garchomp, as both of the Charizard will go ahead and protect themselves
Da-da-da,
right away.
da-da-da.
Here's the Dragon Trump Claw. The Life Orb deals good damage to the
Realize the
Garchomp,
juniors
but
and seniors are
because
guaranteed
this is
lunch
the
breaks, but
bulkier
Masters
Citrus
doesn't.
Berry
Both the
Garchomp
VGC and
is able
TCG
to
standard.
hang on with just a sliver of health here. It will be able to activate the Citrus Berry and take some additional damage back from the rough skin and fire back with a Dragon Claw of its own, just barely missing out on that KO.
Yeah, potentially some very interesting training there. This is the matchup that usually use Citrus Berry Garchomp for. That's kind
You
of
really
my
feel that
point,
like a
right?
lunch break? You
tank
fucking
the Dragon
do.
Claw, you
How did
heal
Wolf
back
do?
up, but then
Wolf won.
usually you do
2-0.
enough damage in return to pick up that knockout. This Garchomp trained in a way where perhaps that doesn't happen, and allows this Garchomp to stay in the field and be the quickest Pokemon remaining. So threatening a lot of damage in this turn. That's a really nice trade for Sage, and maybe again a little bit of a trap for Juan, who probably expected that to be a knockout.
Absolutely. You definitely expect that to be a knockout if you are running that Citrus Berry Garchomp. Like you mentioned, that is why you run that set. Juan will go ahead and retreat in favor of the Whimsicott now. So Charizard switches out for Whimsicott, hoping to tank a Dragon Claw on the switch-in. But Sage is just going to go immediately for the Mega Evolution on his own Charizard. Juan will go ahead and protect Garchomp this turn, trying to get in a position where a Tailwind might allow that Garchomp to do something on the next turn. But Sajins is not falling for anything here. The Garchomp fires off an Earthquake, connects onto the Whimsicott. That will go ahead and break the Focus Sash. Garchomp will trade itself because of that Life Orb recoil, but you are
Coach on Star Wars. Who's got a stim? I bet Liam does. Wow! Ancient Power, let's go.
Just in case it stayed in, a critical hit into Whimsicott, but not enough to pick up the KO here. So Juan does at least get Whimsicott next to Garchomp to threaten Tailwind.
Yeah, maybe get the wrong low percentage roll there where instead of getting the Ancient Power boost, it's the critical hit. Critical hit not going to matter too much there.
Oh, thank you very much. I didn't realize alerts were still on. Whoops. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who was that? Let me just bring up the thing.
Really good where you can bring in
Toby, you ledge. Thank you very much, you sexy boy. Look up over Toby. You already forgot it had Ancient Power. £15. What's a good lad? Thank you, Toby. I don't know why it showed that. That alert isn't for £15, but that's weird. Have a good munch. Thank you. I'll do it all over you. Hell yeah. Big love to Toby. What's a good friend. Thank you, my friend. Now I'll turn alerts off. I'll just leave it. Fuck it. They're not that long.
Garchomp went for a protect last turn from Juan's side, which means that Garchomp is extremely vulnerable
fucking
to
Goo Goo
a
Gaga
fake out
PP balls.
and
Yes.
damage from the Charizard.
Thanks,
Either
mate.
a
Toby's a
Heat
good
Wave
lad.
or a Weather Ball into that slot
I
would
love
be
him
enough
very
to pick
much,
up the
and I
KO
always
onto
miss him
Garchomp.
in the long
does have
times
the
we
option
spend
to go
away
for
from
a
each other.
protect, so it's not safe to fake out into that slot.
Boo-doo-boo.
Garchomp's wide open here.
Yeah, maybe just giving this up.
Kill the
okay,
Whimsy.
well, I can't afford to give up both these Pokemon for free, even for a Tailwind. Garchomp going for the double, not going to get
Double
it.
protect was
Probably
cheeky.
going to be lights out for Garchomp.
Yeah, you got to go for that
Big
one.
weather
If you're
ball.
Juan, you don't want any of the Pokemon in the back to switch into this weather
Big
ball.
weather
And there
ball.
it is. Sajin will go ahead and even up the Pokemon score, cleaning up the Garchomp with that weather ball. So safe there from Sajin. Great play there.
And we see the lash out from the Incineroar, so potentially could have gotten away with a cheapy Tailwind if he wanted to, but a little bit too risky to go for it. Maybe trying to fish
Very inspired by recent decisions to ditch Twitter. I know, right? I wish I could do it, but I just can't because I have my spicy Twitter and that gives me life at the moment.
Avoid any shenanigans there and giving up a free KO. So hey, maybe you try and hit the home run.
Well,
what can I say? I love having my testicles visible.
Visible. Both of these Charizard are at full health, so neither is necessarily
Ancient Power that
in
Charizard, my guy.
range.
Do it.
Both of these Pokemon should be able to tank a hit from the opposing
What
Pokemon.
did Incineroar go
really
for? I guess
play for Juan now
not
here,
parting
where,
shot,
well,
maybe
you could
helping
try to
hand.
double up on the Charizard to pick up the knockout
remember.
that way, but if you do, you're definitely giving up the opportunity to get Tailwind for the rest of the game. And
Taser
are
says
your
hi,
remaining
Toby, from
Pokemon
Twitch.
capable of winning from that position? I think that'd be a risky
Was
play
I
to
meeting
go
15
for.
minutes?
So,
Oh, mate.
pretty
Just don't
precarious
bother,
spot
just
there
leave
with this
it.
low HP Whimsicott. You really do want
Can't
to get
do
that Tailwind
that,
up
Liam.
as late as possible. This is probably that window.
Yeah, this may be the only window Juan has
I'm gonna
to
keep my
set the
phone
Tailwind,
propped up like
which
that so I can
most
watch
likely
my
last
Matthews
for the
order just
remainder
happen.
of the game here as
Lash
we are
out or
pretty
blitz.
deep into this game one. There's Tailwind coming up from Whimsicott,
I wish,
so Juan
Liam.
now has the speed
Oh.
advantage for the foreseeable
what?
future.
Tell
There's
us
the
what you've
Ancient
done.
Power connecting onto Sajin's Charizard.
Like my fucking
Scott
order,
Math
bro.
is
Just give me an
perfect.
ad.
Charizard at 13%
Only
health,
word like
surviving
that.
Ancient
Oh!
Power, firing back into
Not enough,
Juan
though.
again. Perfect math. Charizard at 19%.
Bro.
But Incineroar does not need to spend time setting up the Tailwind, which means it gets to lash out into Charizard.
Nice.
Pick up that last 20% of health. So now Juan has
Lash
Tailwind,
out is the
has
one that's boosted when your stats have been
needs
lowered, right?
Something big out of this last Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's a little scary looking at this, right? Where if it's Bastion Legion, maybe
So,
the
like,
type
if it
matchup
takes
is really
an
good at least,
Intimidate,
but
it gets
the
a
Sun
double-powered Lash
and
out.
critically,
Is
there
that
aren't
right?
many Pokemon remaining on one side of the field that have spread attacks, right?
Yeah.
You really want to burn through this quickly, especially with Whimsicott
Interesting
also
tech.
kind of
I
on the
like
brink
it.
of being knocked out.
Sajin's cooking.
It's not a super efficient way to close this game out. The only Pokemon remaining with spread type moves is that Floette, which you'd assume is not the final Pokemon. It is the King Gambit, now facing down two fire type Pokemon.
Yeah, King Gambit facing down both the Charizard and the Incineroar, and actually Incineroar looking
Wah, wah, wah,
very good
yippee-yo,
here.
yippee-yay.
Very difficult for Juan to deal big damage to that Pokemon. Now Juan is
Maybe it's for
running
balance,
the
maybe.
attack version of King Gambit, so does
It's just
have
my boss's
access
wife
to
going over the
low
invoices
kick,
just for a network
but
team with them.
Incineroar
Fair.
with that Citrus Berry should be able to
I
tank
assume
that
Baskin in the
pretty
back.
easily, even a low kick and a Moonblast from the Whimsicott. But you have to get that Charizard off the field, otherwise you're just going to get blown up by a Weather Ball or a Heat Wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a scary
Just
spot here,
expect
too.
the
where,
CIO
you know,
will
maybe
expect
you
me
just
to
full
know it.
send, right? Like, okay, well,
Oh.
the Charizard's going to get knocked out, but I don't know
Valid.
if I need the Charizard, right? And if you attack with both Pokemon, there's going to be some Fire-type damage going the other direction.
Down goes
Well, there's the
Charizard.
Moonblast into Charizard. Charizard will go down here, so Juan is going to even up the Pokemon count once again. There's low
Ooh,
kick coming
big
up from
low
King
kick.
Gambit, dealing exactly 50% health to
That was
Incineroar.
baller.
Just pushing it over to that Citrus Berry amount, going to eat up and heal up as well. There is the Flare Blitz picking up the KO onto Whimsicott, and now it is just this King Gambit.
That'll KO
with
Whimsy
no
next turn,
protect
as long as
and
the sun
only
stays.
single
Sorry, that'll
target
KO
damage
King Gambit
against
next turn,
two
as long as the
Pokemon
sun
on
stays up,
Sage's
I should
side.
say.
That Incineroar will be able to pick up a KO
Yeah.
with the Flare Blitz, but this is the worst possible Pokemon for Sagen to have in the back. Should Juan be able to get this Incineroar off the field somehow?
Yeah, maybe there's some way he can get through this. Certainly, Toxapac's not going to be able
A
to.
low
Toxic
kick
could be
crit would
King
end
Gambit,
this.
Going to have to only use the Infestation, but Incineroar doesn't
crit.
get critical hit, and this is going to be a
Nah.
huge Flare Blitz the other direction.
No crit coming out from the low click. Low kick. Here comes the
Occa
Flare
Berry,
Blitz.
though.
The Occa Berry will help protect the King Gambit a little bit here. Only takes about 50% health, but that is all that Toxapex needs. It just
Yeah.
needs time. Incineroar
That's why you need
hanging on to
corrosion
5%
packs.
after the recoil is also huge. There's the infestation, and over time, King Gambit now is on the clock. Needs to be able to get a KO onto this Incineroar and onto the Toxapex, and I don't think
Does the
Juan has
Incin
enough
have
time
Protect?
here.
Yeah, I mean, if Toxapex is good at one thing, it's staying on the field, and that final Pokemon is going to be so threatening here. I'm not really going to be able to do any more damage itself other than that damage over time, but you know, King Gambit's still going to have to invest a turn knocking out this Incineroar here, who otherwise would just pick up the knockout on
1-8.
it, and at that point, Infestation will already almost be done.
Oh, he went.
There's
Oh,
the Kowtow Cleave. Juan is just trying to see how much damage that King Gambit
Yeah,
can
he's
deal
testing for
into
next-
the
next
Toxapex
round.
Here. Knows that there's no shot of surviving in the end of this game one. But gets good
but
information
yeah,
on the
that's good
Toxapex
info for
and
the
gets Sagen to
Toxapex.
waste a
For
critical
King
hit
Gambit.
on the
King Gambit can do
right here,
32%
but
for the
from our
Toxapex.
2014 World Champion Sagen Park.
Go on, Sagen!
Yeah, you know, I think that was a really neat win, too, where I think a lot of us like, man, we really
Up
love
the
Sagen.
park.
Like, we hope he's prepared enough for
That's
this.
where
right?
we're
You know,
going
he's,
tonight. We're going up the
former
park.
world champion. He's played in, I think, every form of competitive Pokemon other than VGC
Literally
since the last
every
time,
form.
or since he won that championship. So it's like, oh, you know, like, how prepared is he going to be for this tournament? You know, is he just here to have fun? But I thought he had a really good game plan there, both in the kind of the sequencing of his Pokemon.
I think
as
that's
well
a
as the
little
way
bit
that Garchomp is
insulting,
trained.
right?
He was a nice
By
little trap,
Scott
yeah.
there.
A bummer if you're Sagen having to show that in streak
He
during
said,
that
he
one.
says,
but still,
you know,
a really
you
nice
wonder
win
how
there. And again,
prepared
the
Sagen
one
is
thing
for this,
incredible,
or
the
you know, whether he's
world
just
leader
here to
in
have
championship
fun.
points. It's
That's
not like
really
this is a-
mean. Like, oh, you know,
there are
let's.
any weak players that
Do you
will
think
change.
Sagen's
I
giving a
think
shit
even among,
this time,
you know,
or do you think
World
he's just
Championship
messing?
level
Like,
players,
he's
right? I think
qualified for
most people say
Worlds.
Juan
Come
is a
on.
real threat to win this tournament.
Player
So,
to watch.
great game one for Sagen there.
You sure he's not just here for a
Absolutely
laugh?
Great game one there from Sagen.
I think
and
that's
love that you
really
called out
mean.
That Garchomp's training.
That's
That
a
is
former
something
world
that we have been
champion.
hearing over and over again in the run-up to the World Championships. How important the Garchomp mirror can be.
You know how
And
many people
especially
got
the
into
Citrus
VGC
Berry
because of
Garchomp
Sagen?
is supposed to win that mirror. That is the whole point.
He
of
did bring
Citrus
Patchy
Berry
to Worlds 2
Garchomp,
years
and
ago, I'll give you that.
Sagen realizing that I can flip that on its head by investing some more defense into my own, or more hit points into my own Garchomp. Incredible play there, incredible practice in the run-up to the
Nice.
World Championship.
Sagen thought the dude who won a damn squirrel
Here
because
is
no one
the
else was prepared for the damn
adaptation
squirrel.
from Sagen. This is the other lead
I just heard
for
that's a
this
bit mean
team.
of Scott and
Incineroar
Panic. Not you, lad. You
Toxapex.
couldn't
This
be
is a
mean if you tried.
pretty good lead
You're
for
wholesome.
that Toxapex and Incineroar to catch.
Yeah, a lot of things to kind of enjoy here.
It's also
especially
double
get the
restricted
activity out.
meta,
We saw
yeah.
how well Incineroar did against these Pokemon in the previous game, where this thing
Bravery
most
was
of Charge's
crazy.
attacks, although, hey, you know, thanks to HA Power, doesn't tank it quite as well as it used to. But Toxapex is really the Pokemon to look at here. You know, has the option of trying to Toxic or Infest one of these Pokemon to build up damage, and critically has a wide guard to counter all those spread attacks. It's the whole point of this lead combination.
What ability is the pet running? Oh, the Toxapex. I do not know, actually.
Toxapex with that Earthquake. So if
I assume
Sagen
it's
is
not
able to get
merciless.
some poison damage down, get the Toxic going, get
Oh,
the
regenerate, of
Infestation
course.
Going, Juan could find himself just
Is the champion
locked
spectator
out
view
in
lagging a
this
bit? A
game
little
too.
bit.
Charizard is going to go ahead and protect here because Juan just needs to see what is going on. No wide guard from Sajin, which means that Sajin is trying to get damage down onto one of these two Pokemon. You can see how important that Incineroar's Intimidate was. Neither Pokemon taking more than 39% there, even though it was super effective damage and a parting shot.
I feel so bad over just my eyes from being tired. I can make your eyes feel good.
On the field against this Toxapex, especially as Garchomp switches in.
The 2 levels of reduced attack, and there is that
rough skin though
coming down. So Garchomp not going to leave the battlefield, but that does get a little damage on the
That's a
opposing
massive
Toxapex
Garchomp. Good lord. Sajin brought the biggest chump.
Sajin got exactly what he wanted of a turn. Charizard protecting.
Do you think that's the Garchomp from his 2014 winning team?
One wasn't afraid to go for that.
Do you think this is the Garchomp that's already won Worlds before?
Why it was worth that risk, where Garchomp now full health facing down to Charizard at counter.
You don't realize just how little chomp EQ does until Incineroar hardly takes half.
Yeah. Super powerful
-1 though.
Because it's that Citrus Berry variant. Toxapex now looking pretty excited as well, where a wide guard would really shut down most of what these Pokemon can do. So great positioning for
They end
Sajin.
up working 30 hours
Another
a second.
really
Woke up
strong
by
game
emergency alert. It was 2 a.m. What was the emergency alert? Oh shit! Did anyone notice that Wembley's on fire at the moment?
-2 Garchomp stuck out on the field.
Well, it was on fire
Charizard
earlier
unable
today.
to deal super effective damage into the Toxapex either.
Like right near Wembley Arena.
Charizard is able to deal good damage with, Weather Ball in the sun, but Juan is not going to let that Pokemon get stuck against the Toxapex. Too many options here for Sajin.
125 firefighters battle blaze near Wembley Stadium.
Garchomp. The important thing was just getting that Garchomp stuck on the field so it could not retreat from this Life Orb Dragon Claw. Garchomp goes down for Juan.
It's a London energy site near Wembley is on fire.
And it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you hang around, bud? Infestation going to pick up a little bit of damage, going to break that Focus Sash, and I really like that.
Took the 2014 Garchomp, and they're both female, so it could be. Oh.
A lot with Toxapex players. This Pokemon has picked up popularity over the previous few months. Like, all right, I'm going to lower something's attacks. I'm just going to play with it for a while, leave it on the field, and I really like this, where I think that would have been a great counter
Sash
to a
was
more
nice while it
defensive play.
lasted.
Whimsicott switches in on a Baneful Bunker from the Toxapex, gets the Encore in the previous turn, and then who's trapped with who at that point? Instead, picking up the knockout there on the opposing Garchomp, which I think is also kind of just clever. It's like, hey, well, you just barely survived the
King
Dragon Claw,
Gambles.
so all I need is this little bit of chip, and then now Whimsicott is a Pokemon in the weaker position here. King Gambit going to come in, and at least in a fairly favorable position.
I can't believe I like
can,
Toxapex.
do some
Toxapex is
stuff
cool.
here, can't be toxic.
It's cute.
Incineroar going to be not something you really want to switch in and activate the Defiant, but still not like a fantastic situation for Juan. Sajin really had a great line into this team.
Now, on the plus side for Juan, King Gambit is good into the Toxapex, and Whimsicott threatens super effective damage onto Garchomp with this Moonblast. Not enough to pick up the KO, though. Needed to double target and finish it off with a Sucker Punch. Instead, that just means Garchomp gets to fire off a Stomping Tantrum into King Gambit. Down to 23% hit points. Garchomp will go down to the recoil, but you trade that every single day at the World Championships. And now, that's going to mean that King Gambit firing off a Kowtow Cleave into Toxapex. You cannot KO this Pokemon. And now both the King Gambit and Whimsicott are trapped on the field. And Sajin gets to pick which Pokemon do I want to face off against these two, because I know they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it's a really tough position out here. The King Gambit is kind of taking just enough damage. Another one where, assuming Sajin has run the math on this, it's a really nice bit of damage where Infestation will pick up the knockout on King Gambit next turn. So now if you want to, you could bring that Incineroar in, just pin it down with the fake out, and then, well, it doesn't matter if
Oh, broadcasted to the entire country.
If you don't want to do that, you can bring in anything else that has Protect. Just double Protect, it's going to go down anyway. You do have to deal with in that situation then the Whimsicott would be threatening in Encore on the subsequent turn, but you'd also know all of your opponent's remaining Pokemon and be able to kind of figure out your game plan from there.
sorry.
So Charizard going to come in here, probably going to be Protect, although it doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to.
Or you could just try to pick up the Whimsicott instead. King Gambit will go down either way.
I figured out why the Champions layout takes so long to update. Go on.
All of the Pokemon that Sajin brought, so he can at least start forming his plans.
Luca Paz or Luca Cherubelli?
Very nice advantage for himself. Some really masterful Toxapex play. As we see it.
Oh, if his name's crossed out, then
than we saw in the previous couple of tournaments.
Yeah, and that's what's so important for players who are using Toxapex, is not to get trapped in that defensive mindset. You have to go on the offensive. Otherwise, Toxapex just sits there while all
Luca
of its friends
Lucignoli has been
knocked out. Instead,
Oh yeah,
Sage
Luca
is going
Lucignoli
on
and
the
Luca
offensive with both
Cherubelli have
Toxapex
both been
and now bringing
crossed out.
the Charizard here to pick up KOs onto both King Gambit and
It could have been a
Whimsicott.
DQ, but I
Sagen
wonder what
will
for.
Go ahead and protect that Toxapex this
I wonder
time
why
around,
two of them
while
are
Whimsicott
out.
protects itself. King Gambit on its way
Yeah,
out.
maybe it's an error. Maybe it's cross out Luca's name, and then they've crossed out both.
Charizard brings it down to 33% hit points as the King Gambit now will go down to that infestation.
So, you know, lots of
Yeah,
damage
two
where
Lucas is a
it's
weird
trade-off of
coincidence.
Not going for that protect, where Charizard not being threatened by an Encore in the previous turn, but it could be potentially threatened by an attack from one of the other Pokemon. King Gambit to go down. I think the positive of what Sagen did is, you know, just like us, he can see all the Pokemon in Team Preview, right? And again, much like the previous game, it's not very likely that Floette is that final Pokemon. If it is instead, you know,
yeah, we did already see the Charizard at the lead,
yeah, sorry, yeah. So, not the Floette, either way, it's Charizard. That's why the button's a different color. So anyway, the Charizard on Sagen's side of the field, you know, it's great and all there, but with the combination of a Tailwind and an Ancient Power, it's not like a super great...
So Yoshi, what was your theory on the champions layout? Taking a while to update.
Wind up in a very similar position to what we saw in the previous game, most likely, where...
All right, here we go. Charizard back in, lovely.
Take out this Charizard. So I don't think this game's over yet. The damage is pretty important on the Charizard, where it would have been an Ancient Power range anyway.
Toxapex is in a really good position, though.
But it's actually so healthy now that, like, even a Fire type attack might be able to knock it out. There's not really any reason to go for
we
one
don't
in
know
that spot
Sagen.
where
Oh no,
you
we
like
do.
risk
It's got
getting
Instant in the back.
wide-guarded here probably, and you know, Incineroar would take more damage.
If you watch the
from
Korean and
Ancient Power
Japanese
as well.
tourneys, right?
Yeah, and with the Baneful Bunker, Toxapex is at risk of being encored. However,
Spectator mode
Whimsicott can
updated
only
obscenely
do one
quickly,
thing at a
right?
time. It cannot both set Tailwind to allow Juan's Charizard to outspeed Sagen's Charizard.
Pokemon fainted
and
before the attack
encore
even
the
landed?
Toxapex
Oh.
At once, which means that there are two options here. Without Tailwind, Charizard on
they
Sagen's
just
side
don't know
can
how
just
to
pick up
stagger it.
Juan's Charizard with, get the big
Okay, that
damage
makes
with
sense.
the Ancient Power. Or should Juan go for the KO onto Charizard this turn?
Big
Toxapex
Rizard.
spreading Toxics and Infestations to try and just chip down these Pokemon over time. Or Whimsicott could just go on the offensive.
That's
with
probably
a
the best
Moonblast.
play possible.
Connects onto the Toxapex,
Double into
deals
the
a little bit of
Toxapex.
damage here. Not very effective, but any
Like
little
a Weather
bit
Ball will
counts.
take that out.
There's the Weather Ball coming
Oh.
out from Sagen's
But they
Charizard.
trade in.
Connects on to Whimsicott, picks up the KO there. With Juan
Okay.
targeting down the Toxapex with Moonblast, you have to wonder if he was softening it up for a Heat Wave to try and pick up a double KO. No, just going to be the Ancient Power into Toxapex, but you cannot KO this Pokemon.
Mate, Ancient
Toxapex
Power. Weather Ball
hangs
would have
on,
KO'd
and
it.
Toxic's right
Even
back.
not very effective.
I love this little guy.
Yeah, that's
Almost
a
here.
huge
Get ready.
set for the Toxapex so far. That Toxic is almost going to end this one. You know, the Charizard can theoretically use spread moves to try
Right,
to
I'm
burn down
assuming
these Pokemon
Sagen has
before
won
the
this, but
Toxic
let me know.
was able to deplete all the
Let me
HP,
know,
but Toxic
BRB.
says, hey, wait a second. You know, I will make you single target Pokemon with the Wide Guard most likely. I could protect first if I wanted to. You know, the protect on Charizard here. Like, hey, you know, like, let's make this last as long as we can.
Yep, and no risks need to be taken here from Sagen. Double protecting the Charizard and the Toxapex. Juan has no options here. That toxic damage is just going to keep ticking up and up and up, locking him out from this game too, meaning that Sagen Park, the 2014 World Champion, is now 1-0 here in 2026.
That was a really impressive set by Sagen. Hey, you know, like, yeah, you know, I might be a former world champion, but that doesn't mean you can take me lightly this world championship either. I think a lot of players kind of weren't sure what they were going to get from Sagen this year. I think I would be afraid after watching that set there. We kind of see really impressive lines into that Big Six competition, or composition rather, and I think that's also kind of a really great match to have on stream during this first round, because it gives us a lot to think about, right? These are two comps that all the trainers knew they needed to be prepared for going in, and while the Big Six may be the most powerful comp in the terms of stats and damage and kind of having all those Pokemon on the top of the usage stats, the weakness of that is that players have put a lot of thought into how they want to handle this matchup, and Sagen had a really great plan, both in Game 1 and Game 2, put Juan in some really difficult positions, especially in Game 1, positions that deceptively looked like they were favorable for Juan, and it wound up not being so, and perhaps this is just what we're going to see throughout the course of this day for these Big Six players, where other players are like, hey, you know, I didn't come all the way to San Francisco for this World Championships not to have a plan for the most important team.
Yeah, if you know this is going to be one of the most dominant team compositions coming into the World Championships, you gotta have a plan. And Sagen knows that. He has not only competed in the World Championships here for the video game championships, he's competed in the trading card game, he's also competed in Unite, he's competed in Pokken Tournament. Sagen knows what it takes to compete at the top levels for all of the pillars here at the World Championships.
Yeah, there's even the Pokemon Go Invitational.
Yes.
Yeah, he's caught them all. I mean, yeah, he's such an impressive player. I think maybe the purest fan of Pokemon in the world in that way, where, yeah, well, he seems to be good at everything. It must be nice. But it just, yeah, what a great set by him there. Certainly, I wouldn't be too concerned if I was Juan yet either, where going 0-1 is tough, where you're going to have to go a long way from this point until the single elimination force of the tournament without losing more than one more game. But hey, no shame in losing to Seijin. One of the most famous trainers ever for a reason.
Absolutely, and showing off here in round one. The Toxapex composition is not easy to play. It is so easy, especially when you go the Toxapex mode, to get stuck in situations where you have no momentum and you have no pressure because you're just trying to set up those traps. And sometimes you whiff and you trap the wrong Pokemon in with you, but Seijin looked like he was in complete control of that second game from the jump.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult Pokemon to pilot for that reason. We were talking about it a little bit during the game, but yeah, it's so easy to kind of get trapped in playing slowly. And I think one of the reasons why Toxapex for so many years just wasn't used in the Pokemon Video Game Championships is that it was viewed as a single battle Pokemon. Yep. Like, oh, that's a stall Pokemon. All you can do with this Pokemon is stall. And some games you can win by stalling, right? Especially against these more defensive teams. But the whole point of this Big Six team is it's doing a ton of damage, and what are you going to do about it? And playing it a little bit more aggressively like that, I think, is the key. Being able to be flexible, really well-played game. And I kind of expected to see a few more Toxapex in the tournament where we were looking over the teams all of the trainers were using. And I don't think Toxapex is really the sort of Pokemon that ever is going to show up in like the top 12 most used Pokemon. But I think the Charizard, Venusaur, Incineroar combination is going to be very popular this weekend. And even though going into this tournament, that was the most popular version of the composition, many players did choose to opt to drop that Toxapex, go for something a little bit different, but worked out really well for Seijin.
Absolutely, and I am so excited to hear from Seijin. Welcome back to the Video Game Championship, Seijin Park. Let's go ahead and toss it down to the stage to hear from the man himself.
Thank you so much. I am here with Seijin Parker, 2014 World Champion, and Pachirisu lover extraordinaire. Seijin, congratulations on winning your round one. How does it feel?
It's amazing. Thank you.
I see you have Pachirisu with you, right near and dear to your heart. Everybody here loves Pachirisu as well, of course. You know, you've competed in Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the TCG. How does it feel to be back playing in the Video Game Championship Series?
Yeah, I played in a lot of other games and competed, but it's really happy to be back in VGC. And also, I've been really losing a lot on stream matches, but finally I can win in the stream, so yeah, it's feeling really great.
Yeah, and I can't help but notice you're also running a very, what I would consider standard team for this meta. You know, what was your thinking coming into the tournament with what some would call the Big Six, you know, the big Pokemon to beat coming into this event?
So, unfortunately, Pachirisu is not in the championship.
I spoke to you all for a while. I forgot I was muted.
So I tried a lot of things, but
I did get Mackies. I'm very happy. That's a good idea.
I think
it was a good idea to get Mackies. I'm very happy.
Always,
and also,
so
I appreciate the Seijin one.
Yeah, that was my conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly developers are watching, so I'm sure they heard the ask for Pachirisu just now. But you talk about the standard Pokemon, but the Ancient Power Charizard was certainly a twist that's coming into this event, and it came so much in handy in that matchup. What was your thinking in that positioning against Juan's own Charizard?
So my Charizard is timid, so I can even outspeed their Garchomp and Charizard. So I was in the upper position.
Yeah,
in this
Pachirisu's not in the game
against their Garchomp Charizard. So I had to position it well, and so yeah, it turned out really well. Yeah.
Although we get new, I wonder if they'll announce what Pokemon are joining
when you locked in those moves?
Champions in September. I wonder if they announce that later.
So they have a very limited way to KO Toxapex if I knock out their Garchomp. So I focus on targeting, getting rid of Garchomp on the board really quickly, so that worked. So after that, it was a really Toxapex game, yeah.
A Toxapex game indeed. Seijin, it's been so great talking to you. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
So, really thank you a lot for cheering me for me in Korea and all the world. I'm really happy to be here and back in the VGC.
Lou and Lee are good.
Yeah, I'll try my
best
to
well together.
claim another champion trophy. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Best of luck this weekend in the competition. And let's go ahead and take a look at that matchup with our analyst, Ben Kiriakou, over in the Analyst Lounge.
That's how you pronounce Ben's last name, Kiriakou.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and thank you as well, of course, to Sagen getting his first win here in the World Championships. And of course, Ben, we're here for some battle breakdowns.
5 games remain.
Is of course Rose, and what a
Paul
great,
Ruiz and Eric Rios both won theirs.
We've had here already. We had a great first round one, and we get another one to boot.
I say the more matches, the merrier. So I'm really
Turn Rosemary's mic on.
I'm glad you volunteered for that, Rose, because you're going to be here all day, all night.
Okay,
Justin Tang won.
There
we go.
I mean, yeah, it's like, especially when you get these trainers like.
Notice it only happened to the woman.
at the
Pokemon's so
level
sexist.
Of the trainers that we've had already on stream, like. You know, you go to your locals, you go to your regionals, you go to your internationals. The skill density is like pretty high, and then we get to Worlds, and it's like, well, oh, what match do you even pick for the stream, right?
Oh, you better be prepared if you're here to play against former world champions, former international champions, multi-time regional champions. There's no easy pass through the world championships at this caliber, and so we are going to be treated with such good matches all day long.
Let's go.
Since we're in the early stages of this tournament, Rose, I thought what we do, rather than getting into the nitty-gritty of the match, there's a lot to go over there, of course, but getting into a little bit of the nitty-gritty of the teams that our players were using in this round, because we know that Charizard is one of the most common megas that we have, like 43% usage overall. And I wanted to break down a little bit these
Luca and Gio were well known. I don't think they were.
That we don't get as much time to talk about on the desk with our casters. Starting with Sagen here, and this is one of the variants, I think, that has risen in popularity since, well, Wolf used Toxapex to get top 4 at NAIC and just showed us, like, hey,
don't you even insinuate that Sagen was inspired by Wolf.
It was so funny because Toxapex really burst onto the double scene at the end of Scarlet and Violet, where we got a chance to see some of the best competitors in the world using it alongside restricted Pokemon. And so the fact that it was able to hold tall against some of those legendary Pokemon, but then, you know, when Champions released it was in the game, it was a little quiet. Toxapex is now back, and people realize, okay, well, if it was that good against a legendary Pokemon, it must be really good against some of these Mega Evolutions, too. And especially with the format, I mean, this Toxapex, its typing is pretty unique in the game. Water and Poison, and I'm just going to switch over to our other team preview here.
Tentacruel's not in the game, is it?
Two most powerful Mega
Geo made
Pokemon
Vancouver
in the game.
Atlanta top 8,
They're Fire and they're Fairy. What does Water and Poison resist exclusively? Those
Fire
two
and Fairy.
big damage dealing moves.
That's a good point.
You know, looking at the position that this Toxapex takes in the format, it says, hey, you know, you've got these really powerful attackers. I'm just going to put a blocker on that for a little while. But not only that, it gets to support its team with Wide Guard to be able to take those big spread attacks. If you've got it next to a Charizard, no Rock Slide's going to be coming down and hurting you, right? Like, no Earthquakes are going to be able to come down onto the Toxapex as easily. But then you've got all of this stuff.
Like recently, all the IC winners have been expected. Yeah, because like the series, the esport is so popular now that like names have made, like names have been made, and now those names are continuing to win.
It's just so fascinating when
Dad's
you think
a virgin,
about how
probably.
many Pokemon
It's
in
probably
this
growing
format
back.
do use spread attacks. You talk about Rock Slide and Earthquake specifically, to be able to protect something like that Charizard.
How's your
but when
food,
you
Bailey?
think about there also being Heat Wave on opposing Charizards, or even Delphox, Water Spout from opposing Mega Blastoise. There's spread attacks on some of the most powerful Pokemon in the entire format. And so the fact that you even just have that as a threat on Team Preview, you gotta think twice about whether or not you're going to be clicking that
dry scoop the Cherry Watermelon for 18 and be well happy.
Which is a great way to segue into these Charizards that we're facing down, right? And a lot of the power of these teams with such powerful Pokemon, so many stats at their disposal, like you've got so many choices, and the big one that's been coming out is this ancient
Shadow Scarab, how you doing?
Charizard. And especially in this like meta game where there's quite a lot of Toxapex in the field, quite a lot of Wide Guard where people can lock it in.
Earned my Insyn yet?
Like, well, you know, I'm going to get my rocks from Charizard rather than getting my rocks from Rock Slide, right? And so being able to pressure the Charizard, never one-hit KOs, right? It never actually gets the KO on opposing Charizard.
Connect my world's Pikachu.
An opposing Charizard down to the point where
this
anything else can be able to knock it out is so powerful.
Being able to remove the Mega Evolution that you have locked into for the game just takes away such a big tool for any opponent. But thinking about how Charizard has also developed.
It says I've done 100%
right out the gates,
of an
Pokemon
hour for the
Champions
world's
launches,
Incineroar.
Mega Charizard Y
But it hasn't given
one
it
of
to
the
me.
premier Mega Evolutions. But the
What's that about?
movesets that it actually has had over the last couple of months have changed.
How have I done
given
100%
the
of 1
meta and
hour,
the
but it won't let
format
me
that we've
claim it?
played? So used to be Heat Wave, Weather Ball, Solar Beam, three attacking moves that you would want to lock in with this
Who knows?
Charizard. But then, as Charizard has been this
Someone in the
very
Twitch chat just said
centralized
Sagen is using a
piece of the
bulky
meta, we have
Toxapex
seen
as
that
opposed to
change
fast
a little
sweeper
bit.
Toxapex.
We've seen Lycanroc come in to have
Oh, yeah, maybe it
Accelerock
is.
to try
Maybe
to
that's
start
how I'm
these
getting conned.
Charizards. And then, as you mentioned, Ancient Power has been the newest meta tech on these Pokemon, so they can duel against those opposing Charizards. But it's just been really fascinating to watch how people have continued to keep Charizard at the forefront of the metagame, but protecting it in different ways.
100%, and especially in these compositions, you've got so many different options.
They know
right?
you're a cretin and won't give it to you.
You've got
Sounds
this
about
Ancient
right.
Power slot on the Charizard. There's a little bit of a flex slot. A lot of players really
shit.
want to
gonna be
punish the
drippy.
Charizards that they're locking in with an infestation from the top.
This is Mackey's, yes.
But then you've got so many options on Bastia Legion. And I
Double
feel
Claw
like
Panda
Bastia Legion is one of
with
those
sandwich
Pokemon
sauce
that
instead of
we've
mustard,
seen
baby.
evolve as well. Like, Sajan's running the Choice Scarf here, right? It's going to go quick. It doesn't need setting up. It
What,
doesn't
you got
need to be
Gizmo?
in the right position necessarily. This was the first item that everybody was slapping on their Choice Scarf Bastia Legion with the adaptability. Last Respects coming in is like, hey, you've taken some Pokemon of mine. Let me return the favor and get some key knockouts on here. But nowadays, you see a lot of this item change, right? You see Life Orb, you see Mystic Water, you see Citrus Berry
Look
as
at
well.
DQ because another
You have
Italian cut
that
the line to get in
flex
with it.
slot of like, how do I want to run my Bastia
Wait,
Legion?
what?
Speed control do I have on my team? So where you look at all of Sajan's team here, this Toxapex Venusaur composition that's really been quite dominant in the lead up to the World Championships, it's like, well, I don't have any speed control, so I've got to force a speed ceiling, right? You've got to say like,
He's a
hey,
former world
I've got to have
champion.
something there with the Venusaur that's going to be able to outspeed a bunch of my opponent's Pokemon. Sometimes it's on the Garchomp, but this
That
one's
is
a
a
Life
rough
Orb,
punishment
and so like
for
Life Orb,
getting a
Citrus
mate
Berry,
into the
Choice
Pokemon
Scarf, and, you know, depending on how you want to run that. The other thing I just want to point out here, just as a quick one before we move over, is Lash Out on this Incineroar. I think it's a really cool tech on Sajan's
That seems
team. It's
overly
like saying,
harsh. Like,
hey,
kick him out
you
of the
wanna
Pokemon
intimidate
Center,
me,
sure.
I'm going to do a little bit more damage this turn just to put the pressure down onto my opponent.
I was sitting backstage with Aaron as we were watching this match, and I turned to him and I went, I think I've seen Lash Out in like 4 years.
Yeah,
It's been
kinda.
a long time since I feel like this particular attack has been meta relevant.
That's crazy.
But I really love this unique choice on Incineroar. I think there are a couple of different tech moves that this Incineroar can have. Sometimes you end up seeing Darkness
Yum, yum.
Lariat if you want to just have a flat dark type damage that's going to be getting a same type attack bonus. But you've also seen things like Helping Hand that's going to be on Incineroar. Depends on what you feel like the team really needs in order to have the best chance in the tournament.
100%.
Sneeze that would
And
lash
then,
out in the World Cup
You know,
2024.
there's
Damn.
loads of options on the Venusaur. I think we've been talking about Sajan's team and
good
this sort of
burger.
composition for a little while. So let's jump over to Juan Salerno's team. Now this is the sort of quintessential. Well, we were talking about this during the match. We're not going to call it Big Six, are we? Are we going to call it Little Six? We're going to call it Mid Six, like Medium Six? What are we?
Oh, I
going
know,
for,
Yoshi.
Rose?
You've been revising.
The jury's still out on that one, but it's just because when you think about Big Six, you think about some of the historical teams that have existed earlier on and earlier days of competitive Pokemon. So we'll come back to
My
you on
shaky
that.
leg
But
is somehow synced
I
up
thought
with Liam.
particularly this team is the perfect illustration of what you were talking about. Item differences on the
Yum,
Bastia
yum.
Legion and the Garchomp. You can really
yum
see,
again.
even though the movesets are
Oh.
quite similar between the two Pokemon, the natures as well as the items are really what change how this composition
The Big Six is
100%.
Kangaskhan,
It's like a lot of the early variants of this team. I want to like talk a little bit about Mega Flow.
Ground Xerneas, Smeargle, Salamence, Talonflame. I think it is
We start
Kanga.
talking about Charizard all weekend, but Mega Floette is something that is obviously really very strong. We identified it pretty quickly as like, hey, look, that's got.
Oh, the
Fairy
Pokemon
Aura plus
Trainer
big
Central
stats. It's
website
like,
is down.
Xerneas at home kind of thing. No
weird.
Geomancy, which I think everybody was maybe happy to see that it couldn't do something quite as
still
strong
have
as
Calm
that.
Mind
But
on
you still
some
got Calm Mind,
variants.
exactly that, and that's the set. floette that we were seeing so commonly on these Mega Floette compositions. But the thing that's really evolved and adapted over the time in this competition, NB, right? Like how fast are you running your floette? I mind if you want to play a little bit of a slower game, but if you want to do some damage, Light of Ruin there is really strong. It does do recoil to your Mega Floette, and so it changes the dynamic. It's been so fun, like seeing in regulation MB, right? Like how fast are you running your floette? It's like modest, a little bit fast, a little bit far. Oh wait, no, we're going timid now because like yeah, everybody else has caught on to. Oh, okay, we're max speed, right? Okay, let's go for that and see if you get some tailwind set up with the Whimsicots, and you get some a little bit of space to just
round 2 parents are up.
Those big damages, put a dent in somebody's team that they can't necessarily recover from.
But that's where you
Wolf
can see
Glick versus Oliver Escolin.
Allow this Basket Legion to lean a little bit more heavy into the offense with something like that.
Alex Underhill versus Eduardo
Cunha. We ended up seeing on Sage and Park's team, Whimsicott has that priority tailwind because of that prankster ability, and that means that everything else can be maybe a little bit on the slower side. You've got that
Sage and Park versus
which is going to
Adria Rodriguez Paul
instead of that speed. And same thing talking about Tim and Floette. Well, this one can be modest and lean a little bit more into the special attack output that way.
And it's exactly what Juan has decided to go for there, having the
Seri Ruben and Lucignoli got banned from the venue by security due to apparently line cutting.
Damage, and damage is the priority, but my Pokemon can set up
apparently TPCI simply can't do anything because America has security has all the power. What?
Maybe the game plan for Juan isn't to go like toe to toe with Floette to Floette and try to manage that Pokemon a little bit differently. But then going through the team, I mean, we've talked about the
taking everyone's team sheets back to redo
and that obviously changes how you run it, how you train it. The Jolly versus Adamant Natures, the ones that we usually see, but also then
Asian language translations on team sheets are incorrect.
Oh
my
god!
God!
That I see like has evolved the most over the time, where players started on Choppleberry because Sneasler was everywhere now, and then it's like, well, okay, we need Focus Sash because we can't like survive Charizard as well as
Champion's been holding up for Worlds.
Close
been
combat,
fun.
things like that, right?
Been enjoyable.
But now it's like, well, you know, in these mirrors, I've really got to be able to switch into a Charizard and get myself in Sucker.
So
like,
Ben and Rosemary are just vamping at the moment.
Punch.
That's...
Maybe even go for a Swords Dance in front of these kind of team compositions. And the moveset here is like something that also changes quite a lot, right? It was like, this one's 4 attacks, but we see so many double dark Swords Dance King Gambits on so many different compositions as well.
Yeah, I
Who
think
is
that the
Seri,
Black
Ruben,
Glasses
and
variant, where you
Lucignoli?
really are going to be putting
Do you
a
mean
lot
Luca
of eggs
Charabelli
into
and the other
dark-type
Luca?
basket has been very popular, but I think the fact that this King Gambit is here kind of built to do a lot of different things. This team as a whole is quite balanced in terms of the types of damage that you're actually able to
That's
cover.
gotta be
I
a
really
fucking
like
weekend
being able
ruiner,
to
hasn't it?
see 3 different types of attacks where low click is going to have its use. You don't have another fighting type on the team like that Sneasler that could try to shore up the damage for you, and you still want to be able to have something like an Iron Head so that you do have super effective damage into opposing Floettes and Whimsicots.
It's kind of like, yeah, Incineroar's not on the team. We need the glue somewhere else.
Yeah.
And King Gambit's like the perfect like combination of coverage to be able to do that. And yeah, like I think both of our trainers had such a great showing of their teams in our round 1 part 2. But we're going to throw it to a quick break now while we get round 2 set up. So don't go anywhere, trainers, because we'll be right back. Trainers, welcome back. We're here with Giovanni Siski, our reigning world champion. And we're going to be having a little bit of a chat to see how his season has changed.
Round 1 part 2 is an interesting choice, yeah, right?
2025 to now coming
We'll
into
be
the
very
World
right back.
Championships
We get a
2026.
tease for
So,
Weewah
Gio,
at the end.
thank you
You'd
for joining
imagine
us.
so. We'll probably
Let's
get like,
start
maybe a new
with
Pokemon reveal
a
or
really
something.
basic question. We'll keep it zoomed out to start things off.
Kind of like what they did with.
We're coming into the first World Championship.
When we
and
got
Pokemon Championship.
the Cyclers.
What does that mean for you coming in? Like, how excited are you to be playing on our very latest game?
Oh, it means everything to me. I mean, I got into this game watching it just as it transitioned over to the 3DS era, and joined in just as it was in its twilight of the 3DS era, moving over to the Switch in a couple of years after that. And so now that it's become this worldwide game that's even be played on mobile is just absolutely insane. And to represent a community as a whole like that as currently the best player in the world is just so mind-boggling to me.
Maybe still currently after this weekend, we'll have to see. Gio, becoming the World Championship is something that very few people have been able to say in their careers. What has that meant for you over the season, transitioning into the 2026 season, like your expectations going into events, how you're preparing, like has anything changed for you?
I think it's only made me more hungry, to be honest. Going into the 2025 season, I had results that weren't really indicative of what I believed in myself, and I was finally able to string together a number of really amazing results. Finishing off, of course, being crowned the world champion last year.
Live fans watching, unprecedented in Pokemon video game history.
Made by AI.
An arena that's crowned Olympic champions before.
Giovanni,
Gio now can call himself world
check his deck, make sure he's the
I've
leader
taken a
of a
step
team
back
of
a little
villains.
bit. I haven't played as many events, but
He's a VGC
I've
player. He's not
still
using a
had
deck.
Some good results throughout the season, and of course with the auto invitation to the World Championships, I always had that locked in as well. So I was really just looking to test myself and push
Squirrel
myself.
Guy
and my
won.
abilities,
Sage and Park.
for every event I go to.
I'm glad you said about, you know, the way that you're playing less events. You've got the auto invite locked in. How's that changed? What teams you're locking in? Like how you're approaching, like taking a swing at the format versus just doing what you did last season.
Yeah, like Park,
Tried and
Sage
tested.
and Park.
Yeah, I mean, going into every tournament, I always like to just play my style of Pokemon. That's kind of always been my thing. I want to stick to my brand as a player. I don't want to just play something because it's good. That being said, I might play things that are also very, very strong.
Good Pokemon are good, right?
But I also tend to experiment a little with some more niche picks or that might catch people a little bit off guard.
Well,
might
around
surprise some
2 pounds
people.
posted on Arcanine Labs.
So I'm really looking forward to the events where I get to do that.
Okay, well, I've got one last question for you, Gio. Got a little bit of a hot take coming up. So last year, I saw you on Saturday night. We went out for dinner. I ran into you completely unplanned. You were sitting across the table from James Evans, who you were playing on Sunday the next day in the finals. So, my question to you is, if you're in the finals on Championship Sunday yet again this year, who are you taking out to dinner?
I might go as far to say that we might have a repeat world champion, but cross-divisional with Kosakide. He's been on a tear this year with a top 8 at both Japan Nationals and the North American Internationals.
Just wish there was more.
He even won a very prestigious grassroots tournament just a couple weeks ago where a lot of Japanese representatives at the World Championships this weekend were in attendance as well. And so he's got to be.
You can only grow Bumfluff. That's because you don't let it go past the itchy
Love
stage.
to see that, Gio. Thank you so
letting
much
it
for
grow.
joining us.
Even
We're
when
going
it's
to get
Bumfluff,
back
just leave
to
it,
things, and we're
trim
going to be
it
back
so
to
it
the
looks
action
neat,
very
and
soon.
then
So
let
stay
it grow.
tuned.
It works for everybody.
Join the adventure in Pokemon Horizons.
Horizons! I enjoy it. It's better than the original one. I do like it past the itchy stage. Just squeeze harder.
Alongside Liko and Roy.
Okay, let's do it! All right!
As they travel, battle,
Use Ember! ET2, use Latent!
and grow as trainers. Pokemon Horizons the series, now playing on Netflix.
Your dad's name is Jelly Jelly Cum Cum. Jelly Jelly Cum Cum. Oh, Roy is it? Yeah, Roy's the Man, remember CA? Fucking hell. Swiss round 2 in 2 minutes. Let's go! I haven't even opened Pokopia yet. Crazy. Give me my instant, man. Lack of a background is frying me. Friday's nuts. Damn, bro. Garchomp Z. Is this a reveal trailer that I never saw? Pokemon, Pokemon, Pokemon. Garchomp, why, when? Garchomp, where, when, why, how, biscuit barrel chin. Am I right? Yes. Oh my God,
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful San Francisco, California. We are here at the Moscone Center for the World Championships and inaugural Pokemon XP, celebrating our 30th anniversary of Pokemon. Can you believe it, Scott?
I cannot. We were here just 10 years ago for a World Championships, and things looked a little bit different back then. I think it was a lot of fun,
10
very
years ago
extravagant at the time too. But wow, it's incredible how much things have changed over the course of the few years.
What did I just say?
It's really incredible. If you haven't been checking out any of the Pokemon XP content as well, make sure you're doing that.
They're using the EU. No, only you would notice that, Yoshi. With respect, only you would notice.
Cool things they have set up out there. I am so jealous that I'm here, but given the first two matches that we've seen here at the World Championships, kind of seems like the heat's down here.
Yeah, maybe not that jealous, right? Where we couldn't ask for much more. And hey, I think that's kind of the fun of this whole event, right? If you come here for Rayquaza Road, like, oh, actually that tournament's pretty cool. Maybe I'll watch a little bit of that.
I'm looking for the dive ball on that layout. Where is it?
Champions already at
See the Master Ball, see the Heal Ball, Net Ball, Dust Ball, Quick Ball.
First round. Going to have another
something, Timer Ball, Luxury Ball, Repeat Ball.
Again, just looking at the pairings too. I mean, there's so many great names out there. We're like, you can't get an easy match in this tournament.
Yeah, it makes it so difficult to actually pick out which matches we want to be featuring here on the main stage, because there are just so many incredible competitors out there in the field. And I'm glad you highlighted the multiple champions that are doing well here in Pokemon Champions. Of course, Gio saying he expects there to be a repeat champion this year. Looking pretty good so far. We've
How did
seen
the Premier Ball make it, but the Dive Ball didn't?
Already, and even more out in the field are still doing very well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to look at the results. I believe Gio himself won as well. But you called out Co's. I think I would agree
with
you
the Quick Ball is the...
An hour ago was my player to watch. I think he did lose in the first round, so I think that's pretty shocking too. I think a lot of us just feel like a really impressive player. You won a Japanese grassroots event just a couple of weekends
Happy
ago.
World Season to all.
There as well, but hey, it's only one round.
Premier was probably more well known.
Better going forward if you win this first round.
Oh, like the repeat ball.
You have to win a lot of games in a row.
Come off it.
Regardless of what happens in round one. So pressure's on for the trainers who didn't win that first round. But
if Gio's in the same team from NAIC or not, I guess we'll have to find out.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, of course, you are not eliminated after one loss. You have to, two
lose
losses still qualify you to the second phase of the tournament, and 2 losses overall get you into that top cut bracket. So every player is still alive in the tournament. Let's take a look at some of the teams that we expected to see perform very well here at the tournament, and so far, so good. I see you and Sierra both being on the team Toxapex here. Sajin made that Pokemon look extremely impressive.
Yeah, I think it was one. I was a little anxious to lock it in myself, just because how many players are actually going to opt to do this at this World Championships. But we've seen a lot of development on this team throughout the past few months, where I think Wolf's finish at NEIC, even though we've seen it get second place at Hong Kong Nationals, as well as in the last regional championships here in North America.
Instead of the double elimination bracket.
But the top 4 at NEIC is like, fine, this is a real Pokemon. We need to develop this. A lot of Japanese players picked up as well, which is maybe what I was thinking when I locked the team in there. Like, oh, surely some of the big names will actually bring this, and I think that's pretty good to be invested in. A lot of different teams here. We see 5 Charizards, so we managed to find 3 teams that didn't have Charizard. Please be proud of us. Please put the gold star for us on your fridge. I mean, not for like us, but for the other 3 casters.
Yeah, for Ben and for Aaron and for Rose. We did already get to see the Blastoise and Delphox team in that first round. Of course, it did lose to Wolf's team in that first round, but Some other teams, I expect to see Ben's team, the Frostlass and Scovillain. It's been affectionately dubbed Italian Ice. One of the teams that wants to feast on Charizard teams. And if Charizard's at 40% plus usage, you would expect that team to be doing very well. And of course, Aaron highlighting one of the newer adaptations.
Wild. I'm just looking at the Luca Cherubelli stuff.
Introduced to Regulation MB in
Double weather,
Raichu
baby.
and Staraptor.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest disappointments maybe is the fact we didn't get to stream too many tournaments in Regulation MBs. I think Raichu is just so much fun to watch. I hate playing it. I hate playing against it, where it's a very
Luca Cherubelli?
Yeah, I think I have similar defensive stats to Mega Raichu Y, which is not a compliment to the Pokemon. But I think it's just so much fun to watch, where it's very read heavy. You have tools to win every matchup if you get all of your turns right. But boy, do you have tools to learn to lose quickly if you don't get them wrong. I think those of us who maybe prefer a more defensive style of battling can look another direction. But I think it's a really powerful Pokemon we're likely to see throughout the course of this tournament, especially at this level where everyone is good enough to be able to do some damage with a very difficult Pokemon to use.
Yeah, and I also have to shout out my co-caster Lee there, who has also chosen to go for the dual weather Sun Rain team. Usually you don't
all I
see
can really find
a rain Pokemon next to a drought Pokemon like
all I can
Charizard.
Find. Yeah, of course Beethoven's dead. He's been dead since
dynamic
like what?
And interesting
When
and
did
engaging. It's the most fun I've had playing Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. It's been playing that Sun Rain
Beethoven
team.
died
And I would not be
on
surprised
March
to see it
26,
go deep just because it gives you so much
1827.
flexibility. I very rarely feel like I'm completely out of the
yeah,
game.
like all I can find from the Luca Cherubelli thing is that, apparently, like Caleb was saying, someone cut in line. It wasn't 1835, it was 1827, motherfucker.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun to play as well.
Yeah, apparently someone, so basically, I guess a friend of his joined the line for the Pokemon Center at the point that Luca was at, and the whole group that they were with got kicked out by security for queue jumping.
I should say, in particular, is a lot of fun.
Which is so weird.
I remember during the last World Championships in London.
No, to be fair, you're only 7 years off.
The trainers who would bring Charizard and then not Gigantamax. It's like, but regular Charizard is
oh, look, you can see me.
It's not so terrible now. It's gained a lot of moves over the course of the last couple of games where with both Weather Ball and Hurricane, it does a lot of damage as regular Charizard.
They're vamping, guys. They're vamping while they do the printing.
And, it's also just so much fun to play against, where I think a lot of Pokemon is very suspicious. If you don't Mega Evolve it immediately, it's like, oh, is there another Mega in the back? Where Charizard keeps you guessing a little bit longer because Pokemon where you're naturally holding Mega anyway often to try to get weather control, especially on that team where you have a second weather Pokemon. I think it plays a little bit more fun where I always like playing the double primal compositions in the GS Cup. It's kind of a similar thing.
For Q-Jump, you can't compete. I think it's more that if security kicks you out of the venue, you can't compete.
Where I think with Pelipper and
Because part of it's just they said they wouldn't be playing.
Moves. I think they feel a lot more like a
About
combo instead of like you have like two really powerful forces that are great to have on your team,
I think
maybe don't work so
it's
well together
important
the way
to understand that from the sound of it, I don't think Pokemon have disqualified them.
Of course, Weather Ball gets a power boost.
From the sound of it, it's security has kicked a group of people out the venue.
On the field, so it can be water typing if
and they've had to say to Pokemon, we can't compete because we're not allowed in the venue anymore. You know what I mean?
If the snow is up as well. And that gives this team so much flexibility and really does allow your Charizard to be effective in range, especially because Charizard does not really have great.
And I'm just going to say it, I'm always the person that says it.
Hurricane, which is
the Pokemon Center's not even that good.
But if you get rain going
unless you want the exclusives, it's all available online
type attacker
on the website.
Also deal some damage to your steel types if you need to with a fire type Heat Wave.
Yeah, I think it's also just like, I don't know, I feel like you imagine like, man, like what should a tournament double battle be like? I don't know if there's any team that's kind of like more exactly on theme with like kind of how the battle plays out in your dreams instead of in real life.
Yeah.
Where it's just so much fun where like the Pokemon really do feel like they complement one each other. Like you feel really smart, like, oh, like my Charizard in a bad spot, but if I switch Pelipper in and like use a water attack with my fire type Pokemon, like I'm in a great position. And like, I think finding that sort of solution is just so much fun, like kind of rewards you for being creative in a way that some other teams don't, where like, I tend to be sort of tactical. Like, okay, well, it's objectively correct for me to
the early drama at Worlds? Oh, not yet. We're not even started yet, baby.
You're freestyling a little bit more, and you can kind of have more explosive.
I mean, we've already got the drama of them reprinting the team sheets,
which we see a lot more of in this format, and I think it's just a really neat thing. Also, just have to kind of shout out the creators, where I think we saw a lot of it from Alex Underhill and Billy Brown in particular in the online tournaments. But yeah, there are not a ton of compositions that are have been not piloted, but kind of innovated by our home region of North America there. So I'm happy with the players over here contributing something to this metagame. So thank you.
Absolutely, and it is a really interesting team because you do have a lot of improvisation in the team, like you mentioned, but it also has such a high skill ceiling because it's also in a pretty low skill floor because it's actually very easy to get in your own way with this team as well. You never want to end up in a situation where you have the wrong weather up. You have a lot of different tools to get your weather correct, but you also do have a lot of anti-synergy on the team. So it takes a really
anti-synergy. She was awful.
pilot to make sure that you're getting the most out of all those options and keeping the most options open for yourself throughout the entire game. So I'm really excited to see it. We may be able to see it very shortly, but
wait, can you see them frantically printing team sheets in the VGC section?
Well. That's why I picked it for my caster predictions.
Yeah, I hope
VGC section is the red section.
It doesn't quite look right when I'm doing it.
Look at the crowds of people.
I kind of learned playing the team is that it's very important to lead well because it doesn't pivot super well. Or again, the anti-synergy. If you're having to make a bunch of defensive switches, you're in trouble.
I'll tell you what,
this guy that makes the comp really powerful.
This guy's just not happy. He's been sat there with his arms folded like that for a while now.
As you're playing reactively, I think it tends to be really weak, particularly if
now he knows I'm watching him.
Early in the game, where it's
Security taking their passes and telling them go and get them reprinted when they can't be reprinted is mental. What? Where'd you get that info?
Guess I get to pick a bad option. That's awesome. And yeah, I think you need some foresight to play that team well.
One player is now 1-0. Why are you using Report Worm, man?
We only have
why aren't you using RK9?
That they can do well enough to have that foresight because they have qualified for the World Championship. What makes this tournament
Luca
so
posted a
special
paste bin
every single year, and it's why. When we saw that we were going to do a
Luca's
second round one, I wasn't annoyed or anything. I was ecstatic. I was like, we get to see another one of these great matches. We have so many talented players.
Yeah, missed round 2. Apparently the
8 out in the field trying to get a second world championship, and that's just in the Masters division as well.
Yeah, definitely, stay right here. But
apparently the Asian translations on the team sheets were wrong. So there's been a complete recall of team sheets.
Feature match stream from Victory Road with even more matches. I think definitely going to be fun to review those after this tournament is over. Where
here we go. I'll read it out.
So much fun. I think this format is really neat. Where
due to unforeseen circumstances, me, Luca Cherubelli, and 2 friends of mine, Ruben Gianzini and Luca Lucignoli, are unable to compete at the Pokemon World Championships this weekend. First of all, I want to address the Pokemon Center situation better. I'll not try and dispute much of that, as I believe to be the fault of ours. I hope you understand that Luca let Ruben join us in the line, as he has a documented disability that makes him severely uncomfortable in crowded spaces, and unlike other times, he was not accommodated for the Pokemon Center, so we believed having him with us would have been the best of the situation. Nonetheless, my complaint is not about the act itself. We were barred from entering the Pokemon Center, and we complied with the decision. The main issue stems from the security taking away our passes, citing they needed to make sure we could not access the Pokemon Center again, but reassuring us several times that we would have been able to have them reprinted in order to compete the following day. Due to not wanting to cause any trouble and agreeing with the decision of not letting us in the Pokemon Center, we obliged. But as it turns out, passes taken away by staff are not able to be printed again, effectively turn the decision into a ban from the event itself. I believe this to be extremely unjust, as it clearly does not reflect the misdeed in the slightest, but on top of that, we were misled, whether intentionally or not, into not challenging such an absurd decision. Upon confronting the on-site staff, we were told that nothing could have been done to get our passes back, ultimately resulting in us being unable to access the venue. The situation looks so absurd that it clearly looks like I am not telling the whole truth, the whole story. I hope you believe me when I say that this is all there is. This year's been extremely hard for me emotionally, and due to being unable to attend tournaments for 8 months, I was looking forward to experience Worlds once again, so having it stripped from me from such an unjust situation is soul-crushing to say the least. I do not know whether I will ever feel able to compete again after this experience. Bro. Poor Luca.
You give us a little bit different this time. You want to keep the experience fresh for him.
Jesus.
Absolutely, and some other great matches out here. Of course, World semifinalists.
The only drama at Worlds is they don't have Liam on commentary staff yet. They never will. I make Paul.
One of Latin America's longest tenured at this point.
And I'm content with that.
Players, so exciting matchup out there in the field. Of course, our colleague
you can't blame him.
Playing up against Alex Gomez Berna. Also,
US event security is always pulling madness like like
be
this, which is
incredible
mad.
matches. Victor Medina versus Arath.
But also,
Alcaraz.
why
I
can't
would love to
Pokemon
watch that
reprint?
match. There are so many good
I
matches out
could
in the field. I'm
understand
so
it,
glad that
right?
we're gonna be
I
able
could
to at
understand
least have
it
VODs
if,
for most
if this was between a bunch of
it's gonna be
random
great.
competitors.
I think it's going to be fun kind of as the tournament progresses, where I think one of the things
Because you could be like, well, we don't know that you've lost your, you've had your passes taken off you and need them reprinted. But this is former world champion, like the 2 years ago world champion Luca Charabelli, and you're telling me the Pokemon staff can't verify that it's him?
I've got to make the right choices in team preview. I've got to play
And therefore, you know, give him
kind of
access to
knowing
the
your lines
fucking
and
venue.
executing game plans. I think as the deeper we get in the tournament, the sharper everyone's going to be, because this is a tournament
That's
where
mad.
you're just not going to stay alive unless you're
He
playing
won a
really
regional
high.
this
So,
year, yeah.
I think we're going to see maybe some of the best Pokemon we've ever seen over the course of this tournament.
That's
yeah, well,
insane.
I'm really excited to get into it. We have so many great players out in the field, and especially having some additional weeks of regulation MB after the tournament as well. That is one of the things that I most enjoy after the World Championships, is seeing, we've had a pretty extensive off season in between North American International Championships and the World Championships here. So a lot of players have been saving some of their adaptations for this tournament right now. And now we're going to have a few more weeks afterwards to really see what won here, and then also be able to experiment and see what still is left in the tank for MB.
Yeah, I think that's kind of going to be one thing that's fun to watch this tournament in general, too, is like how much sauce was left in the bottle, right? I think the prevailing wisdom from competitors, at least in the English-speaking community, tended to be like, okay, there's like a few tricks that people have, but like probably largely we've seen what we're going to see, right? And it's more about optimization, just like really knowing your side of the field well, so you can adapt to any surprises, and then being able to have a good game plan into all of the popular teams.
Even if he's made the queue unjustly, that shouldn't affect his competing unless he was being actively hostile. They flew all the way out there and paid all that money.
And because of that, like, I think it makes the grassroots tournaments going into this event more important than ever, right? Where, just looking at an ASC and then, playing with your friends and then coming here, I think that's just not a way that was viable to prep for this tournament. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the trainers that were really effective in those grassroots tournaments, because I think both proving they could do well, but also like, okay, well, they've got some higher stress reps of those teams, right? It wasn't
Can't they show the QR codes on entry? More should have been done to rectify this. They should treat qualified players like this, yeah.
Prizes, and I think that
does security just not know they can't reprint passes? Either way, even if you're like, oh, we can't reprint the passes, surely some kind of exception must be able to be made for a former world
Absolutely.
champion.
And we've been talking a little bit as we were getting started in the tournament today, like that it really does feel like it's a meta where you need to be the best at this team archetype. It's all about, do you click with this particular team? Does this team make sense to you? And it's really difficult. It can be really difficult, A, to find that team, but B, also to stick with it when you're worried about other meta developments that may be having. And I think it's really important that players understand who they are as a Pokemon player in this meta, maybe more than any other meta we've had.
Yeah, something I'm always kind of pushy about was like, hey, if you think you're the 10th best Big Six player, why did you pick it?
American hysteria regarding the sports venues.
But I think especially in this tournament where it gets like, it's less clear, like, maybe it's better to be the 10th best player of the best team than the best player of the 15th best team, right? But I don't think we know really how strong all the teams are relative to one another, where I think it depends a lot on like how popular other teams wind up being, and like kind of what your matchups wind up being. Like, hey, maybe you wind up playing
more
one
like a
team
chase
4
center
times
thing
in
and
a
not
row,
a Pokemon
because
thing.
that's just how your matchups
Yeah, but I think
played
Pokemon
out.
are the ones that organize the passes.
Yeah, but I think that mastery is important, and I think it's also kind of an interesting one.
I mean, security will still have the passes, I guess, but I wonder if they just bin them.
Like, view the grass being always greener, where, hey, this isn't a format where you're going to feel good about all your practice games, right? Because, it's, again, you're not going to have the team advantage very much. And I think there's a big switching cost. Like, oh, like this matchup is a little tough for me, so I'm going to try something completely different, because it's probably also just going to have the same problem with another team, right? And I think you've got to control your own side of the field, kind of just do your thing as best as you can, and you got to trust yourself in this tournament, I think.
Yeah, well, we have 2 players who are ready on stage who are definitely good at doing their own thing. We have
let's
Alex
go.
Underhill from the United States up against the 2022 world champion Eduardo Cunha. And I know when we were looking at the teams this morning, you were extremely happy to see Eduardo's choices.
Genjar,
this matchup.
Eduardo Cunha con perish.
Among the first 5 players I checked their team. I don't care what happens in the field, right? I'm just here to commentate, but I really do think it kind of just represents the game the best if the players kind of like pick their thing. Both these guys, I think, are very iconic for the teams they've selected. I hope both of them have great runs. I think this is just really fun. Edu, kind of the only player who really plays his sort of thing. He's kind of been using a similar pool of Pokemon throughout the course of the regulation. He did very well in the grassroots early on. Get a little bit quieter after that, which kind of made me suspicious. Like, oh, I think he is going to bring it because maybe trying to fall off the radars a little bit. But a version of Perish Trap that no one else really uses, right? I guess Perish 4, they're calling it. Trap might be a little bit aggressive because he's missing a lot of the usual tools you have that sort of team, right? You don't have multiple fake-up Pokemon. You don't have Sinistcha. It's just very unique and special. I think Edu also someone to keep in mind with an execution-based tournament. There's only one trainer in the modern era who's won a world championship by going undefeated. That would be him with his world championship, right? We hadn't seen it since Ray Rizzo back in 2012. And I got to tell you, I played in that tournament. We didn't play nearly as many rounds back then. So that's a little wonky in that stat. Edu was special.
Well, here is Alex Underhill, who was one of the primary architects of
that
this
pisses me
Sun
right
Rain
off.
team. You have the Mega Charizard
Kota
and
Kawabe
the Mega
from Japan has
Swampert,
already
dual
won
Megas,
round 2.
And of course, like we
As
mentioned,
has
they
Christian
can both
Andrade and
come to the
Sebastian
battle.
Lobos and
Be
Emilio
on the lookout
Forbes.
to see how Alex is going to be able
And
to
Taran
maintain weather
Birdie!
control,
Taran won
which
round 2, he's
Pokemon he
2-0.
chooses to bring in.
Up the Taran.
And actually keep an eye out on that Grimmsnarl, which is really the glue that keeps this team together.
Yuma Kinugawa. Yuma Kinugawa's 2-0.
Where you want to use Grimmsnarl at a pretty high rate with
Jessok
the team.
Lee.
Leads well with almost everyone. It can do a lot of fun tricks.
Alex Xavier Alvarez.
A little bit where it's like, hey, you know, like I'm going to lead with like
Yuya
Charizard. I'm going to
Wakasugi.
protect them to get the screens up. I'm going to make my already great Pokemon even bulkier. It's also very cool.
Dawei
with the
C.
weather-based Pokemon where you can click a
Henry
party
Rich.
shot. Your opponent has to switch
Raj
first. You have that first to turn
Desai.
over, and then the Grimmsnarl with that boosted priority will parting shot.
Navi Joshi.
Weather Pokemon, or if perhaps you predicted incorrectly, you can bring in a different Pokemon instead.
Tommy Rolfing.
I think another thing to keep in mind of his team that's
Sangwoo Kim.
check out that nature for
Luke.
Archelodon. Not something that
Bawa.
we've always seen with it, where I think one thing trainers lamented
Philippe
with the Pokemon
Wozniak.
Champions game is that no longer where we have
Ooh,
a lot
Grimmy
of
Snarl.
that we're used to, particularly
Montana
that
Mott. Oh, Rosemary will be happy.
boosting
No,
nature
that's
is not
Stefan
an
Mott,
assault
Liam.
vest,
Oh,
but
yeah.
still
Montana
much
Mott,
more
though.
vulnerable
Still
on
through.
the special side. So,
Samuel
doing what you can
Pieria.
there to increase the special defense of this Pokemon.
Michael
You
Zhang.
can take a few weak physical attacks. It gets pretty gross.
Matteo
defensive
Ferrari.
side.
Yeah, it does.
Although, noteworthy, I think being
Let's
able to use
go.
Archelodon well is one of the things I think that makes this team really
James
powerful, where
Evans,
it's like a great
former
Pokemon that is a little too
last
reliant
year's
on the
runner-up,
rain core,
is
which
1-on-1.
otherwise maybe isn't considered to be super powerful, but not so great maybe in this
Wolf Glick
particular
is still
matchup
battling.
where Parasong is like, hey, I would like it if you did not ramp against
Dawei
my team,
is just running it back.
actually,
She
and
should have a
it's
team
pretty
last
hard
week.
Yeah, I'm giving
Maybe.
you 3 turns to ramp.
Montana
back
Darian
somehow.
Zachary Carlson.
Otherwise,
Yes.
your Pokemon is done. But that
That's
is
the
part
one.
of why Grimmsnarl is going to
Montana.
be so important here. Having that priority parting shot does give Alex a way to break the trap if Edu decides to go for the Shadow Tag version with the Mega Gengar. And here it is. This is a team that really only he has been using, and only player, one of the only players that I've seen with a Perish-style team here in the tournament entirely. And it's, that mode centers around that Gengar, it centers around the Politoed and the Incineroar. That
Jake
Incineroar
Rosemary
is a
giggling about it, but not
crucial
saying
piece of the
anything.
Perish
Oh.
I think it's pretty cool too. I'm pretty shocked that
see.
we're actually getting a Swampert.
Even at base level, why not just tell the center staff these peeps can't enter rather than taking their passes to the whole event? Yeah.
When Regulation MB first came out, it kind of seemed like one of these things where it's like, oh, like, you know, maybe this is
Exactly.
for like more casual players on the ladder, but it's not like the
What
sort of
the
thing
fuck,
that's going to
bro?
show up in a tournament. Clearly not. But we're doing it too.
Uranus and St. Jude. I hear he's one of the only people running this team.
Where they have a lot of the same tools.
I listen.
It's that Politoed instead of the Pelipper, not something we see very frequently, but is sort of like a Perish Song specific tech here, where you know, it gives you a second Perish Pokemon, also much bulkier than Pelipper has fewer type weaknesses, so sort of a fun thing.
Yeah, once Rillaboom comes back,
we're missing
Politoed will be off the market. It'll be gone.
The really interesting thing on this team.
Yeah, one of the things that Perish teams will love to have is any ability to stall out turns. And one of the best ways to do that is Sleep Powder, especially on Compound Eyes Vivillon here. That means that those Sleep Powders are going to be much more accurate
I'm guessing
than
the passes have to be
usual.
updated to revoke
And
Pokemon Center
if Edu is
access. That
able
doesn't make
to
sense if they
sneak
can't
out
reprint
2
them.
or maybe even 3 turns of sleep.
They
that's
could have
enough
just
to knock a
written on
Pokemon
the
out with
pass.
Perish Lock.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun synergy
Not
there,
allowed in
right?
Pokemon
Or,
Center.
hey, you know, his own Archelodon
Or like
doesn't have to
scribbled
be a
out the
Perish
QR
Song,
code for the
click
Pokemon Center on
button,
it.
So if he's the one ramping, or his Swappert's on a rampage,
Compound
or
Ice
something,
Hurricane in the
I think
brain.
it's really
Vivian is
interesting.
ascending.
You immediately see those trademark Pokemon, the Gengar Gengar and the Vivian against a more common lead on the other side with that powerful Charizard Venusaur combination that drives on offense right from turn 1.
Yeah, one of my favorite titles as well. Gengar, the historic genius, out on the field alongside Edu.
Damn, how does he even get that title?
Double Sleep Powder options here because you also have the Venusaur on Alex Underhill's side, is able to, with the chlorophyll ability, outspeed all of the Pokemon out on the field.
Needs to hold the Cleverness Master
Ribbon. So if Alex is worried about that Gengar setting a trap and setting Perish,
you can get it from Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Gives him the opportunity to stop that in its tracks.
One thing is important to keep
so it has to win Cleverness or Smart contest.
This is Focus Sash, not Choice Scarf, so plays a little bit different. They get a little more conservative, very much more World Championship.
I love the way Evan pronounces Vivian. Yeah, Vivillon.
Well, there is Mega Gengar, a Pokemon that typically gets slept on up until the World Championships. Now out on the field, piloted by the world champion Eduardo Cunha. Alex will go ahead and Mega Evolve the Charizard.
The sunlight turned harsh.
To get the drought on the field and allow
crazy.
the Venusaur to be the fastest thing on the field. Noticing that as an option, Gengar will go ahead and protect this.
Oh yeah, that's one good thing with the spectator mode as well. Is it allows for
trying to get away with
it allows for the text of what's happening to always be in English. Because do you remember when it'd be like, oh, we don't know what that move is because it's in Japanese, but we're assuming it's Blood Moon or something like that. Well, now it's always in English because it'll always be an English language switch playing the spectator mode.
If it does switch out of battle, you can immediately threaten
and it means that everybody gets to use their own player character that they've designed because they're just jumping in. Yeah, 2019 World's Masters Finals, funny for that. They're like, I think that's Draco? Aaron and Dewey had no idea what's going on. I missed Dewey. I wish he hadn't, like, retired from commentary.
Yep, well, there is the Vivillon going to switch out for Politoed, immediately remove the Sun.
Shiny Politoed
to be Alex's own Pelipper instead. Edu bringing out the Rain with Politoed. Sludge Bomb deals good damage to the Venusaur, brings it down to about a third health as Hurricane connects on to Gengar. Alex calling that switch into the Politoed, not going for a Fire-type attack. Instead, the Flying-type Hurricane, perfect accuracy, connects onto Gengar, gets a confusion, and Politoed falls asleep on the switch in.
Hey, Sunrain, baby, that's it right there. Where normally that situation really bad for Charizard, right? Even like the flip.
It's been a while. Still at the content and all the new stuff you post too. Oh, thank you, Winter. Appreciate it. How are you doing? How you been?
3 times as powerful as an ancient power would be, doing some very serious damage to Gengar, as well as critically causing that confusion. Where maybe in another scenario, Edu here is going to go for the protect.
I nearly read that as all the nude stuff you post, but that's a different account.
Yeah, all it takes is one bad confusion roll, and you can lose the game in an instant. No self-hit here on this turn. Gengar will be able to protect
Edu's in a rough spot here,
Hurricane catches the Archaludon on the switch.
Hurricane Charizard is wild.
Good damage to that Pokemon, even as a resisted hit. Like you mentioned, you do have to invest quite a bit into the special defense, but Archaludon will tank these 2 hits. The ineffective, mostly ineffective, 4 times ineffective Leaf Storm on to the Archaludon, which now has +2 defense against these 2 special attacks.
Sorry, everyone. I had my PTSD moment there. I've experienced Leaf Storming Archaludon that way a few too many times. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting play for both trainers there, right? Where 2 levels of boosted defense and Archaludon created a lot of matchup. Potentially not very
Think of how good its body presses will be now. Oh, wait, yeah.
Swampert, who could still be in the back, as we mentioned.
Isn't it September 6th we get new Pokemon? Maybe we'll get updated movesets.
Also, Hurricane, I mean, because of that, catching Archaludon, like, I don't know whose catch was this.
Yeah.
Too damn many Twitch rewards. I know, right? I'm still trying to earn my XP one. Apparently, I've only done like 28% of an hour on it.
Absolutely. Venusaur will protect itself this turn, while Gengar is able to snap out of confusion, trying to pick up the KO onto Venusaur, but Alex will not allow that
Cheeky Hurricane.
Instead, the Hurricane now connects onto Gengar, but that does open up the Charizard to a huge Electroshock coming out from this Archaludon.
I hope they're giving Sonoran knockoff back if they add Covert Cloak and Clear Amulet. Yeah, fingers crossed.
And this bridge is angry. Edu would like
Bye-bye, Charizard.
Yeah, I've never seen a bridge do this in real life, but it's really going to hurt Charizard, and both trainers are going to change their Mega, or trade their Mega Evolved Pokemon on this turn. So,
oh, I like that new graphic. That's much better than the old one.
Now all of of a sudden,
That
don't
looks
look
more
so bad,
professional
right?
than the
He
old
does
word
have,
art
again,
one.
Potentially irrelevant 2 levels of boosted defense, but a definitely relevant level of boosted special attack. The weather will be rain for the remainder of this battle or nothing once it expires, which is probably to his advantage.
Good Makashi game's on you now.
Still waiting to see some of Alex's
I mean, there's a sleeping
Pokemon,
Politoed.
but things at least looking a little better for Edu, although he does have to deal with that sleeping Politoed as well as Vivian, who's kind of running out of things to support, but will come out here while it still has one big attacker and face down Archelodon on the opposing side as well.
Yeah, that Archelodon on Alex's side is going to be in a little bit of trouble here because Edu is ahead on the boost, so already has +1.
I was going to say one Draco would be pretty good.
That means that Alex needs to catch up.
That's how rain teams go though, bridge versus bridge.
Can Alex hit his sleep powders?
+1 Draco on onto Alex's Archelodon should be a one-shot, right?
Also, critical to keep in mind here, Vivian start the battle.
Oh, there you go. That'll do it.
And it's going to survive at least one more turn as it puts the opposing Archelodon to sleep.
Yep, the fastest thing on the field and has
the compound
eyes, but
turnabout is fair play.
To sleep, but Venusaur will go ahead and put them off to sleep as well. Alex will go ahead and use the first turn of mandatory sleep on his own Archelodon as Eduardo will pick up the KO.
Never not brought Archer my rain
so
feed.
no more
Be silly not to.
On Alex's side, it is going to be all down to the Archelodon and whatever the final Pokemon in the back is for Alex to break through this Archelodon, and it's looking difficult.
Formerly buff, he's not buff
Swampert
anymore.
Has super effective damage. Edu did get
But he will be.
boost to the physical defense.
It's a really awkward position for Alex now too, because not only that, but of course this Swampert can't Mega Evolve. We saw that from Charizard as well.
Oh yeah.
Archelodon on Alex's side can't protect an Earthquake because it's asleep. So lots of things not quite right here. The top start for Edu, and we see Polito coming in here. Well, we'll talk about it in just a second.
Archelodon does not wake up here, takes a Dragon Pulse. With that +1 special attack, brings it down to half health. Swampert trying
Ice
to pick
Punch.
up damage onto the Pavilion will instead hit the Politoed on the switch in with the Ice Punch, and now the rain has ended. Edu switched in Politoed, the perfect timing.
Yeah, awesome sequencing. I love everything about what Edu did here. I got a little too excited when I realized what was about to happen, but Politoed comes in here, doesn't set the rain again, which at this point I think is to his advantage, because at some point this Politoed is probably going to wake up. It's going to use Paris Song. There's still 3 Pokemon remaining on Edu's side to allow him to cycle here.
Yeah, that's a good shout about the Perish.
Damage quickly enough. He does not have any special attack boost in there.
Yeah, Ice Punch is a really weird one.
Electroshot lets you want to try
Just
and
run high
charge it off where there
horsepower?
simply isn't time to do.
That 5% miss chance though, bro.
Right? Even with Earthquake, I think it's going to struggle to damage the opposing Archelodon. Politoed's feeling pretty great too. It's just so naturally bulky. It's going to resist Swampert's other move.
We Gucci.
There just doesn't seem like there's a ton of options left here for Alex.
Politoed's done it.
The game seems like it went so well for him. There just doesn't have a lot of pieces left.
Yeah, the one benefit is that
we got
Alex
Dragon
and Pokemon
Pulse.
have taken their sleep turn, so Archelodon will wake up for Alex. Deals good
The
damage
only reason we run
to
Ice Punch isn't even grass types, it's
Archelodon,
Garchomp,
who
true.
will fire back with another Dragon Pulse.
Ooh.
Not enough to pick up the KO. We saw how much damage it did the turn before. Now Swampert firing off the Ice Punch into
the
Edu's
+2.
Archelodon,
Now
gives it
+3
another
Archie.
Stamina boost, fishing for a crit or maybe even a freeze onto that Pokemon. As Politoed, I believe that is its
can't
first
Earthquake.
turn of mandatory sleep. So now Politoed is going to be able to wake up and set the Perish
It's a
song.
bad position for
the
Alex.
Pavilion also has not taken its turn of sleep yet either, but Edu doesn't need those Pokemon awake.
Yeah, I mean, you love Politoed, maybe just wake up for just a second, kill a song off, then you can snooze again if you want to.
Real rough here.
But also,
Real rough.
Geez, at this point, Politoed could probably maybe
What
just get back
doing?
and go on the offense, and that could be a path to win too. Also, worth keeping in mind, Vivian doesn't need the rain to use its Hurricane. It does have that Compound Eyes.
Yeah, Swampert out of the rain is rough, especially with no Mega available.
But it also makes Hurricane pretty reliable, and the Dragon Ball's not going to be reliable enough. Going to miss the knockout by enough that Swampert probably can't finish it off.
Yeah, 10% health remaining on Edu's
There
Archelodon
we
as
go.
it picks up the KO onto
He doesn't even need the
Alex's.
Perish at this point.
Archelodon goes down for Alex. This Swampert needs to be able to pick up a KO on to the Archelodon.
Politoed woke
but
up and
Politoed
perished.
takes the one turn, sets the Perish song, and now all Pokemon on the field will faint in 3 turns. And Edu
Love the
doesn't
Ice
mind.
Punch.
He doesn't care. There's another Pokemon in the back. Even though it's asleep, it still has its
Oh!
Focus Sash. The freeze, I don't care. That's fine. I still have Pavilion in the back with the Focus Sash, and you only have 1 Pokemon left, and you're already out of time.
Yeah, bad news here. I think
That is
Carlton
rough.
wasn't going to take any actions anyway. He's going to just hop out of battle there.
Yeah, there it is. There's the forfeit.
He's going to be able to pick up that knockout. So going to be game 1, 2.
Yeah, he was
there.
fishing for freezes,
we see the
basically.
power of this team matchup, right? This team composition, rather. I mean, maybe the matchup too, but you know, no one else plays this, right? Again, this is a team that's only him, but he has posted some guides on it, so you know, perhaps people should have paid more attention to that. Really impressive play, and really just kind of showing off the power.
Maybe
of this
people should have paid
there,
more
right?
attention, bruh.
Things seemed so great for Alex early, where he handled the Gengar very well. The Gengar wasn't the only threat on this team, and we didn't have a whole lot of trap there, but we did have a lot of Perish.
Yeah, the Gengar did what it needed to do, which was it did trap that Charizard on the field long enough for Archaludon to knock it out. And after Charizard went down, there was no chance of getting the Sun back up, which meant that the Archaludon was happy to tank special attacks from either of the Pokemon remaining on the field, and it just boosted its defense enough so that Swampert couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and we kind of really see the impact of that in Venusaur as well, where it's just terrible in this matchup once the sun goes down and the rain comes up there, where if it was able to get a hold of the opposing Swampert or something, that would make a big
Canon
difference.
event for
But
all
I think
rain
Swampert is
teams.
nearly
I've handled this all around here, look. That's why I
any
can't.
side of the field as to Alex's. Likely on this sort of team, it's more of a backup that goes like, hey,
There
the
we
Gengar
go.
really isn't going to work here, so I'm just going to play kind of a rain mode where Swampert a little more important on Alex's side. So Venusaur just not having a ton to do, and like even Politoed, it's not a Swampert, right? There's a
Mega's
world where it takes,
pivoting in about
probably
20
two
times while
Venusaurs to,
Archaludon wins the
first one,
game.
beat up, and
Yo.
then the special attack drop from the Venusaur going to have a hard time clearing it as well. So you know, Alex going to be back on the drawing board a little bit here. You know, one Pokemon to keep in mind, which I think is actually very difficult to bring this matchup, is like, well, you could try Grimmsnarl for the pivoting, but I do think it is a tricky Pokemon to use this matchup just because it is so passive, which potentially leads to some situations where, hey, you know, Fedu does find a way to get a couple of knockouts. It's really bad against the Perish.
Well, speaking of the Perish, this is a classic Perish lead with the
Bing
Incineroar
bong.
alongside of Gengar. Again, Alex will be
Finally got
opting into
new
the
car
Sun
mules at
mode
work.
to
Unfortunately,
lead
they're
at
made by the
least
same
Charizard
company,
and
the
Venusaur
handicap
out on
scooters
the
we
field,
have, so
but
don't expect it to
this
last
time
very long.
Pavilion
Oh dear.
is not on the field. Eduardo has gone for
Oh
the
dear,
more
oh
consistent fake out, which definitely will block that Venusaur from going on the offensive with the Sleep Powder.
I assume we'll see a fairly passive turn here, but maybe one of the two sides will try to make a big read. Of course, the option for Alex to try to fake out, to protect, to block the fake out. Also could switch here if maybe you feel like after the first game letting Charizard get trapped is not such a good idea. To try to delay the Mega, that would be one switch up option. And then you know, on any side of the field, he wants to play a little bit slow anyway because like we mentioned in the previous game, you want to get that Mega Evolution up so you have the option of switching Gengar out and pivoting back in later to catch something if you need to.
Well, that is going to be a Mega Evolution
Gengar!
onto Gengar
Right,
right
relax.
away.
Gengar!
Alex again opting to Mega Evolve Charizard on that first
Mega
turn
Evolve
as
these
well.
nuts, bro.
This Pokemon is now trapped on the field alongside of the
Fake
Mega
out.
Gengar. As well, the Venusaur
Into
also
Venusaur.
trapped out on the field, but no protects. Instead, Fake Out connects onto
Perish Song.
Charizard this time. No protect onto Gengar.
It
either,
always
which means that
lands.
Alex is able
It's
to
not
launch a Sleep Powder,
75%.
goes
It
for an
always
aggressive play
lands.
there,
It pisses me
gets
off.
a
It doesn't
sleep
when I
onto
use it.
Gengar. Uses its first turn of mandatory
God
sleep
damn
here,
it.
but that is kind of a coup for Alex to at least get that Gengar away from being able to do any kind of
It
Perish
never
shenanigans.
misses.
Yeah, I mean, this makes
Yeah,
the
Shiny
turn,
Mega Gengar is one of the best
really
shinies,
tense,
man.
right? Where if perhaps there's
That should be the Gengar regular shiny color.
If
They
it's
should
not,
retcon
then maybe
it like they
something
did
big
with
happens the
Combustion.
other direction where this Gengar not able to do too much, and Incineroar sort of an awkward spot here too, where you know it's a support Pokemon, but usually you want to pivot with a
Favorite
party
jump
shot, which will
bluff
allow both these powerful Pokemon to act
Jump
first.
bluff
And
these
I don't know
nuts.
if Gengar has that much time.
Yeah, and super aggressive play there from Alex to not go for a protect onto the Venusaur. That is something you have to do against these Perish teams, like you mentioned. Doing any kind of passive play can just result in
Difficulties.
Eduardo getting
Jump
a
bluff
Perish
went
song
2
off,
for
and
7
now
on
you're
his
just
sleep
sort of out of
powders.
luck
For
here.
8
Venusaur
for
goes
8
for
in
the
top
Sleep Powder
cut.
on to the Incineroar, which does go for
Madness.
a protect this turn.
Gengar woke
wakes
up. Perish
immediately,
Song.
only
Oh,
takes
okay.
one turn of sleep, fires
Oh.
back with a Sludge Bomb
Correct
into
Sludge Bomb,
Venusaur.
that's
That
revenge.
is a critical hit this time, brings it down to only 13% health. But
Please,
now,
Gengar, I need
Charizard is
this.
able to fire back with a Weather Ball into the Gengar, also able to hold on with just a sliver of health.
That was
this
some
turn.
sexy
Makes
pest.
this next turn for Venusaur really important. He's going to have to hit a read right. You go for a Sleep Powder and then Incineroar slot, which also could still miss, and then go poorly that way, or do you catch Gengar perhaps, trying to get a little too cheeky here and try to pick up a knockout in that slot because leaving it unpunished would really hurt. Interesting situation.
Ooh.
Charizard maybe
I think just
free as a
balls to the
result.
wall it.
Again, you know, if
Just
you're
go
going
for the
to,
Sludge Bomb into
you can switch
Charizard
it out, right?
or
You
Shadow
can't
Ball,
pivot here, so it's still
and
a
just go
difficult
for the
position.
Insane, Flare Blitz, or knockoff, or not knockoff, Darkest Larry or whatever into Venusaur.
Lots of damage both ways. We're so close to something impactful.
Or that.
Going to protect, so likely a parting shot from the Incineroar.
Yeah, at least an attempted parting shot.
Damn, it always lands.
Powder, not gonna happen. Venusaur is going to be able to connect with its sleep powders throughout this entire game so
Cheeky
far.
Heat Wave.
Heat Wave, though, will be able to connect onto the Incineroar, so getting a little bit of chip damage onto that Pokemon. But the sleep really crucially preventing
He
Politoed
really
from
wanted
being
to get
able to switch
Politoed in
this
then.
turn. And
Give me
Gengar
my
is
safety
now
goggles back.
blown its Protect once more and is vulnerable again.
That was a much more awkward spot for Edu than anything we saw.
Yucky sleep powder, all up in my grill.
If it leaves either Charizard or
Dirty.
Venusaur unchecked here, it could be knocked out, which really creates some problems here. Perhaps Incineroar will just wake up immediately too, but since Gengar is forced out,
Into Politoed.
Politoed will come in. Will we see a Hurricane Call we saw like in the previous game, or even a Weather Ball?
Oh, do a Weather Ball into Incineroar.
Possible option.
Well, Politoed dodges the Heat Wave, a little bit of damage onto the Incineroar. There is the option for Alex to cover with a Leaf Storm on the switch in, but a Sleep Powder, Politoed is dodging everything.
We did it, we
Good
did
news
it.
for Alex's Incineroar stays asleep for a turn here,
Let's
which
go.
means that Eduardo still is having trouble pivoting that Pokemon out and getting the momentum, but that is a huge turn for Eduardo to get that Pokemon
Sleepy
in for free.
Incin.
Yeah, now this is a very pivotal one for Alex, where that last turn was not great, right? Where missing
It always lands 75% of the time. It works all the time. Yeah, right.
An opportunity there is kind of wasted, but the advantage of
Politoed using Incineroar's sleeping body as a
shield. This is a
shield.
free turn to switches. He's
That's
like if
amazing.
he wants to, before
Bruh.
potentially getting trapped again with a likely wake-up parting shot here, probably 50-50 for the Incineroar at the end of his turn. So what Pokemon do you want to allow to potentially be trapped here? Conversely, you could try to go for a big knockout on something, but I think that that's probably pretty risky, and Charizard going to come out.
Sensible play.
This time going to at least create some option for
Archie Ludon's a good shout.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity to switch against a Parish team, you kind of want to switch.
And he gets the knockout too.
Yeah,
Damn.
Both worlds. Leaf Storm connects onto Politoed.
And realistically, he can now just switch out Venusaur for Char. Well, don't do that.
Gets in,
Incin woke up, parting shot.
A parting shot for its trouble.
Into
Eduardo now
Genjar, so
will
he
be able
can't
to
switch anyone out and
which
get the sun back
Pokemon
up.
he
Well, he
wants to
doesn't want
bring
the sun
out
up at the
onto
moment.
field. Most likely that Gengar to set the trap once again, or at least to prevent the sun from coming out to allow that Venusaur to get the speed advantage again.
We'll have to see if Edu can be a historic genius as well, because this is a really difficult position now. Gengar has been
Lucas doesn't
so
actually dodge
weak,
attacks.
Politoed now
His
with
partner
one
just
shot,
gracious
and,
enough
that
to
really
block
limits
for
any
it.
potential
Amazing.
endgame here where you win through Perish Song, right? Only one Pokemon capable of using it left, and very likely that it's going to get knocked out before that sort of win condition. So probably going to need some sort of way to actually score conventional knockouts. And
Switch in
that's gonna be tough. We
Swampert.
still don't know the final Pokemon, I believe, on that side of the field.
It's
We'd
gotta
assume
be
it's
Archie,
not
hasn't it?
Vivian, just because of the way this is going out. So either his own Archaludon or with a Swampert.
Well, with the fake out onto Archaludon, that means that there will be a stamina
Oh,
boost.
actually, this
Crucially,
is
Archaludon
good.
does not get an opportunity to move.
Take
that
out
means that
Venu.
Alex is not going to be able to deal any damage this turn as Gengar picks up the
And then
KO
Charizard
onto
comes
Venusaur.
back
And
in.
If you are playing a Parish team, it is so critical that you don't fall behind in the Pokemon count. Both of these two players are now even on the Pokemon count, but Alex definitely with a huge momentum advantage
needs to
right
take
now.
out
I mean, I think it's just too late for the Parish, though, right? This is not just a team. It is no longer a Parish team.
Just
Know what I mean?
Swampert, the formerly buff, going to enter another fantastic title. These trainers have done some farming. But Swampert looks great here, right? Where we do some of the awkward situation of the previous game where it's like, oops, sorry, Ochaludon, but love to do some Earthquake in here. How you feeling about that? This time it can protect, it's not asleep, and also it has a defense boost it didn't have in the previous game. So maybe you go full side here if you're feeling
Yeah,
really
Edu's in a
but,
tough position. I think Edu goes to game 3.
A little bit more slowly. Of course, there's no Swift
Basically.
Swampert, so Gengar is the fastest Pokemon in the field, but probably not.
Gengar's my dad.
Either of these Pokemon, so
My dad is my
you could
Gengar.
Try to Electroshot and scale if you think that Edu's going to try to play this a little bit more passively, but you're kind of like one big play from sending this to a game 3 if you're Alex.
Yeah, there is the Protect coming out from Incineroar on Eduardo's side. Gengar is going to go for a Parish option here just to at least try to keep that Archaludon from getting too far ahead with these Electro shots. Puts a timer on it so that
That's a
Alex
Gengar,
at least
right?
has to really hit the gas here and start picking up some KOs. That is going to be a special attack boost onto the Archaludon, and it fires off that into the Gengar. So
hey, I can claim my
Gengar
instant now.
definitely going down here. Did not opt for probably about 50%-ish damage.
I claimed my
either of these
instant.
Pokemon with a Shadow Ball. Instead, going for the Perish Song to at least hopefully try to get some momentum back.
60% of an hour on the XP stream.
I'll have to see what this final Pokemon is here. It's going to be pretty critical.
It has to be Arch, right?
Yeah, I think so. And in that scenario, you're feeling really good about this Swampert. Alex has some great options now. While these Pokemon are perished, you could try to switch this Archaludon out now, even with the boost if you wanted to. Get that Drought.
That's it. Electroshock is not an option here.
On its own from there, of course, you still need to pivot it because it's also still afflicted with
Edu's still very stuck.
Some great tools there. And at this point, hey, there are no special attack boosts for this Archaludon. Another thing to keep in mind, there's only one more turn of Raids left, right? So if you don't immediately want to pivot your Pokemon, maybe you're willing to let one of them go down to Parasong. You could try to get some damage on first, but it's not like a huge threat of the opposing Archaludon.
No Draco either.
But it is Charizard immediately coming in. It's like, hey, no special attack boost. If you click that button, it is over.
Yep, it is over if you click that button. Incineroar is continuing to protect itself just to dodge the damage.
He went for the Electroshock?
Eduardo will be able to get the special attack boost from this Electroshock, but without the rain, he's going to have to wait another turn for the opportunity to fire that attack off. And that just means it is going to have to tank this Earthquake. And Alex will be safe and free to just protect
well done,
next
Rach.
turn to ensure that no
Welcome
Pokemon
back.
takes any damage from that Electroshock.
Well, I don't know if I'm protecting. I think
you're right.
Whimsy here, this is really
I know
awkward.
how I can pick my Pokemon, and it's knocking them out. I think Weather Ball into that slot's going to be real bad for the Archaludon, and that pretty much will close it. And Swampert likely to come out of the battle here, so they can come back later and finish off Incineroar if it needs to. But really well played by Alex, and I think I just played this
Game
right too.
3,
like,
baby.
Like maybe he'll make a mistake.
For the
and let me
instant
have
had
this
follow me.
Electroshock. Like, I
Don't
think I'm gonna
manifest
win
that.
this playing
Don't
it
manifest
straight,
that at all.
Alex
We
gets
don't
the
want that
Charizard
at
the
all.
right time, and I think it's going to cash in. But no, we'll protect. He disagrees. Like, hey, let's not risk anything here.
Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows? Maybe
Could
this
be
is
faster, depends on the Pokemon are trained.
Go ahead and get the 100% opportunity to win here. The Throat Chop connects onto Archaludon from Alex, just giving over another stamina boost. So this Incineroar is not going to be able to do basically anything.
A meme
Alex
that
has
comes up,
completely
I always
removed
send to my
the
friend
Perish
Jack,
Song
has
threat
come up.
from
It's an old man saying,
his
stay
team.
away from those oranges, Jack.
Did
I send it to him every time it comes up.
Incineroar is protecting through its own Perish turns, which I guess keeps it on the field a little bit longer, but Charizard's still facing this Archaludon now. Now no threat of an Electroshock, and Charizard's special defense is pretty strong.
Throat
here,
chop,
so,
baby, driving me
eventually
crazy.
probably going to catch it, though not this turn.
Not this turn, but eventually, most
get dressed,
likely. And
take
Eduardo
tablets
takes
in the
his
office,
time
though.
here, just trying to see what
don't get
opportunities
dressed.
he
Just
has
turn
for
up in
a
your
game
undies.
3. Potentially
Make
trying
everyone's
to
day.
learn some information about the damage coming out from Alex's Pokemon. The Party Shot will allow that Archaludon to take a Weather Ball a little bit more safely, but it's also gaining health from the leftovers. But
have
with
ya.
Incineroar's Perish count falling to 0, that Pokemon is now off the field, and Archaludon can't do this by itself. Not in the sun.
Yeah, no, this is not an ideal setup here. Maybe you
Not the
go
actual
for it,
parting
but,
shot, yeah, right?
You've got to deal with your opposite number who's healthier than you, plus a Charizard, plus Swampert, who by the time it comes in, maybe a little unhappy with the
what a
amount of
turnaround, though.
defense boost that its friends have given the opposing Archaludon, but still has a pretty significant type advantage. And hey, we don't know exactly how these Pokemon are trained either. Charizard is naturally pretty easy on the special defense side, so should take a Dragon Pulse pretty well. It is modest nature, so perhaps that's why both players playing this the way they are. They don't know for sure how quick it is.
Weather Ball!
I do using the Protect there doesn't
The Weather Ball needs to miss. The 100% accurate Weather Ball needs to
still don't
miss.
know for sure which of these are faster. I think really the diffusion
Rip.
at Alex's side here, but he will get the knockout.
Decisive.
And, I think he'll handle that.
We're going to a game 3. Boyus and Gyal.
Yeah, I'm happy to trade a little bit of information for just to
Wolf
guarantee
Glick is
game
2-0.
3 here as Alex Underhill bounces back from a game 1 where Edu would look like he was in complete control and able to
Mikhail
find
Kelch
the
is
path
1-1.
out of the Perish Trap this time around. Makes you wonder, is Eduardo
Stefan Mott
going
is
to
2-0.
try to ditch the Perish
Now I
this
can
time
say it.
around?
Rosemary will be happy.
I don't know if I like the rain matchup into
Bright
the Sun
powder?
Rain
Oh,
teams.
yeah.
I think he's probably stuck with it.
Yeah, I think both players will probably just run it back, right? Where
Run it back like
as much as
Jey
maybe
Uso.
you'd love not to do that, having both lost a game. Like, I don't think that you can significantly change things too much. I think Alex is probably playing it exactly how he needs
Just jump
to.
into the next
I think
game, lads.
that's an
Don't
option.
even
You can try to
faff
bring the
about.
Vivian back if he wants to. Maybe play that a little bit more forward the way we saw it in the first game.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for both of the trainers, I think this is a matchup where sleep powder is going to be very important, right? I think Alex has actually been fairly unlucky where he's missed some sleep powders. He's got some very short sleeps. I don't know if I want to like be too defensive. Oh, he got a very short confuse on a hurricane. I don't know. Does that count as unlucky? I'm not so sure. But you know, with if Venusaur has himself a game, that could be very difficult for Edu to deal with there.
Accuracy drop.
Venusaur probably still the MVP of game 2.
Disgusting.
That big knockout in Palito really blew the game open, as well as controlling the early game with sleep powder.
Yeah, and that is one of the risks of this Sunrain team is sometimes you do have to rely on Venusaur having one of those games. And if Alex wants to advance as an undefeated player into our 3rd round of Swiss, he is going to need something out of that Venusaur. Venusaur is going to need to land those sleep powders, and Edu's Pokemon are going to need to stay asleep. At the same time, Edu needs to go back to what worked in game 1.
Let's see how Luca Cherubelli's doing.
Oh,
wait.
Of the field. I think what really happened in that game, too, losing the Politoed was a huge moment, and definitely the moment where the game turned on its head.
Oh, Sagen Pox 1-1.
I think the first turn of the previous game.
Sagen, come on, bro. Do it for the Vine. Why don't you say do it for the Vine?
Get out of here.
Do it for the Liam.
Anything in Cineroar, you fainted to our own Parish song. We know who the real star here is, and it's Vivian.
Yeah, keep protecting your Pokeball. But I think it really does change things up here because, yeah, it wasn't just whatever it was that Cineroar was doing at the end of the game, but there's critically that read in the first turn, right? Where Venusaur got the free turn by getting or dodging that fake out, or realizing the fake out wasn't coming. I guess dodging it more in like a metaphysical sense. But instead of this time, we get another interesting turn, right? Will Charizard choose to Mega Evolve immediately? Will Venusaur land a Sleep Powder if it goes for it? Will Vivian? Well, Vivian will probably land a Sleep Powder if it goes for it. That's its whole gimmick.
It should. It does not have a guaranteed sleep powder, but it most likely
Very out
will.
left field.
Like you mentioned, we are running back
Left
game
field.
1 here, and like in game 1,
Here comes the Genjar. Venusaur and Vivian made me think of Mycelium Might. Oh, that is out of left field.
Blocking both Pokemon on the field right now and preserving the option to switch out and lock in another Pokemon. Alex also doing the same thing
put the
as
Charizard
he did
to
in
sleep.
game 1 and 2. Wants Mega Charizard for this matchup and doesn't care that it opens up the opportunity.
In
for
before
Politoed
Venusaur
to
puts
switch in
Vivian to sleep before it can
eventually.
move.
There is the
Oh my
Venusaur
God!
goes on the offensive.
It
Sleep
always
Powder into the
lands!
Vivian. No protects from any Pokemon on this turn though. Sleep Powder connects onto the Vivian and goes ahead and puts that Pokemon to sleep as Edu
This is
will go ahead and
awful.
launch a Perish Song immediately. All Pokemon now are affected by the Perish. Charizard goes for a Heat Wave that's going to break Vivian's focus.
Let's look at the concept of Pokemon that get grass types and powder moves.
Remaining and put Gengar over 50% damage. That is a lot of damage and a big change up from game 1 where Vivian had its Focus Sash the entire game.
Yeah, this is a really scary turn now.
That's bad for Edu. That was a great idea for a play,
wake
but
up and do something here, I think it would be very impactful. But now we're in a situation where, like, do you even give it the chance, right? We've seen previously Gengar can't one-shot either of these Pokemon, so if you just double send attacks here, you do, I guess the threat then is Gengar switches for Politoed. That causes the turn order to change. Vivian is able to get a Sleep Powder off, but Vivian doesn't wake up here, and Charizard just launches a Heat Wave, which now it doesn't like have a ton of incentive to do anything.
Sacramento
like,
top
really
all over again.
That badly.
Like, Vivian literally just goes down. There's no way it survives the turn.
Calling Gengar not protecting for the first time of the match on turn 1.
Well, Gengar is going to retreat. Eduardo brings in the Politoed instead. That does at least temporarily lift the trap here as Vivian goes ahead and
There's the Weather Ball, okay.
Weather Ball from Charizard connects onto the Politoed, deals a little bit of damage, while now Venusaur is able to fire off a Sludge Bomb that will pick up the KO onto the Vivian, but
that does mean
crucially
Gengar can come
allow
back
Edu to
in.
Bring back in the Gengar. So both Charizard and Venusaur are now down to 2 on their Perish count. Gengar comes in here, will continue to trap them. Double Protect here brings them down to 1. Alex gets 1 chance to swing at
Oh
Edu.
shit, yeah.
I mean, that looked a little bit bad
Double
there, but
Protect
Edu's
is going to go
definitely
murder.
not,
Yo, Steve, how you doing?
Where, still a little bit awkward where you don't really want to give up that Pokemon if you can avoid it. Gengar's HP could still matter, but we finally see the pure Perish Trap approach to this game, right? Where, hey, you know, had to sacrifice a Pokemon, that's a bummer, but that's its job, right? It's just there to slow things down. Going to need to make a lot of value of that last turn, and Palito going to switch out here. I'll have to see what comes in. It is the Archaludon. So very interesting final Pokemon here, going to try to sneak in on a turn where maybe he thinks that attack is either not going to be targeted or will be targeted with weaker attacks that will help boost that defensive ability.
Yeah, at minimum, Edu needs to have some kind of offensive
Go.
pressure coming out
Rip.
on this next turn. Catches the Leaf Storm on the switch in, so
Let's
only deals a little
go.
bit of damage to the Archaludon. Gets the stamina boost for presumably the Swampert in the back as in previous games.
That's a switch point shot play, but at the cost of Vivian, yeah,
I think that's
basically.
a really big mistake where not only is the Leaf Storm, it does a lot of bad things there, right? The boosted defense on the Archaludon, I mean, that's a bummer and all, but I mean, the play here on Edu's side is you're probably going to switch this Gengar back out for the Palitoad, right? Where suddenly with that Leaf Storm not doing so much, you're no longer threatening that one-hit KO on the Palitoad.
Yeah, the Gengar switch is to telegraph, but if the Gengar doesn't switch...
The Archaludon's also in a pretty safe spot here where maybe you get put to sleep instead because
Oh,
you're
it's
not threatening all
risky.
the damage, but you don't, you get the 3 Electro Shot here. I think I really like that if I'm on Edu's side of the field where you're going for that Leaf Storm instead of a Sleep Powder could really wind up causing some problems.
Absolutely, and Archaludon
Yeah, I kinda have to
doesn't
sack
even need
Gengar.
to go on the offensive here to pick up KOs because both of these Pokemon are on their final turn of Perish. Edu has the opportunity to just go for a Protect, but instead, no Protect coming out. Politoed tanks this Hurricane on the switch in, going to be able to heal back up with its Citrus Berry, brings it back over 50%.
Sleep Powder,
and
fucking
the
hell.
Sleep Powder connects onto the Politoed as well. That means that Archaludon gets a turn to go for a boost with this Electro Shot. Both of these Pokemon are fainting at the end of this turn regardless, but Eduardo gets away with everything. A stamina boost and a special attack boost, both of which are going to be critical at breaking through, presumably, the Swampert and Archaludon in the back for Alex.
A really interesting choice from Alex's side of the field. So I think he, like me, got exactly what he expected there. So I think the benefit
down
of Alex
goes
is like,
Venu.
hey, like, yep, sucks that I'm probably going to have to give up this Electro Shot boost to the Archaludon, but the advantage of this is I have a very high chance of putting the Pokemon next to Archaludon to sleep. It didn't get to use any sleep turns there, so it will not wake up on the following turn. By not knocking out Palitoad, I don't give a free switch to Gengar, which potentially I don't want to do as well. Instead, Archaludon going to come in and watch some Cloud. Swampert going to come in here, do its spells to help out as well. And, maybe things are reversed here a little bit, right? Where the defense boost again, potentially being impactful. Edu has one, Alex does not, and being ahead here with
You
that
get a
Swampert,
no-co.
you
You get an OCO. I'm going to take the OCO graphics specifically in restricted metas because like everything's an OCO, but it's nice here.
Impossible for Edu to try to switch the
It's a good
Palitoad,
graphic.
right? Like, it's so risky where...
And I know about graphic things
Alex
being
is
good.
making a decision, right? Like, do you try to target this Archaludon? Do you maybe hope that you get a long sleep on the Palitoad so you can isolate that slot? You're definitely going to
Oh, they went Electro shit into Politoad.
We'll have to see.
Well, that's the Electro Shot, so Alex can start catching up to Eduardo's Archaludon's special attack
Goodbye,
boost.
Politoad.
The Electro Shot is going to fire off into the Politoad.
So there goes the Perish.
KO there as Politoad goes down. That means
Like,
that
oh
Edu
boy,
will
the
be
ride
able
on
to
OCO to
bring
Ushru
in
for the
the
20th
Mega
time today.
Gengar
Shocker,
on
yeah,
this
right?
next turn, but Edu is also trying to
80%
keep
of
those
1 hour.
special
These are
attack
fucking
boosts
long hours,
up,
Pokemon.
getting
Good
a
lord.
second special attack boost from the Electro Shot. That's only going to deal a little bit of damage to the Archaludon, which does resist this attack. It doesn't have the best special defense, though, so after 2 boosts,
Perish
dealing
gone.
not insignificant damage and making the Swampert have to go for the Ice Punch, which is way weaker than an Earthquake.
Genjar!
It really needed that freeze there, doesn't get it, going to make it even more tanky against Swampert's future attacks. And also that Electro Shot boost is big, right? Wasn't at a point where it can knock out either of these Pokemon with Dragon Pulse anyway. So get a little chip damage could be great. Maybe you need one,
Genjar needs to work
knock
hard.
out that, one less boost, to knock out that Archaludon with Dragon Pulse.
Just
but,
one Earthquake
regardless,
takes
you need the boost
Genjar.
anyway, right? Where Swampert, pretty little Pokemon, and some of why the non-Mega
I
is
think
so powerful.
the play here is double into Swampert because the Archie's going to protect.
Difference anymore. It is the quickest Pokemon on the field, right? Could do some significant damage to either of these Pokemon. I already saw that the Archaludon, despite the full nature, didn't take the Electro Shot from the opposing Archaludon super well. So a double up in these Pokemon could be enough.
Yeah, a double
Real
up
rough.
onto either of these 2 Pokemon should be enough to pick up a KO. So either Archaludon or Swampert, both are in threat right now, and there's really no way to get around it other than making
Swampert
a
isn't
call
doing that
here.
much, but also...
Is going to try to stall that out by going for a Protect on the Gengar, but not a double Protect. Archaludon
Who's wearing the
is going
World's
to
hat?
try to go on the offensive here, tanks that
Oh,
Dragon
the
Pulse
player
for good
character.
damage, and another Electro Shot. Eduardo is trying to just get as many boosts as possible here. that gives Alex another opportunity to potentially get a freeze on that Pokemon with an Ice Punch, or maybe even just try to pick up the damage with an Earthquake. Arch still hangs on just barely there. Won't be able to take another Electro Shot this time around as the Wave Crash is the choice into
he went big
Gengar
balls.
and the Protect, preventing that from having any effect here. And now Eduardo is in the perfect position
Yeah,
to
Edu's
clean
got
this
it.
up and go undefeated into round 3.
Yeah, it's definitely still a throwable game, or if you could find a way to get your own Gengar knocked out here by the Swampert, maybe like double into Arch and miss it or something. You know, Swampert knocks out Gengar, the Archaludon and Alex side, maybe you can pull it off, but it's really tense now. Edu's done a great job of pulling this one back from an awkward-looking beginning of the game, and you know, game 2 didn't go quite the way you wanted, but both trainers are close now.
I
We're
think
right on the
you
edge
have
of this.
Gengar go for
Absolutely,
Swampert.
Both of these trainers are so
And you have
close to
Arch go
winning
for
this
Arch.
game 3. It's going to come down to if Edu is able to make the correct targets, or if Alex is able to sneak in a KO here.
That's fair,
Getting
Yoshi,
a
that's
third
fair.
Electroshock boost. That might be enough to make Archaludon able to pick up the KO onto Swampert. With the Shadow Ball now collecting onto the Archaludon from Gengar, that's enough to pick
I
up
mean,
the
an
KO
Earthquake here is
Dragon
mad.
Pulse is enough to KO the Swampert here. There will be no opportunity for Alex to have one here. Not quite enough. 14% hit points. An Earthquake would be enough to
That's a
potentially pick up
bad
the
idea.
Gengar and potentially get a crit, but instead just going for the Wave Crash onto Gengar, knocking that Pokemon out, and now Edu should be able to lock this one up.
I wonder why not Earthquake. Because Earthquake would have KO'd Gengar anyway. Fair play, well done. But
what an exciting match between both of these traders. Seems like it could
What
easily
on
have gone
earth?
either way. Really interesting matchup. I don't think I've seen these teams play against each other before, so really a treat to get to see the masters of these archetypes facing off. And you know, gotta feel a little bad for both these players. Are you stressed? I'm stressed watching these four guys. Like, it's only round 2. They're gonna have a long day.
Yeah, it could never be me piloting, especially Edu's team, having to think so far ahead on each of those games. You know, this is why most players have opted not to bring a team in this style. It does take a lot of mental energy, but
Swampert did have
anyone's
Earthquake,
going
yeah,
to be
so I don't know
able
why
to
he
do
didn't
it here,
Earthquake.
It would be the
I
player
guess it
who
didn't
won
matter,
his
yeah.
world championships going completely
Oh yeah, it would have been an extra
undefeated.
stamina boost,
Yeah,
you're
I think,
right.
we gotta shout out
He
Gengar
couldn't
a
have
little
taken
bit
the
too,
Arch
right?
with it, which is really weird.
It's kind of been one of those Pokemon, you know, it's Schrodinger's Pokemon
That's
a little
fair.
bit here.
Yep.
We've been talking about
That's
Gengar
fair
since
enough.
Pokemon Champions released, right?
Anyway,
Did immediately win an event
post-match
in
interview
Europe
with
with a very
Eduardo.
Parashot-based team, and based on that, you might think, oh, Gengar's been a big presence on this game for the entirety of its life.
My
And
name's
you would be
Jeff.
wrong.
You would be so
Yeah,
wrong.
we've been talking like, oh yeah,
Let's have a
Traffic's really
gander.
good. Gengar's
How
gonna be a
many
big thing.
matches
And then
are still
we
to be
basically haven't
decided?
seen it at all
This
since
one.
Trent. Like,
Uh,
again, you know, Edu's
tables
been playing
remaining.
this at
Updated
Masters
2 minutes
events,
ago.
like,
Tables
few
remaining.
players had it.
195.
But
Oh, round
you
3
just haven't
pairings
been
are
thinking
already
at all.
up. What
Like
the
him
fuck?
And
Marco.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
Marco and
Wolf
Michael.
Glick
Right,
versus
and that's basically
Joji
been it.
Kaeda.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, you know, I think it's easily the most difficult Pokemon in the format to use.
Victor Medina
not
versus
so
Antonio
shocking that we're only
Sanchez.
Seeing, like, the trainers are known as being the very best of the best, especially from like a technical gameplay perspective. Opting to go for this Pokemon, but you see how it works when it works, right? Perhaps you also see how easily it could not have worked, and how things could have gone so wrong with even one mistake from Edu over the course of the end of those games there. So, hey, hopefully both these trainers get a chance to catch their breath after that one.
Yeah.
What an incredible match, but what a stressful one.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that matchup. I'm going to have
Justin
so much
Tang
fun
versus
going back
Shooter
and
Endo.
rewatching this one. I'm really excited for Ben's segment and just
We've had
a
all
little
3
bit
world
as well to
champions
dive
on
deep into
stream, and
these
all 3 have
teams
won.
and how they matched up against each other. And you're right, Gengar, despite most players rating it in sort of the top tier of Megas consistently from the start of Champions, the conversation
Shohei
around
Kimura
that Pokemon
is
heading
1-1.
into the World Champions
Oh.
was like, but is anyone really going to bring it? Like, is anyone really putting in the work on Gengar to figure it out? Because it is
I'll
a
quickly let
dominant
the dogs out,
Pokemon
actually.
when you put in the
Real quick,
work.
so
And you need to put
brr.
in so much work to make it work for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually a little more scared for Gengar after watching it win. Not because of it from a power perspective at all, obviously. Like, it won. We all saw it. We were all here together, Chad. But I think specifically just because, like, I'm only half joking about the stress, right?
Yeah.
Where that was a very difficult game to play. And if every game that Edu plays is going to be just like that, that's going to be very difficult by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, if you play so well as to get to tomorrow afternoon, right? We're going to play a lot of Swiss rounds just to get to the top cut. I believe we got like a dozen rounds before they even get to the single elimination bracket. it's going to be as much a battle of his own endurance as the endurance of his Pokemon trying to survive the battle long enough in order to let the Paris songs go off.
Yeah, 100% an endurance battle when you're playing a team like a Paris Trap team. Hopefully, if you're a fan of Edu, you're cheering for him to get a couple of rain mode games in to take a break in between the Paris games. But gotta shout out Alex as well. Really showed his understanding of this dual weather team, that he was one of the first players to come out and win an online tournament using this style of team. One of the players that was known for this style, and you could see exactly why, because he was shown that even though things looked really bad in Game 1, he made the correct adjustments in Game 2 and made that Game 3 still feel competitive throughout the end game. Like you mentioned, at the end, it looked kind of over, but it was still a throwable game. Alex kept himself in it and kept himself having an opportunity to win no matter what.
I feel a little bad for him too, because I think he played the right lines, right? But it's kind of a bummer from Alex's seat if you're playing as a Mega Gengar and because you kind of don't get to do anything.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, like I either led the right Pokemon or I didn't, and then like I kind of just have to hit buttons after that, right? Or like I can't switch. I'm like losing kind of like the critical element of like what makes you good at VGC, which is positioning. Or like, well, my opponent gets to position. But like I'm just trying not to make errors.
Gets to play.
Yeah, and like it's a little frustrating. Especially at this level, like you really want to show off all your prep. It's like, yep, I'm clicking sleep powder because that is the correct thing for me to do. I thought the heat wave in particular was really nice in the third game, as well as
really
beating the fake out not happening in Game 2. So I think Alex played really well. It's just again, it's hard to look good when you're against Shadow Tag.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to see if that follows Edu throughout the rest of this tournament. He's going to have plenty of matches to go, like you mentioned, before he's going to be able to make it into either Day 2 or into the top cut or all the way to the finals on Championship Sunday, with a hope to repeat as world champion. The first time someone would be able to repeat in the Masters division since Ray Rizzo back in 2011, when he won his second, and then 2012 when he won his third.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just a few.
Things have changed a little bit since then too. Really no knock on Ray. But yeah, I mean, these tournaments are huge now, right? And I think the main thing that's changed again is that endurance, right? Where Ray won 6 rounds of Swiss before the top cut bracket, I believe. At least the last 2 years, I probably all 3 of them. And nowadays that doesn't even get you through Day 1, right?
Yep.
You need 6 wins and 2 losses just to move on to tomorrow, where then you would then need to go undefeated because you would have 2 losses. I believe that Edu's really shown his ability to do this already. Again, his run in London may be the most impressive that we've ever seen.
I really didn't think it was possible to win an entire World Championships in the modern era going undefeated. It is just so long, and there is just so much variancy in each individual turn of each game of Pokemon that to go undefeated is really wild. And even to make it to the top cut going X and 2 is a monumental achievement in Pokemon now.
Yeah, and like obviously he dropped some games along the way, but I mean, just think about it, right? Where these are the best players in the world, right? Imagine you're playing in the ladder. It's like, okay, you've got to win 20 games in a row. Like most of us haven't done that, let alone against players of this caliber. Let alone he doesn't get many breaks, right? You play like, okay, well, enjoy your 5 minutes between matches before you got to do it again. And it's just so difficult to stay locked in, to not make errors, especially again teams like this one, where it's just so easy for that to happen.
Yeah, very error-prone teams. It can be if you are not ready and with all of your prep. But the man who was ready and with all of his prep is Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion. And he's ready to tell you all about that last match and the rest of the tournament to come.
This isn't even the next round.
Thank you guys very much. I am joined with Edu, who moves on to 2-0. Edu, how does it feel to be playing back here at the stage?
It feels great. I really missed it. Actually didn't get my last few Worlds weren't fantastic, so I haven't been here in a while, so I'm just so happy to be here.
I want to talk to you about your team, because I think I have seen you as the premier pilot, the #1 player on this archetype. Not a lot of other people, I think, are on it at this tournament. I don't think it's very easy to use, especially with Mega Gengar in particular. So yeah, what made you feel confident in it for the tournament?
So obviously my comfort with the team helps, but I also feel like the team was kind of built to beat a lot of the common teams, and I feel like the format hasn't changed too much. As like there were a few teams that popped up, but then they kind of disappeared. So I feel like into the strongest teams, it's really good. The problem is like some weirder stuff like the sand team that was going around. That matchup's a bit tricky, but I saw that for Worlds people weren't really liking it too much. So I thought it was a good opportunity to bring it back.
And of course, you went up against the dual weather team that's been quite popular. A lot of sleep powders thrown left and right. How did that matchup feel? Felt really tense, especially with Alex bringing regular Swampert here and there.
Yeah, actually, I'd faced them a little bit on ladder in practice, and I think the matchup comes down a lot to like the turn one. How it ends up coming down less than I thought, because I felt like if I got it wrong, I was in a really complicated position. I kind of got it wrong game 3 because I was expecting him not to Mega. Because if a lot of people in practice would not Mega Evolve the Charizard, scouting my double protect, so then they could Mega Evolve no problem. So I was expecting him to do that. And my best punishment sometimes is like just sleep out or Parry Song, and if he protects with both, I really punish that. And I was expecting that, kind of went all in. Maybe I could have found a better mid ground, but in the end, I was able to like pivot back in, perish trap the Venusaur and the Charizard, and but it took like some careful maneuvering. And I think that's the power of Perish too, is that it can create a lot of positions where you just click Parry Song and you switch out, and if they KO something, you bring it back in, they're trapped. If they don't, they're still forced to switch, and you can capitalize on it. So I felt like I was still in an okay position, even if the Vivian hadn't been KO'd, and there was a chance I could wake up as well. So I feel like the odds were kind of in my favor, and that also goes for the Sleep Powder War, because I have Compound Eyes and he doesn't. I also have Hurricane that when it KOs them, and well, they have Focus Sash as well, but it does a lot more damage, so much easier to finish it off afterwards. So I feel like I have a slight advantage against the Venusaur with a Vivian, but at the same time, they have the speed advantage with the Chlorophyll, so I have to be careful with the weather management. I think that's what it comes down to.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you were the last round to finish in that last one, so let you go. But before, any final words or thank yous that you want to say?
First, main thank you is going to be to my son, Lucas, my wife, Katarina, as well, my whole family, and my friends have been helping me. Francesco Pardini has been helping me so much. All of Team Aqua and Gaspacho. Also, a special shout out to Luca Lucignoli, Ruba Gianzini, and
Luca Cheribelli.
Luca Cheribelli. They're in a rough spot right now, and I hope you figure things out, and we're with you.
Yes.
Oh, Edu, it's great to see you back here on the world stage. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Go on, Edu. We'll be very right back.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here to break down some battles, but we don't have too much time to break down some battles this time, because as Aaron said, we've got our next round getting kicked off. But before we get into the little bit of time that we've got to talk about these teams that we just witnessed here, Gabby and I, we've got a little bit of an update for you on the Twitch drops. There's been a couple of issues, I think, for a few players trying to get their drops for this weekend, but don't worry, about half an hour's time from now, 1 p.m. PT,
Joseph Ugate's having a rough day.
A little bit of an update.
He lost in round 1 to Giuseppe Musico.
Behind the scenes, but
he lost in round 2 to Marcus Dion, and in round 3 he's got Ko Sukide.
Yeah, so they'll be pushing an update in about a half hour's time.
Oh,
so thank you
mate,
so much
I'm
for your
glad Zero
patience.
Company's
Please stay
good,
tuned,
because I was
and,
reluctant.
We'll be getting you that
first,
update as soon as we can. So again, thank you so much for your patience. But let's go ahead and break down that battle, because that was such an exciting matchup. And I think we saw, you know, really the creator and the master of this dual weather team, this Charizard, who is honestly the most powerful Pokemon on a rain team, really try his best against the rain team to beat, I think, coming into this tournament. And what better way to see it piloted by the creator of the team himself?
Yeah, Alex has been on this sort of archetype, was one of the people that actually got this archetype set up, and is like, hey, hang on a second, how do I actually make the rain team composition work? It's like, maybe the answer's Sun, I don't know. Like, this is definitely a very different take on playing Charizard, where it kind of feels like it's come as a secondary part of the team rather than the primary. But, I mean, you wouldn't know it seeing that match against Edu, right? And so the way that this works, I love this composition where you've got the combination of quite a few different ways that this team can play together. So, of course, you've got Pelipper, you've got Archaladon, you've got Mega Swampert, and you've got Grimmsnarl.
How far
right?
in are
you? Can put all of those
you're
together.
about halfway through?
You've got the Grimmsnarl with its parting shot, making sure the rain's set up, making sure that Electro Shot's going off with the Archaladon, setting up the Swift Swim for the Swampert. So if you're not against the Charizard, even if you are against the Charizard, you know, you can pivot, you can flex that rain mode, and especially as well, this light screen and reflect from the Grimmsnarl. Especially, I think Archaladon is definitely one of the best users of it, but yeah, big shout outs to Big Boy Swampert, because, you know, he's really bulky when it comes down to it. If you ain't hitting him with a grass type move, with a light screen or reflect, maybe sometimes even if you are hitting it with a grass type move, right? It's so difficult to take down. But the thing that I love about this team, and we were talking a little bit about it. It's like it's how this Charizard fits in. Water-type weather ball,
Fit it in.
Hurricane
Like
in
it's like
the rain,
Star Wars, it's fucking
and
great.
being able to
I'm
function
excited.
both to set up the Venusaur, but also to
Where
play
is
in
mine?
with the Pelipper.
Yeah, and I think that's something that a
For some
lot of
reason I
players will
closed
forget,
Arcanine
especially when
Labs.
just
Why did I
looking
do
at
that?
the team sheet as it is
What's
right
the
now.
silly
You know, you
Billy?
see the normal type icon next to Weather Ball, so you might forget that Weather Ball's
event
special effect is that
page.
whenever the weather is set up on the field, it
VGC tournament
changes
pairings.
types
There we go.
into the
There we
type
go.
of the weather. So it can be a fire type move when Charizard sets up its own sun, but when there's rain on the field, it becomes a water type move. When there is snow, it's
All right,
ice type. And then when it's
Fantaroos, how you
sand, it's a
doing?
rock type move. And Charizard's
What up,
very
what
high
up?
special attack always will take advantage of that.
Come on,
so
Pokemon. I've
it
watched
gives
enough of this
Charizard
XP
this
event now. Give
flexibility
me my
that it otherwise
fucking
does
emote
not
that I'll
have.
never use.
Definitely. It's like when all else fails, right? This team, it does have
Yay,
some
connect.
matchups where it's like, well, do you know what? And we saw it here in this match, right? The right thing to do, Scott called it out perfectly, like Sleep Powder. That's it. You know, you lead with a Charizard, you get the Venusaur set up, you put something to sleep, you create the space for
Why
Charizard
is
to
it
do
when
its
I-
thing.
Oh, it just
go
takes
on
me
the
to the Twitch
offensive, put
homepage,
some
that's
dents
why.
in
That's
your
really
opponent's
weird.
Team. Maybe then you've got our Chaladon and Pelipper in the rain, and preparing for all of
If I
these
click on
different modes of this team is so difficult. Takes an intelligent pilot like Alex to be able to use the full potential of it, but it's got so many different bits of potential that it can hit on.
It's so funny you mentioned that, though, because then if you
Or is it
swap
a chat
over to
badge?
Eduardo's team, you can almost hold up a mirror, and admittedly, maybe it's like a funhouse mirror, because obviously it's not an exact copy of what we just said, but
Don't know.
a lot of the same principles apply, because you have that Vivillon who also has that sleep powder, who can put something asleep and then open up opportunities for the Archaladon to start setting up with those electro
Alex, maybe it'll look
shots. You
frozen.
still have that Swampert,
Oh, yeah,
of
it's just a
course, who
still
can
image.
take advantage
Still
of the
image.
rain, and Politoed, of course, can set that up for
How do
its
I use
buddy,
the
but then,
world's
of course,
emotes
you
in
have
chat
the
then?
very
Where do
impressive
they come from?
combination
What's
of
the shortcut
the
for them?
Perish Song, both on that Politoed and on that Gengar, and then Gengar can Mega Evolve, have the Shadow Tag
Pretty good,
ability,
just got
and
my
then trap a
badge.
lot of
Oh,
Pokemon
bear
on the
with.
field. So then now Alex just loses the ability to switch those
Just
Pokemon
got my
around and
badge.
set up those
I'm
things.
now
100%. So if you haven't
Hang on.
seen too much of this Perish Song
I need this fucking
archetype,
thing
the,
to go
the way
away.
it works is everything hearing the
Come
Perish
to hang
back
here with cool
will
peeps. How you
think
doing this World's
in
weekend?
free
Having a good
turn. And
time.
so
Having a
that
lovely
in
good time.
combination with the Shadow Tag on the Mega Gengar here.
Oh,
will
it
be
is
able
a
to
chat
trap
badge. I
Pokemon
thought it
in.
was
If
a.
the
I thought it
Gengar
was a thing.
is
That's why I
able to
can't
stay
see
on
it.
the field.
Because I
it's
need
able
to. I want to
lock
set mine
your
up.
opponents in
I'm
on
a
the
cool
last
guy.
turn. Everything switches out on
Bit of my settings.
Eduardo, in this case's side of the field, the person that's
Yeah.
using the Perish Song, and then the other player's Pokemon. Two knockouts happen. But then the beauty
Well, there
of
it
that is that when two Pokemon get knocked out, there's only two Pokemon left. We only take 4 Pokemon to a battle, right?
Yep.
And so they can't switch either, and all you have to do with a few little steps in between, click that Perish Song again, and then wait that timer out. And that's why we see moves like Protect on Incineroar, where we don't often see it. We've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, and we've got Protect here.
We've got
Every
Protect
single
here,
Pokemon
baby.
on this team can wait it out if the Perish mode is going to be the option of choice. But what I think Eduardo did so well in that match, the first 2 games, he didn't click the button, really. Okay, end of game 2, he clicked the button, it was like, well, this is kind of still over in Alex's favor. But in game 1, he was able to take the win without even clicking the button, just
Bing
using the
bong.
high special attack of Gengar, the ability for our
Click
Chaladon
that.
to get its boost up with the Electro Shot, and use that momentum to just conventionally damage all the Pokemon on Alex's side of the field.
And that's the scary thing about playing an experienced Perish Song user, is that I think someone who's newer to the archetype will go for the, I press Perish Song once, I wait 3 turns, I switch my Pokemon out, and then I do that again to win the game. But someone who's played this team and knows it inside and out will know when to use Perish Song versus when to save it. And having to play that mind game against somebody is really what makes it tricky.
Because I think, like, especially in a lot of the turn 1s that you see with that composition, like the way that you have to aggressively target down a Pokemon that's using Perish Song, a Pokemon that can trap Pokemon in,
Give us round 3,
by
you
definition,
heathens.
opens you up to taking attacks, right? And so it's like, well, you have to play aggressive. You have to attack
Give us them
into those
chicken
Pokemon
nuggets,
to make
bro.
sure you've got enough damage down on the
Medium
board.
rare
But in
chicken,
doing that, it's
bro.
like, hey, if you just want to attack me, by the way, I've got to open myself up to that as well. It
Round
makes it
3,
so risky to play in these matchups.
Yeah, and I really love just how this team is composed. Just to talk about other ways to stall for time, you know, yes, you can use your own protect, but you could also potentially put your opponent to sleep with sleep powder. You could use encore to lock your opponent into a move, so you have more time to go for that perish song. And of course, you have rage powder on Vivillon as well. So there's a lot of different ways you can stall for time. I guess there's also Incineroar's fake out, but that felt a little bit apparent.
Just gonna do a big ring around Incineroar there.
Perfect. Incineroar's existence will help you stall for time. This whole team is just constructed in such a way that enables both this you know, aggressive mode of play, but also to slow down for perish song
but
speed.
I would like
And
round 3.
someone like Eduardo has that experience to know when to, you know, put your foot on the gas and when to hit the brakes.
Yeah,
Step on the brake.
This is the other part of it. I think a lot of players have tried to figure out Perish Trap, and I think Eduardo's hit the nail on the head here, where you do have this like rain mode coming out here with these 3 rain abusers. And I think like a lot of the early stuff where you had Mega Gengar Komodo, because it has this combination of soundproof, so it doesn't hear the Perish song, it doesn't have that timer ticking it down, but also like Gengar likes to knock out Fairy-type Pokemon, Komodo, Fairy-type Pokemon are its worst enemies, and so you get this like automatic synergy there, but it just didn't quite hit in the same way that previous Perish song used to work.
But he won.
And I think a large part of that is down to Gothitelle not being in the game, not having a secondary Pokemon that can trap things in. Like, hey, Gengar's getting a bit low. Let's lean on the Gothitelle to get the trap going. And so, yeah, I think a lot of trainers have struggled with it. And I think this is where Eduardo's commitment to the team archetype and also like figuring out exactly how he needs to run it really cracks the code.
For sure. So I'm
Joe
curious,
Scude's
you know, we talked a lot
0-2.
about the teams.
Oh.
Were there any turns from those games that really stood out to you
because
as
I was
key
mentioning
turns?
before,
If you had
because
to pick, like 1 or 2.
Like
Ugate's had a rough morning.
Any turn 1.
You want to go to game 1, turn 1?
Let's go game 1, turn 1. Let's go game 1, turn 1. So we're here. Let's get to a little bit of a nicer frame here. So we're seeing the Venusaur and the Charizard. This is how Alex was leading in this match versus the Gengar Vivian that Eduardo was going for in games 1 and 3. And so what's happening here that's really important is like there's a lot of sleep powder being threatened on both sides of the field. And so, yeah, if Charizard goes for the Sun, Venusaur gets its chlorophyll boost, then it's threatening some fast sleep powders on the Gengar. And it's like, how do you actually deal with that pressure if you're Eduardo trying to keep the trap, right? So sleep powder coming in here, and then the Charizard maybe going for a little bit of spread damage, just attacking down into the Vivian and the Gengar and just bringing it down to lower HP. But if, like we saw here, Eduardo just goes on the defensive, plays the double protect, stops all of that damage coming into his side of the board, then actually, like,
oops.
Alex has got to commit his Mega.
Oops.
There's a rain setter in the back. The Sun's already on the field, and then Gengar can go, for either the Perish song or just start going on the offensive.
It's a tough choice to make. I mean, that's always the prediction you have to make when you're playing these double Mega teams. You know, which Pokemon do you Mega, especially when you do bring both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and so like, what we saw here, I think like really key is that in all the games, you had this Swampert Archaladon sitting in the back here, knowing that you were gonna, Alex, knowing that it's like, well, we're probably gonna end up in rain one way or another. My Charizard is gonna get trapped.
Yep.
Edu's got the rain as well. He's gonna set the weather.
Well, just
situation.
so
what do I
many
want in the back?
Players.
I wanna like lead out with my Charizard and my Venusaur,
So
set
many
some
good
pressure,
players.
and then these guys get to go in on the back.
Pockapia
in
between.
Like,
Let's go.
Perfect example of how these things really lead up. So I think that's all we've got time for, Gabby. We've been going for this for a little while, but I think it's really important to understand exactly how these Perish song users work.
Bing bong.
Now we've got round 3 coming up, so
Yeah,
we're
we
gonna
have.
kick it straight over to the casters and get things rolling.
Get things rolling, baby.
Thank you so much, you two. Sierra Dawn, Lee Pro.
Sierra
we're so
Dawn?
honored to be here for the 2026 Pokemon World Championships, and it has been a fantastic day so
There we
far.
go.
And with Swiss Round 3 just around the corner, I cannot wait to dive into this.
I know,
Still
it's been
got the
such a
fucking
fantastic
that
way
in
to
the corner.
kick off proceedings here this weekend. And yeah, the action's been hot, and it is going to continue on.
The
Round
action
3
has been
on
hot
the
and heavy,
way,
baby.
I cannot wait to get into it, Sierra. It's been phenomenal so far. As you would expect, it is the World Championships, right?
Yeah.
They could do
I mean,
a drop
looking
in the
at
background
each
music
one
a
of
bit.
these pairings in these matches, it's like,
Just a smidgen.
wow, this is a crazy matchup. But then you look across the board, and they're all crazy matchups. We got the
I
best
don't think
of
it
the
bothers
best
you, but
trainers
apparently
from
they use Gen
around
AI
the
in
world
Train Sim World
trying to
7
claim their
for
stake as why
voiceover
they
elements,
are
like the announcement when a
greatest
trainer arrives at a
Pokemon
station.
champions, and it's been absolutely
Did they?
incredible. So we hope you've been enjoying so far, because we certainly have been. And this next one as well. This is a familiar matchup. Looking
'Cause
at
I
our
know they-
notable pairings in Swiss
I
Round
thought they got
3.
the official
This
stuff.
is a throwback to a region very
Oh, no.
familiar to you, Lee.
Yes, very familiar. Well, we can look at the notable matches, but the stream match, one we will be featuring, is going to be between Zachary Weed and Paul Chua. Throwback to that final in EUIC earlier this season. What a match
Oh, we're getting
that
Paul
was,
Chua and
we're
Zachary
gonna be able to
Weed.
have a kind of repeat here at the World Championships in round 3.
Train Sim World 7 use generative AI
I'm so
explicitly for
excited
its
for this.
in-game
The fact that you
voiceover
get
and
to see
announcement
an
element.
international finals replayed now
Following
on an
Steam's
even
strict AI
bigger
disclosure
stage
requirements,
is incredible.
openly listed
And of
Felicity
course,
to
then
stay on
an
the game's store
opportunity
page.
to maybe try and take down
They generate realistic
a
passenger
prior
announcements,
USC
dispatch
nemesis, but
communications,
across the board,
historical
so many
radio
strong
dialogue,
matchups as
games,
well. A
and
Europe matchup, Marco going up against
Utilizing
Aurelian,
these make it much
certainly
faster
a
and
very
easier to
strong
implement
matchup, and
spontaneous
Kuma
updates,
facing
highly
off
specific
against
line
Salway
announcements
as
compared to
well.
traditional studio recording
Yeah,
sessions.
I
Oh,
mean,
that's a bit
just
lame though.
across the board, just shows the caliber
Marco
of
versus
players that we've
Aurelian?
got
Fucking
here at
hell.
World Championships this weekend. When you have round 3,
Wolf and Joji.
pairings are looking like this. I mean, you go down the board at the bottom there. You got Joji Kaeda against Wolf Glick as well. We had Wolf on earlier and started amazing fashion. Rintaro versus Taran.
Unlike games facing severe
great one.
backlash for
Some of these
replacing
players
visual
I
artists
have been able to
or
have a look
script
at the
writers,
teams.
Train
I'm
Sim
not
World
gonna give
usage is
anything away
confined
now, but
strictly
some of
to
them have some
assisting with
really
auxiliary
interesting
audio
choices,
and testing
amongst
pipelines.
the competition out
Oh.
there.
You know, there's one in
I'm
particular
on the big
player
telly.
with one particular Pokemon. I won't spoil
Most
it
people
either.
most people
That's
just
our
use the chat on their
business, but
phones while I'm on the
certainly
big
we
telly.
brought some spice to the Pokemon World Championships. But it's time to head over to the stage and get started with our feature match. Paul Chua facing off against Zachary Weed. Again, a rematch from our European International Finals, where Paul was able to best Zachary and take that EUIC title for himself. Now on an even bigger stage, can Zachary get his get-backs and take that win? A player that has certainly had an incredible season.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly that. And I think if we look back at EUIC,
This is interesting. They've said, while some vocal internet critics clumped the title into listicles of upcoming games using, quote, AI slop, simulation enthusiasts widely consider text-to-speech audio a practical way to populate endlessly varied hyper-specific station announcements that would otherwise be cost-prohibitive to record. Oh! So, like, it's the kind of thing if you were mad at Train Sim World for that use of generative AI, you'd have to be mad at every Twitch alert I've had that Brian has read out because it's the same kind of AI. Ah, okay. I'm not that worried then.
Yeah, looking back at NAIC, we got to get
Zachary
make that
Weed.
phase 2 of competition
Zachary Weed
with this exact
absolutely
same team.
looks
So
like
certainly well practiced
he could
at
be
this point. And a team that was
Giovanni
designed to help
Chiske's younger
beat
brother.
Some of the biggest teams that we have in the format. When you look like Pokemon like this, like Rock, like this Frostlass, this can offer just so much offensive pressure. And of course,
Fucking
you always
mega
have to be
Scovillain.
careful when there's a Scovillain around.
Yeah, this team extremely strong, potent, got really good answers against some of the common.
Yeah, I think there is.
Pokemon
Crazy
in this
Taxi, the new ones
format,
have in Gen
particularly
AI.
like Lycanroc giving
I've
you
met
a
Lee,
really
he
good
came to
answer
the apartment I was staying at
Charizard
during
Y, and that's
EUIC.
something that Zachary
I was
can
staying at the
leverage in this
Bro...
match. This is
I was
gonna
staying
be
with the
very good
Professors,
against
and Lee was curious
Gambit,
about their
but
rescue center
focus
gear.
sash there. It's got a little bit of a security. It can take
Two
at
full
least one attack,
briefcases,
keep
with
around on
consoles,
the field a
built-in
little bit
Wii's,
longer,
built-in
and more
monitors to help transfer
importantly,
Pokemon
it
from all the
supports
games.
that Frostlass so well in allowing
Jesus.
that Auroraville setup. If you can time your Mega well enough, if
That's
Charizard's
fucking
out
wild.
on the field, you can get that set up and then maybe end the game.
Lee's a good
with
lad.
something like that
I've met him a
Kingambit
couple of
that
times.
is
We
the main
battled
setup
recently
of
as well,
this
and he
team.
fucking
That
destroyed
Swords
me, 'cause of
Dance,
course he
once
did.
that gets that powered up under its belt, it is going to be hitting extremely hard with those priority attacks.
for Zachary here. And when I look at this team in general, though, of course, when you have a team that was designed to beat some of the biggest teams in the format, like the common Charizard archetype, of course, you have to be so careful with those pieces. And those Charizard players are going to be expecting it. That's how we saw the downfall of this team at NAIC.
He does look young,
how it
though,
kind
I'll
of
give
got
you
picked
that.
off along the way. But of course, with months of practice since that opportunity, time to see if he can now take down Paul. Paul didn't compete at NAIC. We did see him compete at Indy, where he had a nice run, but of course, a little bit of a different variation of the team now. But of course, the most common variation when you look at so many of these strong meta picks, things like the Toxapex,
They should have been streaming Orlando versus Wolf, I want to say.
You've got the fast defensive mode, you've got the choice Garchomp that's going to get the jump on pretty much everything. It's not going to be comfortable in front of Mega Frostlass, so you need to give it a little bit of protection there, but you've got the tools to do that. Mega Charizard Y, of course, offering those big fire type attacks. Got a way to disrupt the weather and set up that Venusaur if it can get in a place where that chlorophyll is active. It can really cause huge damage when it's supported by that life orb. But the key piece for Paul is going to be protecting that Toxapex. That's going to give Zachary a big headache because he's not got really any direct answers to removing that quickly, right? So if Paul can play his cards right, the Toxapex could end up overcoming everything on Zachary's side of the field, and you think Zachary needs to probably concentrate on taking the pieces around the Toxapex down so it's left on its lonesome so you can kind of overwhelm it at the end of the battle. But Paul won't allow that to happen easily, and we know Paul
As well as
is
PUBG,
so good with
DED for in-game content, but seems safest against comp because of that game. Is that how it came about? Is that how what came about?
Titles under his belt and trying to make that claim to the World Championship title.
What?
Getting into
Warface's
this match.
team, did he even bring the packs?
I
don't remember.
With that Kingambit Sneasler up against Sylveon and Charizard for Paul.
Yeah, the immediate fake out support that you've got from the Sneasler onto the Charizard, just to stop it in its tracks, protect the Kingambit this turn. It allows it maybe to get a sword stance up, but Paul does have a little bit of security on its side as well. It has got Yawn on the Sylveon here, where it can potentially fire that off.
In game 3, brought Sneasler in Zard. Mate, you remember crazy stats, bro.
Maybe not going for the fake out, going for that gun shot. That would pick up a one-hit KO into that Sylveon.
Fucking cup of empty
very early on.
Cup of empty
and that
water.
Fake out immediate pressure.
G-fueled water.
Allow that Charizard to be a sitting duck, potentially fake out Kowtow Cleave into that slot, and Charizard doesn't want to take too much
Worlds,
damage.
because why am I back at the EYC finals?
All unoffensive or try
there
and stop a Pokemon, but with the Mega
so if we do a PUBG shoot, so was that just having fun? Oh no.
She's fake out instead. Hyper Voice from Sylveon, a lot of damage onto the board, bringing the Caesar down to less than half.
What's the word I'm looking for?
In return, though, Charizard
PUBG paid for her to be there.
Yeah, now Zachary's put themselves in a great spot, right? That Kowtow Cleave onto
her hotel and stuff and her flights and things.
Now, so that Charizard
yeah, she's at Gamescom because PUBG.
Or does it switch out? Maybe open the door for Zachary to even capitalize on that.
Oh,
and
shit.
the Sylveon now in a position where
Why did the water spill?
Still active
Why
on the field and that gun
spill?
shot, well, not 100% accurate. It is a bit shaky. It is threatening a knockout onto that Sylveon depending
Why
on
did
how
the water spill? Yeah, I'm with you now. I'm with you
double
now.
knockout on this turn, so much momentum could swing into Zach's favor.
I think
so
the
for
problem
Paul,
is, right,
do you call out that Zach would
is
maybe
I do think with
it's
Gen
too
AI in
telegraphed,
gaming,
right?
as much as
Or
it
do you
fucking
try
sucks, and I hope,
it will be the
like,
swap
it
with a lot
absolutely
of
should never
pressure
replace voice
onto that
actors. I
Charizard,
do think
just to switch
small
around
amounts of
and
it are
attack
going to
on
continue
Sylveon.
to be
No
used in
damage will
games
be done to the one
all over
Pokemon,
the fucking
and if it
place.
was a Sucker Punch, Garchomp would have stayed safe,
But, like,
it will
as
be a
long as
different move instead.
I don't mind as long as it's minimal usage. Like with the Train Sim World thing, it's like, well, they're using it for,
from Zachary, you know, it is risky.
you know,
if
they have like 14,000 different announcements for different stations at different times and different connections, rather than have a voice actor very expensively sit through and read all of them monotonously. If they can just use text to speech,
because if not, Garchomp
then
going to
fair
be able
play.
to go for an earthquake.
But for like a story-driven dialogue game,
where you could switch out the Sylveon,
like let's say you play in a Final Fantasy and they use Gen AI for the voice acting, that's when it'd be like, hang on, this isn't just station announcements, this is, you're trying to tell a story with emotion and stuff. We don't want Gen AI in that.
Zach with another great call to get a Pokemon KO.
Because then we're taking the human out of human emotion.
Gunshot now into the Sylveon as well.
But this is the 14-17 lunchtime service to Toulouse, stopping at Toodaloo, Eadaloo, Toodaloo, and Doodaloo. Passengers looking to stop at Widdlywoo must exit in the rear coach. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
to have such a dominant.
I thought they just used one voiceover at all the stations, and now it is IRL. I think IRL, it's probably text-to-speech.
Incredible. I mean,
except for Joanna Lumley.
Talk about Paul being
I got a drunk text from my new rivals buddy with her boobies out.
Right? But for Zach to constantly get those turns right and just take so much momentum from
fair play.
the get-go, no choice, but the forfeit after 3 turns.
Yeah, even after the bubble pops, there'll be some
Zachary
residuals. Yeah.
got every move right along.
I think we have to look at it situationally as well. Do you know what I mean? If it's this game has 75 different characters and they're all voiced by different AIs, then it's like they should have been voiced by voice actors. But if it's this robotic announcement system that needs constantly updating, then maybe it's fine. I don't know enough about it.
Enough to close it up. Then they were in the driving seat, and I think all for Paul.
Pretty sure the station announcement in the UK is the same voice. It certainly are here.
That's a wake-up call of a game one if I have ever seen one. So a switch desperately needed.
I'm pretty sure, but I'm pretty sure they've been recorded over time. I know from I've been used for minor touch-ups and like fixing lip sync, but it shouldn't be used to replace people or create assets from scratch. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, great adjustment here from Zachary. You first see it from Paul. You think the Garchomp coming out early.
Like I think with the UK announcements, I'm pretty sure it's like one person has recorded like a selection of words, and then what they do is they have those words saved. That's why it sounds so disjointed. Like, so they'll just get like, yeah, IRL, there's a different voice for a train operator, so it's a smaller set of announcements. Oh, there you go, yeah.
And with that, this could be a go button.
Yeah, my game isn't that good. I managed to make out, you've proper grown on me since I met you Sunday. Hope you know you're a cool person, but everything else is too difficult to read. Oh, dude, I feel bad for you. I mean, that's lovely and wholesome, but also, in the last for a week, I'm nowhere seeing her tits. It's not stopped me in the past.
It's time to see what the Lightning Rock has done on the turn. Do you keep the Charizard honest, or do you try and mix
Yeah, I think the way they do it in the UK is literally like, they record all the city names, and then they record every number.
Yeah, nice play from Paul here, just to kind of mitigate.
So basically they go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all the way up to, I guess, 59, because that would be the end of an hour. And then they record all of the possible stations, and then they just obviously, they have it programmed to just slot in where needed.
That's one of the things with these matches.
I think that's what it is.
These weather Pokemon, you want to make sure your
Like Rock doing stuff? Yeah, yeah. Like Rock's still alive. Talking trains again, that's a shock. Hey, I didn't bring it up. Shadow Scarab brought it up. He's the Australian.
We do have the option of
Get him.
Fake Out, and with that pressure, like not
Bonza.
will protect on this turn. Keeping the Pokemon honest. Fake Out from Incineroar, and it will just be the Charizard left to attack.
Charizard used Heat Wave.
The Basque Legion that had just swapped in, though, will take a decent amount of damage considering not very effective.
Yeah, it's a nice switch in. It's probably the best one you've got there, but the main thing is you preserve that Focus Sash on the Lycan Rock, and now you're still in that position where you're threatening the Charizard. You can also maybe just get that Basque Legion out of here, out of harm's way, get the Frostlats back on the field, get control of the weather, and get rid of the weather on the opposite side of the field. Or you can keep it in and just attack into the Incineroar slot, maybe prolong your weather.
TLDR is that it's not robots or AI. There recently a news story about one of the ladies who recorded it.
But you kind of wish that was the Charizard instead, because that's still a lot of damage.
I'm with you.
Though it will hold on. It does flinch, though. So
Train talk during a Pokemon watch along is the purest form of autism. Wow.
We'll bring Garchomp down to about half health. So no momentum being able to be gained from Paul on that turn.
No,
Bascu.
This is not looking
Get him.
great for Paul in this scenario here. Getting the Garchomp on the field's great, right? You've got the choice.
So you can find him, but one of the train YouTubers is the Thames Link one. I think he's done a vid on it. Oh, that's kind of baller.
In no way, shape, or form going to be able to take another attack.
I wasn't saying it was a robot doing it. I was saying it's always the same voice, or I assumed it was.
Switching your Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto the Lycan Rock, and then give a little bit of help to that Garchomp after this turn once it does enter the field. But it is the Sylveon.
Yeah, it will be a swap, but with no Intimidate, just instead of Sylveon to soak up some
damage. Joji beat Wolf.
With the Protect on the turn
Wolf is 2-1.
The Legion with an Aqua Jet into the Garchomp just deals
more like washed Glick, am I right?
Stop this.
But I caught my own shining Basque Legion last week. Well done.
Recoil. Stomping Tantrum Garchomp will deal off that remaining HP. So Paul to be able to take
I haven't opened Pokemon Go in a while. That's a good shout.
Yeah, it's a nice knockout there. The Lycan Rock still safe and sound though, and that's the thing. I think what you would want to do with
no pecs. I'm trying. It's really hard. You have to bench press a lot, bro.
Bringing in the King Gambit.
I know
we
you mean
saw the
Toxapex,
such damage earlier.
it's funnier when I say
Garchomp
it.
is going to be threatened. We know it has to attack if it
Bum,
stays on the field.
bum, bum.
Zachary has the choice here. Do you go for a Sucker Punch into the Garchomp, remove that, or do you go for Kowtow Cleave, which would pick up the knockout onto the Garchomp, and it would also
Liam.
get the Charizard, which
What?
is the only option if
Still at the outbreak, Scarlet Violet started when I was on the phone with Bestie. I haven't opened Scarlet and Violet in yonks.
Out though, as Frostlass
I bet I've missed
will
loads of
re-hit
events.
the field. And of course, coming back out will be the Snow Warning once again to get your weather of choice. Sucker Punch, Garchomp, low enough, will be enough for that.
You just made me realize that Incineroar Toxapex is the
close out this game. But of course now Sylveon, this
is
is the
the
opportunity to go on the
Pex
offensive.
duo.
And we'll deal a respectable amount to each one, but still just not
Oh, the Pex
quite
duo.
enough with these remaining pieces. Because again, this Charizard
Why would you do this to
has
him?
just taken so
Yeah, I
much
think
damage.
for voiceovers, fine. For just the 222 to lose.
King Gambit effectively, and yes, the Sylveon's doing good, consistent damage each turn.
Yeah, it's one of those where it could have been a voice actor.
The remaining Pokemon.
But I
on
think
Zachary's
basically,
side of
yeah,
the
it's
field
text to
are sitting
speech.
in
So
such
like,
close range.
it's
And the
because
King
they're
Gambit
gonna have to record like 150 timetables, and then every time they add something new, they're gonna have to re-add. And I imagine that cost would pile up a lot.
Great for Paul. Zachary's so commanding and
Because like it's a
showing how
difference
well
between
they got
like
this
one
team
train
inside out.
company paying for it once for their line,
Do just try and
as opposed to a game studio
wait it out.
using
That's not even going to be enough.
using it
So
multiple
will just be a
times.
hit into the Sylveon. Special defense dropped as well.
So I get it.
And
Apparently
keeping
it's
on
very
the board.
common
You
in,
do have the
according
sun
to
on your side,
Google,
so
it's
you
very
can
common
deal
in
a
the
lot of
simulation
damage.
community.
And into the Frostlass
So like your
already
playing
attack
sim world,
will
your
be
train
enough
sim
to
world,
take
your
another
farming
KO. We
simulator.
talked about, the Sylveon not being able to unform.
Because there's so many
If you're really
variables of
taking
each
down all
like
the
announcement
other
of thing.
pieces, you might have a way back into this.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, yeah, I think you just want to get a little
Same brain.
as much damage as possible off of the Frostlass, which
Long
means that
peen.
Sylveon and get this like
I got that.
as healthy as possible. That's exactly what Zachary's done. It doesn't
That's how
seem
Liam
as
changes
the way around the
subjects.
rock slide now going to be enough to take that Charizard down
Will it?
and do enough decent damage to that Sylveon as well, while
Good
you've got the
loot,
King Gambit
good,
to kind
good,
of
good.
back up and help out with that extra damage here. It does feel very difficult for Paul to come back into this, but remember they do have
Lee,
that
stay close to your
Incineroar
mic,
still
mate,
in the
even though
back.
it's on your
They
face,
can
so I don't know how you
cycle
got
in
far
at
away
any
then.
point. Really difficult though. in
Not
front
for
of
long,
this King Gambit.
Kaylee.
It has a defiant ability, so
It's gonna be weird when Incineroar gets the field.
rather
You just
than
have-
lowering it like you
I think you just
normally
let
see.
Zard go down there.
It's difficult. The
Yeah.
path is a difficult one.
If they're only doing
They've
one
gotta try
voice
and
for
see
everywhere,
deeper.
actual
Any of
voice
the
actor would have been
sauce
better,
and
but
Zachary
150 is a
slipping.
steep
Rock
cost
slide
that
on
no
the
one would be
turn,
willing to
deal a lot of
pay.
damage
Yeah.
to both of these Pokemon, but it will knock Incineroar into that
My
center
dick's
fairy
growing on
race
me.
for a little bit more
Hey,
recovery.
because you're
But
talking
if
to
you
that
wanted
bird.
Back into this, your Pokemon have to attack and flinch from the Sylveon.
Big kowtow.
That's just devastating. It was a difficult one anyways, but no damage done on that turn.
They're watching your MGS stream yesterday, realised I want something. If I want something, get it. So I bought the MGS 2 Volume 2 bundle. Ooh, enjoy Peace Walker as well. Yeah, that flinch was gnarly.
Hyper Voice coming out there with that extra Pokemon advantage.
That flinch pretty much ruined Paul's chances of turning this round.
Match up, but now
You miss
the
your
double
wife,
protect
though?
is the obvious
Aw.
one to burn through that fake out. Now you're in that position where
That's
you can rock
wholesome.
slide again.
I bet
You're
she
probably
misses
gonna be able
UG.
to pick the Sylveon up, get enough damage onto the Incineroar, and then between the Lycanroc King Gambit, you should be able to close
Oh
that
no,
up, but
Pokemon's
not
like
over just
Pokemon
yet.
goes like catch 5 Pokemon.
Yeah, there's always different
But
shenanigans
I only need
that
to
can
catch
go
one
on. If we're
more.
looking for the
But
rock
the only
slide to
thing
deal
that could
a
give me a
lot into
Pokemon is a
this
Team
Incineroar
Rocket balloon, and I'm
pick
just
off
not
the
feeling
Sylveon,
fighting
there's
Team
always
Rocket
the
right now.
opportunity of a miss. There's always the opportunity of a miss up along the way.
Cheeky
And
detect.
Sylveon will just detect. So hopefully
hasn't
that
messaged you
Incineroar
since
can
3?
maybe
Oh my
play
god, it's
to
like she
something
hates you.
here. Lycanroc instead opting for the
No, I'm
Accel
kidding.
Rock
She's
to
probably
make
just
sure
busy,
that you
mate.
can pick up that Sylveon fast. Sucker Punch into the Incineroar will bring it down to 25%. What
I
does
miss
this
my wife,
Incineroar
Tails.
do though? Flare Blitz, you do have the Sun. You have a King Gambit that was low health. So that does bring it down actually into
Bring it down.
just this Lycanroc against the world. So focused on this Incineroar not actually being an attacking piece of the puzzle. If there is a Rock Slide miss here, this Lycanroc just picks up both KOs.
Yeah,
Good to
that's
know
all
much she's
Zachary
tired of
needs
this.
now.
Yeah,
in the position,
might well
preserve
be.
this Lycanroc so well to the end game. Everything in Rock Slide
No,
range.
don't
You
worry
just
too
need
much.
those moves to hit.
And it
One
does.
coming out, it does hit, taking both
Yeah,
down, leaving
Zach's
that Charizard in the back.
Dunzo, mate.
The
That's
double
done it.
connect from the Rock Slide. Lycanroc will get it done. That is a double KO on the turn. And now it's just a 1v1. And when you look again at the moveset on this Lightning Rock and the Accelerock, it will be enough. Zachary
Go on then, Alice, I'll
take
sneak
the
in.
victory 2-0.
I see where you're at.
To a run back of EUIC.
Oh, wait.
Zach the victor in the end will put him undefeated so far here in day 1 of Worlds.
Sylveon not a quick attack. Did drop at the yawn? Possibly.
So well played from start to finish, really dominating the game and not giving Paul an inch to get back into it. It did look like there might be ways in that game too, as the game kind of dragged
Give Paul
down.
an inch.
Paul's really one of those
look at Mega
great
Dragonite.
players of being able to do that. But, you know, preserving that Lycanroc we outlined at the start, it is the key to kind of getting the value from the Lycanroc against these Charizard teams once that Garchomp fell, and that's exactly what Zachary was able to do.
The way that he was able to preserve the
I never pay
Lycanroc
attention
as
to
well,
the team
not just
sheets. This is
have
why
the
the player
Pokemon,
point of
but
view
be
would have
able to
helped
have
there.
it with
Valid.
That just the Focus Sash intact was just incredible.
Two
that
flinches.
offers just so much more pressure than a Pokemon at full health, because then you essentially have those 2 lives, right? And along the way, the flinches, you know, in that game 1, the flinch in the Sylveon, but it still was just a Paul that was in a tricky spot and still would have had to then, okay, see a Rock Slide miss and then maybe come on through. So I think Paul played the best considering the board state at that time. But a big congratulations to Zach for how well he was able to play this, because you get into that end game, Lycanroc at full health, that's just a commanding way for Zachary to be starting off the day.
Yeah, I know, like a heart and mouth moment there when that the Rock Slide onto the Incineroar and Sylveon. I know that's exactly how
So annoyed that everyone's getting all these flinches and landing powders. I know, right? When does that happen for us? Fucking never, ever.
As well, I think, yeah, a really fitting way to end this set.
Do you feel like the casters are like forced to downplay RNG? I think so, yeah.
Even though it's not.
Because I remember back when I did an audition for casting, and they were like, you can't say anything negative. Like, you're not supposed to play, you're not supposed to say like, oh, what a bad decision by that player to go for Rock Slide. Or, oh, he didn't really seem to know what he was doing there. You have to be like, interesting move. You know what I mean?
But there's so much strength to this
Jordan
team,
Guy
so
was
much
against
pressure,
Shohei this round.
Rock Slides or even those Accel Rocks, not even then to mention the King Gambit. Now how much work that put in with those sucker punches. Paul was forced
The
into
Crown
so
Pikachu
many
I
of
got
those switches.
in
So
the Alice Blaze
Zachary
raid
is
was
a
just
phenomenal
okay,
player.
but
He has
it's still
been
a
one
cool
throughout the
Pikachu.
season. Second place at Las Vegas, second place at EUIC. It's a player that has been
To
looking
sugarcoat
for
it,
that title.
yeah.
I mean, we're day 1. We're not counting our
early
hatch here. But
I guess it's because you're representing the Pokemon Company, and the Pokemon Company have to be
ramping up. The season has been such
have to not be seen to be like talking shit about their players.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy someone beat Wolfie. I mean, it's not, because Joji's a really accomplished player, and also Wolfie has lost many times in the past. That's all right, Alice. Thank you for the chance. I snuck in.
The way that they really utilized
I needed
the
that
tools that they had
Pikachu.
at their disposal to get that initial chip damage on everything.
Yeah.
And they put the King Gambit in that
Watching
spot where
Malaysia
it was
Nationals, the
able to be
casters were
so
so much more
valuable,
raw.
just
Like, I wouldn't have done that.
knockouts
Oof.
There, and across the board, making it impossible for Paul to really utilize, especially the Garchomp. When you look at it, you think.
I remember I
great,
got
you can
my
get
shiny
it in.
Deoxys Red. I used sleep powder, missed, got immediately hit by Taunt.
Kind of
Rough.
do well.
No
Zachary
commentary. Like,
doing it-
what's the
doing
point
it
in
and doing it
splashing?
well.
A little
It
bit.
was an incredible win, and congratulations to him.
There's a
Of course, we
Liam
need to go hear
at 3.
from him.
I know,
Standing by
Liam
with our
shorter.
interview.
I'm Liam longer. I can prove that as well.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with
I like
your
that
round
transition.
3 winner, Zachary Weed, our finalist at EUIC, and just beat the person who beat him at
No one says it
EUIC,
about
so
other world champs,
congratulations,
by the
Zachary.
way,
How's
or
it
regional
feel?
champs. Just Wolf, I know.
Feels really good.
I mean, not calling someone's play
going
trash
into
is
this
disrespectful in my
tournament, I
opinion.
didn't
You might
have
not
a
see what
whole
their
lot of
lines
prep
are.
done,
Maybe they're
so I
throwing and
kinda
playing
just
for the
picked
next game, so you might as well be
something that I felt
neutral. Yeah, yeah.
comfortable with,
It's a valid
and
thing. Like,
being
I'm not
able
against
to,
it.
To wing it into beating one of the best players in the world feels very good.
I was going to say, you know, I've seen you run this Mega Frostlass, Mega
Be
Scovillain team
informative
a
and
lot
entertaining, not
coming
judgmental.
into
Yes.
this tournament.
Impartial
what made you sort of
is the
gravitate
word.
towards these two
Commentators
Pokemon at
should be
first?
impartial.
So I've always really liked Frostlass because the teams that it's built around have both ways of dealing damage and ways of controlling defensively with Aurora Veil
Hell
or
yeah.
Burn Chip.
Hell yeah.
And I really tend to gravitate towards teams that don't have like a ton of Pokemon that are just completely dedicated to one or the other.
Yeah, he fucking
And
won
I
quickly
really just
as
like
well.
having a bunch of versatile pieces that
Like, that was a quick 2-0,
work
right?
in a lot of different situations, and this team is probably the best in the format at doing that because pretty much
Judgmental.
every Pokemon
Ooh,
can be a
there's a
damage
few in this
threat
world
its
that
own
need to
right.
hear that.
Yeah,
What's
and
here?
I think we saw you
Haha.
use those pieces really to your advantage in that matchup.
UIC
And
rematch
it felt
went
like
well,
in
right?
Game
Yeah,
2
redeemed.
in particular, you just sent out the 2 Pokemon that had the best counters to your opponent's lead. What was going through your mind in that team preview?
19 tables still
so
playing.
I figured that in the first game that King Gambit was a really good piece because it deters the slow Incineroar Toxapex mode and forces them to kind of do a more offensive
Why is that always
angle.
dressed like a British prep school kid?
And
Jumper, shirt, and
in
respectful
the second
trousers?
game, I knew once I led King Gambit's Sneasler
I don't even know what
that
to say
an
to
easy
that.
adjustment for him was Garchomp.
Wolf's
'cause
team
it
is
hits both
already
super
on the ladder,
effectively and can
which is
reasonably
funny because
take hits.
he's
and
2-1.
puts me in a position where I don't have a good fake out target. So
But I guess that's 'cause
realized
it's
that
on
I
his
could
Patreon, maybe?
pin the Charizard with Lycanroc and then be able to safely Mega Frostlass.
Well, they
in
showed it
front
early,
of
didn't they, Liam? That's true.
Garchomp Charizard, because I knew that even if he went for his
Oh
Mega
God, no,
Evolution
don't
turn
bookmark.
1, that he
I
was
wanted to
ultimately
control F.
basically risking the game
See how Taron's
by
doing.
letting me hit an Accelerock into his Charizard.
Yeah, and Lycanroc seems pretty good at getting those Accelerocs up and then really snowballing. Has that been your experience?
Yeah, it's the
Oh,
in my
Taron's match
opinion,
is
the
still
best
going, so
counter
he's still
to
2-0.
Charizard in the format. Just because no matter what sort of speed control or pivoting they have, you can always line up the Accelerock, always have a ton of rock slide pressure, and just
Rock
always have
slide
a way to
these nuts,
always have a way to pin
bro.
it, which is very useful for 2 Mega Evolutions that aren't super great into Charizard.
Well, Zachary, thank you so much for your time. Before I let you go, I do want to ask, I've seen you sort of really come into your own this season.
Taser's being naughty, tell him off. Is he tickling your vagina again?
Do you have any advice for anybody at home who's looking to find their footing in competitive Pokemon as we enter the 2027 season?
Just don't be afraid to play. I mean, every tournament is an experience, or it gives you valuable experience regardless of how you do, and just play the game and not just don't get too frustrated in it. I mean, I've been able to keep playing the game for a while because I haven't put too much pressure on myself to play it. Not every tournament's going to be some crazy big run, but I've realized that if I just relax and keep playing one round at a time, that good things will happen to those who wait.
Yeah, and
Bing
I think
bong.
we've seen you have some incredible wins. So best of luck in this tournament. Best of luck throughout the rest of your day. And of course, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
Shout outs to my mom for taking me and all my family at home,
Shout outs
all
to
my friends
boy,
watching.
Expose's.
And shout out to Evan, Keon, and Gianna for getting shiny Pokemon for my team this weekend.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching at home, and for those of you who are hanging out here in the hall, having a good time, I hope. We'll be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
I'm present by Dad. Oh shit! Look, it's the Pokemon Center. I can get kicked out of there for pushing in. Oh, 6 minutes, right. It's Drinkle and Tinkle time. Drinkle and Tinkle time. Don't miss me. You won't. I had a control. I did not run a control because I haven't got a silly boy. Silly boy. Pokémon! That's just crazy. That's a lot of yelling. Yay, I got some points.
Who exactly was that pervert?
Yo!
Random Numa joined the Ace train.
Random Numa, thank you so much for the subscribe. Much appreciated. Big love in the chat for the new sub. You love to see it. Hell yeah. Big hype for the new sub. That music's weird. Why did it do that noise again? Okay, take pictures, get relics appraised, and generate electricity. We can do. That should be straightforward enough. I'll absolutely take the off-the-shelf recipe. So to get someone to generate electricity is pretty straightforward. Give me some of that. I'll take that. And then off we go. Take pictures is easy. Done that. That was a lot of overlapping music then. That was weird. So where's Chin Chow? Or the other guy? Well, they're both indoors. Okay, that's fine. What is going on here? Lantern, come with me. Fight man on. New threat, I've returned from my unfortunate adventure outdoors. Yay! Oh my word! Kaylee, what did you do? Mate, even they're hyped. Big love in the chat for Kaylee. She's only dropped 20 giftaroos. Big love, big love. Fill the chat with hype, or you're stupid, or you're stupid.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12
Oh wait,
octave.
how has that already got light?
Powerful.
Fill the chat with hype. Don't forget to thank Kaylee if you got one of those gifties. How does that have electricity?
Very fast move and can change the world using its mind. Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Do they just automatically have electricity? Maybe. There we go. Perfect. Fill the chat with hype. Guess whose fire alarm went off? Was it Yoshi's? Big love for Kaylee. Thank you, mate. Much appreciated. All the love. I ain't deserved that, but I appreciate it.
What's your favorite?
You absolute ledge. Excelente. Hocopia ad. You made a fucking Sky Arrow bridge? Fuck off. XP and World's Cloud Island is now available to visit. Fuck you. Another 10? Is someone going for a champ slot? What the Scrooge McDuck? Hey Lee, thank you so much. Big hype. Crikey.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. You're looking at the lovely city of San Francisco and Rayquaza Road outside of the convention center here. We're at the Moscone Center.
I want to get to 30. Oh, that's very kind of you. You fucking ledge. Much appreciated.
With that lovely code you saw on the screen just a little bit ago. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Ben Kiriakou. And while we're unfortunately stuck here in the real world, you can bet a lovely Pokédollar that I will be logging onto Pokopia
apparently
later
it wants
on
me
today
to really harvest some
check
veggies.
Out the Cloud Island and hang out with some of my best Poke buddies.
And I'm definitely going to go and see if I can spend a little bit of time in Rayquaza Road upstairs. They've got us kind of locked down in the basement here with all the players.
With all
Big
the
love.
cool kids. all the.
Sorry, I missed.
I was lonely in
I'm
Twitch
sorry,
chat.
all
Welcome
of the cool
back.
kids,
Welcome
all of the cool
back.
we are cool kids too.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to throw that out there before we start
While we're
making
there,
any
let's get
comments
that
here.
chair
We're
recipe
also
that we'll
cool,
never
and You know what
use.
else is cool?
Excellent.
We're here at the Pokemon
And then let's get this
2026
chair
World
recipe that we'll never
Championships.
use.
We have had some absolute
We'll have that one.
bangers of matchups.
Why does
that
Yoshi
we've
always
seen
get a gift when I drop
already.
subs on
We've
YouTube?
had
Because
clean
you
2-0s
two are forever
all the way through
connected.
both of our round 1s, round 2, and round 3. We're
I
going to
guess
have a
I'll
little
go
bit of
with-
a refresher on our players to watch and how
Is that
they're
unlimited?
getting on
Yeah,
in
it's
our
unlimited.
event so far.
So it's
For
always
sure.
there to
so
bother
let's
you.
go ahead and take a look
Fine,
at
let's
Paul
get the
Chua.
berry
We just
hanging
had him on
lamp.
stream for round 3 of Swiss 2-1. Currently, Justin Tang
then
3-0, and Alex Underhill
quickly
unfortunately
save that.
1-2.
Yeah, Alex playing against Edu in the Perish Trap round earlier on stream, and that was such
Perish Trap
a
round.
great game.
Amanda with the
2-1,
streak.
Very, very
God,
close
imagine Amanda
scoreline
streaking.
there,
The
but
fucking view would be
doing
incredible.
very, very well. Paul running into a little bit of a matchup there,
Such
getting his
lovely
first
booba.
loss of the tournament, going 2-0 into that last round, and then Zachary Weed being able to get a
Bing
little bit of
bong.
the upper hand.
Flashbacks to the
with that
hiatus he
Frostlass
took. Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah, just really well repaired for one of the more common
Guys,
archetypes.
guys,
I
come out
think
for a
we've
job
seen
interview.
so
Very
far, at
confident
least
about it. You got this,
data-wise,
dude.
coming
You got
into this
this.
tournament, and running a team that I think he's very comfortable with. You know, he
I'm just
mentioned
gonna
in his
quickly go to
interview,
Champions and claim my
not very well
Incineroar.
prepared for this tournament, decided to make a comfort pick. But having seen
Not
him
been
use
incredible
that
view.
team in one of the largest New England
someone who would
grassroots
totally like to
tournaments that
see-
happened
Shut up.
recently, maybe about a month ago or so now, he plays that team very well and very strongly into that archetype, as you could have told.
Oh,
by that
damn.
previous
Don't tell me
round.
any
So I
news,
feel like
Pokemon.
Zachary's
I
in a
don't
position
care.
where he's like literally just playing Worlds on the couch
Excellent.
at home. Like, you know,
Look at
he's
my
really,
mailbox.
really in a
What's
strong
in my
spot.
mailbox?
Justin, of course, going
Special
3-0
campaign
as
gift.
well in our
Oh.
tournament so far. We haven't got to feature
What
him
is
just
that?
yet, but maybe a little bit later on we
A
can
World's
see
commemorative
how he's getting
roster
on,
ticket.
what he's locked in.
Oh.
It's not just NA, of course. We've got players from all over. We've got our EU players as well.
And then
so
I
we've
think I have
got
to go to
Marco
mystery
Silva, Mikhail
gift.
Kelsch, and Francesco Piopero. Now, Francesco, I saw actually
My campus
did
copy
lose
centre,
his,
and since
round
I
one.
worked there before as a warehouse
But
art
he's
background, I have
managed
a
to
high chance
bounce
of being
it
hired.
back,
Nice.
and, no surprises there from a
Oh,
player
they
of
give me a
his caliber.
code, don't
Exactly.
they?
I mean, we saw him do so
Do they?
well at the North America International Championships just a couple of
Yeah, I
months
think so, on the
ago,
rewards website.
playing that incredibly tough mirror
Pokemon
matchup in the finals
Rewards.
against
Although that
Eric
website was
Rios,
glitching for me
and,
earlier.
really just
Pokemon Trainer
showcasing
Central.
how strong of a mental fortitude he has as a
Log
player,
in.
and that's exactly what you need to come back from a round 1 loss at the World Championships. as
Rewards.
these losses will carry over into competition tomorrow, and you can't afford to take such an early loss, as that will hurt your resistances going into a potential asymmetrical top cut.
Definitely, and Charlie got to in
What
the
is going
preview
on
show
here?
we had for the World Championships.
It's only
have a
showing
little
the
chat with
NAIC
Francesco.
Blaster.
Say,
It
like,
take 48
how much
hours.
he's
I think it
prepared
takes
for this
48
game,
hours
how
to
much
show up,
he's-
doesn't it?
Just put the
think that's the
tournament
thing.
first coming into
Yeah.
the last couple of months,
if you
getting ready
go-
for it since his win at NAIC. Mikhail Kelsch
Drops.
is coming off the back of a grassroots
Rewards.
tournament win, one of the biggest that we had, using a Mega Gengar team that really nobody had on their radar until like, hey, by the way, I'm winning a
Droppers.
tournament with it.
Yeah.
And certainly a player like Mikhail with such a great grasp of the
Probably be
game,
quicker
how
to go to the
position
Pokemon part.
and,
Yeah.
Pokemon.
knowing how to calculate these matches. Mega Gengar definitely one of the strongest
following.
counterparts for a player like that.
And I really hope we get to see him in
Go
that team
to
later
Pokemon.
on the stream in particular, because that team has a Mega
And
Gengar
then-
without Perish Song and without the Perish Trap ability. It's just a trap team. And if you think back to the
all show
last
up
time we
somewhere.
had the World Championships here in San
the
Francisco
Great
when
Ball
Wolf Flick
thing,
won,
click
that
that.
featured a Mega Gengar team without Perish Song. And I just think that the
Already got that page open,
storyline there
Pokemon.
is very interesting. And admittedly, we had many years in between where Mega Gengar wasn't really an option available to people, but let's just ignore that and just say that, you know, it's an interesting
Oh, it's there.
coincidence so far, let's say.
I think so.
Show code.
Going back 10 years since San Francisco when it last won the World Championships. Marco, of course, going 3-0 as well. And I feel like looking at Marco's journey, he's been one of the championship point leaders across the last few years. But also, Worlds is the only one that he hasn't managed to take down yet. I think there's a lot of eyes on a player like Marco's. Like, it's not a case of like, if he could maybe win the World Championships, it's like, well, which year is it going to actually happen? And, great start there for Marco. Hopefully he can manage to keep it going all the way through the tournament, because it only gets harder from here.
Exactly, and that's one of the interesting things about Pokemon as a game is that you can be the best player in the world, but there is still a lot of things that have to go right for you to win a tournament like the World Championship.
Incineroar the Festive.
I do think that you're absolutely correct when it's when is he going to win the World Championships? Like, when are those things going to line up perfectly for him? So far, he's off to a very
He's in a
strong
Cherish
start.
Ball. He's got Fake Out and Parting Shot and Throat Chop and Fake Out and Flare Blitz. He's max special defense, max HP, and 2 speed with a special defense boosting nature.
Representing, we've seen Juan Solero
Sure thing.
on the stream already going 1 and 2.
Sure thing, Daddy-O.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to get his win on stream against Sagen Park. Round 1.
Hello, B-Sec. Oh, can we get happy birthdays in the chat for B-Sec? It was her birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. How did you spend it?
Alexander and Max
You have technically, you bought me dinner. You've been incredible today, Kaylee. Like, I'm very, very blessed to have you as part of my community. You're very lovely, and I appreciate you, and I hope you know that.
Coming into the World Championships, like, if you're not hitting it right
Hey,
off the bat,
doing okay. I had some bad news. Oh shit.
Like
hope everything's all right.
Trainers have managed to get themselves in a position to do. It's really tough to come back.
And they are stalling like fuck, aren't they? Round 4 pairings are up.
You know, I do want to mention real quick that
Wolf Glick versus Stefano Greppi.
Unfamiliar to us right now.
My mum's dog died on their anniversary. Oh, mate.
Them outside of international championships.
On their anniversaries,
the World Championships. We are going to be broadcasting.
Taran Birdie is 3-0
throughout Latin America.
Represent the UK, baby.
Regional championship tournaments starting in the 2027 season. So I really look forward to seeing trainers like Alexander, Juan, and Max compete at the regional level
2-1
next year.
Still in it.
Though, hopefully we'll get the opportunity to feature
so he's doing as well as Wolf
and tomorrow, and who knows, maybe even on Sunday.
Let's keep our fingers crossed, because the tournament has only just begun and there's a lot more Pokemon left to play. Let's have a look at Oceania now and see our players, how they're getting on. Now, Nicholas Khan is a player that really from Australia that we do keep an eye on, because
Joji's 3-0. Joji beat Wolf.
As well as Jody Kaida, who's
still undefeated, missed a couple of rounds. Still undefeated. There's lots of people at the moment, but our undefeated rounds are Adam Cherafawi against Adria Rodriguez, Takuma Yamazaki versus Philippe Wozniak, Kerry Dortona versus Taran Birdie from the UK, Yannick Koch versus Ryan Chua, Luis Marco versus Justin Serioni, Jack Roth versus Joji, who's on the screen now, Kaeda.
Exactly.
Davide
Carrere very strong start at 2-1, but I don't want to run out of time now. Let's go ahead and look at our players to watch from Japan.
Sangwoo Kim versus Hiroshi Onishi.
Over to compete after finishing
Saiki Kawai versus Naoto Mizubuchi.
Earlier on in the summer. Unfortunately,
Enrique Grimaldo versus Liam Shorter. Go on, Liam. Nicholas Khan versus Kalen Brown. Shota Hongu versus Stefan Mott.
I don't think we can say
Yuya Wakasugi versus Marco Silva. Oh god, Marco Silva's 3-0. Victor Cole versus
he's going to be
Alex Xavier Alvarez, Samuel Thompson versus
even if this wasn't the World Championships of choice for him, he's going to go back to the drawing board and keep showing us why he's one of the best trainers in the world, let alone
Ray Desai. My eyes are fucking blurring out now.
One of our previous Japan national champions
Hidetsuna
as well,
Shimizu versus Huang Ho, Zachary Weed versus Yi Liang Wang, Eric Rios versus Samuel Pereira.
Looking forward to seeing what these two trainers have in store
Chloe
for us
Burke versus a name that is almost completely in Korean.
Just what teams people are
Justin Tang versus Nikolai Hoy Nielsen. Edward Z Fan from
it's also just very nice to have that confirmation that
Kota
everybody
Kawabe.
can have a bad day.
There's two more.
I know
there's
you
one
and I
more.
competed back in the day, and
Carson
I had my bad days. I'm sure you
St.
had
Dennis
your bad
or
days.
San
It
Denis
can happen to
versus
anybody,
Antonio
and
Sanchez. There we go.
What's
Do you
important
have costume
is, like
Pikachu and
Zachary
Pogo,
was
not the
just
Space
saying
one, the
in
Crown
that
one?
interview.
Yes.
Keep
I
playing,
got one earlier.
Keep trying. You know, you're gonna have your bad days, you're gonna have your good days, but you're never gonna get to your good days if you don't get through your bad days.
Exactly that. I mean, yeah.
It was quite stressful. My friend's ex's mother wants to sue with a lawsuit, wants me arrested. Her mother has no proof, no evidence for either. And people are letting me. And people are telling you it's not. People are telling you it's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. You're not going. This is about the push down the stairs thing, right?
Yep. They've shown that they've got what it takes.
You can't be arrested.
Everyone is deserving
because someone has said that you gave their daughter the idea to push you down the stairs. Even if it went to court, which it won't, because it's impossible to go to court for that, that would be hearsay. She said BSEC gave me the idea is hearsay.
North America and Europe.
That's not admissible as evidence in court. The only person that could go to court for pushing your friend's mother down the stairs is your friend who pushed her mother down the stairs. It doesn't matter who gave her the idea, because she's a person. And a court of law will go, is this person aware of right and wrong? And the answer will be yes. And it will be like, well then, this person would know it's wrong to push someone down the stairs. And if someone said push your mum down the stairs, a sensible person would have said no, I won't do that. So you're fine. You can't be arrested for suggesting someone push someone down the stairs, even if it's not, like, even if it's true.
You know, fortune to go to multiple ones.
Because humans are autonomous creatures.
You know, you could still just wake up on the wrong side of the bed, and that's it. It
What
just
have you got? Stylish door, garden bench.
The bed is always coming.
Yeah.
Bird perch thing. Petraberry though, I love that.
But I will say, I did have the opportunity to walk around the hall a little bit earlier after lunch. You know, I did my traditional lap around, trying to look like I was doing something important, so people wouldn't talk to me, so I had enough time to actually make the lap and then get back here. But I did see a lot of smiles in the hall. I did see people having fun, you know, talking about their matches. I do think that the sense of community, even if you are having a bit of a rough start, is what brings you back.
Rappel? Oh, I don't want the rappel. I thought it was like bottled water or some shit.
We first met in, what, the 2012 World Championships in Hawaii way back in
I
the
think
day.
this place could do with a vending machine.
I feel like
realistically, I wish I could push that.
The thing that keeps us in the community, the thing that keeps us
I don't think I'll be able to push it from up
these
here.
Tournaments, the privilege of being able to bring these to you as well is the fact that the community is so much there for each other. It's a real collaboration out there.
Exactly.
And you see, like, you know, you're talking to people online, your friends, your people that are working at building teams together and trying to do as much as they can. And these international events, and especially the World Championships, is the time where you're like, you get to sit on the same side of the table as those people as well. And really,
it was not down the stairs. And from the job coach said she's in a wheelchair. The mother is.
Exactly, and I think
so.
Wait,
so she wasn't even pushed down the stairs. She was just pushed, like in general, just a push.
And Arsiski, sorry,
I'm so confused about this story.
Yesterday, and did you mention the building group and talking about building his team at all with him, or was that a different interview?
That was a different.
I'm very confused. I'm not sure I know at all what's going on anymore.
How he's developed his season since becoming our world
champion. There we go.
And the short story is tried and tested. You know, keep it going. It worked for me last year. It's going to work for me again. He was one of the earliest players.
Yeah.
That we
Do I have a vending machine with me? Because I want to make one and paint it blue.
This weekend.
Oh, he is.
He is.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and so I think. We've talked about
so what is the mother even mad about then? If it wasn't, I got pushed down the stairs, it's just...
Yes.
Wanting to...
This is sounding less and less of an issue the more you tell me about it.
Overall, and which is exactly how
audio mixer.
was, running up to the World Championships last year.
Audio mixer, I hardly know her.
He'd been running the team that he won the World Championships with in some iteration for months and months and months before eventually he got the Worlds. As like how the tournament came together, how he came together, just like you just have that comfort in knowing like, oh, okay, I'm playing against this. It's like, oh, I do this, and this.
Destiny not on a sharp beat, why not? You can have that
and
as well.
I feel like when I think about trainers who have that like community around them, Giovanni Siski
story
is one
feels
of those
very Star Wars.
That
Can we
feel
get
like,
chronological?
Has that building group, has that community that's constantly like trying to innovate, constantly trying to lift each other up. And
I don't fully understand what the mother's argument is that she thinks she's going to get you convicted of.
I want to call it the
but it sounds, from everything you've told us, she literally has no argument. She was pushed out of the wheelchair, that's it, from the sounds, and did a face-to-ground contact by the daughter. Via the daughter, which means it was nothing to do with you then. So there's literally nothing for you to worry about.
What I surely know and hope that I'm right about the other side.
There is literally nothing you need to worry about. If her daughter pushed her out of a wheelchair, that's for them to sort out between themselves. If they want to take each other to court, they can do. But it doesn't involve you at all. And if she says to the police, well, BSEC told her to, the police will go, we don't give a shit who told her to do it. She did it. Like, the girl that did it, did it. It doesn't matter who told her. So don't worry, mate. You're worrying over nothing.
Variant, our Charizard Mega Floette composition isn't quite
there's the
same
machine.
level that Chalk was back way back in the day. Yeah, it's close to being that kind of same mentality where players like.
Now where's Mr. Smeargle?
Question. Do you find the fact that Shoma considers the Mega Charizard Mega Floette core less powerful than Chalk comforting or concerning?
I think comforting.
Okay.
Sort of.
That's
Smeargle,
kind of where
where
I'm
are
at,
you?
but I wanted to do like a vibe check.
It's a bit of a column A, column B situation, right? Because, you know, it's nice to be able to think of it as like, you know, we all have it at the highest part of it. Be like, this is one of the teams to really watch out for, right? Because it's so strong.
He wouldn't be in the Pokemon Center, would he? That would be weird.
It's got such a share of the metagame. Like, you know, if you're going to play the World Championships, unless you've got this miracle
How have I never been in here?
Face up at least against one, if not a few of them across.
Finally made it back to the planet. However, the environmental degradation proceeding much quicker at a rate than we imagined. I doubt I'll be able to stay for long. Originally slated to help survey the future city area, I thought it would be an excellent opportunity. Search my lost Tangela, but we discovered Cerulean City has a high chance of sinking into the ocean in the near future. Therefore, we made a decision to prioritize surveying here instead. Considering our current energy crisis, I do not know when we'll be able to return to the planet, but I've not given up hope. On the space station, we evacuated too many of the younger individuals I've met. I believe there will be a day when we can once again level the planet with our Pokemon. We must persist in our efforts, not only for our own sake, but for the hopeful younger generation.
I think the important thing to realize and recognize is that everything is about context.
I wonder why that's why no one has been going into this place to trade, because I needed to do that first.
It was a surprise when, like, Gavin Michaels won an event with Basculegion.
Yep.
For example, and now you're looking at it as like, well, it's one a few, hasn't it? So, you know, it's definitely shifted its position in the format depending on the game.
She said, "My daughter told me best teach my daughter to push me."
To recognize, looking at like these strong teams, but also looking at the ways
and
that our
job
players
coach, I
have
think it's so stupid.
built around the metagame that we formed.
Yeah, and that's actually why I put it as my caster prediction, because
my daughter told me best
like
teach my daughter to push
okay?
me.
You know, the traditional Pokemon 50-50, if you will.
Sure.
It's either going to hit or it
What does
won't.
that mean?
In the sense that people are either going to overcorrect for the metagame and assume
My daughter
that
told me
people
best teach
are
my
not
daughter
gonna
to
bring
push
it,
me.
And then the one person who brings that team is just going to, you know,
Hold on,
just
okay.
go all the way to finals because everybody's like,
Just
no,
make sure
everybody's gonna have a
whatever it is you
target on
type
its
in, just
back,
make
like,
sure
I'll bring
you
one
read it
counter
back
for
to
it,
yourself
but it'll
before you
be
post
fine.
it, just so I can understand.
Or it's going to just be everywhere, and because it's going to be everywhere, one person's going to make it far enough in the tournament that I'll look smart regardless.
Exactly.
So it felt like one of those things where, like, if I were playing in the World Championships personally, I would run the Mega Blastoise, Mega Delphox team because I think that's fun. But I do think that it deserves a spot at the table because of those reasons.
Yeah, I think like
you can now, since the update, you can change the color.
Coming into the World
Before Bubbly Basin, you couldn't change the color of the
trainers. They've been putting
vending machines, but now you can.
Putting the work in, and so yeah, I think most importantly, we are getting our players ready and set up for the next round. You'll all be happy to hear at home. So why don't we wrap this up, Gabby?
Sounds good.
We'll get over to our casters.
See, that's nicer. I like that.
Thank you so much. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm
Although I
joined
might
again
have put
by
those in a
Aaron
different
Zhang, and
place.
We're about to bring you Swiss round number 4, where we
Yeah,
will
let's
be
do
featuring
that.
2 more players that are undefeated on their run to make it to Phase 2 of the World Championship.
Then
they're using a lot of Pokemon that I have not seen on a lot of other teams
so
far.
I like the sound of that. Don't tease me like that, Mr. Zhang.
Analysts talking about the most popular archetypes coming into this weekend. All eyes on Mega Charizard Y, as well as taking a look at some of the more established cores, like the Frostless Lycanroc team we saw, or even Rain.
Yeah, that's more
It's
sensible.
interesting because coming into this tournament, it felt like there was a pretty big
Oh,
pool
Liam,
of
I know
teams
exactly
that
what
were
you're going to do
viable, and
now.
The big question mark is, well, are you going to use that team? Or
Also,
are
I
you
just
gonna
realized
try
I could have done
counter
this
those
before when I was
teams,
struggling
right?
to
And
move
it feels
stuff.
like the answer for a lot of players was,
She
I
said
am just
the
gonna
mother, my
use what I
daughter
think is
told
one of
me
the
that
best within this pool of 10,
that
right? And for a lot of
B-set
players,
teach my
experience
daughter
really
to
trumps
push
all.
me.
If you think about last year, how
Yeah.
Gio was able to win the World Championships.
Even if
He's
you
been
did,
working
I'm
on
not
that
saying you
same
did,
concept
but
for
even if
months
you
and been
did do
piloting it
that,
at regionals and at
there is
internationals
no
as well.
way.
And so sometimes I think back in the day,
There
people
is
would
no
often try to feel
way
like they need to have to call
that
for
the
one.
police
Can
could
you
do
make
anything
a
about
brand new
that.
team that completely breaks the metagame?
I think
These
it's
days,
very
I feel like
unlikely
there's
that
just
that's the
so many
case,
really
but
powerful teams
there's
already
no
leading into the
legal.
championships. It's quite difficult to create something.
Yeah, no,
completely from
I
scratch
appreciate that you
and
didn't.
really
I'm just saying,
innovate
even if
on
you
the metagame
had,
when there's been already so much that has
again,
been created.
even if you had,
These two teams, hopefully
you can't go to prison
Let's take a look at our
for
notable
teaching
matchups
someone to
heading
push
into
someone out of a
Swiss round number 4.
wheelchair
We are going
because
to
the
be
person,
focusing on Chun-Min
a
Lee
girl
versus
on
Chloe
stream.
Burke,
Yeah, so
but
don't worry
we
about it.
have other
I won't worry about it at
incredible
all,
matches that
mate.
You'll be able to check out on our featured match.
A woman on
Yeah,
the stream.
well,
Let's
it's really exciting,
go.
honestly,
Up the
looking at
women.
these
We
players
love
who
the
are there.
women.
So I
Let's
recognize,
be nice
obviously,
for the
you know,
women.
a lot of players that we get to cover in
Let's
North America
go.
and Europe, but there are a lot of other regions that are represented here.
To be fair,
For
I don't know the
example,
gender of Chun-Min Lee,
Southeast
so
Asia, right? And seeing players who, you know, this is their one time to really get to shine on the main stage, right? Because they don't really have internationals to compete in. They maybe have like their local national championships. I think it's really cool. And to be able to feature our match here, which is a player from Korea and a player from Australia, I think is particularly exciting.
It is so cool, because you're right. The fact that the qualification method is a little bit different for Southeast Asia doesn't necessarily mean we get a chance to see them at those regional championships, but I'm hopeful that in the coming years, we will see
I'm not
more
hopeful, I'm Liam.
competitors travel outside their home region in order to compete with some of the other competitors on our more global stages. But let's get ready to go for Swiss round number 4 between Chun-Min Lee versus Chloe Burke. This is Korea versus Australia. An incredible matchup because, yeah, which Pokemon are you looking at? There's like 8 on this.
Oh, mate,
graphic
look
that
at
I feel
this.
like are just super cool. to be able to call
Hydreigon.
out.
I think the first thing when I saw
Cleaver.
this matchup, Rosemary, is I saw
Raichu,
Swampert,
baby.
and I was like, oh, okay, so that's as you're saying, like Mega Swampert as on a non-rain team, and I was like, no, it's not Mega, it's actually Citrus Berry Swampert.
Citrus Berry
And
Swampert.
Recently, we've seen actually Flip Turn Yawn Swampert becoming a thing, but this also isn't that. This is just a Swampert that's meant to be offensive. I've got Wave Crash, I've got Earthquake, I've got Ice Punch, and I don't need the Mega Stone. I want some Citrus for a nice little recovery.
When you think about just Swampert's typing in this meta as well, I think you have to think a little bit about Toxapex, right? When we have that dual poison and water typing, has some good defensive profiles, but for Swampert, it really is about the offense. Think about how super effective ground type damage really functions, especially when you're looking at the team on the other side. But also just the fact that you have Ice Punch for things like Garchomp, Aerodactyl.
Let's go.
There's really a lot of great coverage on this Pokemon.
Citrus
Yeah,
Berry
absolutely. I
Swampert.
think if you take a look at the team, you know, Whimsicott, Staraptor, Golden Go, maybe Pokemon
With
left.
Torrent, let's go.
A little bit
Torrent
more
Wave
mainstream.
Crash, though.
A key thing to call out here is the Whimsicott does not have the
Scarf
protect, right,
Hydreigon,
wanting
my
to run
baby,
Charm,
my
to
beloved.
Self-boost the Staraptor. You've also got Choice Scarf Hydreigon and Ceruledge. These are Pokemon that actually did have a pretty big performance at the North American International Championships, getting top 4 and top 8 respectively. But they're still not the most common Pokemon in the format.
This is
Scarf
banging.
Hydreigon, of course, has a lot of immediate offensive burst power. Actually, look at the opposing team with a Metagross and a Raichu, and hey, Choice Scarf Hydreigon can outspeed both of those, threatening them with super effective damage. Of course, Ceruledge was a Pokemon that really started picking up in usage with that bulk up to be able to wall post Charizards, although coming into this world's metagame, Ancient Power feels like it's on almost every Charizard, and so
The crazy
Ceruledge
things
no
happen
longer
yet?
the definitive
What,
counter you
it's
could
Worlds,
use to
mate.
beat
Crazy
Charizard
things happen all the time.
previously.
Yeah, a couple
We've
of
had a whole
different
bunch of
options.
2-0s. We had a
Mentioned
very
both
quick
on
round. I want to say
Ceruledge,
round
we
3
have
was
Nasty
really
Claw and
quick.
Golden Go, even Side Charm from the
How you doing, though,
Whimsicott
Orange
when
Steve?
that
How's your day treating you?
Staraptor inevitably Mega
I was going to
But
check
really great
something,
choices here.
and I
I
can't
like
what.
that
Oh, I
Dragon.
do
don't
remember
know how
what.
important it's going to be
Oops.
in this particular matchup, but that is one of
I
those
was gonna
Pokemon that has been
check.
tacked onto teams in order to have a better matchup into things like
Feel like
Delphox,
a woman.
that's been creeping up there. But it's really cool to see that with that Choice Scarf, it's going to be hitting really a speed tier.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a really good point because both players here have Tailwind Whimsicott, right? And so, well, if you're both going to set up Tailwind,
Yeah, I think this is
then
pulling-
it kind of just neutralizes the playing field. So having a Choice Scarf Pokemon in that Hydreigon can be really crucial, but not necessarily the easiest either to use because then you are bringing it out against an opposing Whimsicott, and you're not going to be able to do too much damage to the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott can just threaten you with a one-hit knockout with that Moonblast as well. This Hydreigon actually crucially doesn't have something like a Flamethrower or a Heat Wave as well,
Where
so
am I
it's
looking?
even worse into that Whimsicott. But being able to get a fast fast attack off into a Mega Raichu into a Mega Metagross can be a big deal.
Speaking of that Mega Raichu, let's take a
Go
little
on, girl.
closer look at it. This is going to feature Zap Cannon and Focus Blast. One of the cool things about that Raichu is with no guard, those are going to become 100% accurate moves. You don't have to worry about the fact that they might miss. But you also have that dual Mega within that Metagross. So if you feel like that's going to be something that ends up being more popular in the matchup, you at least have two to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Metagross and Cleaver, two of the Pokemon that really stand out here. Cleaver is a Pokemon that started seeing a little bit more usage in the mid-season, but I feel like has kind of fallen off. But of course, an excellent pick into opposing teams with Charizard. And Metagross is a Pokemon that people expected to have a huge impact when it released in the metagame, but when Charizard is still just everywhere and on,
Beans a
40+%
musical
of
fruit.
teams,
The more
it's
you
kinda
eat, the
difficult
more
for it
you
to
do.
thrive. So the idea behind this team is, hey, well, I've got Raichu, I've got Cleaver. Those are Pokemon
Ko
that normally really
Sakire's
scare
out.
away
He was
Charizard.
one of the ones to
Metagross
watch.
has really good offensive coverage as well.
Taser's rooting for the
Being able to hit
Richu
many
team.
things
We
with
do love a
super
good
effective.
Richu.
For example, here you've got
Face
Raichu,
Swampert
Metagross.
without
I
rain.
wouldn't
Guess
even
there
be
was
surprised to see
more than a
Chloe
one-time
bring
thing.
both,
I know,
because if you
right?
get Fake Out
Fuck.
on a Whimsicott, then Metagross can follow up, get an Iron Head, knock out the opposing
Joe Garte
Whimsicott.
won.
There's no
Hey, at
further
least
ground
Joe
for it to
Garte's,
protect
you know,
on
he's
the
still
other
in if he
side.
wins
And so
every
if you
match
can
now.
deny Tailwind from the other side, get your own Tailwind up, it can give you a pretty big edge.
One problem, that's Swampert. Looking at both of those Megas and, you know, rubbing its hands together. Cannot wait to see them on the other side.
Mega Raichu
I
Y.
am so excited to see Swampert. It's funny because we
Facing
have already
Busan
seen it in
Tumzi.
regular
Oh,
form.
Orlando
earlier in
Regional
this tournament,
Champion.
But to see it with no Megastone potentially thriving in a unique matchup, I think will be particularly exciting. So let's
Change
see.
the music
It's
over.
gonna be Whimsicott and Raichu
Thank
from
you.
Chloe to start off this battle. And
How soul-crushing to be playing Megastar Raptor only to see a Metagross and a Raichu. Swampert better carry, right?
Pokemon on the field, but that is going to be Intimidate drop, not mattering for either of these special attackers for Chloe.
So
At least high
Swampert
horsepower
here,
will
of
always
course, is
land.
exerting a ton of offensive pressure immediately,
You have
right?
to worry
One
about
of
the
the
5%.
reasons why Chanman wants it is because it does really well into Raichu. Raichu
Mega
at
Raichu.
best
Why?
can just focus
Because I
blast it,
gotta.
but being
Very
immune
good.
to that Zap Cannon is such a big deal. So Chanman on this first turn can go for something like a Protect on the Scrapper and just Earthquake, or, you know, double Protect, potentially switch out afterwards. You do, of
Such
course,
such a brutal matchup into all
have
the top
risk of
Megas,
taking a lot
yeah.
of damage, and so as a result, Scrapper does want to protect itself.
Don't
But
want
Blue
to
Star
be on the receiving
Raptor.
end of a
Blue
fake
Quiff.
out and just an attack.
Damn.
Like the Moonblast, as that fake out actually goes into the Swampert instead to try to delay it for
Grassnot
one
would be so
turn.
funny. Oh my
Moonblast
god, because
misses the
Raichu
mark
can
here
get
into the
Grassnot,
protect
can't
of
it?
the Star Raptor, but you still have your work cut out for you to try to figure out how you're going to take down these two foes.
Yeah, I think, you know, Chloe did not Mega Evolve there, so it makes me think, well, maybe there's a Mega Metagross in the back.
I was
using
thinking
the
Mega
Raichu
Metagross in
mainly
the
for
back
fake
just
out
then. I was like,
support. Now Staraptor is threatened by that Encore, right? So,
But then I also think you don't.
The big question is, how will you deal enough
You
damage
don't
to
fake
Swampert
out
throughout the course of this game,
after
right? I think
megging
the number
Raichu,
one
because
answer
then
is
you're
gonna
just
be
being
life
like,
force
hey,
being
everything
able
can
to
hit
just
my
get a
Raichu.
huge wave crash off, and so Staraptor, recognizing the threat of that Encore, is going to switch into Whimsicott. Does Chloe potentially call it?
Oh, it's going to be a switch out
Ooh,
on the
into
Raichu
Metagross.
as well, so we are going
Into
to see that
Bascu.
Legion. No powered up
Someone likes
Blaster
Canary.
Steps just yet, as the Whimsicott did
Either
try
that or they
to
thought I paid
encore
for this
that
battle pass, I might as well
Staraptor
use
into
the stuff.
Protect. But Swampert's going to go for the Earthquake, even harming its own partner Whimsicott on the
There are a
switch
lot of Swamperts.
Yeah,
There's more
breaks the
Swamperts than I
focus
thought.
sash, which can be a big deal, and I think crucially here, Chloe has been able to position Bascu Legion in against Swampert, right? This is your number one answer into Swampert. It can take damage.
Yeah,
easily
that's
well.
true. You
Earthquake
need Zap
is
Cannon,
basically the
Focus
strongest
Blast, need
attack you
Fake
can have
Out,
into
need
Bascu Legion,
Protect.
Only took 37% from that. So I think Chloe's done a pretty good
Oh,
job
Volt
of
Switch,
dancing
yeah.
around Swampert. Her priority probably is to knock out Swampert immediately,
Ra-pa-pa.
then ideally get something like your Metagross out. But now Bascu Legion putting on a lot
I think
of pressure.
Swampert's
Both
Shiny's
players can
fine.
pressure
I just
with
think I
Tailwind.
feel like it
Chanman
should
on
be
his side,
pinker.
of course, also has Charm, so you can use Charm, as you see here, to drop Bascu Legion's attack. Suddenly,
So
that
maybe
wave crush is going to do way less damage.
there isn't.
Nice
I
when you
know
can
a
use
woman
it
in the
on the
military.
side
When the
for your
moon gets
Staraptor,
sliced and
but
Eggman just
still
comes out
see
with,
that
"What did you
defensive
do?"
option. Wow, Moonblast, so close being able to knock out that Whimsicott, but it's alive for just long
Oh, shit,
enough
bro.
that it's going to take the wave crash. Kind of nice though that you're going to be taking less recoil, but you would have actually really liked that to have been a clean KO onto the Whimsicott so that the wave crash got redirected into the Swampert.
Yeah, definitely. Bascu Legion at this point actually
Oh,
has
boy.
lost a considerable amount of HP. Ice Punch comes out, and
Ooh.
Whimsicott doesn't have the Focus Sash. That's the Fairy Feather, but still hangs on at
Invisible
1%.
Focus
So
Sash.
The Charm, of course, making sure that Swampert could get through the turn. Now Bascu Legion kind of caught in an awkward position where it has, you know, lost a good bit of its health. It's almost at 50% at this point. Swampert's still just looking
Ice
so
Punch is
threatening,
garbage.
though, right? And I think people normally see Whimsicott as a charm, user into Staraptor, but using it to drop your opponent's damage output is really crucial as well. So Champion right now definitely has a lot of offense, but with Whimsicott going down on his side, Chloe now can set up a tailwind with Whimsicott and guarantee speed advantage in the latter half of this game.
But as you were saying, with Basket Legion having less HP to leverage,
Swampert player has the skill to not crit his own Pokemon with Earthquake.
Knocked out to either the Swampert or the Golden Go on this turn. We're going to see Chloe preserve that Basket Legion for later and actually bring out the
Nice. So no Metagross in the back.
When the Swampert is protecting, it's not going to be on the receiving end of a super effective ground type attack. And if it's a Shadow Ball going into that King Gambit slot, then it's going to take that much better as well. Just to make it rain, so that is also something that King Gambit can deal with as Whimsicott gets knocked out. That's a free switch in for Chloe to bring back in that Basket Legion.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful turn for Chloe, right? Because now the Golden goes at -2, the Swampert just protected, so you can target that slot. Bring Raichu or Basket Legion back in. I think Basket Legion probably a little bit more consistent here. Want to conserve that Raichu for this Raptor. And so there's talking about Metagross potentially being in the back, but I think King Gambit actually even better here, threatening Golden Go for super effective damage. And so I think Chloe has navigated the Swampert actually really effectively. This is not an easy Pokemon for her team to go up against. In fact, I actually think it's kind of a nightmare matchup, but has found a good angle. Now my big question is, how bulky is Swampert?
Lack of sneeze, Dango. I'll sneeze in your Dango.
Swampert here says, you know what? Maybe we'll find out later. I'm going to bring in Staraptor for now.
Yeah, Staraptor gets to come back in. Because it's Mega Evolved, it actually doesn't get an Intimidate drop, so it's going to have to take that full power Wave Crash from the Basket Legion. Gives up a big chunk of HP from the recoil of the Wave Crash as well as the Life Orb. As Staraptor hangs on, and the Kowtow Cleat follows it up. That is going to be a confirmed KO onto the Staraptor.
It's a KO, but Golden Go now can respond. It was not targeted, and this means a Shadow Ball to knock out Basket Legion, and suddenly the #1 tool to deal with Swampert has been eliminated, right? If that was just a Kowtow Cleave and a Golden Go...
Crazy after that core of Sneeze Instant Dango ran Reg H, it did.
But now, Chloe has lost what has been, I think, the primary win condition against Swampert. So, Rosemary, even though it felt like Chloe had put herself in a really good position...
I mean, you're saying the primary win condition against Swampert, but I feel like a Focus Blast from a Mega Raichu Y. Oh, wait, Swampert's at way too high health. Okay, never mind.
In that slot, because if you do get the KO on the Staraptor with just
I think
Wave Crash, then
Goldengo's going to protect.
But now it is going to be
Goldengo is either going to protect or Nasty Plot this turn. So you fake out. You fake out the Swampert, and you kowtow the Swampert. Damn it.
Up its damage on the opposing end. There's no.
Has he got Sword Dance? I don't know if she has got Sword Dance.
Really safe,
okay, they did go for the fake out to Swampert.
Take any unnecessary damage as we see the fake out.
Oh, they didn't go for the turn that I believed in.
Once again, the Swampert's like, okay, I still have my Citrus Berry. I haven't taken any damage. I think conserving the win condition really, really
shouldn't have DF.
DF? Very scary
SD, there we go. Dord's fans.
Do okay damage, but with Citrus Berry, Swampert's going to heal all the way back up.
Just
do so much damage to the opposing side here, so I feel like if you're Chloe, you might need some critical hits right now.
Kanari is my dad. Kanari is my dad. Kanari is not my dad.
Known for its defenses, but maybe it can surprise us when it comes to an offensive option. We finally see the Mega Evolution.
Sucker Punch and Focus Blast into Swampert.
It is the Focus Blast. So let's see just how much this is going to end up doing to the Swampert. It actually doesn't even proc the Citrus Berry.
So beefy. Kowtow Cleave comes out, and it's not a critical hit here. So
and the Citrus
Berry coming out on Swampert, heals it back up.
Yeah, no, Raichu's fucked.
Gives you just a little bit of chip.
I didn't expect the speed interaction. I didn't expect Raichu to live that well to a Life Orb Shadow Ball.
The thing is, you are earthquaking your own Golden Go here. King Gambit does hang on.
Okay, I mean, it hangs on through that, and we've seen it be faster than this Swampert. So maybe King Gambit actually get the jump on it on this next turn. Tailwind has expired, so...
Oh yeah, -2 for Make It Rain. You're right, Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
Maybe could have been a Make It Rain, right? Because the Make It
Rain... Gambit lives Earthquakes.
It's still moving first.
Oh, bro. Bro, I love games like that.
How exciting is
How slow is that Swampert?
Here on the world stage, just clicking Earthquake.
Is that a minimum speed Swampert?
The Mega Staraptor Swamper didn't do anything in that game, right? It wasn't about the Mega Evolution. It was about
Bro.
Swamper just consistently getting blow after blow after blow.
Might be min speed for Trick Room, maybe.
This
What's
is my
its
primary win
base?
condition. I need to switch it out. And nailing that Basque Legion, getting the knockout onto it, attacking with the Golden Go, I think just completely allowed for this position.
Swamper's base speed
that
is
so
60.
Close at the end, just
Damn.
3% survival.
Yeah, I mean, Chloe, as you mentioned, did such a great job of playing around the Swampert.
Yeah, it's a
to try
fast
to
gambit, I
mitigate
think,
its
as well.
damage output in the first couple of turns, utilizing very smart defensive switches. But then I think there were just a couple of turns right
Oh,
in the
yeah,
middle
yeah. It was
where
faster
you
than
could
Dango and
see the
Tail.
thought
And
process, hoping that one attack would be enough to actually get the knockout and have that second attack get redirected into the partner.
Elspeth out
where it
Tailwind
didn't
too.
happen
Elspeth Dango
either
out
time
Tailwind.
because this Pokemon survived on such a sliver of
are.
HP on Tummin's side.
Yeah, so cool to see. And fun fact, he actually brought Excadrill to the Korean National Championships where he finished in the top 4. And it was also an Excadrill not on a sand team. It was Excadrill with rain. So I think he's really kind of the master of finding unique ground type Pokemon to use in the format. And I think, yeah, what a game it was for Swampert here on the world stage. Just dishing out so much damage. I think if you're Chloe, first thing you're probably thinking is, okay, I probably want to still get a Basque Legion Wave Crash into Swampert. Never ended up seeing one of those, right? That is kind of the primary tool. And then Raichu, it just feels really bad.
Sad about
into
the movie,
Swampert,
though?
right?
Wait,
Like,
what
Metagross,
movie?
of course, also takes super effective
What the
damage
movie?
from it, but it's
The
a little bit
Goldango
naturally
movie?
bulkier. And of course, a lot of people are training Raichus to be very physically defensive, but at the end of the day, it's still just not got the best stats. So I think if you're Chloe, you might want to consider, you know, bringing Metagross. Like I said, I think there's a world where you can bring both and use Raichu just regularly, but Metagross would be the adaptation I would think of, and also looking to get a Wave Crush with Basque Legion.
What is going to be a mix-up in the leads as
Let's go.
Chloe ends up leading the King Gambit next to the Whimsicott this time around. And for Tummin, it's going to be the Golden Go and Swampert.
So
Protect
the King
an
Gambit, you're
Earthquake,
obviously
go.
Inserting offensive pressure into Golden Go. You've got Kowtow Cleave into it. Whimsicott can set up a Tailwind. Still the fundamental problem of how are we going to deal enough damage to a regular Swampert, right? And so Golden Go could very easily protect. I think the King Gambit lead here would have punished the Staraptor lead, right? And you also can't switch into Staraptor unless you want to give over that Defiant boost. And should you do that, like the awkward thing I think is it's quite actually difficult to click Earthquake if Staraptor's not on the field, right? You're going to consistently damage yourself, so that's one thing like Chloe can potentially take advantage of as well.
Can't switch Staraptor in right now because that Gambit will be like. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, go to the movies on to the end of Oak Street. Oh, let me know how it is because me and Soph want to see that.
Into the Swampert.
Let me know if it's good.
30% as the Golden Go fires back with a Make It Rain. It's going to one-hit knock out this Whimsicott as the Golden Go gives up a -2 special attack drop for its troubles. But again, Chloe's in this position
It's a
where
one-hit
you do have
knockout.
free switch,
Are you going
but
tomorrow?
can this King
Nice.
actually hang on to do something on this next turn?
Oh,
Yeah,
Goldango's lost a bit of HP.
So really powerful. We haven't seen it use it yet in this
With
set.
the Crashu.
That does so much damage still. Swampert this time does take a hefty amount. I think Chloe's probably hoping for Golden Go to protect there, expecting Golden Go, to not get an attack off there. Hoping to probably, leverage the Whimsicott a little bit more. But once again, you've got Tailwind up, you've got Basque Legion in. Things could be worse.
And now this actually looks like a pretty good position.
Yeah.
Basque Legion, King Gambit, both faster than the opponent. You could have Basque Legion now go for the Wave Crash.
Yeah, you really don't want to switch Dango out here.
Cleave into the Golden Go.
Exactly.
But you
and
also
so the response would be, well, let's swap Golden Go out into Staraptor. Yeah, I give a Defiant boost over to King Gambit, but if you're not going to click that Sucker Punch, I can survive Wave Crash
This is
on
a rough
Swampert
position.
and get an Earthquake off potentially. And so, yeah, I think this is a big turn where if Chloe gets it wrong,
What doing, Swampert? What doing?
Swampert pivoting out instead into the Hydreigon.
Oh, the baby!
Yeah, that Hydreigon comes out. That's going to have a pretty good matchup into both the King Gambit and the Basque Legion. As the Wave Crash
They'll
comes
take the Wave
out.
Crash better.
See, that actually does a
Better,
good chunk to this Hydreigon.
quote unquote.
Oh my goodness, a critical hit. That's going to make things a lot easier now.
86% from a non-resisted attack, or a resisted attack, I should say, just does not feel right.
Oh dear.
Once again, like the Tailwind is up, so the offensive pressure, like Basque Legion is happy to just keep clicking its moves right
that's
now.
real rough.
One question I'd have is how the Hydreigon and the Basque Legion are trained, because while Tailwind's up on the opposing
So this
side,
is going to a game
sometimes,
3,
like,
right?
Basque Legion
For
doesn't
sure.
invest in enough speed where like Toy Scarf Hydreigon could still outpace it. So if you're Chloe, if you know you're faster, then you can always just click Wave Crash in the left slot. Otherwise, you might want to consider clicking that Aqua Jet into Hydreigon, finish it off, Kowtow Cleave into Golden Go. But Chloe does have a lot of offensive pressure right now, and it is because she has managed to set up Tailwind whereas there's no Tailwind on the opposing side.
Yeah, Sucker Punch, man.
Like the speed order of the Hydreigon
Baskin Trick Root.
really
Tailwind should still outspeed, though. It will.
Worried about that, maybe you end
Not
up
sure why you
trying to
switch
make a
in for the
especially one of
Dango.
those
Oh, you can't
situations
switch
where I
anyone
would
in for the
consider
Dango.
Actually bringing in the Staraptor if you were worried about the damage output, but Basculegion
This is
still
over, bro.
faster in Tailwind. It's able to get the knockout onto the Hydreigon.
We're getting a
as
game
King
3,
Gambit gets
baby.
to follow that up. We did not see a Protect coming through from that Golden Go, so it is going to be very
Yarp.
vulnerable to the super effective Kowtow
Oh,
cleave.
dear.
A double knockout for Chloe.
Yeah, I think
So,
Chloe
like,
just
what's in the back?
getting Tailwind up and saying, I'm just going to use these really
Swampert
powerful
and
attackers,
Staraptor?
right? Hasn't even revealed what Mega Evolutions he's got in the back. And this time around, Swampert has taken a little bit more damage, right? So it's going to be Swampert and
Cerule Edge.
actually. So
Oh, that's rough.
complete mix-up here. Yeah, I'm surprised to see no Whimsicott,
Snap
no
Lord!
Staraptor.
No Mega Evolution.
Snap Lord,
Evolution, yeah, I
98
mean,
months.
That is his
Gang,
thing with
gang.
these solo
Gang,
Mega
gang,
teams,
thank you for the
sometimes, like,
98 months. That's almost a
you decide, you
year,
know what?
mate. How you
I don't
doing?
have another Mega
How you
Evolution.
doing,
Staraptor
gorgeous?
actually is, like, you know, I may be expecting an adjustment from the opposing end. Maybe I'll just
Cracking
drop it
pair
here.
of
But
Norks. Let's
yeah,
go.
I think like Chloe just has the full speed advantage right now.
Standard Liam.
We'll see. It's going to be a double protect here.
Oh my
just
fuck, I
stalling
needed
out
that.
that tailwind. That
Jesus.
Basque Legion on the opposing end still looking really scary after this, though.
Absolutely.
All the wave crash.
You
All the
see
wave crash.
a good matchup here into the Sarah Ledge from both the King
Ooh.
Gambit and the Basque Legion.
Cute little
The fact
haircut,
that
I'm
you still
vibing.
have an
Oh, mate,
unrevealed
picture it didn't
Pokemon in the
happen.
back. I think Chloe is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. The Cerule Edge now does exert pressure with Shadow Sneak into
Yeah,
Basque
Cerule
Legion.
Edge
So the
instead of
question
Staraptor is kind of
Can
wild.
you get a knockout with that? Because if not, yeah, here
But I
we go.
imagine-
If not, I think Basque Legion just gets a KO in response. Yeah,
I imagine
it's not enough.
Chanmin was expecting
Like a champ, as it's going to be able to fire off another
Hydreigon to be more
wave crash.
impactful.
Might knock itself out
I
for
think I'm
its
still in the
troubles.
Discord.
The
So
Sarah
quick.
Ledge
Oh, that
does
our
take super
Instagram, mate.
effective damage
I got
from that.
DMs.
And that's going to bring in one more Pokemon here for Chloe. As the
Instagram.
Swampert now has to fend for its life.
Yeah,
and
good luck,
for its
Swampert.
allies, as it is in a 1v2 final situation. Kowtow Cleave, though, from the King Gambit is going to soften this Swampert up to 30%.
I wouldn't have gone wave crash, personally.
Now from the wave crash, it dishes
But it
out.
lived.
Now
Oh.
it's a 1v1.
It is a 1v1, yeah, but I think regardless, either Mega Raichu or Mega Metagross should be able to close it out. You just need to do 25%.
Oh, imagine
of
it's Mega
damage here,
Metagross.
and
That'd be
so
awful.
It is going to be the Raichu once again, so Metagross actually not brought here. But
Yeah,
this time around,
Focus Blast
you
does
got
it.
the damage you needed on Swampert. Adding up that damage on turn 1 means that now
Focus Blast
will
certainly does
finish
it.
off. So I think the main thing here is Basque Legion plus King Gambit just had the perfect positioning for Chloe in this match. Found a great angle for it, and yeah, got enough damage onto the Swampert early enough, so now he should, of course, go to a game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a protect.
It'll
just
miss. She'll forget to
give
Mega.
you some time to actually think about what that game 3 might look like. Because Tundin actually did make a
Fake
pretty
out,
significant
baby.
adjustment to the
Imagine the
Pokemon
Focus
roster.
Blast just
Ledge
doesn't
as well as
KO.
Hydreigon, both making appearances in the second
Or it
game.
misses.
And do you think about committing to that again?
No guard,
as we think
baby.
about game 3?
Yeah, to me, I feel like the answer is you got to go back to Whimsicott with Tailwind,
Damn.
right? Or you can separate some of the pieces. Like, I think Hydreigon makes sense if you are pairing it with the Tailwind, right? But then if you just bring it by itself and there's Tailwind on the opposing side, like, you saw what happened, right? Like, yes, the Wave Crash got a critical hit onto Hydreigon, but I think it would have been
Let's
a 2-hit KO
go.
anyway, right? And so the reality is, like, it is a
Secret
Pokemon
neutralizing
that's actually
gas,
very
Swampert
ineffective
tech.
outside
Yeah,
of
exactly,
Tailwind if your opponent
exactly.
has Tailwind up on the opposing side. So I think like, Swampert is still such a key Pokemon in this matchup, right? But I like the idea of going back to Whimsicott and Staraptor, because even though Staraptor didn't do very much in Game 1, I think like, getting the Intimidate alone into Basque Legion is a big deal, right? Because if you think about, well, how do I beat Swampert, Basque Legion is one of those tools, but if you intimidate it, suddenly it actually becomes a lot less effective. So I think I'd probably like to see a return to Swampert plus Whimsicott, have that, Swampert, Staraptor, and then you can flex between all of them. I don't know if I really love the Cerule Edge, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came out as a prediction to deal with the Metagross
no,
on
my
the
hair is my
opposing
own
side,
now. Wait,
trying
why
to
can't
catch
you
it,
message
and then Metagross didn't end up coming out, right? Like, Cerule Edge and the Hydreigon both can threaten Metagross a good bit, so I think that was maybe the adjustment.
What are you on Instagram? Snap Lord?
I like the Sarah Ledge in theory, but I think I was underwhelmed by the Shadow Sneak damage that came out. The fact that it did almost less than a quarter to that Basque Legion makes it feel like there just wasn't enough damage down on the board. Thought process being like Sarah Ledge can come in, and even if your opponent does have Tailwind, you've got that priority to actually just help to clean up some of those pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think. So the question is, what leads do you
Bing
consider
bong.
from both players' end? And I think like Swampert Staraptor, which we saw, is pretty decent, right? Chloe led King Gambit.
I will
trying to
say,
get
what
into
will you say,
Viper
Yoshi?
Summit,
What
and
will you
so I
say?
think, like, that's the
I like
winner
this graphic
in
with
meeting
everybody on the
once
screen.
again.
If you only protect
I
Zero
also
Ledge,
am
that last
curious
turn of
if you're Chloe,
tailwind,
like, maybe
chip
you
the
think,
best.
well, Rechu hasn't really been that important in the last game. I would have won the
Chip
game with
the
Metagross
best.
anyway. Do we
That game looks a little
potentially
better for
see
Chapman.
Justin
Yeah,
Metagross
maybe.
calling it
Maybe.
out? But either way, I think, yeah, it's been a fast-paced set, but really fun to get to see some
How's everybody
unique
else doing
Pokemon,
in
especially
the,
that Swampert. And Cleaver makes an appearance.
Ooh. Wolf Glick is still playing.
Awesome Pokemon to see hit the field. As
Shohei
we call
Kimura
it
is
here,
3 and
and it's
1,
going
it
to be back
seems.
to form here for Chunmin.
Taran's 3 and 1. Oh god, Taran could get
But
Shohei Kimura next
Cleaver,
round.
How exciting.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I don't know if it's in the best position here, truthfully. It can Stone Axe, right? I will say, actually, one thing that's interesting is you do have to respect the Whimsicott on the opposing side, right? It's Fairy Feather, so Moonblast in particular is actually really scary. I like Kevin's position more here, though, honestly, because like the Whimsicott on the opposing side isn't even focus Ash,
That color's sick, bro.
And yeah, the Cleaver being intimidated just means it can't do very much. This moveset is Stone Axe, X Scissor, Feint, right? Like, you could feint into the Staraptor, try to, break through its protect, feint into Whimsicott. Or just go for Stone Axe, like, get the Stealth Rocks up, but the reality is...
It's a lot of Beast Balls. Show us your Beast Balls.
And I do wonder how much the pointed stone damage will actually add up if we do end up seeing pivots in this game.
There will be no pivots in this
a very
game.
quick start here as both Whimsicots are going to set Tailwind for their respective sides, and then we'll see the moves to follow up. Staraptor goes right
What
away
a brave
for
little
the
bird.
Brave Bird, knowing that the damage output from this Cleavor is going to be mitigated.
Does Staraptor have
one-hit
Roost?
knockout into the Whimsicott is going to be the first KO that this Staraptor takes. Let's see what this Cleavor's damage can look like. Sonax is still going to do about 50% to this Whimsicott, so it's good
Darway
damage.
at 4-0 makes my heart happy. Oh, she's doing great.
Yeah, but now the question
Do we
is
know
where
what
do
her
you go
team
from
is
here,
yet?
right? Because the Cleaver is kind of stuck on the field. I think
Who has
both
the
players
sash
kind
on
of
Chloe's
felt
team?
forced to Tailwind, and
It's
Kevin really
Cleaver.
doesn't
Yeah.
want the opposing Whimsicott to...
Rip.
We see Metagross here. Okay, so that actually I think is a pretty good response. And the point I wanted to make though is that like you never want to eat a Moonblast from the opposing side, so you feel forced to go for Tailwind Brave Bird, right? Chloe also Tailwinds, but
Sent
yeah,
my
the Cleaver, once
bi-monthly
again, I think
hellos. I'm
because
gonna
of
go
that
back to
Intimidate
sleep.
just
Oh, no
caught
worries,
in a
mate.
little bit
Catch
of a
you
tricky
soon.
position.
Don't be a
Stunnex
stranger.
will still do decent
Sit
damage
here.
here, but Metagross at least does exert a lot of offensive pressure into both Pokemon. However, you are staring down the charm once again from Whimsicott. One thing you could do, by the way, is you could charm Metagross, like saying, yeah, I know you got you have to Mega Evolve, and if you get that off, oof, that would be really tough to come back from.
It would, so let's see what happens. Just going to be a feint here from the Cleaver to ensure that the Staraptor can't actually go for a Protect on this turn, and it's a Side Charm. Just wants to boost up the offensive power of this Staraptor.
Lendul is 1-3. Oh, Len.
The Staraptor goes down before it can get off another attack.
Damn.
That is what I was saying, yeah, being able to potentially charm that Metagross would be a big deal, but yeah, these Pokemon speeds are obviously very close to each other, and so Metagross being able to move first is a huge deal.
Crazy.
Gets the knockout, and that's just a complete swing of events, right? Because the Staraptor was
That
looking
shit
to try to
crazy.
just, like, get an immediate one-hit knockout there. Instead,
My
Whimsicott
Len
doesn't
World's
get to
Wind
accomplish
Dream. We'll have to
anything.
wait and see,
It's going
yeah,
to be a
right?
Dragon, though, which of course does exert good offensive pressure here
Good
into
job,
the
Len.
Metagross, but I'm not sure a Dark Pulse will get a one-hit knockout. Like, I would think you would need to get a double up into it. If Metagross protects, the Cleaver can now X
Nice charm, yeah, but a bit late.
Like, Cleaver with that feint, yeah, making sure that you can get that attack off, also getting that Stealth Rock off, it's early damage to Whimsicott. It's actually done a lot better than I expected it to coming into this one.
Feint
and even
coming
a
into
second
play.
Stone Axe would actually finish off the Whimsicott, so you don't even have to go after this Hydreigon if you are worried. Maybe you could even go for a double protect here just to scout out what the Hydreigon's going to lock into with that Choice Scarf. But we do end up seeing an encore
Saucy.
into the opposing Cleavor, so it is going to have to go for Feint again. Just stacks up a little bit more damage into the Hydreigon, not being able to put any more damage out on the board as the Dark Pulse comes out.
Flinch.
On with just 3% remaining. But can the Metagross
Oh.
actually break through it? It does.
Chris Hahn is
Iron
out.
to
Oh,
finish
shit.
Off the Whimsicott does not get flinched this time.
No
Oh my
flinch.
God.
You'd have to imagine like the Metagross and Staraptor were speed tying there earlier, so if
Oh,
Staraptor
that's
did
fucking
move
wild.
first, I think it'd be a very different game. But once again, it is still this endgame
Ba, ba,
Swampert that
ba,
we've been
ba,
talking
ba,
about,
ba,
right?
ba,
It
ba.
is quite bulky. Cleaver does have its Focus Action pack. Hydreigon here, of course, is
Always
now
bet on
locked
Kevin
into
Hahn
Dark
3P.
Pulse. It's a pretty good move to have. You probably want to clear it before the Basque Legion, which is presumably in the back, hits the field. But this has been a really tense game. But I honestly think I prefer Chloe's position right now.
Yeah, I just wonder what's going to happen since these tailwinds are going to expire in a bit, and that is going to give the advantage over to
That's
the
risky.
later. As the Dark Pulse comes back out, this Metagross has to sacrifice itself in order for the Kleavor to come back in and change up its move now that the Encore is on.
That turn was really scary. I think if it was Dark Pulse into the Basque Legion switch, and you might just throw away kind of the big answer into the Swampert.
That could have been terrifying.
You really need to respect the Metagross. It does manage to get Basque
Hydreigon's locked into Dark Pulse, and you
is
switch in Basque Legion.
Ends as well. Kleavor is able to come back in, and with Kleavor, I think what you can do is protect Basque Legion X-Scissor into the Hydreigon, and Chloe might just have done it here. The main thing here in response is Hydreigon could go through Dark Pulse into Kleavor, expecting Basque Legion to protect. If you get a flinch, well then Swampert can just follow up, get a knockout, and that's game over as well. So big turn here for both players. Do you predict the protect from Basque Legion? And if so, right, do you target the Kleavor and does it get a flinch?
Oh, it's so tense. In a Game 3 situation with an undefeated record on the line heading into the
I don't know.
of Day 1 of the World Championships, it's all going to come down to this Basque Legion protecting.
Valid protect.
So can this Kleavor actually get a move
Oh.
on? Ends up going to the Dark Pulse in that direction. And Kleavor
It doesn't flinch.
Hydreigon goes
Bro.
down to the count, and now the Swampert has to win the 1v2.
Swampert does not have this.
Swampert's going to knock out the Kleavor. Well, that just boosts Last Respects' damage output as well. So Earthquake coming out makes the correct call, but no flinch coming out. Kleavor faints, but honestly, it was incredible in this game. I thought
Great showing by Chloe, but damn.
But being able to knock out the Hydreigon is such a big deal.
Yeah, X-Scissor is a, what, 120 base power?
Here we go into Swampert. Can it
Because of
clutch it out
sharpness.
here? It cannot.
Wow, another Pokemon KO, and Chloe
Bruh.
wins game number 3 to be
Go on, Chloe.
4-0 on day 1.
That was so hype, Rosemary.
Did I say Chloe before instead of Chanmin? When I was like, Chloe's played so well, I meant Chanmin has played so well, but Chloe also obviously played very, very well.
Wow, eyes were feasting today. That is for sure a phenomenal 3-game set between 2 incredible trainers. What a match!
And I think the key turn was truly just Metagross Staraptor in that interaction, right? If Staraptor goes first and knocks out Metagross. The main thing I was actually curious about was whether or not, like, I didn't expect the +2 close combat to actually be able to knock out the Metagross anyway. And so if Chloe gets the knockout on Staraptor, I think it's actually still a pretty positive turn for her. And the other thing I was curious about was, seeing the charm into Metagross, right, to potentially
Chloe's
get around
running 2 of my
this.
top
That
5
could be really
megas. Glad she
interesting as
won.
well. But either way, the Swampert, if you're
Metagrossical.
Chloe and you're staring down this team in team preview, first of all, this is not a standard team at all, right? It's got a lot of unique pieces. It's really hard to figure out how in the world do I beat the Swampert, but managed to pick up the puzzle pieces and put it all together. And the final turn's so tense, right? Like, Chemin gets the right call, targets the Kleavor, has that chance to flinch, but does not
missing
get it.
Victor
And
Medina
that
versus
X-Scissor being able
Simone
to just one-shot the
Sanvito.
Hydreigon, so well done.
Maybe they're doing a 2-in-1 rounder again.
Woo! One final sayonara there too, that Swampert, and Chloe
9
Burke
matches still
ends
to
up
be
with that
decided.
4-0 record. It's just so cool to be able to be at the
Stefan
World
Mott's
Championships,
4-0.
see the best trainers, bringing the most cool Pokemon.
Liam Shorter's 4-0. Let's go, fellow
yeah.
Liam.
I think, at the World Championships, there's always obviously
Joji's
so many
4-0.
incredible players that we've seen prove themselves on the biggest stage consistently, whether it be at regionals or international or world.
Marco Silva's 3-1.
2 players, right, from regions that we don't get to cover as much.
Big names get thrashed, right?
Top 4 of major tournaments there, whether it be the Korean National Championships or for Chloe.
Put Darway in the
regionals
next stream game.
And here they are, right, duking out at 3-0. Really, this is like their first chance to really prove themselves to the world. And that was a really fun set to watch.
So
like,
fun.
I couldn't have asked for any more. Like, the fact that Swampert
Lots
put a
of amazing players at
masterclass in that
2-2,
game 1,
right?
it hangs on just with a sliver.
And that's what ballerinas
right?
were.
And in game 3, things felt so tense. I was not expecting Kleavor at all, but I think it made a lot of sense because I think Chloe recognized, look, Basque Legion is really good. What are you going to use to beat Basque Legion? Well, it's probably going to be the Hydreigon as well as the Staraptor. So I need to take care of those, and how do I beat those? Well, Metagross for Staraptor.
Can you believe this is only round 4?
Yeah.
It's wild, man.
It all came together,
So cool.
and then Kleavor, of course, for the Hydreigon, and I think that this is what best of 3 Pokemon is all about, and the number of adjustments we saw.
We're going to be up
both ends was just so
late,
fun.
lads and lasses, and non-binary masses.
And also one where you could kind of see the nerves playing on this stage in front of such a big crowd. I felt like there was so much emotion for both of them in this moment. The pressure must have been really intense.
Absolutely, yeah. And so I need to hear more about Chloe and the team and just that set. So let's go throw it down to the floor for an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Chloe after a fantastic win. You're currently undefeated at the World Championships. How do you feel?
Pretty good, yeah.
Anything else just pretty good? Like, were you nervous for this event? Just excited?
Yeah, so nervous. Yeah, non-stop anxiety, but it's okay.
I mean, for someone with nonstop anxiety, you certainly played a wonderful match. Talk to me about that match, because for yourself, you're going up against a really, really strong team, and also lose the first one in the set. So then what's going through your mind to be able to rally back to take the set win?
I thought that my Pokemon choices in game 1 were pretty good, and I just kind of needed to adjust my game plan. I didn't respect the Swampert enough in game 1, but I kind of figured it out, and then I made a call that he wouldn't bring Goldengo game 3, so I didn't bring my
Kyopera and
game at all,
Lorky are
and
both
it ended
2-2?
up paying
Fucking
off,
hell.
Fortunately.
And now I want to talk about your team, because you have one of, if not possibly the craziest team in the tournament. Metagross is cool, you know, everything else, but the Cleaver. Why Cleaver?
Most of the field is Charizards. Cleaver sets rocks. The main idea of the team is that I set rocks for Metagross to be able to KO both Charizard and Floette, regardless of what the main team in the format brings. And yeah, it just has a lot of good matchups into very common teams, so it's worked out pretty well.
I feel like when I hear you talk about there's so many Charizards around, the other direction people have gone with has been the Lycanroc,
She was great to be a more specific question after a broad question earlier. The pretty good answer shows that Chloe is a great public speaker, so Sierra asked a focus question. Yes, she's great. She's really good at what she does.
Generally.
Like, she is a consummate professional.
I wanted to make Metagross work because it seems like a good mon, but the meta doesn't really favor it a lot. So
Like, you can tell she's experienced in what she does.
I don't know. The ability for Metagross to KO Charizard consistently is just, it makes it so much better. So that's why I chose Cleaver over Lycanroc.
And it certainly has a lot more
Ugarte
style,
won
let
again?
me
Go on,
say.
Ugarte. 2 and 2.
Cool. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself, too, because, of course, now you've had the opportunity to compete on this stage. You're undefeated, and we heard the cheers from the crowd. So tell me a little bit more about yourself.
I've been playing VGC for a few years now. This is my second Worlds. Did pretty well in the Oceania circuit this year, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I like offensive teams. I play offensive teams. I don't really know what else to say.
No, that makes sense. We'll take one more step this way, as I want to make sure you're center stage here. If you have an opportunity to thank anyone or just any final words while you're on this stage.
All right, thank you to my girlfriend for always supporting me. Thank you to all the Oceania community for like always, I don't know, giving me a challenge and making me a better player. Thank you to the Sydney local scene. It's really good, really great players, really nice people, especially Pokefolk, great community. Would recommend
the
going
Pokefolk
to those locals if you're in Sydney. Yeah.
I love that. Congratulations yet again on this win. Best of luck. I hope that you can take Cleaver to the top. This is just absolutely incredible. As for us, of course, we need to hear more about this team and everything else. So let's head over to our analysts.
Can't spell analyst
Thanks
without
so
anal.
much, Sierra. What a crazy match.
UK players on the struggle train. Taran's doing good. He's 3 and 1.
That's concluded because you look like that was having just as much fun as Chloe was there, going 4-0 here at the World Championships.
Bring me Pockapia.
That game 3 still, I mean, the Swampert Metagross speed interaction.
We're still waiting on a couple of matches, I think, to finish.
That's one thing that's so interesting about
4
these
of
Pokemon,
190
because it feels
matches.
Like after you basically have to go max speed, but sometimes,
What do I want to
especially
do now?
on a
What the
roost
fuck
set,
do
like,
you
maybe
want?
you don't, but then the Metagross, I was like, I don't know who's going to move first.
I
here,
don't
and then,
want to play
Metagross
Dowsing
just
Machine with
completely
you.
annihilates the Staraptor, and I do think that's one of the cool things about it as a pick in this metagame, right? Is you do threaten.
They're really killing people off
Staraptor
out here.
for
They
some direct
are.
damage, maybe even a one-hit knockout if you don't get intimidated.
Maybe I'll build
and
my
you get to
house
move
now.
first.
Yeah, 100% Rose. Pick a favorite point of the match, because that was like, that
Yeah, let
seemed
me
to
make
be
some stuff.
like all the way through it was delivering not just the Staraptor Metagross interaction, right? The moment we see Cleaver coming in, like games
Some
1 and
of
2
that.
as well, the Cerulid's coming out, like you got
Couldn't
to see
believe
everything.
it.
I'll make
we
10
had
and see
so
how it
much,
fits.
I literally cannot boil it down to a single thing that I enjoyed about that match. I enjoyed all of it, every single thing.
So diplomatic, Rose.
Oh, I definitely need more.
We'll get you with another one
trained
later.
me for that.
We'll give you a trick question later on in this. And yeah, I think this is just
Money back from the office. Welcome back, Rage. How are we doing? You home now?
That are making it, like,
You with us
really
for the
deep
long
in this
haul?
tournament. There is so much
Oh my God, I
room
was
still in
one
NB to,
away.
like,
Oh.
hook up something like a little bit different and like take the metagame in a completely different direction.
Question
It's a little spicy out there.
If you told me like we would be casting a
I
game
might have to
where,
use
like,
2
Swampert,
layers of that. So I
regular
just
Swampert,
realized. 'Cause
Yeah, no.
we need to be able to get up to here.
Right? All would be like.
Oh no, because we just don't put the floor on the top. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, statistically, that makes absolutely
Just
no
in time
sense,
tweeted
but
about going on
here we
stream.
are, and that's what makes Pokemon really
Yo.
special, because I do think for the most part in this tournament, a lot of the most well-known players did just pick one of the most popular teams and figured out, hey, I'm just gonna master. I'm gonna be really good at it. And so it is such a treat to see it at 3-0 here at the biggest stage that we have in Pokemon.
So cool.
Wallpaper and
like,
flooring
as
for the
well,
houses
like,
that
there's
make
been a
it
little bit
sandy,
of,
trying to give Piplup and
discourse in the
Primplup's
community.
room a
We've
beach
had,
vibe.
JB Boy
Maybe.
on Twitter calling out like Metagross is the play.
Yeah,
only a
true.
few days ago, and like
So many idiot drivers out.
I'm guilty
Oh,
of
mate.
this as well. Like people sitting there being like, is it though, Jamie? You know, is it,
My
is it
advice,
really the
put your
play?
feet up,
Are
take
we-
your drawers
are
off.
we really living in a
Let me
world
see.
where Mega Metagross
Right,
and the
let's
Charizard
go
format
make
is gonna
180
be
of
able to
these.
take it all? Like, I'm not sure, but
Sure.
maybe, hey, Chloe showed us that it might be possible. Do you know what else is possible? Is
Hope
we've got
you
a feature
have.
match lined up, ready to go.
Thank you,
And it's gonna
Psycho
be an
Elite. I am
absolute
have.
cracker. So we've got Justin Tang versus Nikolai Hoy
Cheers.
Nielsen, and yes, that is a
Maybe I'll do
camera
2 layers of
you're
this.
seeing on your screen right now.
A camera up and a Mega
Here we
Kangaskhan.
go.
I really hope that we get a chance to see some Trick Room action.
Oh, wait,
and see
what am
that
I doing?
camera up
What
go
am I doing?
nuts.
I
Nope.
think it's actually regular Kangaskhan, which is even crazier.
Wait, what is this? Oh, shit.
Yeah. Life Orb.
Life Orb. Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Hang on,
really
hang on.
crazy. Now the main thing, if you
It's a
look
half
at
feature,
that team,
half
though, is that there's no
mainstream.
water
Oh.
resistances, right? So Justin says, well, hey, I have Swampert. I can water slide.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Aerodactyl pivoting out here immediately. It's going to be Farigiraf. It's a dual Mega team with Aerodactyl and
Yum,
Camerupt,
yum.
actually, and it blocks the fake out here immediately. And Blastoise also does not Mega Fall. So much going on here.
Go on.
Just to start off the game, getting a water spout off. But honestly, that's not a lot of damage.
I know who wins
feel
this.
like,
I feel bad.
When you're facing down a team with no water resist, Water Spout looks very good until the Sylveon wakes up.
We're having a great evening tonight. Excuse my spelling. That's all right. I'm having a lovely time. How you doing?
Picking up that KO.
Wait, I wasn't ready.
Rose would be here, and we're like, let's just give Sylveon a highlight. Reel right
Hyper
away.
beam. Oh my
Delphox,
gosh,
the
that
champion
was
tiered.
wild. Okay, so now I know though why the Mega Blastoise didn't happen. It's because there's a Delphox in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense as well. We saw this the other way round in an earlier round on the stream, right? It's like Delphox wasn't the Mega of choice. Instead, Blastoise was. Now we're flipping things round with Justin just playing this slightly
Boy, they nearly
different
said
way.
flip the
Now
script
the
like
Sylveon
the
has
TCG.
to take a turn recharging. So, great job knocking out the Blastoise, but now you're vulnerable to taking another
3
attack.
potential megas, right?
That's true, but Sylveon is one of those Pokemon that I feel like just has surprising special defense bulk. So the fact that it was able to hold on
Yeah,
to that
Aero
water
Kanga
spout,
camera
even the
up.
Delphox
Rough.
on the other side, doesn't really scare me too much. But this Delphox does get that nasty plot for free, so maybe I take back what I just said.
Yeah, I think with this team, you always want to get
Uh-oh.
that nasty plot off, and instead we're going for Parting Shot makes sense as well, because I think you
Solid
really
shout.
want to make sure that you can bring it back out for Aerodactyl. I think what's scary right now for Justin is you don't know which direction this game is going to go down. Is there going to be Trick Room set up, or is there potentially going to be a Tailwind with Aerodactyl in the back? Sylveon recharges here, and it's not going to be the Trick Room,
Thunderbolt.
because I think recognizing, hey, if I just get Aerodactyl out, I can actually Mega Evolve this Pokemon and just start clicking Rock Slide.
I wonder
Yeah, so I
why
think
they
this
didn't
is
Mega the
really
Delphox this
important
turn.
part of the way that Nikolai has built the team, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's floors and ceilings. You can go right down as slow as Mega Camerupt and start attacking that way. But if you see the opportunity, especially against a Pokemon like Mega
Interesting.
Delphox, that you really don't want to be hitting with your Camerupt, and instead you want to be hitting with that Mega Aerodactyl, you get that ability to set that up too.
Very cool.
I totally agree. I think that's such a unique call-out in that when you see his team, I think if you removed Aerodactyl, you're like, well, it's clearly a hard Trick Room team, right? Like, everything else is super slow, but the Aerodactyl alone actually just induces just a completely different play style.
And you also wonder, with the training, are they slow?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Is he slow? There's Tailwind on this team as well,
That's right.
So you can definitely normally play like in this like middling speed tier, you have got the top and the bottom, but actually the stuff in the middle can be a little bit squidgy and like middling speed tier.
I like when we call these types of teams tail room because they have both the tailwind and the trick room, and it is just really cool.
Hey, right there. What happened? What happened, gang?
Nasty plot on the Delphox.
Oh, put the audio back on.
You've come into the perfect match. This is exactly right for you.
Who sat on the button?
Sylveon survival. Just
Ew.
to shout a hyper voice.
And a critical.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, this is it. World Championship for Rose. This is peaked at this match here.
Absolute peak.
But there's still a trick room going up on Nicolo's side of the field, so there is still the option.
Ooh, the round 9 pairings are up.
In the back, but this Delphox is
so round 9, round 5.
Even though it's taken a lot of damage, there is
yeah,
sort of
just
this weird
skip
option
4
where,
rounds.
you know, if Justin takes a couple of KOs and then sets up the trick room against the Mega Aerodactyl, there's a way world in which like Justin
Home
can
for
actually
Friday,
use
or
that
as Steve
middling
Boy
speed
was
tier
happening,
that
lap
he's
man.
got, but also like. Well,
Quad
Delphox
father.
is in a middling speed tier, but compared to Mega Aerodactyl, it kind of is.
I do wonder if this would be the turn that Justin
Wolf,
would consider setting up trick
Wolf
room,
Glick,
knowing
I
that
can't
that
speak
Aerodactyl
anymore,
is in the
versus
back.
Wei
If you're
Cheer.
confident that maybe something else was in the back there, like a Kangaskhan might
Can't
be
say I
slower
agree
than
with the
you.
decision.
But we do see the Incineroar come in, and it's not going to be the trick
Making a
room setup
ribeye,
Yeah,
you're
what's
making
so
me
awkward,
ribbed.
I think for this turn is
For
that
your
Justin
pleasure.
wants to get the healing with Sinistra, but now
You
by
filthy
putting
bitch
Incineroar
boy.
on the field, well then Aerodactyl can come out next turn, doesn't get intimidated. However,
Just a
crucially,
rematch
there
from
is
last
no
year.
protect on the Aerodactyl, right? Part of these
I wonder
teams
what
is
happened
that
to the
you
game
rely on
audio.
Frigoraph to block those fake outs. And so while you didn't get the Intimidate, now Nikolai, if he brings out Aerodactyl, well, that's just vulnerable to fake out plus an attack, right? So you might actually want to go into your 4th Pokemon here. So Justin, capitalizing off the fact, like I think if Aerodactyl, had Protect, then the fake out is a lot less threatening. Aerodactyl can come in and just start spamming Rock Slide, right? Even with an Intimidate, the Delphox actually will likely still go down.
I just remember a
Rock
Taiwanese
Slide,
trainer not
with
Wolf
healing
out
as
last
well.
year.
But the
Bruh,
thing is,
imagine
you need
being
to
that player.
find the position for Aerodactyl because if it gets intimidated or if Trick Room is up and you have Instant plus Sinistra, well, suddenly Matcha Gotcha spam makes it so hard for the Aerodactyl.
And it's sort of telegraphing maybe the King Gambit is the final Pokemon in the back for Nikolai, and like you also kind of want to get your Incin into a position where it's on the field and not intimidating the King Gambit, not making it a threat for the Sinistra.
Different guy?
that
Wow, you just think all Taiwanese people are the same, don't you?
Can use
Terrible.
To start healing up that Delphox and getting it like redirecting
Terrible.
sucker punches away so the Delphox can carry
Bad
on just
Yoshi.
dishing out these big powerful heat waves.
I think it's tough though too when you mention the King Gambit. There's no protect on that either. So you have
Bing
two
bong.
different options there in the Aerodactyl or the King Gambit. You can't bring in either and expect them to not get faked out. So we do see the Mega Evolution
Arrow's gonna
committed onto
fuck
the
'em up.
Aerodactyl, but do we see the fake out?
Yeah, is it just a double up, right? With Fake Out plus the
Fake out into
from
Arrow.
Delphox. Fake Out does come out here, so I think that, that much was pretty obvious. Aerodactyl flinches. This is a really big interaction.
Psychic
it's just
into
gonna be Psychic
Arrow,
here, so if there was
destroys.
King Gambit in the back, that would have been a free switch in. And that,
Bruh.
Aerodactyl looked like it was the win condition. That's why I was saying it feels kind of awkward to position it out right now. But Sylveon still gets a Hyper Voice off.
Oh, the 1%.
I was literally queuing up. The Sylveon is now the win condition, and then it just misses the KO.
Bruh.
Oh, wow.
But, I mean,
Liam,
it's
I'm
it's
Taiwanese.
absolutely
I
doing
know.
its job, like keeping the pressure down onto Justin's side of the field, and like especially like.
That's why
I'm
it's
just gonna
even
check
worse,
if
Yoshi.
that,
Shame
Sylveon
on you.
has access to quick attack, right? Because
it
does have access to it. Because now that Delphox even like it forces Justin to have to think about bringing in the Sinistra. Otherwise, the quick attack starts going crazy.
That feels really bad, though, to lose Mega Aerodactyl and get nothing off with it, because it kind of just cleaned up this entire endgame, right? And,
King Gambit,
the nuance here is because neither King Gambit or Aerodactyl had the Protect, like you called out, Rose. Well, you kind of have to switch in one, and I think Nikolai there might have been trying to go for a call, thinking,
supposed to
the
say
fake out's like,
we
it's
do
so
all run hard
obvious. I'm
trick room.
going to switch in King Gambit. You're going to Heat Wave instead, and if you Heat Wave, well, then that's
Yoshi's
probably
lying.
winning for
He's from
me.
the Mushroom
But the
Kingdom.
Aerodactyl,
Fucking
this
hell.
goes to show why fake out is
That's-
such a good move.
that's wild.
Frigoraph normally allows these teams to say, well, you can drop
You're not good
your
enough.
Protect because I'll protect
Only
you from
because
fake
you
outs. But when
believe you're not
Frigoraph
good
goes
enough.
down, suddenly the fake out becomes that much stronger. And yeah, now with no Aerodactyl, it is still really scary.
We're going to see Sylveon protect itself, so maybe that's going to be a sucker punch. So King Gambit is successful at securing another knockout. And now this is kind of awkward, right? Is it? Because Justin has Incineroar Sinistra as the final two, and Incineroar actually went after the Sylveon.
Okay, so this is a big, like Sylveon's still staying on the field is quite a big deal for this this end game. We know that it has Hyper Beam at its disposal. Like, you could make a read, like knowing that Hyper Voice is so strong.
Right.
Like, hey, I need to knock out this Incineroar as quickly as possible if you're Nikolai. Like, this could be the opportunity to get that Hyper Beam.
It's so weird without the music, like without
on the
game.
Between the Sylveon and the Incineroar,
Audio.
they're both capable of outspeeding the other one. We haven't seen that interaction yet, and so this end game, like, it just got really, really dicey with no Flare Blitz going down into the King Gambit, getting that last like little bit of damage.
Your
that maybe
dad's a
Matagotcha
speckled
could,
egg.
clean up in an end game.
Yeah, and Justin also had the opportunity to go like protect Delphox, switch Instant into Sinistra, and then just Rage Powder Heat Wave, but maybe fearing that that's such an easy call out that you'll double into that slot. Just gonna be Throat Chop here, so Incineroar moves first. Sylveon doesn't get a Hyper Voice or Hyper Beam off here. Speed interaction playing a really big deal. And I think then
but
Justin
King Gambit gets the low kick.
It's not bad damage.
It's good damage. It's good damage.
I bet this is a burn incoming, surely.
I was gonna say, kind of to go back though than a couple of turns prior, because you both bring up excellent points about
Oh,
some
it isn't.
changes
You know
that
what?
either player could have made.
I guessed, and it did
but
not work.
In that situation, I wonder, well, Incineroar actually, the hospitality healing from the Sinistra brought that Incineroar out of KO range from the low kick. So was there an opportunity there instead to quick attack the Delphox for that 1% and then go low kick into the Incineroar instead?
But then also, like, there's a question of how this Incineroar is trained. Does it
enough
knock
of that.
out the King Gambit? And if it does, like,
Low
or
kick,
gets
sausage
close,
roll.
but
Come on,
doesn't
King
quite get
Gambit,
there,
score a goal.
Does it manage to knock itself
There's
out
the
from
flare
recoil?
blitz.
That's right.
You know, that's a
Bruh.
It is.
That's got to be a
Getting
crit.
the KO there, that's going to take game one for
It wasn't a
Justin.
crit.
But such a close set all the way through. So many reads, and you
Bruh.
talked about it obviously all the way through the match.
Goated.
Reads on top of
Rip
reads on top
Gambit.
of reads, right?
Yeah, and I feel like the big
Trainer
picture
lost.
here was Mega Aerodactyl not getting an attack off, because once that
Damn.
Blastoise was taken care of, it felt like Aerodactyl
Oh, they're putting
kinda
us
just
right
sleep.
into
We're
game
going
two.
right into game two, and regular Kangaskhan makes an appearance here with that Farigiraf.
Put the
And of
game
course,
audio
Farigiraf
on, you
blocks that fake out, so
stupid
already
heads.
going to see a different approach
While
this
this
time.
is
Maybe
playing, I'm
Trick
just
Room, and
gonna
you
let the
got
dog
camera
out
up in the
real
back.
quick, 'cause
If
I
that
feel
is the
like they
approach,
need to
though,
go
you're going to have to knock out
cuckoos and all
Blastoise
that.
really quickly,
Yeah,
because
camera
Blastoise
up,
is, like,
man.
9
Camera,
years from
every
making
camera up to
something
my
deal
face has destroyed me.
Yeah, and
Burp.
also there's this question of like, how is Nikolai going to use this Kangaskhan to be able to try to put some pressure down? Like, Incineroar was one of the last problem Pokemon in game one for Nikolai, and now like this Hammer Arm that's on the Life Orb Kangaskhan setting up the Trick Room, and then maybe getting itself into a place where it can attack first, but also put that big damage down onto the Incineroar.
Wow. 25% to Blastoise
That's a
with
fake
Fake
out.
Out and Life Orb. Oh my goodness.
I really like a lot of the points you were talking about there, because I think that, you know, one key thing is normally Incineroar on this team doesn't seem like a huge offensive threat, but it kind of carried in that end game of game one, right? And a big reason is because of those speed interactions. And so I think realizing that, saying, look, it is still a pretty good tool, let me switch it out. The Sinistra, one thing that I love about this Blastoise Delphox team is just the ability to flex either Mega Evolution, right? It's so cool to see a lot. Like, my expectation is that there is still a Delphox in the back here, but it's kind of scary right now, right? You got the attack drop onto like Kangaskhan. Sinistra can just go for a Rage Powder, and even though Blastoise is at -1, damage that you do from it is still non-trivial. Sinistra, of course, could even potentially reverse Trick Room if it wanted. One crazy play, I was like, what if you Shell Smash and reverse Trick Room? Sorry, I stole your thunder, man.
You've got the Sinistra there. You're in Trick Room. You Shell Smash. Take all the attacks away. Mega Blastoise or not. Like,
okay.
There is definitely. I think you know what.
You and I both would have clicked it there.
Yeah, 100% right there.
Love it.
Like it would have been so cool, because like it forces Nikolai to start going on the offensive and like play this sort of like aggressive Trick Room position.
No.
Burn there on the Kangaskhan.
Okay, we would have lost, because he doubled up into Blastoise, so you would have taken too much. Well, actually, it might have still been fine. It might have still been fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Especially with the bird, actually, the Blastoise would have been like, all right, time for me to get going.
Yeah.
But that's a really tough bird.
Could happen this turn.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, now you go for the following.
Because the awkward thing, you know, with these teams is you normally want to get your heavy damage dealer in, right? And that heavy damage dealer is going to be camera up. It also could be Sylveon or King Gambit, but when you set up Trick Room and you don't have that much damage, you're wasting your own Trick Room turns. Sinistra now just content to go for a Rage Powder, but...
Come on, do the Shell Smash. You got this.
I'm waiting. I'm excited. Okay, so
damage.
Good damage. Double edge. Scrappy, of course, bypassing
Oh
that
my
ghost type.
gosh, that did nothing.
Absolutely nothing after the burn. And the Life Orb ticking away the burn as well. on, come on.
Okay, but now the Sinistra has a tough job. It's got to survive the next turn, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's in a good...
Only 2 turns of Trick Room, right? So you go Rage Powder, Water Spout, protect Blastoise on the last turn of Trick Room, and then you could probably even just Mega Evolve it at this point.
That's a good point,
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you don't even have to
Delphox in the
reverse.
back, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, really like the shot. And actually, like, I think that's worth calling out there is like the patience to not go for it straight away. Like you see that line, but you don't necessarily want to risk it. And getting the Matcha out, giving yourself the opportunity to do a little bit of damage, but maybe get the burn, slow down the pace of the game, and then sort of commit to it when you know that Nikolai isn't going to be able to pivot is really influential in the way that Justin is playing this.
All right, well, the Rage Powder is going to redirect away the Psychic, and it's going to be the double edge to finish off the Sinistra, but let's see, Blastoise, what you got? Come on, show us that big Water Spout.
Here we go. Yeah, one thing I was thinking is if you ever intentionally don't knock out Kangaskhan to deny a free switch in, just KO Farigiraf and say now you're stuck on the field, but it is just going to be the Water Spout coming out from regular Blastoise here. It actually doesn't knock out Farigiraf, but kind of accomplishes the same thing of not giving a free switch in. Yeah,
definitely. And like, again, I mean, we're telegraphing over and over again that Delphox is the mega of choice at the back, right? And your point earlier, Ara, is like there's no water resist on this team. You don't have to overextend to try to do that extra bit of water damage. You can just like carry on putting a little bit more pressure on. And then now, if we double protect, if Justin double protects out of Trick Room and Nikolai isn't able to put themselves in a stronger position, maybe bring the not even sure bringing the Aerodactyl out puts you in a strong enough position to be able to have a good time. Maybe the Sucker Punch on the Blastoise, non-Mega, could take the Water Spout out of range of being able to knock out the Mega Aerodactyl, but you kind of got to get on the front foot if you're Nikolai and get that position set up while there's this last turn of Trick Room, this defensive incentive for Justin to just like not attack this turn.
Totally agreed. Yeah, and I was gonna say this game actually doesn't feel over because of the King Gambit. Like the Sucker Punch from it is actually so immensely threatening to both Delphox and Blastoise. And you can see this is really cool. The fact that Justin's like, I can Mega either Pokemon right now, you still don't know which one I am going to pick is a big deal. And so Trick Room expires now, but this is, I think, the really, really interesting turn.
It's tough though because, you know, there is just 2 very powerful spread damage options on this team. If you do Sucker Punch the Blastoise,
Blastoise says, okay, Water Spout.
Okay, like I'm just gonna Water Spout you. But if you Sucker Punch the Blastoise and it still goes for Water Spout anyway, then Delphox can hit you with a Heat Wave.
Exactly, yeah. And the big question I have here is like how the Delphox and King Gambit are trained, because I think like you can train Delphox to survive Sucker Punch, and then you can also, I would expect King Gambit to actually survive Heat Wave, especially because often on these teams the Delphoxes don't have that much offense. But it is gonna be Delphox. I think Heat Wave Water Spout here works, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's like, well...
but then not with the helping hand. Yeah, hold on.
Helping hand Sucker Punch?
Hold the phone. This is, I mean, either knockout would be really, really great in this play, right?
Blastoise
hanging on. Does the Water Spout do enough to take that King Gambit into Heat Wave range, though?
I think it might. It's close. It is, yeah. Oh, big critical hit on Farigiraf.
Actually going to help out a little bit here, but the Heat Wave does double connect onto both Pokemon. Double knockout. Wow. Delphox Blastoise looking real good in this game.
This was a really cool game. Like, I have played a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I've seen a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I haven't seen a setup like this before. And I think Ben, like you made such a good point about like the patience to hold on to it, right? Because he saw the line but didn't go for the exact turn we were talking about. Camera has hit the field.
Hold on. It's not over, is it?
I mean, it's gonna be hard for this camera to be able to get through this. Even a Water Spout is now single target.
Yeah, like I think Water Spout's Psychic might just do enough to be, even if not, like you could protect Delphox Water Spout if Camera knocks out Blastoise. It's what, Incineroar?
This is the opportunity for another Shell Smash, just to start slagging.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, you might be cooking with that. I actually think you're right.
No, but
Bait the protect that. Okay, it's actually just dark. I wanted to see the Water Spout. Come on.
Do it.
Give us the 11% Water
Spout. Get us some rain here in San Francisco. We've been screaming out for it. Okay, hanging on.
The double up. I think that's wild. Yeah, you're right though. The Heat Wave there. I was really hoping that maybe, I don't know why I was thinking like Ancient Power is gonna do it, but...
Justin had the opportunity to show us the strongest 11% water spout of our life, but he didn't go for it. I'm very sad about that.
100%, like, you know, we're running the numbers in our heads, but our heads are pretty good. So I think that water spout probably would have done more damage than the dark.
Oh, if I was thinking it would do like at least 50%.
Yeah. Cameron's is like, I mean, Mega Cameron gets a bit bulkier, you know, we'll give it its dues, but yeah, really well played there by both players. I mean, Justin really showing us a different way, as you said, for like the
Blimey O'Reilly.
Delphox Blastoise team, the way that you can bring both members to the game. Turns out,
did I miss the camera up?
Is a really powerful move.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just enough, and I think Nikolai did a really good job of trying to control the pressure like that he had onto just inside of the field. But you know, it's calls like that sucker punch. It's calls like the Aerodactyl staying in, maybe it could have been a switch out to take a sidekick. And you know, at the World Championships, when you're playing up against these trainers that are so good, like, these calls are tough to make, and sometimes you get them right, sometimes you get them wrong.
Yeah. It was so cool. And I think Nikolai's probably not feeling great from that game 1 specifically, because I think it was like, it felt like Mega Aerodactyl could come in and just clean up, but had to find the right position for it. And the call for Justin to just say, you know what, I'm going to go for the obvious fake out psychic. You got to show me like,
I hope the Zoroark team wins Worlds. I don't think there's any Zoroark teams left at Worlds.
Rock slide and rock slide and rock slide, but that game 2 just really, really clinical. And I am sad that Mega Camera.
So I don't think anyone brought one.
It just fades immediately, but obviously the team has put in a lot of work.
It hung on one turn.
That's right. That's right. Pardon me.
Andrew Tate basically cried to the judge, saying he's got nothing left. Cue the audio. Did he?
Had last round on the desk. What a brilliant feature match that we've had. Now let's get our next brilliant round ready to go. So casters, take it away.
I've got nothing left except my many Lamborghinis and my millions of illegitimate dollars I got from trafficking women.
Out there at the end there, so
Edu lost to a Vanillux, hitting 2 out of 3 sheer colds. That's amazing.
Here in that game. So we are getting ready now for round 5 of
our
Liam. Swiss tournament here at San Francisco. And Scott, we have had such an amazing
cars were all
day
rented.
Already,
oh.
But now we're getting into crunch
You didn't
time.
own
This
any?
is where people's careers are made or broken as they start qualifying.
Oh, I didn't know this. Are you being serious?
Opportunities to qualify for the top cut later on.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked looking at the standings. There's so many good players who are either eliminated already or kind of already at
Emma has come across the Shadow Man video.
Yeah, kind of. Throughout the year, you know, you kind of feel like, oh, you know, the top names, they're pretty safe until like at least the end of day 1. But very much not the case here at the World Championships. We see some of the folks who are doing very well, but even for these folks, you know, they still got to get through 4 more rounds today. So even 500 is going to put you right on the brink of disaster.
Absolutely. But here, take a look at our Swiss rankings right now. These are the top 16 players. They are all currently 4-0 undefeated right now. And I have to say, Australia having a great tournament so far. 3 players still undefeated. Liam, Chloe, and Joji all are undefeated at 4-0 right now. But of course, some other names that we are very familiar with. I'm looking at Eric Rios there.
We're going to get Liam on stream? Come on.
American International Championships, and following
Fellow
that up
Liam.
with a 4-0 start here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun looking at this
Shocker,
list,
fake
right,
manners,
where,
fake lifestyle. Oh, they actually were just rented. Oh.
Struggling a little bit.
Because I know influencers do that all the time. I didn't realize he did that too.
So maybe again,
So what did he do with all the trafficking
those
money?
names are built, right? Winning this tournament means far more than any other. So maybe next time when we're coming to the World Championships, it'll be these folks that we are talking about as the favorites. And yeah, I got to second your shout out to Australia as well. I think often they feel a little disrespected, and they're really making a great showing for themselves so far. So props to them. Shouldn't.
Anthony, you didn't make Worlds.
Yeah, also have
Liam's
to
already
shout
on
out
stream.
the 2
I'm right here,
players from our
baby.
APAC region, Narowich Naina and Ryan Kenrick Chua, both
Let's
at
go.
4-0 from Thailand and the Philippines, respectively. The APAC region is our only region that has not made it to the top cut at a World Championship so far. Australia has not won, but has made it to the top cut.
cut a local.
Of
Does
course,
that
all
count?
of the other regions have a champion.
Liam, he used
to
the
their
trafficking
name.
money to rent Bugattis.
The APAC
Oh!
region, these 2 players, if you are rooting in the Philippines, in Thailand, in Taiwan, in the entire APAC
Did Anthony
region,
get
these
kicked
are
out
your
of the
people
Pokemon
you're
Center
cheering
and
for.
have his
That
pass
could be the year
revoked?
for it, too. They got a lot of very strong trainers. So,
Very good.
This World Championship
That took me a moment. I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean?
I can't remember it feeling for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go into our notable matches here in Swiss round
Notable
5.
matches, baby.
We are going to be following
Oh, we're
our
getting
last
Adam versus
remaining
Naoto.
world champion chasing a second crown here in San Francisco. Naoto Mizoguchi, of course, was our 2019 world champion back in Washington, D.C.
Oh, shit.
He'll be facing off against a French up-and-comer, Adam Cherfaoui, who has been doing very well over
Norwich
the last few
Nyan is a
seasons.
familiar
Has
name.
had kind of a quiet season so far this year. With
They said
only
a Sylvester
top
and Amungus
16
weren't in
and
the
a top
game yet.
32 as the best finishes, but starting 4-0 at the World Championships, this is when you want to get hot.
That's when it would all
We've
change.
been talking off stage a lot about how much better France has been this year. Right? Kind of another country. It's not like maybe the first thing you think of when you think of the Europe region, but here we are, right?
Wow, fucking
I think
shade
that
to
it's
France.
been a lot of fun kind of watch for turnover this year. Of course, a bunch of other
Scott
big
Glaser
names in this
making
event
French
as well,
enemies.
though. Again, mostly not those folks who have been previous tournament winners. One to shout out for me is Amelia Forbes, who took most of the year off, then immediately won a regional championship to auto-qualify for the Worlds. And here he is again at 3-1. He's been a runner-up at this tournament before. I think definitely a big player to look out for.
Yeah, and for players in Spain, you're going to have Eric Rios versus Antonio Sanchez, who are also going to be on our featured match stations. That is going to be an exciting matchup. I can't wait to watch that one after
Bing
this.
bong.
But also have to give
Fuck
some
your
shout out
life.
to Hiroshi Onishi, the Japanese national champion right now.
If you're the French players, I'm a bit of a
undefeated
mare.
in the tournament up against countryman
A mare?
Shimizu.
That's a
Hey,
French
how it is,
word. It means
fainting taxes
ocean.
and the Japanese champion making it
seaside.
to day 2, right? It's things you can always count on.
Absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to hop into our Swiss round 5, and I am so thrilled that we are able to continue to follow these trainers. And I'm really excited to see Naoto again. It's been a while since I've seen Naoto at the top tables, but of course he is a world champion, and the 2019 meta, I could see some similarities here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as similar as I think like the one people keep comparing to is 2015, although I think a little bit false. I think you're right? I don't think it's like that different. I think there's always a lot of transferable skills, and I think it's also just one of those players kind of just like playing a lot, right? And I think that like
Wisdom Tooth? Ooh, Wisdom Teeth are fucking
the
rude.
difference between maybe like the in-game battling and tournament play is not so significant as it was the past few years, where it's kind of like mostly in games like largely players from Asia, right? So I think it was like a bigger shift here.
2019 World's Finals is one of the funniest ever. Why?
A little bit more. So I'm kind of thinking like like Japan, Korea,
Remove
Asia
her.
In general, maybe it's just a good year for them where they're a little more ready for the rest of us, or we're all playing the same game in a way that should cause everyone to make similar adjustments for this tournament versus the past, where there's maybe more adjustment for the non-Western regions.
Absolutely. There's definitely been so much more cross-pollination across all of the regions, and I definitely think a major part of that is the Champions Ladder. It definitely has been a see that develop over the course of the season.
That was very abrupt.
Let's go ahead
Jesus.
and jump right into our 5th round of Swiss
we
here.
got
That is
we got
Naoto on
the
left and Adam on the
Blastoise.
Right. Just saw the Blastoise and
Delphox team.
in our
That's the one.
match from the last
Between Dwee and
round.
Aaron being unable to read anything in the 3DS fight for its life the whole set. Oh yeah, shit, of course. Hello AKG, how you doing?
Facing down those two Pokemon with sort of a it looks like kind of an amalgamation of all the different types of Charizard teams we've seen so far.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, right? Where this is why that, the Big Six being 60 Pokemon starts, where it's not really any of these standard Charizard variations.
Does everyone get
To me,
Wisdom
the
Teeth
core I would
eventually in
most
life?
look
Yeah.
at is Charizard, Garchomp, Charizard, Incineroar, and Venusaur.
That's-
to me
that's
is
how
kind of
everybody
like
has
the identifier
32
there, but,
teeth.
the way the team is
Wisdom
finished,
Teeth are
doesn't
involved.
really match any of the most common variants. So pretty interesting here. I think to me the Pokemon that feels weirdness is still having Aerodactyl with these other Pokemon, which I think is more frequently paired with Farigiraf. So kind of interesting to see that mixed in here. Interesting Pokemon this matchup as well. Typically with this sort of team, it's Whimsicott if you want Tailwind without the Farigiraf, which would be nice against the fake out cycling. So I'm curious to see what his lines are in his team, because unlike his team, certainly he's got a plan into Adams, which I think has proven to be one of the most popular teams at this tournament.
Absolutely, and dropping the Farigiraf for that Venusaur tends to be the Pokemon that you would most see with the rest of these other Pokemon. Does make Naoto so much more vulnerable to fake out cycling. multiple options for Adam to get free turns into Naoto's team using Fake Out. And what you absolutely cannot do against this Delphox Blastoise team is give either of those Pokemon a free turn to boost their stats.
Yeah, I think they're both kind of scary here in a lot of ways. Both of them could feasibly kind of be the Pokemon that sweeps here, which I think is going to make Naoto's team preview a little bit challenging. There's no Wide Guard in the Aerodactyl, which is kind of the one thing I think that might really be helpful with that Pokemon, but doesn't have that trick available to him. Yeah, there's just like not a ton of resist really to those Pokemon across the team. Really, Delphox doesn't have to worry about the two opposing Fire-type Pokemon, but and Aerodactyl too. Blastoise offensively doesn't have to worry so much, but obviously a little bit trickier where Blastoise is naturally slower, so you do need speed control in order to get
Fine bit deflated. I recently found out I wasn't getting the promotion at work. I've been working hard for months to try and get. Oh, mate!
Though it feels familiar, I think Naoto's is just different enough that the solutions both players.
Big love for AKG in the chat.
With similar matchups in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. The Venusaur.
Oh, do you think they got matching incense? Do you think they're exactly the same?
Blastoise mode for Adam.
There's only one way to find out.
Being able to resist Water Spout, being able to hit it with super effective damage with the Leaf Storm, and also critically being Grass type to avoid Rage Powder from Sinistcha. If Adam goes Blastoise mode, Naoto seems like to me like that Venusaur is going to be a really critical piece for him.
I think so too. I think it's also one of those Pokemon like, okay, well, no matter what mode my opponent picks, it's probably going to be at least pretty valuable to me. You can get weather control, which allow Venusaur to hop over the speed of some of the other Pokemon. I do think the item choice of the Venusaur could be pretty integral in this matchup as well. Typically, we see one of two items, either Focus Sash to be a little more defensive, which tends not to be so great against this Fake Out cycling sort of strategy anyway, or the Life Orb to do a bunch more damage. This one playing a little bit differently with the wide lens, so will be more accurate than we normally see. Pretty big for that Sleep Powder. Maybe not as important this match as some others where you'd like to go on the offense with Leaf Storm, but hey, that's not a very accurate move either. We've all lost games to whiffing that one, especially against the Blastoise, where you may not get to try again if you missed the first time after a shell smash. So, maybe appropriately built to battle it out with its fellow Kanto region first partner Pokemon as we get the whole trio and two Incineroar in this one and Delphox. So exactly half of the Pokemon in this match are first partner Pokemon from one region or another.
Yeah, all of our players here continuing to battle with the Pokemon they first chose to begin their adventures with here, as Naoto using this this Charizard version of the team. Charizard and Aerodactyl was the early regulation MA combo. Like these were the two Pokemon.
I think there's going to be an Iron Man solo game. Ooh, don't I feel about that?
This is really kind of a throwback, especially going with
trying to get a maze captain position as Fright Nights has come in, but would have managed one of the mazes. Ran the rehearsals, looked up the actors, that sort of thing. Would have been cool to get. That would have been sick.
There are kind of several teams that are go. It seems like there should be an Aerodactyl like here, but instead it's the Focus Sash. So number of trainers
this instant is standard throat chop.
Doesn't feel so great, or Mega Charizard is so good that like you know what, the rest of the Pokemon you got to figure it out. That Mega Stone is taken.
Bing bong.
Absolutely, and we have to also call out that there is a third boosting option here for Adam, in addition to the Blastoise and Delphox.
Some guy who is from South Cyprus is arguing with me that we're Greek, even though I'm from the north. Apparently, all Cypriots are actually Greek, even though Greek Cypriots haven't shared DNA with mainland Greece for over 1,500 years. For sure, he wants to believe he's Greek and not Cypriot. More power to him. That is odd.
Teams like this Charizard-based.
It's also by Insomniac. Okay, so it's going to play just like Spider-Man.
To watch whenever you're watching this variant of team.
Particular amount of champions is great for the people who like Pokemon but only know the main ones. A layperson or casual player can easily be enticed by the idea of using their boy Blastoise. A little bit.
Either you could opt to go for King Gambit early.
I thought King Gambit, but no Ironhead is something. It's odd, isn't it?
Pulling a hole in the team to make it easier for your Mega Evolved Pokemon to come in and sweep, or you can do the reverse, right? Hey, if my opponent has wasted all of the resources taking down my Mega Evolved Pokemon, I've got a secondary sweeper in the back. And I think with all the support on this team, King Gambit often feels as if it's a Mega Evolved Pokemon itself, even though it isn't, and sort of like uniquely awesome in this role. I think it's one thing that makes this team much stronger than it was in Regulation MA, even though, again, I think one was the Junior Division, NAIC there, so it was pretty strong there already, but that Life Orb on King Gambit just kind of sends it to another level, and very few Pokemon can comfortably take a Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch with that Life Orb added on.
Absolutely. The black classes with doing enough damage already. You get a little bit extra firepower of the Life Orb. It really changes some some of these calculations for players who are facing down the King Gambit. But we are just about ready for our game to begin here as our players are choosing which Pokemon they will be sending into battle here. And you have to mention the speed control options here, as the Sinistcha does have the ability
you were
to
doing
set
a
up the
funny.
crit
Oh,
rate
you said,
while
sorry,
Naoto
it's
has
because
been
you said,
focusing
is it
much more
also
on the
by
tailwind that
Insomniac,
this
but I
team
read it
has
as
for
it is
Venusaur.
also.
So that's maybe
I
something
mixed
that
the
we end
things
up
up.
seeing as we start to get into our Swiss round 5.
That's on me, that's my fault.
Charizard and
Particular
Venusaur
Mon,
being
the
lead
Life
for
Orb
Naoto,
Sucker Punch.
and Adam will be leading with
Gets the Black
Delphox
Glasses.
and King Gambit. Four
Gets
sweepers
the
on the
Black
field.
Glasses
it's a lot
one
of fun here,
once.
right? Where, hey, who needs support? We can all go on the offense.
I thought Black Glasses
Generally, I
was
expecting from Necro's side of the field something
also
curious if this
30%, but is it
you know,
not?
what Adam thought he was going to get,
But then-
not. So it was like sort of an awkward feeling pairing. It's like, oh, we have both the Pokemon who are supposed to go on the offense and nothing to support it, but there is some need to kind of focus
Hang
on those
on,
slots,
because you
right?
guys,
Venusaur can't,
I've just realized,
Sleep Powder
right?
both of them at the same time, and while I think Sleep Powder is very scary here, you know, you can't afford to ignore either of them. Potentially,
Oh, I
Adam
get
says,
why,
okay,
never
well,
mind.
now that I see what I'm going to get, you know, a pivot is
Yeah, it's okay.
an
Yeah, the
option,
type boosting
but,
ones are
a little bit
1.2, and I was
scary
like,
here,
well, why
especially
doesn't
on
everyone use
safety
Expert
goggles
Belt
to
then?
make
But
it
Expert
Incineroar
Belt
the
is
same
because
combination for the answer as it used to be, but it is gonna come to
Expert
battle.
Belt is super effective moves, not necessarily same type. I'm with you.
Like to have that fake out pressure instead of just
Because we're not allowed to make
offensive
jokes to
pressure
Liam, he can't
into
read.
Naoto.
Dude,
Maybe
why
hoping
the
to
bully?
bait out some protects
Why
or
the
some
bully?
other
I just
slow
read
play
it
from
and
this
it is the
Charizard
wrong way
or
around.
Venusaur before
It
bringing in
happens.
the Incineroar. Just going to start off with a couple of Mega
Cheeky Mega Evolution.
Getting the power levels increased across the board here.
Charizard is
Delphox has
screwed.
Mega evolved into the Mega Delphox.
Delphox is going to one-tap it with Psychic.
Field, setting the sun for
Oh,
Venusaur. Gets the fire
Delphox
off
ain't going to do
this
shit.
boosted sleep powder that will
Oh, dear.
connect onto Delphox. Delphox, of course, now has to take its mandatory turn of sleep, while Charizard goes on the offensive with a Heat Wave. Incineroar will dodge that. Not a huge amount of damage lost there. A decent amount of chunk into that Delphox, however.
Sludge
with
Bomb
that
next
sun
turn
boosted
goes
Heat
hard.
Wave.
Yeah, it's not nothing, right? Where it does matter. Incineroar going to come in relatively safely here. Maybe wishing he left the King Gambit out now. Like, hey, if he would have dodged that Heat Wave too. Yeah, but still not such a big deal. Threatening the fake out.
Delphox fall off the
does
one
take
when she
some
falls
damage
asleep.
there, but
I mean,
has an
clearly
opportunity
not.
to
You
wake
can
up
see it
on
on the
this
screen.
next turn, and at
She's
that point,
magic.
hey, you know,
She's
maybe
a
it's not super
magician.
threatened, get a nasty plot out. You can kind of start getting in the mode you want.
She's
to
a
be in with the
magician.
team. You know, on the flip side, Delphox did take a decent bit of damage there, and you're kind of scarily at the point where if you know, even Charizard getting to whack it 3 times might be enough to knock it out there. You know, barring any interference.
Well, Incineroar goes for the fake out into Charizard, preventing
did,
more damage into the Delphox.
And he did have a Gamescom, had all his equipment stolen? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Wakes up, firing off a Heat Wave of its own, connects onto Venusaur in the sun. The one-turn sleep
Rough.
allowing Adam to pick up the KO onto Venusaur, and a critical hit just for good measure there. Charizard takes a little bit of damage as well from the Heat Wave and from the Fake Out, and that means that Adam just gets to pick up that KO for free.
I'm really making a big difference in that Venusaur.
Poor
There,
Indie
Focus
Dad.
Sash there instead. You've got that 1 HP Venusaur sitting there threatening a knockout in the Delphox. Instead of Wildlands, hey, you know, great that you
Some
hit
guy
the
managed to
powder,
donate a
but
lot of new
maybe you would've
equipment.
hit
Well,
that
that's
anyway,
nice.
and now the cost is Venusaur has
Was
been
it the
knocked out
thief?
here, and Aerodactyl will come in to try to replace the function.
Imagine
of Venusaur.
stealing
Like,
all
okay,
someone's
well,
equipment and
I
then being
lost
like,
the
hey, I'll
speed was
donate you
double the
this.
sun.
It's like, looks really
I mean,
familiar.
Pretty fast, right? Like, he used Tailwind. It's like kind of the same thing. Eventually threatening a knockout on the Delphox, as well as a bunch of damage in the Incineroar. He's not going to go down to a single rock slide or anything, but Aerodactyl representing a lot of good
wide
things
lens
for Naoto
Venusaur
on
makes
this
sense.
Aerodactyl giving Naoto so many different options to continue throughout the rest of this game.
Let's
Either
go.
just go on the offensive with damage for Rock Slide or set up the Tailwind for the future here. Of course, Aerodactyl doesn't have the wide lens, so you do have to worry about those Rock Slides hitting. as well.
Pokemon normally rounds down, so if it's like 82.5, it'll be 82.
In that Aerodactyl, but still very threatening here. Charizard also feeling a bit scared, going to protect and trust its friend Aerodactyl. Maybe he'll get a Tailwind up to flip the speed conditions.
Okay, Delphox, though, is going to move faster than the Aerodactyl, but misses the Heat Wave. That means that this Focus Sash is still intact for the Aerodactyl. Delphox will go down, connects both of the Rock Slides, so Delphox is down. Incineroar takes a little bit of damage.
I thought so, because Power Up is 93.
Disaster
That's
there
rough.
for
That
Adam
miss
as he
fucking
loses the
mattered
Mega
as well.
Pokemon and flinches on the Incineroar, preventing Adam from going for any
RNGesus
kind of
giveth,
position or getting
RNGesus
damage
taketh
down.
away.
So we know one of the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side is that Gambit, which I think was kind of expected anyway. Most likely then Sneasler or Sinistcha in that last slot. Very important to find out which here. You know, if it's not Sneasler, then hey, you didn't need the Tailwind anyway, so it looked really good to protect the Charizard, but it will be important on Naoto's side of the field. You want to conserve that Charizard.
I was so happy when Aerodactyl was back, and now I'm just like, oh, fucking Aero again.
Sucker Punch range, but Sneasler's going to come out here and cause some problems for both these Pokemon, going to threaten another Fake Out, which Charizard's going to be a little leery of after protecting on the previous turn.
Aerodactyl has less limbs than Charizard, and once you notice, you can't unnotice it.
Maybe you think, hey, I can't afford for Incineroar to take another one of those rock slides.
Yeah, at minimum, you would be able to break the Focus Sash on that Aerodactyl, which does get a little bit scary if you leave that Pokemon out.
Charizard has 2 legs, 2 wings, 2 arms. Aerodactyl has 2 legs, 2 wings.
Just continue to fish for flinches and damage onto the
that's
Incineroar
it.
Rock Slide otherwise.
Yeah, and it's impactful here too. We saw the impact of Venusaur not having the Focus Sash. You really want to get the value out of
Zard's wings aren't attached.
Well, here is the option for Naoto.
It was my main Mega back in the day. My main baby Aerodactyl.
Takes that Fake Out from Sneasler, breaks the Focus Sash with the Rough Skin, and Incineroar just barely hangs on after
was the
that
play.
Rock Slide. Super effective damage once again as Sneasler takes just a little bit more damage from that Rock Slide. No flinch this time around, so the parting shot now actually connects onto the Aerodactyl, allowing Adam to reposition and potentially start taking control of this game through switches and Fake Outs from that Incineroar.
I mean, maybe, but I think that may have been a game-winning Garchomp switch. I think you love that if you're Naoto. Where not only do we're talking about the Focus Sash break, because I can break some Focus Sashes too. You get it for free with the Rough Skin, but Garchomp gets out in the field at a great time here, where a little leery of the damage still that Sneasler could potentially cause to it, but
Arrows of Wyvern, Zard is a dragon. He's no dragon, he's a lizard. Just a bitch lizard, a blizzard.
A lot of attention being drawn on that Garchomp. Now Naoto has to make a read. Okay, well, is he going to assume that I protect this because it's so obvious, or can I get away with one here?
Well, Sneasler switches out for Incineroar. Adam is just trying to stack Intimidate onto Naoto's 2 physical attacking Pokemon on the field. That's going to be a Tailwind coming out from the Aerodactyl to ensure that this Garchomp can outspeed a Sneasler in the future. The Earthquake fires off super
it's X that gains the Dragon type.
Both of these Pokemon, plenty to pick up the Incineroar, but King Gambit holds on.
So much on the Evolve, had the interaction with Charizard. Could dodge Sing because he could plug his ears while flying, but Aerodactyl couldn't.
Start sweeping, or
it's amazing.
try to pick up damage immediately with Kowtow Cleave.
Oh, Sword Dance, baby!
To make sure that this King Gambit
the whole meta Pokemon on screen? Yeah, Y stays Firefly, that's right.
I think one of the things that we saw in Regulation MA that King Gambit tended to be trained for is like, with Black Blast, you usually just miss the knockout any full health Charizard.
Fake out
so,
the
it's hard to extrapolate
Garchomp.
exactly. Things are trained a little bit differently now too. But probably just would have missed the knockout on
Fake
Charizard.
out Sucker Punch into Garchomp.
Probably as the
Look at that mixed in my head. Easily done though. Like it's like one letter difference.
So, if you can get rid of this Aerodactyl, maybe King Gambit can handle the rest of the Pokemon now. Very close, but that was a critical Sword Dance. I think anything else in this game looking pretty bleak for Adam, but got himself back into it now. But he was able to secure that Sword Dance.
This is the power of the Sword Dance King Gambit. It is now threatening to
you ever notice that the on-screen
Pokemon
message reads
with that priority Sucker Punch before they can get a chance to move here. And also Sneasler back out on the field means that there is Fake Out pressure once again from Adam. Naoto will retreat the Aerodactyl to make sure that that Focus Sash stays intact, bringing back out the Charizard.
Power.
That's going to be a switch and a protect. Naoto is trying to dodge Sucker Punches.
Why did it fade out like that? I didn't like that.
Pokemon were going for an attack.
Just
so
a PlayStation. You didn't say 5.
But Sneasler gets to fire off a poison
I've been
jab.
bullied.
Just a poison. Yes, it does.
Ooh, filthy.
So it's really important. So what Naoto was trying to do there is get Charizard and Garchomp on the field together so that, okay,
Charizard Mega Evolved into Mega Charizard, and not Charizard Mega Evolved into Mega Charizard X and Y.
If Adam could just stall out this poison, he can check Garchomp with King Gambit and kind of
That's
deal
because
with both of them. Really important there because the
you
tail
don't
would have caused,
call Mega
Charizard
Pokemon by their designations, you just call them Mega and then the Pokemon name. That's how it's always been done.
And that is why players have been using the Poison Touch and Poison Jab Sneasler to increase the
because you already get the Charizard, your Mega Stone is reacting to Charizard's Charizardite Y or whatever. Steak has been eaten. I'm jelly. I would love a steak right now. I'd love an ice cream sundae right now. That McFlurry I had earlier was fucking gash. It was rubbish. I should have had a strawberry sundae and a Belgian waffle. Although they're not Belgian waffles when you have them from fucking... when you have them from takeaways, they call them Belgian waffles, but they're not. They don't have the little crispy, sugary bits in. They're just American waffles.
But now I'm just going to protect myself this turn.
I did get an apple pie, yeah. The apple pie was good. I'll give you that. I enjoyed my apple pie.
Team?
Because it was free with points, so.
Fainting hero here. Charizard going to feint a goat here as it goes
I had just
down.
enough points to get an apple pie.
We have both Garchomp and an Aerodactyl facing down this King Gambit, which is a pretty funny situation here.
You've never had a McFlurry? Go get one. Go get one now.
It's going to be all over for the Garchomp. However, Aerodactyl's still free to do whatever.
My ice cream bar having a freezer.
Unfortunately, this Aerodactyl is a very support-oriented set.
I want to try the Oreo cookie sandwich that they do.
Because
it's just like a big fucking Oreo, but with ice cream in the middle.
Both of which are resisted by the King Gambit.
The Oreo ice cream sandwich.
And protect. So,
you can't have McFlurries? Why? Lactose?
A rough spot.
At the same time, Life Orb King Gambit needs to swing 3
ice cream
times
was so good. I've awakened people with ice cream.
Means it has to swing into the rough skin of Garchomp. So even though Aerodactyl does not have a lot of damage, it doesn't need to deal a lot of damage to break through with the King Gambit here.
Yeah, I just don't know if the math in this one's going to work, and I think even if it makes
Pokemon's live streaming Munchlax.
Like in this one, you almost have to sucker punch the Aerodactyl.
Why is Pokemon live streaming Munchlax?
Right but one mistake will get
I love it.
Again, one lack of.
I guess that's Pokemon XP.
One non-mistake is still pretty close. I think Aerodactyl even getting like 2 rock slides off is probably enough.
There's a fucking Sandshrew! Where are you? Oh my god. There's a Turtwig and a Dragonite.
Adam needs to get this right 2 more times as the Life Orb recoil means that the King Gambit now loses 10% of its health. There is the damage from the dual wing beat, dealing about 14 to 15% there. 2 more Life Orbs and a rough skin. King Gambit is out of health.
Yeah, I think it's a tough spot. So I think you have to knock out Aerodactyl first, take the Life Orb recoil, because I think if you feint to Life Orb, you win. If you feint to Rough Skin, Garchomp wins. So Garchomp, I think Garchomp's actually just free to attack here.
Yeah, Garchomp should just be free to attack here to make sure that King Gambit is not able to pick up the KO.
Sure thing. I think, yeah, or no, the other way around. Garchomp.
The other way around,
yeah.
Well, there's a Sucker Punch into Aerodactyl, but no damage coming, or no protect from the Garchomp. Because that Garchomp was left alone, King Gambit's Life Orb is going to take that tick here as the Garchomp finally takes out the King Gambit with the Earthquake. Extremely close
That was very fucking close, mate. Not ice cream for myself, but I love those apple pies at 11 PM after skate. They are very tasty. Oh, Vulpix!
I did my best to make it as convoluted as possible, so hopefully you didn't follow it at all.
There's an Alolan Vulpix!
It was almost a mathematical impossibility there. I now played that really well. I was like, hey, you know, like, I just need to not do anything too crazy there. We're likely going to win almost every outcome. But how
there's a
close is
chance
that,
here, and I don't like it. I don't think it looks right.
5% more HP. I think it's like a more realistic win con. So really, really close one. And again, you see that power of King Gambit as a second
Turtwig and Rowlet in the background.
Well for the Delphox there, but still almost able to pull that one out.
Absolutely. Adam came extremely close to taking that game 1. And if that is how
I don't think I've had the apple pie either. Have you even been to McDonald's, mate?
Full 3-game set out of
Rowlet!
these 2 players, because that was extremely entertaining, and you can't ask for any closer of a game
ice cream bars than popsicles because I can eat those faster. Oh, I only like certain flavors of ice cream. Oh, but not McFlurry.
Type matchup is pretty good with these Pokemon. It's pretty difficult to actually wind up.
Yeah, it's just Pokemon XP, but it's really fun. Oh, the Geodude with the PNG legs! Oh my god! And Quagsire. They had the Geodude with the PNG transparency legs. XP is just a Pokemon convention that's happening the same time as Worlds. Psyduck!
There's a lot of volatility.
Wait, what's that in the background? Is that Slowpoke?
Sleep Powder hit, which is more likely than normal.
It is!
Held item on Venusaur. Delphox woke
Ice cream bars are dairy free.
I think that would be much more now to a favored game state. Equal odds of both of those things happening. So potentially we see a similar game play out where it could be a blowout for Nato. So I think I would change things up more if I was Adam, and then here we are. Yes, it's Sneasler is the lead instead, but also a switch up on Nato's side with Garchomp coming in. We get the other iconic Charizard lead. It's in the fun of his team. You know, one of the reasons why you normally don't see this combination of Pokemon together is because you know, Focus Sash is a little bit too wanted by this team, but you get both Venusaur with Charizard and Garchomp.
Think about these mons. Where is my son?
At different points of the set here. I don't think this
Slowpoke
at all.
Pikachu.
Absolutely not. And being able to catch the Sneasler there instead of having to
the Rayquaza trolley's there as well. Let's win.
You know, previously you had the King Gambit, which felt pressured enough by the Venusaur and the Charizard.
Oh, is that all of them? Yeah, they're all leaving.
A huge deal. Lost a lot of momentum from that turn 1 having to reposition. Now the Sneasler at least gives you fake out pressure, so the Delphox might be able to start making something happen here.
it's better than if that slot was
Chocolate lava cookie.
game.
Now we're talking.
Garchomp still looking pretty
Shows
good
you
here,
cooking,
and,
mommy.
kind of just something to watch this set in general, right? If you're not going to bring Sinister or
Wait for the Geodude, the transparent Photoshop legs. Whoever thought that is genius? Yeah, right.
Well, at least the Delphox is going to be able to levitate away from the ground type attacks, but this Garchomp does still have Rock Slide, still able to hit that Pokemon for super effective damage, and without getting boost from the Nasty Plot, Delphox just isn't going to be able to deal enough damage right back to the Garchomp. That being said, both Pokemon are going to Mega Evolve on turn 1. There is the fake out from
Remember the
Sneasler
Vanillux I mentioned?
coming down to
Darway's running the
Charizard
Vanillux.
and
Let's
gets
go.
the Poison Touch right away onto the Charizard. That is going
I have
to
a bump
add
on my head. I wonder what that's
pretty
from.
quickly here. There is the Psychic onto Garchomp. That's a 2-hit
Psychic
KO
onto D's
without
nuts,
a
more like.
nasty plot. Rock Slide connects onto both Sneasler and Delphox, doing good damage to the Delphox, but 2-hit KO onto Garchomp with Psychic, you're happy about that.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage going both directions in that turn. The poison big on the Charizard as well. Yeah,
I have a question. Do you work out every day? And how long do you work for? No, don't work out every day because you need to have at least one rest day. Otherwise, your body can't build the muscle. Your body builds muscle when it's rest. I work out I don't work out for a set time. I work out for like set exercises. So like a certain number of like reps and sets. So I work out technically 3 to 4 times a week. I do weights. Normally takes me about an hour and a half, and then I try and get in a 20-minute like high intensity cardio on a Friday. This guy's workout routine. Yeah, it's not working though. It's working, but not as much as I'd like it to. I gotta fix my food, man. Wolf Click is 3-2.
This Heat Wave is going to connect onto Sneasler, and in the sun, that is an easy KO onto that Pokemon.
That's some great damage there by Sneasler, but
that's my Pure Gym membership. No, what happened? Oh, because you're moving.
The pressure of it is not allowing that, and with the Incineroar coming out for Adam.
No, because there's a Pure Gym in Liverpool. Liam Short is 5-0. Let's go, lad.
But probably doesn't matter. But both sides are threatening a fake out. And with
Taran's 4-1. Let's go.
These passive turns are really bad for him, right? Especially given that it's not like it's.
Said I couldn't make a baseball game. A baseball team was playing that game, and they didn't do very well. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
I mean, we got 4 Fire-type Pokemon out on the field right now.
So the treadmill today?
Yeah,
why not? The gym in my accommodation has treadmills, a stairmaster, floor space, a bar, and weights. Oh, I mean, fair play. Do you know what? That's solid. That means that sounds like no excuse. That sounds like you're going to have time for the gym all the time at uni.
The Incineroar as Delphox will just clean up that Charizard.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Psychic here. So some repositioning there from Naoto, giving up the Charizard in order to get the Garchomp on the field and potentially bringing in the Incineroar again for fake out pressure.
Yeah, although, what happens then, right? Delphox goes for the Protect, and you kind of wind up back in the same spot. Naoto hasn't really lost many Pokemon, but they're all kind of just being weakened enough that other than Incineroar, they're all kind of being checked now by this Delphox. Still missing a Pokemon as well on Naoto's side of the field. Venusaur was led last game. We don't know what that remaining Pokemon is this game. Could potentially be either it or Aerodactyl here, depending the situation. So that would influence things here a little bit too. Certainly, if it was Aerodactyl, I would kind of expect to see it. So this hesitation makes me think that maybe it isn't.
Yeah, and honestly, really a scary Pokemon for Adam right now is that Incineroar.
Imagine the feeling of being 5-0 at Worlds. I mean, first I have to imagine the feeling of being 5-0 in general.
All you need to do
Giovanni Chisque
Yeah,
is 2-2.
Really getting scary here too. That Delphox.
So he's still in it.
Very critically.
He's not doing well as Giovanni.
It's theoretically checking the Garchomp, though again with the
Piscitelli, who is 4-1.
Looking pretty vulnerable here. Like maybe you try and I guess going for the damage are probably too scary because you really can't afford to even like a Protect Flare Blitz.
Yeah, Geo's 2-2
from Adam's side of the field. So
Swarm has a distinct lack of Empoleon. That's because Empoleon has a distinct lack of
Gambit. Adam has decided that he really needs to make sure that the Intimidates can
ability
onto the physical
to be used.
That Naoto is showing right now.
Yeah, Wolf's 3-2.
Goes for the fake out, will connect with the
Time to try to stream away my headache. Oh, mate. Oh, steam away your headache.
Delphox and King Gambit gets in for basically free there.
Empoleon's won Worlds, he's fine. Back in the day.
And now you have the King Gambit out on the field, but there is still a turn of harsh sunlight, and Incineroar can
Careful what you say about Big Mumble there, Liam. Careful what you say about my Big Willy.
King Gambit and Delphox potentially threatening a knockout.
Put lots of love for Amanda in the chat,
Where does
please.
it get you, really? Where I think
When Liam was a wee lad, I'm always a wee lad.
Hey, I guess like
Weeing all the
two more
time.
defensive switches, Garchomp will take care of itself, but it's still like not like a super safe situation where Incineroar not threatening a knockout probably on either of these Pokemon, so they both like the stat boost, but you know, one of them at least probably needs to actually check the Garchomp, lest you risk just throwing the set here.
That's really what it's about.
Ibuprofen vibes. The 2009 Worlds really count. Back in the Battle Revolution
The
days.
presence there of the King Gambit and Sucker Punch seems to be checking the Garchomp there as it
Rough Skin
retreats
Chip,
for
Flare
the
Blitz, probably
Venusaur.
KOs out of
King Gambit
Sun,
now
out of
protecting
these
from
nuts.
for this turn, not trying to get KO'd by a Flare Blitz, but Delphox firing off a
Oof.
Heat Wave. That's going to pick up the KO onto Venusaur.
Bye-bye,
on the
Venu.
switch-in. Like you
Sweep it, run down a thing. Bit of rotisserie chicken moment in the shower. Should help clear the sinuses. Ooh. Picture, it didn't happen.
Flare Blitz did try to connect
Vids
with
are
the
even
King
better.
Gambit. So Adam is getting these reads when he needs them.
Yeah, suddenly things looking pretty good for Adam, right? Gets that knockout for free, doesn't have to worry about the mystery of that final Pokemon anymore, and now he's getting pretty close. You know, King Gambit probably not going to get one shot
a
by
boy can
Incineroar
dream.
from here, so can at least help knock Incineroar out, but still have to guess what the
Bob,
Garchomp's
Bob,
going to do,
Bob.
right? Still has the
I was
option of
one when
protecting, so
Empoleon won
Delphox
Worlds.
isn't
Fucking
too
hell.
safe here, and you know, how
Just
do you
the
want to build this,
baby.
right? You try and guess Garchomp protecting here, and then you know, play defensively with your own Delphox, because neither of them use Protect on the last turn. Have some options here, but Adam's very close to sending us to a third game.
Well, and there's also the Incineroar in the back that can put down
I
an
thought for a second you're
intimidate
going to eat
onto both of these
rotisserie chicken in the
Pokemon, which would make
shower.
it even easier for
And spin
that King
around.
Gambit to survive
I mean,
a Flare
from
Blitz
my
or
knowledge,
an
women in
Earthquake
general
Storm,
have
especially
the
a
shower
Rock
impossibly
Slide
hot.
from that Garchomp. Again, you know, the ground type coverage here being Earthquake means that this Garchomp can only deal super effective damage to King Gambit by knocking out its partner Pokemon there. Heat Wave, though, connects onto both.
Yeah, no Protect, calls it, picks up the knockout, and I don't think there's much left for now to do in this game. Great move by Adam to realize the knockout was going to be available, picks it up. The Flare Blitz on King Gambit going to do a lot of damage, but there's a lot of work left for Incineroar to do.
Yeah, and that's a lot of
Ba-da-ba-ba.
recoil damage right back. A lot of that will be healed
Imagine
up
being
by
born
the
in
Citrus
2008.
Berry, but
Stop this.
That means you're going to have to take multiple hits from this Delphox.
Brings a
if
raw
it can
chicken
land
into the
its
shower,
Heat
comes
Wave,
out perfectly
and King
cooked.
Gambit just got that Sword Stance buff, so
Real OGs
you're really
boil their
relying
chicken.
on Delphox missing those Heat Waves.
Yeah, missing a whole bunch, and
Yeah, we're a
you know,
bit
the
known for
Incineroar
bathing in the
back,
waters
like,
of hell.
I think you're rooting for a DC at this point, where it's hard to see. I think at this point, Adam can pretty much just flick his button, going to bring Incineroar out here because, you know, why not?
Yeah,
Not really any
extremely safe.
advantage to not doing this, but pretty locked up here in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still can't
safe
come to
play
terms
here
with the fact
from
there are
Adam
people
to
with
bring in the
2s
Incineroar and
at the
protect
start
King
of their year
Gambit.
of birth.
That means that Naoto is not able to pick
Boiled
up any
chicken is
KOs
illegal in
here.
Flavor
You have
Town,
fake
by the
out
way.
pressure
It's
now for
illegal
free
everywhere.
damage onto Incineroar, and that will
No one
lock
should
it up
allow
here
it.
for Adam. It's just about whether Naoto wants some extra time to think about Game 3 or needs some more information out of Adam before.
I do think men are generally quite weak beings. What do you mean the shower water is too hot?
Yeah, you know, might as well take your time, right? You just take a little
Hey,
bit of
take a
space.
shower with
Moment
me,
for
and we'll
both
see
of
how
the
much I can handle.
4-1 starts to this tournament. Wow, it's
Yeah.
a knockout already.
That's a challenge.
King Gambit's a little bit good. There's a reason
You're watching
a
it
couple
and
of
then
trainers, I think,
thinking,
in the field
that was my
decided
first
to do this.
starter.
But
I
going to a third
know.
game here, yeah. It's a
I
critical
know.
moment for both trainers. One trainer going to move to
Boiled
5
chicken is for
and 0,
dogs
going to
only.
the
I wouldn't
point
even give
where
it my
they only
dog.
need one more win to secure their place in
Oh, well done,
our
Anthony. Happy
continued
belated
Swiss rounds
birthday, lad.
tomorrow in the phase 2 of this tournament, which it gives a big mental
Game
edge,
3,
right?
baby.
Going 4-1, especially I think after losing on stream, which tends to be a little
Ensign
bit
was
more
my third
emotional.
starter.
It was
Ensign
like, oh,
was
man, you know, like,
my
are things turning the wrong way?
7th
It's a
starter.
very pivotal game, I think, for both of these trainers' paths through this tournament.
Absolutely. Again, yeah, like you mentioned, when you're undefeated here, this is the last round before locking in your ticket to day 2 and continuing on in the tournament. This is the worst round to lose and then go on tilt for the rest of your tournament because you would have come so close. So both of these players, I am sure, are feeling that pressure to clutch this one out.
Periods,
in
can't deal with
Game
the
3.
cold,
I have to
can't
shout
deal with
out
warm
the
water, don't
poison
give birth,
jab
can't
and poison
multitask,
touch
can't take
Sneasler.
criticism.
Getting the poison from the fake out
That
was
one hurt.
huge onto Charizard, just
Categorically
getting those
dumber.
ticks of
What
damage,
even
and
are men?
Adam, you know, showing the importance
We're nice
of
to look
those
at.
additional pieces
Well, I
of
am.
damage. Just like the Life Orb on King Gambit pushes some of those calcs over the edge. 1 extra tick of poison damage, 2 extra ticks of poison damage also push some of those calcs over the edge.
Yeah, and I think that's also something to keep in mind as we go into this third game is that, you know, it's been very close in both game 1 and in game 2, but Naoto's not getting a whole lot going his way, right? Where that first game, the sleep being minimum turns was pretty unfortunate for him. Poison touches activated the first activation twice, in the 2 instances where it even had a chance to activate, so perfect so far. Sneasler's having itself a set. where Naoto avoiding that sort of thing could really change things for him. Not that he can do anything, right? Just cross his fingers, hope for the best. But it really changes the way this matchup plays out, right? Where it kind of prevents him from playing defensively, where once you're poisoned, once a Pokemon like that, especially your Mega Evolved Pokemon, especially the Pokemon bringing Drought when you also have Venusaur, it's very important to try to win while you still have that
Marco, someone I kind of
resource
expect to top cut this. He's been doing so well around the world this season. Fingers crossed, eh?
We see how aggressively that Garchomp has been using Rock Slide because Naoto knows, okay, I can't play with Delphox. I can't afford to miss a read. I just have to try to catch it when it's available. And in that game, Adam was
some
able
seasoning
to,
on that chicken.
Peri
Peri, Cajun, lemon pepper. Lemon pepper these nuts. Did you play Pokemon Yellow, Liam? Because it might be our 8 starter. Oh yeah, maybe. I played a bit of Yellow back in the day.
Naoto is going to go with the Charizard and Venusaur back to
It's horrible when you send Pikachu out and you go.
Well, the good news is this time there won't be any poisons up the front for Naoto, so sure, he may be excited to see that, but still a difficult matchup, right? One of the reasons why Incineroar is so great is not just that he intimidates the physical Pokemon, also he's very good against this particular combination of 2 Pokemon, right? Still can be put to sleep again. Not the Incineroar of yesteryear
The Cry
exactly,
Pikachu makes it faints in yellow. Why did they do that? Fucking horrible.
Maybe, even the threat of fake out, you don't necessarily want to double protect against.
Why is he screaming bloody murder? Start watching you in 9th or 10th grade, now about to start college. Thanks for that. I get it. I'm fucking old, bro. I'm washed. I'm cooked. I'm going to be homeless by the end of the year. Don't you worry.
Yeah, Garchomp needs
Old
to be
man
on
Liam.
the field against both of these Pokemon and maybe hoping to go 3 for 3 on catching rough skin fake outs on the switch in here as Garchomp switches in and Delphox will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Once more, the rough skin damage connects onto the fake out, but there is the nasty plot coming out from Delphox. No protect from this Venusaur, however, means that there is an opportunity to go for Sleep Powder, and it connects. Delphox now asleep, and so smart from Naoto to switch out there.
Bruh.
Now Delphox has to take its sleep turn.
Yeah, it's like everything is way better.
You're just well seasoned, you ain't old yet.
Yeah.
Thanks,
not only do
mate.
you not have to waste that first turn of sleep.
In American college, do people have set degrees that they're studying from the get-go? Like the whole major-minor thing? What if I just want to be a doctor or something?
Everything is just kind of wrong for Adam.
That's true, I'm not 40 yet, but I'm close enough, aren't I?
Delphox has to be sent off the field. That nasty plot ends up doing nothing, and it never took a sleep turn.
The worst feeling to switch out your nasty plotted Delphox as the moment you got it up. And the Rock Slide dealing big damage to Incineroar with no Intimidates down onto the Garchomp. King Gambit, of course, is able to tank that very easily, but that Life Orb on Garchomp did so much work there. Incineroar forced to eat its Citrus Berry. At least Adam
can change
gets
it
the King Gambit
whenever.
switch in on the Sludge
That's
Bomb.
odd.
When things go right, sometimes they go wrong too, as Incineroar flinches from the Rock Slide.
That's a huge flinch where even just being stuck on the field.
Join a sorority and go and drink and have all the time in the world. You might go to 1 class a month.
Which would have allowed it to cycle back in, maybe slow this Garchomp now. Instead, we're in a situation
Some people
once
go in
again where
undeclared.
Garchomp
Oh my god.
able to threaten a bunch of damage on these opposing Pokemon. And now King Gambit is a very important resource where maybe you can switch Delphox into a bunch of ground type attacks and start killing sleep turns somehow. But if
Talking
you
to
can't,
Soph about
it's
she
really
met a
only King
YouTuber
Gambit who's a
that she
viable
knows
weapon here. Now facing down
in
both the
Gamescom, and I was
damage
like,
from
oh,
Garchomp and
fangirl
the
moment. My phone changed it to Daniel moment. Cheers, phone.
Now you can bring Charizard on the field very
Oh, yeah, the
easily
classic
if you want
Daniel
to,
moment.
And that's going to make
Fucking
things very difficult
idiot.
to switch any Pokemon into battle.
Need certain credits to graduate with a degree. Depending when you change majors, you might extend your graduation date.
Both
Oh.
of these Pokemon able to start spamming their spread moves if they
First year is
want
basically
to.
your Gen
Here's the
Ed
Earthquake
course.
from
They make you
Garchomp
take
that
and
is going to be
prerequisites.
ineffective into the Delphox, which has just switched in for the Incineroar. Adam knows that he needs to get Intimidates down onto the Garchomp, but that is a huge Earthquake. King Gambit
Yeah,
has
it's a
one
different
shot
world, Amma.
left, 10% health. We don't know the exact numbers. Maybe King Gambit can swing twice, but only with that Life Orb at maximum 2 opportunities to hit any of Naoto's Pokemon.
Exactly. I got a riddle for you, Chet. When is 10% not 10%? Where there's no rounding in Pokemon that way. Typically, it always rounds down, I guess I should say. So
There you go. Always rounds down.
Knocked out by the Life Orb. Like, slightly more likely, but unknown to us that it can survive 1 attack. Critically also unknown to Naoto, but not unknown to Adam. So we have one player working with some information that the rest of us don't have here on a very critical turn. Also worth thinking about this damage calculation, right? A Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch will knock out Garchomp. Charizard, I think it depends on how it's trained, where it's possible it could just barely survive. Again, Black Glasses used to just miss it if you built defensively, so we'll have to see how this Charizard is trained. They tend to be quicker nowadays, which would indicate not so good on the defense.
There's the Sucker Punch into Garchomp, the rough skin, plus the life
Then
orb
transfer to
recoil,
4 university, you got bachelors, bruh. Community college.
Into Garchomp and a trade KO into King Gambit.
Exactly enough.
Huge, though, to get that Pokemon off the field. Delphox still asleep, finally uses its first turn of sleep. Takes an Ancient Power from the Charizard, feeling just under half health. No boost from the Ancient Power as well.
Rip.
So now, Adam has the opportunity to have Delphox wake up on the next turn, but he's going to need to get a lot out of that Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a one big problem dealt with where Garchomp's rock-type attack is really the most threatening thing to the Delphox, should it ever awake. But again, this Delphox lost that nasty plot boost, so it's still got a long ways to go.
Sneasel City?
Now that Gambit has been defeated as well, I think very critical. Maybe like one more hit point really changes how this battle looks. Could have been threatening a probable one-shot, potential one-shot into the Charizard. And Incineroar going to come out here and continue to make things difficult. Sneasler, the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side, going to eat a relevant Intimidate here.
I think it's going to fucking break, though. It doesn't feel like it can hold my legs.
Type advantage, but I don't know
But we'll
if
see.
Poison Touch is going to be enough this time. Definitely going to need to start applying
The
some
shit
poison
infinite
in a
deck
hurry.
glitch, just faff about pre-reworks on a few minors, decide you want to be a doctor, spend another year accumulating pre-med experience, and then med school?
Switch in here, forcing Delphox to have to go for
Yeah,
a
what the
protect
fuck?
this turn to
What
waste
the
the
fuck, bro?
fake out from Incineroar. Otherwise, fake out plus Ancient Power may be able to pick up the KO there. Instead, Adam is just going to retreat the Delphox and bring out his own Incineroar to tank any damage coming out from Naoto's Pokemon. There's the fake out from Sneasler, connects onto Charizard, gets the flinch, but does not get the poison. There is the Throat Chop, connects onto Incineroar on the switch in. Negligible damage there, but in a race between damage between these two Incineroar, Naoto is way ahead.
Yeah, and I think critically too, Delphox doesn't get to use that turn to sleep, right?
Yes.
So Zill's only slept for one turn. It's not a guaranteed wake, which I think is also some wire to sleep there. You can't just protect because there's always the threat that you don't succeed there and take that damage on it instead. So forced to play defensively. I'm not out of this one yet, but the puzzle is being more and
Grad
more
school is a
complicated.
Absolutely, it is more and more complicated here. Sneasler does have a good matchup into the Incineroar and even into the Charizard, outspeeding and being able to deal good damage back. But we're going to see the Incineroar retreat.
Let me hear say
Venusaur as Charizard protects, wants to dodge
Your
a
Thomas
fake
and
out
Friends
from
save
the
file
Incineroar
in
on
Steam
Adam's
ended
side,
up
and
deleting
it does.
itself? How is that
Being said,
possible?
Venusaur is now out
I
on
will
the
say
field.
though, on the plus
Poison
side,
Jab
that does mean
also
you get
into
the joy of
Charizard,
playing
which
it
means
all
that
again,
Venusaur
which
is
I'm a
out
bit
on the
jealous
field
of.
for free with 2 turns remaining of the harsh sunlight.
Excellent switch there. And again,
This leg rest does not feel like it's designed to hold legs.
Maybe he's got enough attention. I can kind of sneak Venusaur in here. Neither
Same
of the
brain.
Incineroar too threatening to one another, although you need to deal with the Incineroar eventually if you're Adam because of Delphox's potential win condition. However, completely free, and now Incineroar gets to be safely in the back or can switch back in and intimidate and put Charizard in a safer position to get some more damage down, keep working toward this end game.
Absolutely, a second Intimidate down onto Sneasler is a big deal. You can see how much Charizard is able to tank that, but now the Poison Jab plus Poison Touch means that Charizard will be poisoned here, and Heat Wave is going to miss the Sneasler. You wanted to hit that if you are cheering for Naoto Mizubuchi. Instead, Incineroar tanks the Heat Wave, so Adam just gets the poison down onto the Charizard, and here comes the Flare Blitz trying to pick up damage onto the Venusaur. Instead, just starts chipping away at that Incineroar. That is a huge dodge from the Sneasler and gets the poison at the same time.
Just got in. What's the update? What do you mean, what's the update? Well, Worlds is on, and it's still going on.
There's a handful of turns remaining, and only takes, I guess, a couple of poison hits before maybe Sneasler can just pick it up with Poison Jab itself. But Adam's still losing reasons too, right? That Incineroar is very close to being knocked out. Sneasler's been
Had to guess something must have went haywire during the patch update and wiped it, or maybe.
That Delphox is still at low health and still isn't guaranteed to wake up when it comes back into battle. Where the health bars are getting more similar to one another, but I don't know that the board state is quite caught up yet.
And if you're Naoto, you're also worried about the turns of harsh sunlight. This is the final turn of sun, which means that if Charizard is not able to switch out and back in, Venusaur would be slower than Delphox, which still has the opportunity to wake up at any moment now. Sneasler retreats for the Delphox, resetting its attack stat. There is the fake out. It will connect onto the Delphox on the switch in. Heatwave connects onto both Pokemon here. Incineroar goes down. Delphox hangs on with just 15% hit points remaining. That means Sneasler now gets to switch in here as the harsh sunlight fades. This Delphox is now the fastest thing on the field, but it's going to need to make sure that it can wake up and start dealing the damage.
Oh, pretty interesting final.
You don't believe he can do it.
Maybe not final turn, but kind of
Military makes you do the ASVAB test. ASVAB?
Potentially threatening a knockout Incineroar. Delphox potentially threatening a knockout in the Charizard.
Is Cloud saving
really like to switch
oh, Cloud save's a good idea. Don't have a lot of time in the game still. Doesn't bother me too much, just annoying as shit.
That doesn't work because Venusaur doesn't have a sash, right? You just get it knocked up and then wind up right back in the same spot that you're in. So Adam, maybe by getting the Delphox in has a chance here, but it still has to wake up. It could go either way. Two potential turns remaining. You'll either wake up this turn and probably win the game, or one turn too late and probably lose the game.
Wake up this turn, you win the game, hit the snooze, and you lose.
Boy, you fucking made it. It took me 600 years, but you made it.
Incineroar switches out. That is a way to get the Venusaur in without risking damage on the Venusaur on the switch, and Delphox spins another turn asleep. There's the close combat from Sneasler, connects onto the Venusaur. Big damage there, 40% to the Venusaur, but not enough. Sneasler drops its defenses here, and the Ancient Power comes out.
Hit the snooze and you lose. What a lyric. Yeah, bars, mate.
With just the Sneasler against 3 Pokemon. Naoto Mizubuchi looks like he is about to be undefeated heading into round 6.
So close there.
Mate.
Naoto picks up that dub.
Well done, Naoto.
It was so close at the end there, but
what was that woohoo from? That's not our, he's not our doggo, don't worry. He's just staying temporarily. On your Milo.
Where he got lucky. It just seems
on your
like
boy. What's that? Is that on your eye? Hang on.
But really fun ending there. And both players doing a great job of keeping themselves in the game, right? I think either of them could easily have gotten blown out with a couple of mistakes there, but kind of doing what they need
Partner
to do.
said, your tech curse strikes again. He's right a little bit.
Even if Delphox had woken up, still some paths
yeah, solid play at the end.
Able to bring his own final Pokemon back into
Sniffing my hand. I've got no more cheese for you.
Maybe still
my hand just smells like it because I was holding it for ages while you try and jump up, you dum-dum.
Would have been rough. Would have been real tense to make that happen.
Milo's had a rough time. He's been run over before by a car.
Set here. If you are Adam, and if you are cheering on,
he used to have one of his back legs on his back like a tank cannon.
All 3 of these games.
Because of that, and his eye was popped out. He's all right now, mostly.
5-0.
Where you going, sneaky boy, with your little bandana?
Potentially becoming the 2nd world champion to repeat.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably never felt closer. Right? I mean, 5-0 is looking good, and it's
he got a zombie.
Right? If you feel good about your team, I mean, why not you, right?
Yeah.
He's proven he can win this tournament before. He's proven he can handle the stress. And hey, again, looking at the standings, a lot of the players that maybe he's coming in, it's like, man, I tried to.
Look at you.
I don't know if you're intimidated by anyone if you're that.
I've been rolled over by a car. Jesus.
To play that player a little later in the tournament. Maybe some of them aren't going to get there, right? So maybe you look at that as an opportunity. And yeah, what an impressive player too. I think just really fun set that he played there as well, where
look right here.
There's a combination of Pokemon that he had to work a little bit in the team creation phase, maybe to
rolled over by a horse before. Jesus.
I mean, that's really
surely that's more stomped
so much the Pokemon as them all kind of wanting the same
things. They all want the same things.
It worked out pretty well. And hey, I think there's something to be said too. These Venusaur teams do often wind up relying so much on sleep powder hitting. I think maybe being a little
not a
bit
big
more
fan of
reliable
Yorkshire Terriers, but I accept
getting
Milo.
Exploded like it did in that first game.
Absolutely, and
where you going, boy?
It's so tense when it comes down to that one extra turn of sleep. When you were running a Venusaur
I got knocked over by a car. I remember it was a hot day and I was tired. Flew into the air and hit the pavement. I remember being so dazed. I thought the pavement was comfy and I want to sleep. Bruh. Wild shit. When I was little, Mum put the handbrake on. The driver was on a slope. I tried to dive in to put it on and I missed. The car rolled over me. Ouch.
Sometimes it comes up tails.
Yeah, I think it's really fun about watching the best players playing Venusaur as well. It's like, okay, well,
what are you thinking,
how
boy?
can I manipulate this game to kind of minimize the damage of the bad rolls? Where sometimes it's just going to happen, right? It's the nature of the Pokemon. Fortunately, we don't have a Pokemon that's faster than everything else on the
Which one wasn't it? Took ride lessons on a horse and misbehaving today, and she just laid down and rolled over while I was on her. Oh my god, actually rolled over. Fucking hell.
Level of power. But because of that, this Pokemon
said I was fine and limped away.
Having to manage the probability is Venusaur's
oh wait,
biggest weakness.
that was miraculously unharmed. Just saw. Then I got up and started laughing. Guy wanted to take me to hospital, and I just laughed and said I was fine and limped away.
Right, where certainly that sleep on Delphox particularly was big, but almost every other roll went the wrong way, right? I guess there's Incineroar flinch too, but
yeah.
But other than those two roles.
But other than that.
Yeah, it's asterisk. But, it's still a
Little
lot
kisses,
went the wrong way,
or
right?
Oh, he
Like,
loves
hey,
to give little
even
kisses,
with the
don't
dice
ya?
maybe going a little bit the wrong direction in
Hello.
that one, able to close that
Give
out.
me a little kiss.
Not comfortably,
Kisses?
but like solidly.
Oh, you're embarrassed
Not
now.
comfortable in any sense of the word, I would say there at the end there. But I know I need to take a breather after this set, so we're going to toss it down to the stage to hear directly from Naoto, who is now undefeated heading into Swiss round 6.
Good boy. I'm looking through his stat paper. How high do I have to get to
Scott
Harvard?
and Evan. I am indeed
Bruh.
here with the winner of our Swiss round, number 5, Naoto Mitsubuchi. How are you feeling now that you are undefeated still?
直人さん、優勝おめでとうございます。今、5戦0敗という認識なんですけれども、いかがでしょうか、今の調子は。
Quiet as Yorkie ever seen? Well, when he barks, he
に行きたい
fucking
気持
goes
ち
for
が
it.
とても強いの
Hello.
で、6勝できるようにあと1勝は、頑張りたいなと思っています。
Yeah, I'm
He's got a
feeling
proper
really well.
off bark,
Going
like,
5-0 right now. Hopefully, I can make it to day 2, and we can still continue that streak to make it 6-0.
He's only a barker
Well, that game 3
if
win
he's
was
like
very
super excited
exciting.
about something. So like right
Why
before
did
we
you
take him down to
decide
feed
change
him,
your team
he
between
goes crazy.
Japan Nationals
Right before we
and
go
World
to the,
Championships?
he gets very excited for his.
で、こちらの2回戦と3回戦の中でチームの構成を変えたと思うんですけれども、このチーム構成の変えた理由はなんで、日本とワールドに対してこのチーム構成変えたと思うんですけれども、このチームの変更した理由は何なんですか？
そうですね、今同じものだとなかなか通用しないという気持ちがあったので、何かしら変更を加えて、挑もうかなという気持ちがありましたね。
Yeah, and in Japan regional, it's quite boring if we stay with the same composition. So I feel like switching it up was better in this case.
Well, in this match, you played against a very established team
Mid-range
with
would
Mega
be
Del Fox and Mega
15-10 to
Blastoise.
15-80 for
What was
Harvard.
your game plan heading into it to defeat this team?
今回のその試合、メガマフォクシーとメガカメックスなども、かなり強い、ポケモンがあったんですけども、こちらの対策などはすでにお考えだったのでしょうか？
正直かなり苦しいマッチアップかなっていう自覚はあったんですけれども、うまく行動を噛み合わせればチャンスは生まれるかなということで、今回はちょっと結果的にはなんとか勝つことができました。
Yeah, that matchup is actually quite difficult, but with
Quite.
Shiu,
Your neighbors
Will,
must
along
adore
with
you.
being able to strategize,
Yeah. Well, I think
with,
our next door neighbor that gave us,
making
well,
sure that the
threatened
movesets are
us
correct and such,
back in
I was able to come through on top.
2017 with a
You
noise
did
complaint
amazing.
before I
Naoto,
swapped
you
the
are
living
coming
room
in
around.
as a previous
I
world
think she's
champion.
gone deaf now.
So how are you feeling
So she
about
doesn't hear
making
the
day
barking,
2 and
which
making
is
Japan
nice.
proud?
Some states do the ACT instead of the SAT as well. It's so strange. I don't know why they don't just do one. America's a wild country. I heard your president the other day, earlier on Twitter, pronouncing Yosemite as Yosemite.
Like to do my best for
Like, how could you be the president of America and you can't pronounce all the states?
Again, and best of luck in your next matches. Analysts, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rose. This is
We love the analysts.
Fantastic tournament. This is shaping up so well. Naoto played that game so well against Adam. It felt like Adam had all the tools
Adam's
to
my dad.
get there in the end, but Sleep Powder is doing its thing.
Most of the country can't pronounce Oregon
format,
right.
in this particular match.
I'm
When
going
you
to
land your sleep
Oregon.
powders and you get the turns of sleep you need, Venusaur's a pretty good mon.
Yeah, I mean, Caesar's a pretty good mind in that set too, though, right? I think that's kind of the fun of it. Is every game's a little bit different in this format, where there's enough things that can kind of go right, can go wrong, but you got to improvise a little bit.
Is 2 layers of this too much? Too late. I'm doing it anyway.
Gotten to 4-0.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like especially like that game too, where it was going well for Naoto, and then like everything just
like a
went
damn
right in that
northeasterner.
end
How
game
can you not
for
say
Adam. He, like,
Oregon?
made call after call after call, and that's like what you've got to do, especially if
How
you're
do
up
people
against the
pronounce
caliber
it?
of players you are. You're sitting 4-0.
I'll be
Doesn't
disrespectful
get
because you guys have
easier
clearly
from
got
there.
a different
So,
structure in
you know,
teaching.
congratulations
The
to both
maths in
world
particular is a lot
trainers
easier
for
than
the
A-level
last
maths. Probably A-level
We've got
maths is
another,
optional.
A fun feature match for you. We've got Stefan Mock versus Yuya Wakasugi.
Oh, shit.
Here on
Willy.
side stream matches, and we're going to get straight into things.
Why is this
We've
the
got
music?
Gengar and Sneasler starting out against King Gambit and Sneasler.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this match because I love this team that Stefan is running here with the Gengar that's not Perish. It's actually just
Do we not have the
substitute
game
Gengar,
audio?
and using the normal Swampert as well.
Oregon.
We're supportive here with Yon and Flip Turn. I think this is a really cool team, and I'm excited.
That's
to see how it
understandable
matches up.
though, because that's just that's like British saying bottle of water or British. Like Oregon, you are saying the E. It's just very quick.
We've been talking about like the Mega Gengar.
We get a lot of Oregon. Oh, that's
for,
weird.
You know,
Oregon is weird.
Are we going to lose it again? But
like I don't feel so bad about Oregon because the E is in there. It's just
really
very
down to who
faint.
you pair up against in the
Oregon.
day, like how those matches go for you. Yeah, it's a team that.
Yeah, Oregon I don't get though. What the fuck? How are you that
Mike
dumb?
the Best was able to pilot to win.
That's like saying Albany is a city in New York.
On a lot of people's radar, like
You know what I fucking despise?
Trainers, like, not really necessarily
Sexy
played
men.
up against it too often, but like it's something that
Saying
you definitely
wash
add
as
to the list to
wash.
make
I'm
sure,
gonna
like,
wash
do I
my
have a
car.
matchup into
There's a
Yeah, we were
woman.
talking
There's a
about this
fitness
little bit
woman
earlier
on.
when we saw the previous
I
Gengar
got
from
sleep in my
Edu,
eye.
which was just
There's
that
a
like
fitness woman on Instagram
everyone sort of talks
who
about
she's got a
Gengar
proper
as this monster threat
Boston
that exists
accent,
at some point, but we
and
never
she
really
says
actually see it because no
squats
one was
instead
really
of
practicing it
squats.
publicly
I'm gonna teach you how to do Bulgarian split squats.
Is that really something you want to be too much on anyone's radar? Like the whole
When
point
you're
is
doing
like,
your
like,
Bulgarian
you
split
realize there's a
squats,
combination of Pokemon that
you gotta
can
make
kind
sure
of
you
just GG
squat
without any real counterplay.
in a
Like, like
diagonal
Gengar bringing in
motion.
an appropriate counter, like, if
My
they
grandma
realize
used to
that's
say
the board state
wash,
that I need, they can either change their
gorsh.
team or just, like, not give
Probably
me
a
that. I think
good,
this Alola
around a grade
Ninetales
6 level
particularly defensive
GCSE,
fields I wanna
people
talk
who
about
get
this.
A's and A
It's
stars
kind of very much
GCSE
that
shouldn't be
Pokemon,
struggling.
right, where typically given the choice scarf item on this team, which is
She'd
just
say,
not the
we're
way we used
going
to play this Pokemon,
Washington.
typically, like, Sash or Light Clay, and, like, you're playing very defensively, where
Hello,
here you're just trying to get in the
boy.
field, like, catch
You're
usually
being very
Garchomp,
good,
which,
Lee.
this is definitely
yes.
not what Garchomp looks
Oh,
like,
yes.
but could help out a little bit against the
boy.
Whimsicott instead.
It's like coming back to the match here. I feel like this is one of the things that Gengar actually does struggle with. Like the team is set up to be able
Why don't you give me a little
to
kiss?
knock out King Gambit.
Oh, good boy.
Life Orb superpower inner focus.
Reminds me of
on
Wash Your
Dragonite. So you
Sister
can't slow it down with
Sauce.
a fake out. You can't slow it down.
I could do a good
with an
goofy
Intimidate
voice.
as well.
Just
And
your regular
you do
voice.
a great job in this early stage of the game of like
Where's Max in all
positioning
this?
the
Down
King
there.
Gambit next to the Whimsicott,
Sleeping.
both getting the speed control
Dead to
pressure
rights.
up there, but also like, hey,
I
locking
want
the
puppy
Gengar
cuddles.
into
I want
substitute
Amanda
and letting
cuddles.
it knock itself out is also an option
you're
here
done.
To break through the trap.
You've sensed
Yeah,
where
that's
the
certainly an
cheeses
option,
are, but you can't have the
Stefan was able to
cheeses
get the substitute onto Gengar
unless someone
before,
redeems
was not
it, because you've had
afraid
enough
of
free cheese
encore
today.
pressure earlier,
Don't be pressing no buttons on the
Ninetales
keyboard
kind
or
of
I'll
love
slap
that
you
you
silly.
have
I
the
won't slap you
ability
silly,
to
but...
potentially lock out this.
What would you say the typical foreigner impersonating US accent pronunciation is closest to? Oh, it's always Southern. It's always, yeehaw! I'm American, somebody done stole my wheels. I live in a motorhome.
Pretty much everything
Yeah!
Yeah, I mean, is Kowtow Cleave the ideal
That'll
Pokemon,
cost you,
or
Liam?
ideal move to
Oh,
lock
do I
in
have
this
to be
situation?
naked? Okay.
Maybe not,
That's a
but,
price to pay.
Ninetales itself now is very safe, although I guess
Milo
it's
wishes
got
to
a
become a streamer
veil
too. He's
so,
inspecting the
yeah,
setup.
like the full reset here is like, hey, this board state is bad for everyone. I'll see you in 2 turns.
I think this
For a
is
second,
like
I thought
one
you were
of the
American.
things that makes this team and
I'm a lesbian.
Mega
I thought
Gengar
you were
probably
American.
Broadly quite difficult to
Had Steve try and pronounce some from Oregon, and he got some right, some really close, then just plain wrong.
Nice, easy game where you're up against a Mega Floette and you're thinking, I don't have to worry about getting knocked out in one.
You're picking daisies.
I like to play it quite straight when I do my American accent. I wonder if those Brits could pass me. I want to know what your accent is for Americans. Oh no, I've heard you do it before. You do like, oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Did you hear? That's you do that American accent. Oh my god.
Adding up and like locking into Kowtow Cleave.
I do it all the time. Yeah, you do.
Caught by the substitute, but also just
oh my
to
god, who's this girl? Yeah, Valley Girl accent, that's it.
Keep on the offensive.
What a great call.
When did this American take over Liam's stream?
Yeah!
I done rotated some tires to get here, boy.
I think it's a great point too, Ben, where I
we don't take kindly to your kind. That's the accent.
Whatever play I pick has to handle. Gengar protects it, Ninetales switches in and encores me. Because there's so many ways like, oh man, like my team is
the whole time
totally
darling
for the remainder of this, where it's going to take you most of what's left.
Yeehaw, partner.
I think Yuya so far
one little,
really
two
well
little,
this,
three
where,
little engines.
It kind of feels a step ahead of a team that's supposed to be pushing the tempo against you.
All right, Bugs Bunny, calm down.
I'm wondering if and or when we're going to see the Swampert sort of like coming out, because I think it's one of the main tools that you have against just like putting some pressure on the King Gambit, and that's what this team is designed to do.
Let's
in a lot
go.
of ways. Like Gengar traps a bunch of stuff on the field. You find a way to pivot in the Pokemon that's good against those Pokemon, and then you start putting the damage down onto them.
Well, here's what
to be
you
fair,
do:
Liam,
is you just
we have a
fire
hick
off
accent in
double
Oregon that's very
well,
similar
at
to
least
Southern
one
accents.
fighting type
Really?
attack
Can you do an
into King
impression?
Gambit here. Of course, blocking the extreme speed there. Choppleberry just enough to keep the King Gambit up on the field here.
I'm so curious what it'll sound like to Brits. I mean, you're from Toronto, right? So you're probably, you probably sound just like my friend Brian, who's also from Toronto. I love him.
It's a tough I've just missed that knockout too, right? Especially Whimsicott protecting, you know, an extreme speed in that slot instead is a very different looking turn, but probably expecting that knockout, you know, it's also early in the set. We're like, okay, well, I'm going to write that one in my notes, maybe try to play that a little bit differently next time.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is one of the things that you've got to like be able to understand playing into these sort of Gengar teams is like trying to keep on top of it with the move selections that you're picking up, but also just like maintaining at least some semblance of momentum over it.
Get me angry if I'm a bit sleepy or tipsy. You hear my twang.
Okay, Scarf Encore.
Oh, I think I've heard a little bit of that though. When you're like, Liam!
Switch in. I figured it out. Like, I'm gonna
Liam, stop it!
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, also then picking
oh
up
my
the
god!
KO the Sneasler with Moonblast as well. Yuya is playing lights out here.
You're saying what I'm thinking.
It's
Stop.
tough to see, like, how Stefan can really come back to.
Amanda sounds American until she says words like a boot.
On the Whimsicott that sort of gives the
boat.
Ninetales a little
Do you,
bit of a hard
Amanda?
time
Do you say it as a boot or do you say it as a boat? Because there's two. People never told me this. There are two Canadian ways of saying about. There are some Canadians that say a boot, and there are some that say a boat.
Really quite easy to find
a
the opportunity to pick up a knockout here.
A boot and a
The
boat.
focus dash on Whimsicott's huge here too. Stefan does have to double into the Whimsicott in order to pick up the
Oh
KO
my
there,
god,
so you're
I'm
committing
so
Blizzard and
scared
Extreme
right
Speed into that
now.
Pokemon to knock it out.
Guys,
You really want to be getting damage down onto that Floette.
I don't know if I can eat this donut. Oh my god.
That's some chip damage right there.
I literally can't even.
It's easy to forget how
I don't fucking know. I just say about and call it a day. Close to the second one. A boat.
Next to Chen Pao doing all of the
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I feel like someone's kind of got lulled into like a full sense of security by the two. It's like, oh, like, you know, now that stuff's not here, Dragonite's not
I don't know. That's the influencer voice.
Like, oh wait,
That's the influencer voice.
Very high.
Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, especially like while you're kind of.
Oh my god, put a finger down if you've ever had anal.
Probably actually quite influential, right? Because after the
Put
one
finger
speed
up.
drop
Oh,
onto,
you're slipping. Oh, you're
Floette,
slipping.
Now the Ninetales is going to outspeed
Poor
it.
Milo. I opened my legs briefly. He just went.
The second Icy Wind takes it to slower than Mega Gengar, and the Mega Gengar can kind of put some pressure down onto that.
Oh my god, guys. Today
really
I
cool, right?
found
One
out
of the more interesting uses of dynamic
if you
speed
put
that
a
we've seen
finger
where,
in your bum, it hurts.
Things changed a few games ago. So
What do you mean, AO Liam? I kept my finger up. Because I haven't.
With something like that. And,
The bum is not a Liam accessible zone.
Damage, right? I mean, not so great on the
Oh
Floette there.
my
It's pretty strong
god,
defensively on the
guys.
special side, but there are some Pokemon at least, you know, I mean, it's not quite that extreme speed on Whimsicott,
Imagine
but
the
it's not
influencer
completely
voice, but being done as a
irrelevant
witness in the
damage.
Clancy
Like,
trial.
was Icy
Oh my god, guys.
Sneasler has the ability
She
to just pick up that KO.
totally
There's
killed
still
the
tailwind up
children.
here. The KO onto the Ninetales, and I don't know that Gengar has
She
enough
has
into both of these Pokemon.
postpartum
It's hard to imagine that it does.
psychosis,
guys.
guys.
Even though Mega Gengar is resisting.
No,
that
Liam, like that
attack.
actually happened.
And,
That's
of course,
wild.
Stefan following up with a Sludge Bomb.
Hello, little
trying to get the
boy.
knockout on the
Hello,
Floette.
little
I was
boy.
about to say
Hi.
was gonna get the knockout
Milo.
on the Floette. Managed
Milo.
to catch herself
Can I have a
short.
little kiss?
But yeah, living on free.
No.
3% there, actually quite big. Because if the Floette
That's how I hear
goes
most
down
true
on
crime
that turn, there's a
TikTokers.
world where you can see like a protect on the game.
Mate, I found a format of true crime content that I find so disrespectful. There's this girl, right, who does true crime, and she talks about like horrific,
rock slides or something like that.
horrific things. Like she talks about like people being brutally murdered, or people being like abused by their family members. But she tells the story of it, right, whilst doing her fucking makeup.
Not that, you know, there's like an alternative play this time, but
Like the point of the video
math is just not on my side. I was like,
is she's doing her makeup, but she's telling the most horrific story like it's just an afterthought. And I find that really disrespectful.
I'm assuming here this is much more kind of a defensively oriented training on this team, which can still be deceptive, right? Because I think,
Dude, so much true crime shit is so fucking
leave the Pokemon open
unsanctimonious.
when they're affecting knockouts. It's a great chance to counterattack.
Sorry, we got Dragonite
If
on
there's
the
a
field,
product
I'm
that
so
goes,
happy.
that does that quick finger tap and then nails on it. Oh
as
my
we say,
god, guys,
this
check out
game
my
has been
new
sped up. We're just
shaker.
trying to make sure we give our players their props in going through this.
That's what it sounds like.
To get it where our trainers are getting set up for our next round of Swiss. So
Oh my god, it sounds like it's made of metal.
Dropping the Charizard on this team for the Mega Dragonite instead. Takes a little bit of damage from that Sludge Bomb, and look at the Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, I can't believe, like, and then she was violently abused by her stepdad, and they're just doing their fucking blush.
Before he came on air, I was like, what do you mean you dropped Charizard?
That's why I hate TikTok. I mean, TikTok has its moments. It's got beautiful women on there. If you're a fan of beautiful women dancing in very little, like, TikTok's fucking boshy. Although Reels is better.
Yeah. Like, he's got, like, earwings.
I think Liam's had a new vocal step. Oh my god.
If we squint,
I haven't seen Rotten Mango. I watched Diatrip. He's great. Reminds me of those insufferable TikTok slime videos. They all talk about the most insane shit ever, and there's just a video of slime playing in the background.
The very good Charizard. Let's not
Time
beat
and
around
a place.
the bush here. It all swings
Mate,
some matchups on its head.
if ever you want a great
certainly
true
if you're
crime video,
targeting those,
watch Diatrip's
specific kind of
8-hour
archetypes
compilation of
where you
all of
think,
his
hey, hang on a
incel
second, if I
videos.
had
It's
Dragonite in this
amazing.
situation, my time gets much easier.
Voice put on the proper accent with loads of likes added in. I feel like you can at least speak a bit less casually about someone's brutal demise. Yeah, right?
Especially when they don't have Venusaur. Like, Charizard doesn't do super well at dealing damage against Dragonite, right? Where Dragonite does pretty well in return.
Oh, I can't believe that Sneasler missed the KO.
She's in the courtroom for the
other
Diddy case.
Sneasler.
Oh my god,
That
guys!
is
I watched
punishing
Diddy
really
get away
for
with
you.
trafficking.
Yeah, I feel like this is what I think one of the things about the Mega Dragonite as well is like
He definitely weighs 10 kilos.
Their Charizard's very, very bulky to be able to take
If
attacks,
Max
so you
weighs
just
4
don't need to
and
do
picking
that
him
with
up is like
Dragonite,
picking up a
especially-
feather,
2 times a week.
Milo's got to
4
be a
times.
dense 10 kilos.
Exactly, and so you get these situations.
You should at least
where
offer the
Dragonite
deceased the
can sit in
dignity of
front
your
a lot
phone voice instead of she were murdered,
much
didn't
more
it?
safely and just sort
She
of like
probably got
dish
left
out
out there,
that
legs
consistent
spread
damage
eagle like a
rather than
fucking
trying to,
slag she were.
play for those
I don't think
inaccuracy
she
powers,
was a
play
slag,
for,
but that's how
those
they
end
left
games
her.
that maybe aren't as consistent
Anyone
all the
who'd
time.
walking past to get a terrible
It's
idea of her.
kinda spooky for Yuya now, having to lock into the rock slide here.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
Also,
Even
like,
just got
murder is
spookier.
wrong on any level, but murderers, can we please stop leaving people with their legs
Oh,
open?
wow.
Like, just can you not
Stefano's
just,
looking great in
when
this
you're
game
done,
too right
can you
now.
not at least just...
I mean, like everything's sort of going a little bit more.
I hate when they're like, oh, they wanted to make a point, so they left them in a compromising position. I'm like, don't do that.
This is looking like
You've done enough, mate. Stop it. Or just stop murdering, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Is that me being classist? I don't know, I'm a natural code switcher, and I know a lot of white people don't do that. Rude. You know which engine totally into true crime podcast? Edward, he'd be so fascinated.
Prioritizing the tailwind from Whimsicott. So
Yeah, you can have a serious tone. I don't talk like this on the phone. I'm like, oh, hello.
Just play every attack being priority.
You want some foot? No, I don't. Imagine that's my phone.
Basculegia, pretty good Pokemon had her,
She
though,
doesn't
that
want
1 HP
yellow.
or 1% HP on Gengar, not looking nearly as good as it did a second ago. But Ninetales, the premium is a good one. I don't think
premium
we've seen the
switching right
premium
here.
before.
Oh,
How?
My voice drops when I talk serious on the phone.
Okay, last respect's going out.
Hello, I am
That
Steven.
could be the.
I'd like to buy some
exactly the
printer.
you needed to come back into this game, right? Just living on one, getting
Some
that rock slide,
printer.
2 rock slides.
Oh, the parents
I
are
think,
up for round
If I'm not mistaken, that Sneasler
6.
has had its White Herb activated.
Which is
and
round
is
10 in
faster
Liam
than
numbers,
both of these
apparently.
Pokemon, so, okay, not gonna
Wolf
outpace
Glick
its
versus
speed,
all
but the
caps
Life Orb's gonna take
Kevin
care of that
Lan
for, Yuya, and
from
now the
Taiwan.
Aquajet picking up the Gengar.
Nils Dunlop's
and
in
Yuya
the
taking
tournament.
this
He's
game
3-2.
2-0.
Wow, perfect adaptation there with the Basculegion at the end.
That was-
being able to clean up.
I always
those
remember how
last
much
couple of, hit
of a
points
white
on
man my boyfriend
Stefan's
is when he's like,
Pokemon.
well, I don't have to change anything about myself at work, and everyone likes me just
Definitely.
fine.
It's like, it felt like even
Wait,
all
he
the way
doesn't
through,
have to?
Hard to keep up with at 2x speed, but you know, it felt like
When
all
I'm
of
at
these
work,
Pokemon
like
were
when
just
I'm at work in
living
an
on
actual
1%,
like
the whole
employment
way through. Not too
workplace,
many
I'm a
focus
completely
sessions,
different
to throw
person.
around in a team. Just train your Pokemon into a
You think I'm
position
like
where they can
this?
Take those attacks, right?
What does he mean he doesn't have to change anything? That's lying. He's lying.
Kind of the same way too, but
He
I
just
think
wants
it's
to
a great game
sound
highlight
cool
as
to
well,
you.
where It's very much kind of what we've seen from
At the prison, we have to refer to one another by last name only, so I'm going to introduce myself to the inmates in a deep voice. Morning, sir. My name's Mr. Logia. Please have a seat. Oh, yeah, you're like a prison guard, aren't you, lad?
Definitely. It's all about finding
He doesn't
those
have
little
decorum.
opportunities, and we're going to get an opportunity to kick it over to
Oh, that's a
our
hella chill
casters
workplace.
to keep this World Championships rolling.
Prison. Oh yeah, prison therapist, of course. That makes sense.
Having the opportunity from you three to be able to hear
Sierra!
all about that last feature match, and I cannot wait to get started back with our main competition coverage. Sierra Dawn,
Can we see Liam Shorter? Because he's called Liam, and he's against Justin Tang.
we're starting to
Imagine optometrist Liam acting like this goober on our screens. No, because Liam's never been an optometrist, so I can't imagine it.
This tournament this weekend is the important part for our players, but it gets tougher each and every round if we are getting closer. Well, maybe moving
Optometrist, please.
portion of the tournament, and that is
I never got
exciting
paid that
about
much.
these matches. You know, we're whittling down the competition and getting closer to crowning.
I was a dispensing optician,
It's already been really exciting because one of the
which means I was underpaid and overworked all the time. Ophthalmologist? That is not the term. Dispensing optician. An optician who dispenses. Now I dispense in a different way for money.
Another world champion can take the win. But it's also really cool to see who
Okay, yeah,
has
what is the
it
term
takes
then?
to
I've
win.
told you 3 times since
Throughout
you've
this
sent that
past
message.
year that we've talked about, okay, maybe they're good. Okay, wow, they are good.
Hell
They've shown
yeah.
they have what it takes, and to see them really be able to pop off the world championships. Like, I don't know, I love being able to see that
And
story,
homie on screen
like,
button his damn
develop
jacket.
and
Why?
unfold here.
Leave Lee Provost alone. How's that money maker going? It could be going better, but I don't advertise it well enough. Well, this fly needs to leave.
Maybe not
Just casually bobbing around the room. I will kill it.
Work in behind the scenes, and then they come to this floor, and then they give us this story, and we have the narrative, and we have a new champion to follow and cheer going forward in future years. So yes, you're right, quite rightly. But we have the notable matches ready for next round, so we can have a look at these and check out
Right there,
which
Rach.
match we will be screening.
When you're standing, you're supposed to have it
Looking over
buttoned.
at
When you're
these
sitting,
matches
it's
as well,
unbuttoned.
a
Yeah,
lot
but
of 4-1s, of
he's a
course.
good lad.
Well, you took a 1 loss. You're good on the day. 5-0 is your 1.
Ooh,
away
Narrowitch.
from You're securing your spot.
There you
here
go,
in
Yosh.
phase 2. And for our next feature match, it's going to be Carrie
Good emote for Amanda.
going up
Oh.
against Narrowitch Nana. And I
things
love
I do
this
for
matchup
Amanda.
because when we look at the stories
And you.
throughout this year and past years, Carrie is someone that, especially this year, has really been able to have such a, I don't want to say
Bing
glow
bong.
because
Is that Tommaso
says
Ciampa?
it implies that it wasn't.
It
He
is.
wasn't good before, right? But
What are you
we've really
doing?
gotten to see those results come to light here on these regional stages. And for Narrowitch, looking back at past Highland Kingdom championships, being able to get finalists. Like, we know they have what it takes to make their way to the top level. Looking to get a first place here on an even bigger stage, I think is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's very exciting. One of these players will be walking away after round 6-0, which is just an incredible feat in itself. But looking at some of the other matches here that
Bruh.
we've got as you go down, Eduardo Cunha we featured earlier against Georgie Kaeda.
Justin playing Liam Shorter. I know, right? Justin Tang and Liam Shorter. The shorter Liam.
A colleague of ours, Marcus, on the other side this weekend, having a
4-1.
4-1.
Silhouette and taper all messed up,
Very
but it's
tough
not
opponent
buttoned.
in,
Oh.
David Carrera going up there next, but you can see
Taper? I hardly
the
know
absolute
her.
class that we've got here across the board in round 6, and we're only just at the tip of the iceberg with the tournament. We've got so much to come over the weekend as we get deeper into the proceedings.
At this point, though, for any of the trainers, especially sitting at that 5-0, you're just one spot
5
away
skin,
from
4
phase
skin.
2 of the competition. And it does kind of seem like there is a little bit of breathing room if you take a
Oh,
loss here.
I need a
because,
wee-wee.
oh,
Before
well,
this round, I
it's
need a
only couple of
wee-wee. It's
matches,
wee-wee
you just have
time.
to win one more, right? But we have gotten to see, especially at the World Championships, that there has been people who have gone undefeated up until, well, okay, we took our 1 loss. Okay, oh, I have a couple more chances. All of a sudden, it's this absolutely cracked player or a rockside flint or anything else, and that could just be your world's dreams completely shattered. So to be able to secure a spot now for these trainers would just be so good. So let's go to the stage and start seeing what we can talk about for this match. Again, to start off 6-0 would be incredible, and you want to be able to go beyond as well and rack up as many wins as possible for Top Cut with 2 teams that are very Pokemon champions.
Yes, one that has picked up a lot of popularity coming into the World Championships, that Mega Raichu Y and the Mega Staraptor team. Supported there with the Burger Up, it does give a way to set Trick Room up for the King Gambit, for the Sylveon that you can really make use of. King Gambit, like we've seen time and time again this weekend on the carry side, is going to be that Sword Stance variant. It is going to try and get in positions where it can set that up, and then it can just cut through the opposing team.
Looking at this matchup, though, weather is one of the really popular modes that we have here in Pokemon. And Gary, we're going other ways instead. One of the really fun stars, or Star Raptors, of this year's regulation, the Mega Star Raptor. This is such a fun Pokemon because, of course, you can deal a lot of damage and put your opponent in really, really tricky spots. And Raichu, for that coverage, is amazing.
Yeah, these really pair quite nicely together, and it's not one of those teams where you kind of pick one Mega over the other. These commonly come together. You can bring the Star Raptor Mega that, and bring that Raichu along as well, because not Mega, it's got that Lightning Rod, so it gives that really nice support. It's got fast fake out as well, and so can provide a lot of value, and bringing both sometimes on the fly can make you kind of decide, okay, well, I was going to go this Mega, now I'm going to go down this other line, and that can prove the difference between winning and losing a lot of the time. Can't ignore the Hisuian Arcanine as well. What a big, powerful Pokemon this is. Choice Scarf on, Focus Sash on there, getting carried away. But it gives that little blanket of security, of course. It's going to have to be hit twice before it is taken down. And with that Rock Head ability not taking...
Whoa. Raichu Raptor. Raichu Raptor.
Flare Blitz means you have to be very, very respectful of that Pokemon when it is in front of you.
It called out looking at Gary's team, no weather.
Speaking to an anxious nerd about their puppy kitten's diarrhea voice. Oh, I bet.
See that dual weather team. You have the Charizard that, of course, upon Mega Evolution, sets the sun, or Pelipper. And, of course,
I've got the legs, though I skate.
Oh,
you've got the legs, mate. Oh, my lord. Wait, when did we get onto legs?
So speedy, so
Zardpert!
Or you go the other mode with that Venusaur.
You have got lats, that's true.
We have.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about this team. You can really
giving up on ever having definition of my thighs. What are you talking about?
Options that you do have over those two weathers. And not only that, you've got
that booty as well.
Come in, take advantage of the rain. It doesn't necessarily need it, but really benefits with that Electroshock turn into a one-turn attack. The big part of this team, though, is supported all around by that Grimmsnarl with that
bunda.
You know, the light clear item that it's got to extend the screen support. And looking over Carry's side, they don't have any way to immediately stop or get rid of those screens. So if the Grimmsnarl is there, setting up the light screen reflect, it is going to make it difficult to carry.
Let's do it.
Walls.
A winning in for these
two
trainers. The winning in
I want lats.
6-0. It's time to see who's that's going to be as we get into
hang on.
our match.
You're
Right
supposed
to
bring your shoulder blades right back.
See that,
and then
that
do that
rain.
and
so
that.
Right
I've got no lats, look.
The rain
I've got no
is
lats.
out. But really strong
Nothing.
attacking options from Perry.
Yeah, I mean, the Intimidate here is really useful onto that Star Raptor. The Arcanine here is nice as well. It's going to naturally outspeed that Pelipper. It is heavily threatened from the Swampert, but we talked about that Focus Sash.
Pelipper's gone, mate, for later. Archaladon's in, mate, for now. Arcanine.
Making a quick appearance in this match. We are out of there. And instead of Pokemon that can really start putting more offensive pressure,
that's your single muscle in my thighs. They're both just sacks of fat. That's okay. But nothing saves starvation will change that. And I'm not going to starve. You say this, but I guarantee, right? Put you in a thong or pants that are pulled up to look like a thong.
It's just going to be a priority that extreme speed into Swampert.
Phenomenal. I guarantee.
Some amount of damage. In retaliation, though, with that Mega Evolution, you have this speed
on
your side.
I didn't even say no pants because I'm a gentleman. I'm a genuine guy. How benevolent of me, allowing you to wear underwear.
But you didn't pick up the KO.
They're going to be so built to go for strongman. Mate, you're a fucking unit.
Yeah,
it's
a really
awesome.
Nice double up from Carry, not focusing on trying to match speed, control here with the
okay, Leo. Listen, that's improvement, is it not, for me?
Pressuring there, so Norwich is going to have to either protect that or switch it or let it go down.
I'm great.
Really getting that much value off it. Now you've got the Archaladon in. It hasn't had a stamina boost, but it is threatening the Electroshock into the Star Raptor this turn. It has to be careful though. It's got no defensive support, so the close combat into that.
Raptor's going to fuck. Raptor's going to fuck, lads. Swampert's down.
And you don't have to worry about a hit from the Mega Swampert because it is gone. Extreme speed.
Close combat too.
Out of there in the follow-up close combat.
But it wasn't enough.
It's not going to appreciate the hit, but it will survive it. Another defensive special defense route for
Love how speaking positively about myself, it went unnoticed. Didn't we agree with you?
Electroshot, of course, with this rain.
Oh, you said I'm lovely and a great person. I'm well behaved. You are. It was in a sea of blue in my defense.
Get that special attack. Now targeting down into the opposing end.
There were like 3 messages and 2 of them were yours.
At this point, but with a low amount of HP is not going to matter. We're going to trade Mega Evolved Pokemon on this turn.
Yeah, it's nice to get rid of the Star Raptor,
but no, very good. That's good progress, Kaylee. At work tomorrow. I enjoy work. It's very tiring. I want to stay awake and watch Worlds. Stay with us, mate. Go to work tired. Be a bad kid. It's fine, I get it. What'd you get?
Really, as long as this Arcanine is still active, it's going to be susceptible to potential.
I saw the World Haven, thought bullshit. Ah, go on, Scotty.
Sylveon coming in, but we haven't seen revealed yet.
Actually, work has stopped me from going to a Worlds party. I hate work this weekend. Exactly. Just enjoy yourself. Kick back with us. Slip off your clothes. We'll all have a good time. What's this work you speak of? Yeah, right? Today's Friday, right? Yeah, so I need to go to the gym tomorrow.
But the extreme speeds have put in a lot of momentum, and if at any
I've got to do my wood choppers.
Gary does decide to swing with one of those big moves, like maybe not a flare blitz, but a head smash.
You have a baseball game. I hope you win. I'm watching Worlds at the baseball game whilst batting.
Making sure both Pokemon can survive this turn.
Oh, Flare Blitz in the rain. Silly Billy.
Despite the rain, trying to target down into Venusaur. So now you have full information Naruto can take into this next turn. But what can you do here?
Was the
You
Snoopy
get a
plush giveaway?
Recovery, but
Kill him, it's one day of work due to flu. I powered through one day and tapped out the second day, and they took it off my paycheck. £110 gone for one day of flu? That's disgraceful.
Flare Blitz, so it gives Venusaur a little bit of an easier time. The one thing you could say that Venusaur could maybe take advantage of is the sleep powder. If you can put that Arcanine to sleep, you don't need to necessarily worry
Better a
about the
Snoopy
Sylveon.
shirt giveaway than a
If you can
poopy
get
shirt
that
giveaway.
Arcanine
Imagine having a
asleep,
shirt covered in poo as your
surviving a
prize.
Flare Blitz, that might be enough to give you room to get the Pelipper back onto the field. We'll have to wait and see.
trying to make sure that we can take this Venusaur down in one hit.
Oh, head smash.
Break the focus sash. Follow up. We're going
Nicely
straight for that
done.
head smash to take this Venusaur down. Another KO in Carrie's way. Electroshock for the Archaludon.
109.50 or something to be precise. Damn, that is
so
specific.
We're looking at a lot more damage dealt out. But again, a lot of momentum has been taken by Carrie in this match. Because Archaludon has
Oh
a
shit,
long
bro.
round to take up. And because Arcanine, I mean, you're still sticking around for another turn.
That is insane that this Arcanine is still here. Holy shit. Wiz Palipa. That rain's going to end soon.
Sylveon can just fire out a hyper voice, and it will be enough to pick up the Archaludon. Remember, the Archaludon has had a couple of boosters with bells.
I mean, quick attack, head smash.
Flash cannon at this range going to be enough to take down the Sylveon. You probably say not. So the Sylveon feels in a really strong position here.
Mate, we don't even know what Carrie's got in the bag.
There, but it doesn't have any protect, so it is really going to be susceptible to this head smash coming out right now.
Yeah, head smash.
I saw. Did you see Carrie react then to the head smash not
Only
missing?
one Pokemon left for Norwich in this match.
I'm taking on a few hours in the bank holiday. I have to check if they pay me time and a half. They better.
How much damage will this do into Sylveon? It will be
That's
enough
valid.
here, so it is a KO. You have that information going
Ba-
into
ba-
the
ba-
next.
ba- ba-
But again, you have just this Archaludon left within this match, and an Arcanine that's ready to take it down.
Yeah, Flare Blitz will take it down.
Just, you know, Sylveon.
Raichu! Oh dear.
Now you've got a little bit of support in that
Super fun
Raichu
guy to
coming
watch,
in.
right?
He's
Just
gonna
the
offer
fucking.
up a fake out, allow
Don't shake the
Arcanine
table
to
too
get
much though. They'll
just one
ban
more
you from
attack
ever
off
competing
before
ever
it goes
again,
down.
right?
Just anything coming out from that Archaludon into that slot will be enough.
Do,
You're going to have to
do,
rely on
do.
the Raichu's non-mega focus blast to maybe get the last bit of damage off as we see that Archaludon.
Woo! Great stuff.
Yep.
Focus miss.
Turn pass, a potential fake out, and we just get to sit through the animation. Focus blast. a
Should have Flare Blitz
Blitz,
thrown Raichu for a
go
laugh.
next
Just a
on
power
this
play.
turn, get a little bit of that leftovers recovery. Bring it back up to almost about full.
Yeah, it's not
Ra-pa-pa.
over yet, and it makes more sense to go for the focus blast there if you are carry, because fake out will activate the stamina or weaken the Arcanine.
Watching last year's at AOC when Francisco won his round 7, he popped off so hard the mics picked it up. That's amazing.
Really, the
Get
reward
in.
is there. Now Flare Blitz coming out, and it is going to be into the Archaludon. Nowhere near enough. Hanging on quite comfortably there. But
Ooh-wee.
does the Archaludon target that Arcanine?
It's going to be the question, and
Get
no.
in tandem with the Electro Drift
Instead,
hitting.
into the protected Raichu.
Oh, that's
So
gutted
Perry
as well.
on this turn gets some damage dealt.
Dun, dun,
and
dun,
that's about
dun.
it. Still a 2v1 with an Archaludon that
Oh,
could
yeah,
protect
yeah.
for a little bit more leftovers recovery.
You
but
can do it. Archaludon, he can't. Woo! Go on, stop doing the Archaludon imprint. I can't. All right, I can't.
I think that protect was so crucial there for Kerry. Really smartly played. Fortunately for Narrowwich, just getting targeting wrong. It was a bit of a 50-50. Both can protect, right? But now you're probably putting yourself out of range from that Flare Blitz. But you still, if you are Carry, kind of able to go for that Focus Blast and the Flare Blitz and hope both hit. And then the combination is enough to take it down. The Focus Blast comes out and is hitting and makes its target, and it will be enough to take this Archaludon down.
Archaludon can do so much, but a 1v2 in this situation is not enough. Carry to take the first game in this
Mate, that
set.
was fucking good.
I mean, the amount of momentum
Focus
we got
land.
from this Arcanine
That's
was
crazy.
incredible. Even just softening up Pokemon at the beginning with those extreme
Is your boy
speeds.
getting EP?
And
Yes,
even if
but
we
it's
weren't
fine.
picking up KOs, you bring them down to a little bit of health, you pick them off next turn.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Wolfglick's 4 and 2.
incredible.
Oh
I mean,
dear.
even if some of the Pokemon were speedy, they just couldn't do enough.
No, and I think the pressure from right out the gates, the carry at 5 was just remarkable.
Zachary Weed
there.
is 5 and 1.
Stopped Narrow being able to lean into.
Taron's 5 and 1. Go on, Taron Birdie. Dill's out. I didn't know Dill was in.
This team, right? But the Arcanine got to those latter
Shit.
turns. It still hadn't taken any
Oh,
damage. Just because of the utility of that extreme speed, throwing the close
2 and
combat
4,
into
yeah.
early and putting in range of a second extreme speed. Will Narrowwitch fall for that this time around, or will there be more?
It's okay.
protection
Taron's
against
still
that?
there.
Leverage about going after that Arcanine.
Aaron Grubb's got a bye. He's 1 and 5.
6-0 spot on the
Oh,
line.
Aaron. I like that Aaron's still playing his games. You know what? Fair play, Aaron Grubbs.
Again, we'll go for the really strong rain lead. So Pelipper with the rain, and we're just having a full run back.
I
here with
appreciate
Carey as
anyone
well. So
who
how are we
doesn't
gonna
win all
differ
day,
this?
but they
Because
still
last
play their
time,
games.
Carey was able to get a lot of momentum with just starting.
Yuya Wakasugi is 6 and 0. Fucking hell.
We'll have to see. Do we target
Kota
into the
Kawabe
Archaludon
is
as
6
again,
and 0. Fucking
spots are
hell.
happening?
And the problem is, if you target down into the Staraptor, you're ignoring the Arcanine.
Raptor
If you
is
target
here,
down into
baby.
The Arcanine, you're ignoring the Staraptor. So this is why Carey's lead is just so good, because it really makes it difficult to choose the right target each and every time. We saw how things unfolded.
Mega Swampert. Pelipper switching in. Oh no, we'd have seen it by now, Liam.
No.
No. Pelipper switched out, Liam.
Oh.
Oh. Wave crash into Raptor. Oh, and it's not enough.
This time again to just
That's
deal
crazy.
a bunch of damage from the get-go. The Staraptor instead wants to make sure that Carey has the speed going on forward. No offensive, just tailwind. Head smash though will be a miss into the Archaludon, so no
That's fine though,
damage done
because
from
that's
Carey at all.
that's avoiding a
Now
not
we've got
very
the tailwind in
effective
effect, so the Staraptor, the Arcanine
stamina
will
boost.
naturally outspeed everything
Yeah, I
on
think it's a good
Narrowwitch's
miss.
side of the field,
Yeah.
which gives that Staraptor a little bit of room to go after that.
Exactly,
Swampert, or
we're on the same-
more importantly,
same
you can go
brain
after
here.
the Archaludon with a close combat. That Rockhead miss there, head smash miss into the Archaludon, actually kind of paying a little bit of a reward here, where the defense boost hasn't been activated. So this close combat will do a little bit more. So the double up into that slot, if you get it
protecting the
right, it's gonna
Swampert.
pay off.
Extreme speed does not hit
At
the
least the
Swampert.
first call here is good, so at least for Narrowwitch, it will be a protect from the Swampert, and it's carried both Pokemon attacking into it, so no damage done again, and Archaludon now out on the field in the rain is the perfect situation to go ahead
shit,
and click
bro.
this Electroshock button. Staraptor has already taken so much damage, you cannot
it's into the
let this
Arcanine,
Pokemon
imagine.
start to run away with the match, so a hit into it. Narrowwitch the first to take a KO.
Yeah, and this makes a big difference from that game one. Now, the Archaludon hasn't taken that initial close combat damage. We saw how good it was in the late game for Narrowwitch. Now going to be able to take full advantage of full health. Now got that special attack boost. Can start to go after maybe that Arcanine this turn. Now, the Sylveon's going to come onto the field. Do you target down into that? Do you go after the Arcanine with an Electroshot, knowing that if you get through that turn, then the following turn, a Flash Cannon's going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout there. And you've also got to
Expect the
contend
Archie
with the
protect,
fact
I
that
think
the
so.
Tailwind is in effect, so you want to try and stall that out as well. So you don't want to just go all
Big Ripperoo there.
dive in straight away. You want to try and take your time, utilize your protects when you can, but also not put yourself in a vulnerable position at the same time.
That's exactly it. If you're not in a position to wanting to attack with both your Pokemon this turn, or go ahead and make a read, we could maybe just see some protects, but instead, feeling comfortable in the situation, your rain is, on a timer, at least for the right here, right now. First hit into the Archaludon. Stamina, defense is up. Wave crash now. Swampert is still so speedy, and so much damage into the Sylveon. A lot of recoil done to the
damage.
Swampert, though.
Justin
It's about
Tank
half,
6 and
but
0.
it's
Yo,
Sylveon.
poor
It's the
Liam.
hyper beam coming on out into this Archaludon to take it down.
Wow, you can see the value of that Intimidate. The Staraptor dropped onto that Swampert earlier on, allowing it to take that wave crash, not outspeeding it in Tailwind. It tells you a little bit about the training, but that Hyper Beam so pivotal there to remove the threat that was
Did not
that
need to chip
Archaludon.
for that.
And now we still have a Mega Swampert, though, that has been dealing a lot of damage
Intimidate,
in this
you're
match.
right.
That is still kicking around. But Venusaur hitting the field, this can threaten into this Sylveon. But again, you'd have to get past this Arcanine. Luckily for Norwich, though, it is protecting. As Venusaur also opts
Protect
to
Earthquake
keep
looks
itself
nice
safe
here.
on this turn. Now to see where we
Yeah.
are thinking for the other Pokemon. Swampert with this Earthquake. That would have been so much
Down
damage
goes Sylvie.
into this Arcanine, but it will be hitting into the Sylveon, and already only at 9% health will be enough
What's
to take
left?
it down.
Surely not
Yeah,
Raichu
dead
again.
weight there because it had just well, it has to spend a turn of that recharge.
Are we
after
thinking
high
Gambit
speed.
in the back?
And now you've got
Hirofumi's 5-1,
situation
only
where
lost
the
his
Tailwind's
Wolf in
on
round
now
1.
the Swampert
Damn.
With the rain active is going to be
Oh.
the fastest thing in the field. It will be threatening that Arcanine now. And it's out of range from an extreme speed, you know that? So it's got a free
Oh dear.
wave crash into that slot. And then you can utilize and leverage the Venusaur. You've got to be a bit careful. The Fergraph on the field now is offering super effective damage into the Venusaur, but there is the sleep powder. You can hit those sleep powders like we mentioned in game
Rough.
1. Go for that
Bit
option.
rough.
Then you can start to shut down these options and give yourself that room. The room needed for the Swampert and the Venusaur to
I
fall
think they
to
should
back
make
and
sleep
try
powder
and take us
less
to a game.
accurate in rain.
One more turn of rain.
Because imagine trying to throw powder while it's raining.
In the back here for now.
Yuma Kinagawa's out? What the fuck?
Swampert to hit everything out on the field. Arcanine, that's going to bring it right down to its Focus Sash. But we're just
The
going
visible
all out
Focus
offensive.
Sash.
It doesn't matter if we hit our own Pokemon. Head Smash in return
Oh.
into the Venusaur will take it down. So 2 Pokemon remaining for Norwich. Now, with this Farigiraf, not always necessarily the most offensive, but again, there's been a lot of recoil, but Swampert still
Ooh.
going to be holding on.
Yeah, and now that Psychic might be really important just to put this Swampert
Let's go for the
in range
Pally
of
switch, yeah.
extreme speed now. The Arcanine looked like its numbers were up, but I don't think so. The extreme speed coming out into that Swampert. The thing that you've got to be careful about is going for extreme speed into a Protect and then the Pelipper picking you up. Now, which one do you target?
The
It's
problem
really
here
difficult
is
to
as
do.
well, you can't
Pelipper,
even set up Trick
Swampert,
Room, because if you set up
touch
Trick Room, the
that
Pelipper's going to
Arcanine,
outspeed the
they're gonna
Arcanine.
take it down, and then Farigiraf really not in a position to handle the remaining Pokemon on the field. No extreme speed and an Earthquake coming out.
No extreme speed and an Arcanine that's just on a sliver of health. So Earthquake.
I wonder why
will
no
take it
extreme
down.
speed.
Only one Pokemon left for carry with this Farigiraf. And with the Swampert still kicking around and a Pelipper at full health, ready to go out on the offensive. The Weather Ball is probably
Damn.
all it's going to take. But it's okay. Next turn. Soon will put us what we need to take. Farigiraf, of course, though, will take down the Swampert. So we will
Yeah.
go down to a 1v1 situation. But looking at these 2 Pokemon, we're just
Weather Ball
Pelipper's at
takes it.
majority health, all of the health.
Easy.
Yeah, the Pelipper's sitting in a great spot. It's still got a Citrus Berry as well.
Still got a
so
Citrus Berry.
things do
Bloody
get
hell.
A little bit of rare. I don't think that's going to happen. The Weather Ball is going to
World's Eliminations make me so sad for these people. I know.
Close this up, and we'll be going to a game 3. Or maybe not this turn.
Imagine getting that close.
Wants to just lay
And it's
things
just not to
turn.
be.
With that Protect, as we see the Weather Ball. I think the thing that you could do is try and stall out the rain, but I don't know if you're going to get that many Protects in a row.
This turn, you were trying to click the end game button. Last turn, it was me. But at this point, it's Farigiraf with not that much health, no double Protect on through, and a Pelipper again with this Weather Ball that will be accurate. You have this rain and will be enough. We are going to a game 3.
I'm escaping
Fantastic
to the
win,
one
going with
place
the
that
brave
hasn't
mode
been
coming out
corrupted by
for Norwich.
capitalism.
This is the same mode, the same lead.
Spice!
we saw from game
It's
number
so
1, but
good.
such a drastic difference.
Yeah,
It's
we've
so
taken
good.
A little bit of a different approach here. The Wave Crash coming out and into that Sylveon there, catching it. It's doing some big damage. This is the point where you think, well, if the Sylveon goes down here, this Hyper Beam doesn't happen, and I think Swampert, our challenger, will just run away with the game. But you can see the defense investment that Carrie's got on that Sylveon. We know kind of what its speed is from not outspeeding the Swampert and the Tailwind, so you can make an educated guess.
Darway
where
took a
most of
loss?
its
No!
investment is special attack, and then its health and
That's
stuff.
okay,
But
that means we
yes,
get to see
the
her on the winning in.
adaptations won't make the difference.
I just love
What
how
are
much
we
fun he
gonna
had with
take
filming
on
it. That
this
take
one?
is literally,
Power.
you could tell he's about to break and start laughing, so I want to see the outtakes.
Again, same leads for all 3 games. A very different result since. So how now going into this game 3 with
That's a
both
baby
trainers
Star
knowing
Raptor, I like
that
it.
these leads are capable
Small.
of winning?
Small
Do we
beam.
switch it up to make sure we get the upper hand here?
I think it's, again, I think if you are Norwich, you've got to really deal with this Arcanine as best as possible, because if you just leave it on the field, we saw game 1, how quickly it can run away with things, but again, you've got to have a backup plan for this Star Raptor as well.
A switch or a lack of a switch coming up from Norwich is another way we're going to be switching up this game number 3, as Pelipper will remain on the field to try and maybe put up some offensive pressure on its own. As of course, both trainers will go ahead and Mega Evolve.
I feel bad. I didn't know who Tim Curry was until he died. Really?
We've seen this damage roll start after.
That's
it's pretty,
crazy.
a third of its health. But where are we going to switch it up
That's
here?
wild, but fair play.
Damn.
So you've not seen Home Alone 2, not seen Muppets Treasure Island, not seen the Rocky Horror Picture Show, not seen Clue. Star Raptor has no HP.
Yeah, that's it.
So neither does that Pelipper.
Both games 1 and 2. This time now,
Toxic Love and Fern Gully. Yeah.
Carry smartly not falling for it and really getting a big return there. Now the Archelodon comes onto the field.
Not watch the Wild Thorn Breeze. Smashing.
Good position to get another wave crash off, but
You know what Clue is? Clue is like a movie of the, you know the game Cluedo? It's like a movie of that.
That's the thing.
That's fair, Anna. Everyone's, you read books like a smart person. And you play Pokemon VGC. And you skate. If I die before I wake.
Extreme speed will bring it down low, but Swampert still gets one more attack and into the Staraptor. That's going to be one Mega Pokemon down. It was a lot of damage.
I play Pokemon Go every day.
An eye for an eye. Both trainers will lose a Pokemon on this turn.
Man, Yoshi, you hate Ice Punch.
Gets this Electro Shot, so an opportunity to start getting those special attack boosts.
Yeah, this is a really huge turn. And one of the drawbacks about going for that extreme speed and not picking up the knockout is this Arcanine now going to be
Great quote in regards to Muppet movies. Something like Michael Caine and Curry have the only Muppet movies.
Special attack boost on the Archelodon.
Have the only good Muppet movies because Caine treated the Muppets like fellow actors and Curry treated himself as a fellow Muppet. Nice, I like that.
And the Venusaur coming out as well, which is nice. Kyra's got the psychic super effective damage into that Venusaur, but you've got to try and break the slash on that Pokemon before going after it. And it's not the Sylveon like we've seen in the past.
Ice Punch got you into Master last season?
Yes, be threatened by the Venusaur.
I don't think I've got. Oh no, I got into Master this season, didn't I? I think. Maybe. No, not yet.
So maybe that is something that carries.
The Flareon is not going so well.
In this game to try and utilize it,
I haven't played in a fair bit because too many good games keep coming out.
As well. A well-timed Protect could maybe go huge here, but we're just going to go all out offensive, starting off with the Flare Blitz. Still a lot of damage despite the current climate. Sleep Powder, though, we talked about how much that can switch a match, but it will miss. Burgraft is awake and kicking, but our Charlodon at least gets another opportunity to set up. Again, we've gotten to see how low this Arcanine's been brought down. So do you go for the KO or for the Burgraft? We're going for that guaranteed KO. Only 2 Pokemon left for
Audra McDonald.
There is still, of course, the opportunity for the Burgraft to respond on this
turn. Go on!
Is
that Gambit in the back? That'd be amazing.
All the slow Pokemon are going to be super, super fast.
Yeah, that's a great.
Bring on the Gambit.
Just to say, okay, well, if I use Arcanine here, I set the Trick Room up, and now I get my Sylveon in a prime position. Now it's going to go before that Venusaur. It would otherwise threaten super effective damage with the Sludge Bomb. All that.
You see a tweet where the wind blew the curtain, making it look like a giant bra. They wrote Dolly Parton Spirits with me. I did see that. It was amazing. Because someone replied, she would have laughed about this for 40 days and 40 nights.
Flash Cannon hits the Sylveon. We know that's enough to pick up the knockout.
Then where do you protect? What do you attack with on this turn? Make sure you can make the most of these twists I mentioned. Sylveon, not wanting to fall victim to that Flash Cannon, will protect, but our Charlodon has
Disney live action remakes annoy me because they absolutely have to remake the entire back catalog. Why go live action when they have the rights to the Muppets? That's a really good point. Muppets Hercules will be mint.
1v2 situation. The Charlodon does have full health.
The Muppets do Snow White. So one with a coffin and 2 huge indentations for breasts, which was funny. Oh.
Yeah, and the one thing that the Carry has as well on top of that is this Helping Hand. That's going to boost this move even further, make it more powerful, and guarantee potentially a knockout.
Sylveon can do it all. And
oh, shit. Which Muppet would be Hercules? Kermit, obviously.
Once again, our Charlodon,
I am on my way. I can go the distance. Yeah.
Go on. That was a masterclass. That was wonderful.
Moving on to phase 2 of the competition. Again, a trainer that has accomplished so much in this year. He's proven he can win, and he's looking to maybe try and make that push once again.
Yeah, doing it real style here. What a
5
way to do
matches.
It. Again, what a tough team as well. When you
love how
look
there's
at
a proper
paper,
audience that you can actually hear. Yeah, right.
Mega Swampert?
It's Worlds, mate.
Rain? You've got no way to disrupt it.
It's the Pokemon World Championship.
Picking
the move choices, and getting everything right so often.
Kaylee, sing I Am On My Way
Conditioned as well in that
from
game
Hercules
in
a Kermit
well,
voice.
if you keep it in, then I'm going to get it. If you switch it to the
Hurt hasn't won a single set it's actually been brought to.
So here now, in the moment, I'm making some real decisions that are going to sway this match in my
Waldorf.
favor. Did get a bit fortunate.
Could be
with
different
that
heads of the
Sylveon. If
Hydra.
that hits, then the Trick Room doesn't go up. The Sylveon's not in such a great position. The Archelodon feels like it
Gonna put me
could
on stream
close
to
the
do
game
that?
up
No.
from there, but that's the risk you take. Sleep Powder, not the most accurate attack, and taking advantage of
You
the
can do it in the
turn that you've
Discord
had
for
with
the
Trick
for the
Room getting
crew.
it set up. Sylveon comes
Then
in
no.
and then closes everything out.
How do you not know this, Amma? This is well documented. Kaylee has the greatest Kermit voice. Like, she can do Kermit better than Kermit can do Kermit.
Matches, but such varying result was genuinely such a treat. And the biggest congratulations to Carrie.
Oh no, Steve is still unbuttoned.
This team. There's so much offensive pressure from the
Muppet Beauty and the
get-go.
Beast
Again,
would really work.
Everett had to
Sweetums as the
pick,
Beast
what
writes
do I wanna
itself.
try and
It
take down? Okay,
does.
well, the other Pokemon's now a big threat, and that was just a really, really great set from both trainers. But for Carrie, find himself in phase 2.
That's very, very exciting, and yeah, what a way to do it. And I think the adaptations as well from game 1 to game 2, although Carrie didn't take game 2, I think switching
Your
from
dad
the Raichu
kisses me
to the
on the
Farigiraf,
bottom.
I think
Stop
obviously
it.
paid off dividends in game 3, but that adjustment there is something we didn't get time to talk about too much, but I think a real valuable one because that was the difference in that game 3. And Norwich kind of adjusted as well, knowing that the threat that the Arcanine was. We saw them struggle to deal with that threat from the Arcanine in game 1, and it just
Sajan's
kind of
out.
ran over
No!
and
Sajan!
I think the adjustments game 2.
2-3,
really
yeah.
why
Oh,
they're
yeah,
at this
yeah,
stage, why they were
that's out.
5-0. Yes, they've taken a loss.
Sajan!
We'll be seeing of them over this weekend with that such strong Sunrain team.
Why is Steve crashing out on Lee's suit? Because he stood up and it's
How could we
open.
say otherwise, right? It'd be criminal not to. So hopefully we do get to see Naruto.
I'm a criminal.
I'm
not.
We still have a couple more opportunities for
Oh, no,
anybody
interview,
who has
isn't it?
taken a loss or potentially two to make their way there. But for now, of course, we have to talk to the man who is undefeated. Carrie's on stage with her interview now.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Carrie Diotona, undefeated here day 1 at Worlds. Congratulations. How's it feel?
Nerve-wracking a little bit. This team likes to miss a lot of moves, so that's probably the most stressful thing about it. So.
Well, you have your best buddy Arcanine with you right there, and I have the first thing written down in my notes. I mean, Hisuian Arcanine into a rain team, led right in the front, games 1 and games 3, possibly game 2. I had to go get my mic all set up, so I missed that. Tell me the reasoning behind it.
So the reasoning behind it is things can get really sketchy if he decides to go Charizard Venusaur, for example. Mainly because if I lead anything else, like let's say King Gambit or Sylveon, which are really good into a Swampert Pelipper lead, it's not as great into Charizard because you're not really pressuring Charizard at all. They can just Sleep Powder the Staraptor and go for Heat Wave and start spamming. So Harkonine is mainly just to pressure that out. I do have some like other game plans I could have gone with, but I felt pretty confident in the Hark game plan as long as I just got the turns right.
Well, tell me a little bit more about your team, because the last time we saw you compete, it was at the North America International Championships, where you were running the Mega Charizard Y team that we've seen so many people run throughout the champion's life cycle. And I mean, this team is very different today.
So I stuck with Charizard for a pretty long time. I thought it was the best mon in the format, and it still obviously is. My issue with that kind of archetype is right now, due to the limited decks, I feel like the teams are trying to do too much, and it leads to where you have a lot worse matchups into more things rather than having more positive matchups into others. And so after playing NAIC and I wasn't too proud of my play, I tried
rice and ground
Big
beef
Six, as it's called,
with
for
bulgogi
the start of this
sauce to make a little
format, and I
bowl
wasn't really
situation.
vibing with it. I tried
Nice.
some other Charizard teams. Those didn't
Muppet
feel
Beauty and the
great. Like,
Beast. The Beast
Toxapex
is the
teams
one
have very
human
niche
actor. At
matchups
the
they
end, he
lose
turns
to.
back into a
And then I
Muppet.
come
Oh,
upon,
that's class.
this team actually from
I
a
fucking
video
like that.
Colin Heyer and Ragov made together, and I'm like, yo, this team looks awesome. This looks fun.
Does he look
And
like a
so
football
I did
coach
some
running his
digging. I see
game
that
plan
Yuto
with that
Kimura
jacket unbuttoned while
is playing
standing?
around with it,
Maybe.
and I started looking into it. And the
Time
team
particular makes it look
pretty
bad.
much
It's
doesn't
unbuttoned
really
and he
have
stood
any,
like
I would
that.
say,
Be
absolute
nice to
negative
Lee
matchups. At
Provost. He's
worst,
handsome.
everything is like a 50.
Handsome men
So
should be treated with
I would have
respect.
wanted to bring that because at least my worst matchups come down
Unless
to
they're
50-50
horrible,
calls that I
but
can
Lee
make
isn't.
and
Lee's a good
capitalize
lad.
on.
But at the other side of that coin is that you're making these 50-50 calls. And I mean, I think it was Lee who said this. You had to pick every single call right in that game number 3. That's a lot of pressure for yourself. It's round number 6. It's been a long day. Is that starting
I've
to
not
wear
done
on you a
Kermit in
little
months.
bit?
Sounds like Miss
A
Piggy.
little bit. Game 2, I was particularly stressed about because I found the one way back in, which was he
Amanda's making me feel like
himself
getting a big
on the
burrito
Venusaur, and then I
later.
can
Mate,
head smash, and then it just
Amanda
came
has
down to a 50
reminded
if he
me that
protects Swampert or not,
downstairs
'cause
I
if
have a
if he
little
protects Swampert, and I head smash
Belgian
Pelly, then he
waffle,
loses. But
which
if
I can warm up in the
Park
toaster.
and he swings with Swampert, then I can Psychic to kill the Swampert. So it's just
And
a
I
lot of 50-50s.
fucking
I
will.
did get very lucky with the Sleep Powder miss game 3, but I still had a chance to close it out if Farigiraf does get the wake up. But like, you know, RNG stuff happens, stuff like that.
Oh, he
so
said
it's
it. He
shaky.
said RNG. He's going to get canned by
Keep your
Pokemon.
energy up throughout the tournament day.
Trying to take breaks when
There's
I can.
still 2
like,
tables.
Refocus on mental, talk with friends, take it one game at a time. That's the most important thing of all.
Jeremy Cote
Well, I do want to make sure you have a
and
chance to take a
Eric
break before the
Strada
next
are
round
still
of Swiss.
battling.
Carrie, do you have any
And
shout-outs you wanna give to
Shota
anybody who's
Hongu
watching at home?
and
So
Thomas
first off,
Irwin
I would like to
are still
shout out,
battling. They're both
Patrick Connors
3-2
and Caden
matchups.
Owens, I worked
So
with
they're
them on
kind
this
of
team
like
heavily.
winning ins at the moment.
I also want to shout out Yuta Kimura for making the original build of the team. And then I would also, I guess, shout out Colin and Raghav because they made the video. And then lastly,
It's like I have a
people who
frog
just
stuck
give
in
me,
my throat.
like, ever-loving support, not only from my Florida group, but Stefano
Dickhead.
Greppi, Carson St. Denis, and Christopher Hahn. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well for joining me on stage for this quick interview. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And thank you all for joining me here on the stage and at home. We're going to be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
Big bang! Right. I'll let the dogs out for their last outside of the night, because like after that point, what's the point? They should just sleep. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Look at that. That's when that rock smash, head smash hit. That's the one. BRB.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
This Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
What's my favorite? My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff,
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
It has been an incredible time here in San Francisco for the Pokemon World Championships. The energy out on the floor, whether you are a competitor, a spectator, just enjoying the convention, has been amazing. And we hope everyone has been enjoying, whether you're out there or at home tuning in. But of course, for us, it is all about the competition, and it has been delivering so far with such high pace competition, though.
Mate, I've outdone myself. I made that Belgian waffle, but then I thought, fuck it, we got a couple of extra bananas. I'll use that as well. And then I've also put protein yogurt in the bottom of the bowl. So like, I've made myself a nice little dessert. So I can stop whinging about the dessert I didn't
all
get.
the Twitch drops and everything else. And
Hell yeah.
I regret it every time, so don't be like me. Make sure you get the Twitch drops and everything else. So
Oh, good normal waffle. What do you mean normal
Well,
waffle?
fortunately, you still have 2 full days to leave your phone on
Yum, yum.
in the green room to get these Twitch drops. So you have time to go back to the hotel room tomorrow and bring your charger with you. So you can leave your phone on, and watch for 30 minutes to earn some quick coupons. Well, I guess you can't earn those today, but you can earn some teammate tickets tomorrow or some training tickets on Sunday. And of course, you can watch for a total of 60 minutes this weekend to get a Worlds 2026 Incineroar, which I'm sure we all need for our VGC teams going into.
And if it's normal waffle, not the one that's getting bacon or whatever you want. Bacon and maple syrup on a waffle is banging. Shut up.
Only on the road up, so
that's nice.
Grab your Incineroars. Make sure you do clock in those 60 minutes, at least on Twitch. And,
the savory and the sweet go together really well.
Pokemon. I'm trying my best. I haven't been able to get the Incineroar yet.
He also missed the Blastoise from
I love that joke whenever you do perfect
voice.
Oh, the frog in the throat one.
NAIC drop, and I still regret it. I'll get that Incineroar.
We will get it. We'll make it a team mission.
It's Gabby's job to remind us now later.
What if I told you could just go enter in this code as soon as we're off this segment and get a t-shirt and a cap? I mean, that you guys can do that, right?
Enjoy Worlds 26.
So do that, Gabby?
It's Enjoy Worlds 26, but I'm pretty sure those O's are actually zeros.
Zeros. They are 100%. I did this earlier.
You did this earlier.
Yeah,
it
I
works.
did, and it works.
Okay.
They are zeros, though, not O's.
Okay, I still need to do this one, actually, so I will do this after this segment.
I don't eat bacon. Not eating bacon, that's fair play. But like, I didn't grow up eating curry, but I love curry now.
That's how you get wins, right?
You try stuff when you're older that you've not tried before. But if you don't eat bacon, then that's fair.
Yes. Yes.
Imagine the power level if you had the swag and the Incineroar.
That's too high. The power level's too high.
Go back into champions.
Drops not just for our channel, but across all of the different games here that are competing here at the Pokemon World Championships. So whether you're a fan of, well, like also a fan of these other franchises, we know you're a fan of Pokemon Champions, Pokemon VGC here. But if you also want to dive in,
Just
with
have
some
to take people's
Pokemon
word
Go,
for it.
some
Yeah,
Pokemon
valid.
Unite, some Pokemon TCG, it's your opportunity to do so.
Badge
here.
drop.
So
Hey,
much
Badge Willy.
Screenshot it. Check out socials.
Wait, what?
Make sure you get all of that fantastic free
submenu.
stuff.
And if you're unsure about how to redeem
Mystery
these
gift.
Twitch drops, here's a fancy guide for you to follow. You can visit rewards.pokemon.com. Log in with your Pokemon Trainer Central account. If you don't have one, you can always create one. And then link that account to your Twitch account. And then all you have to do is watch your desired stream for the required period of time to earn your rewards. It's that simple.
It's that
A mystery gift has
simple.
been
And
found.
Of course, for another thing that you can earn, an exclusive
Whoa.
Twitch chat badge. And I will say, actually, out of all things that I regret, was
I didn't
the
mean to.
last
No, don't
Twitch
delete the
badge
message.
they shared. I
Keep
missed
those
out on
for
that
posterity.
one, and it haunts me to this day, guys. I am so serious. I'm not making it up for the
Not
bit
bots.
or the segment. It actually does haunt me. So.
I mean, this is like proof that you were here, right?
Yeah.
And this will follow you like
This is
into
such a nice design as well.
when you're watching like the Pokemon
have I gone in
animation
the right
on
bit?
Twitch, when you're watching like
No.
the next Pokemon
Where's
premieres
the-
or whatever
oh,
on Twitch,
style
like, you
lip.
will have this badge, so you want to get it.
I like
have
Vegemite, I
not
like chocolate, but I
gotten it
wouldn't have a
yet.
Cadbury with a Vegemite bar. Yeah, because those are flavors that don't mix well.
So
Wardrobe.
incredibly sad.
Let
So
me
make
wear
sure
the
you get all
world
of that
shirt,
while
you
still
prick.
can. There's so much Pokemon.
That's
this
very
weekend,
cute.
though, and I'm really excited to dive
Let me
into
wear
it,
the world's
especially-
hat,
We've had that really
you
fun part of the day,
pricks.
guys, where we've got trainers that are locked up for phase 2. We have trainers fighting for their lives and narrowing down the field.
Where is
which
it?
I don't know, it's always my favorite because
There.
you know with each match we're one step closer to finding a world
I'm a
champion.
nerd.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, Gabby. No, go
Excellent.
Why don't you tell us what you think while we take a look at our North America players to watch?
I was just going to say, I think, you know, that's the beauty about this tournament in particular. We've had Paul Chua
Beautiful.
on.
The
Didn't
beauty about
actually
the
get that
tournament
win,
is
but
I can eat
still
my
in
waffle.
contention, just in
Bacon
time
is
for
good
one
with
of our
maple
players
syrup.
that we outlined at the start of the show today. Is on a tear. Is in
Amanda.
great form as well. 6-0.
Have you ever had candied bacon?
I don't know what it is.
It's
with
where you
Justin Tang,
bake
but
bacon
I
in the
don't
oven
know if
with
it's a
brown
bit at
sugar
this point, but
on
every
top of the
world
bacon.
champ or any major, it's I don't have a team. I don't have a team. I swear,
fucking
guys,
lush.
I don't have a team. Undefeated. Is it a bit? Is he just crazy at
We
the
saw it on
game
Epic
with
Mealtime
brand
and
new
we tried it.
teams?
It was
Like,
fucking
someone's
amazing.
gotta tell me.
Maybe he's just prepared at being unprepared. Like it's like a
lush.
opposite day kind of effect.
Probably
I
quite
don't know.
bad for you,
I feel
but
like Justin as well. He knows all of the kind of archetypes inside out as well. So he's one of those players that's very good at kind of adapting
Yum,
your
yum.
play style to be able to kind of pick up a team and have success with it. And I think that maybe helps them out with the diverse knowledge that they've got of the format as well, coming in, picking up something that they feel confident with, and that's obviously shining through this weekend so far, at least.
I would say that would put the pressure on me.
As opposed to the Fan 1. That could
Right.
be it. Maybe that's the secret. But let's look at
That,
EU League.
the pressure that would be put on you to be shown as a player to watch, but you're 4-2, so if you lose one match, you're out. Marco's 4-2 now. Fucking hell, he's had a bad run. Like, he was undefeated for ages.
Francesco had prepared and put a lot of work in coming to this event, and I think probably one of the favourites to actually go on and
Francesco is a player to watch, but he's out. Poor Francesco.
But it sometimes happens. I think you mentioned with Ben earlier, sometimes you are going to have a great day. Sometimes you are going to have a bad day. Things don't go for
Or is
you.
that, let's see how our players to watch are doing?
For Francesco, but they
I fell
will
asleep and I'm still
guaranteed
sleepy.
be back stronger than ever next season. Just unfortunately not this weekend, but we're still in contention with Marco Silva. We all know Marco, the other kind of favorite coming into this event, just an incredible player. So he won the Turin Regionals earlier on this season, the first Champions event that we had in Europe. And I don't know what more I need to say about Michael Kelsch. I think Michael has been incredible the last 2-3 seasons since they burst onto the scene, and always performs
about 12
well
inch
at
queen. She's a
world
great
level. And
ruler.
even though they're on the cusp of kind of going out, maybe they're still in the tournament, and that's all Michael needs to push on and just continue on, because they are such a high quality player.
I was gonna say, I always feel like Michael's strongest tournaments are at the World Championship. So even though he is at that critical 2-loss point, I still feel like he has a very strong opportunity to just kind of deal with the pressure and keep going in this field.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Marco and Michael have a lot in common is maybe when they are on that cusp, that X2 record, that's maybe when they're at their best. When they've got everything to play for each and every round, it kind of focuses them almost to push on, and that's what makes them dangerous as trainers for opposition. And I think, you know, they're probably in the perfect position now to carry on and push and try and get into day 2 first, and then see how far they can carry on into the tournament tomorrow.
I mean, even if you're sitting that X2 record, as long as it doesn't hit a 3, you're
I will
still
say,
alive in this
the
thing.
protein yogurt edition was not the play.
Some really, really strong players heading.
It's very much overpowered the waffle.
I feel like it's pretty safe to say that
because there's so much of it.
A lot for Juan Salerno, but
I'm just tasting the protein yogurt, which is nice, but it's not what I wanted.
You go up against the strongest trainers.
Whoops.
And you know, I'm excited to see the bounce back
Live and
next year,
learn.
because he is. Oh man, I'm expecting like that crazy world coming out from him soon.
But we also get to see him bounce back next year, because we're going to be able to see regionals and special event broadcasts from the Latin America regional starting next year, which is going to be so exciting on the Pokemon broadcast channel. So I cannot wait for that.
I don't have any glab jam and stashed away. No, it's expensive, man.
It's unfortunate for Juan. I think having a phenomenal
and because I'm the only one in the house that eats it.
Acquiring so many championship points throughout the year, having incredible finishes. Just
this is
really
mean.
But like you say, Sierra,
and because I'm the only one in the house that eats it, and it comes in a pack of 6, I have to have 6 glab jam to myself, which is a lot of calories. It's like 1,000 calories.
Take the title at the end of the weekend are going to have a hard
time.
Sophie
doesn't like it. It's too sweet for her.
The hardest games that you're going to have in the entire season.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You look at the pairings, you're like, wow, this match is incredible. Oh yeah, of course, they're all going to be incredible. It's the World Championships, and big congratulations to Alexander, who is still in this 2 away from phase 2.
Players to watch, and you're fucking 2 and 4.
Course, making a
it's so mean, isn't it?
Trip over. We still have Nicholas and Joji in the field. 5-1 for Joji Kaida, so 1 away from securing his spot here in phase 2, and for Nicholas Khan as well. It goes back to that previous conversation. As long as you don't have a 3 as that second number, you're still good.
And Nicholas does have that experience to fall back on, and has competed
already
at the
sweet enough already. Can't add any more. It's already top sweetness.
So
yeah,
not
all right.
Something that you can necessarily
Don't tell her
count
that.
out, just like Marco Silva, just like Mikael Kelsch. And I think someone you can still keep an eye on as we go into these final couple of rounds here today.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think you outlined it perfectly, Gabby. I think that's the one thing that Nicholas has got, that experience, the amount of World Championships that they've been at over the years, where they're going to be able to really lean on that in the next couple of rounds to make sure they do make that push to get into day 2, progress, and then put themselves in a really good position.
They're pronouncing Henry wrong. He's Australian. It's Henry.
I mean, every time
Henry,
you see Georgie at big tournaments, they seem to turn up, and they're doing it again here, and what a great way to
I got a bit of the waffle flavour there.
And there's
regret
to lock up day 2 going into this next round.
I think going into the World Championships, there's a couple of regions that were really being talked about, and one that's so talked about every year, but especially this year, at least in my opinion, has been Japan. I feel like when I
had to answer
who I thought was going to be the region most represented in top 8,
Wolfie Glickles versus Jeremy Cote for a winning in.
Across the board, and for Hirofushi, I mean, this is 5-1. Again, you are 1 away, though I am heartbroken that Ko is out. Looking at
Kinroy.
Ko's matches, they were just...
That's a
it
big
was such a
fly.
tough
Go
field. Like, that's just
away.
incredible, and knowing how close they
Ooh.
were. But again, Ko is like, we're waiting for Ko. We're like, we know that he's capable of another one here in the Masters division. Like, I'm excited for that day.
Yeah, and the same thing with Yuma Kinugawa. I mean, this year has really been the first year we've seen Japan compete outside
What is happening?
of their own circuit.
Players
You
to
know, even though
watch.
they can't
0-3
necessarily win
drop.
championship
Bruh.
points, we've seen a lot of these players traveling to international events
That's
just to get the
really
experience
bad.
competing, which has been really exciting.
Bro,
So
keep
I
an eye on
really
this
hope we get to
guy.
see more of that
He
coming
lost
into
3
next
rounds
year.
and
For now,
dropped.
though, Hiroshi, the
That's
reigning
so
Japan national
bad.
champion, it's really great to see him at 5-1, and I really hope we get to see him lock in
Bro.
phase 2 and get to see him compete more in our circuit, because a majority of that tournament, I believe, was best of 1, and we didn't
I like
really
the
get to see
idea of
many
players
best
to
of 3
watch,
games
but I
from
don't
them.
like the
And
idea
that
of let's
finals, like, going
revisit
back
and
to
see if
watch
any
it
of
was
them
just
succeeded.
Incredibly exciting. Like, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most exciting finals we've had in Champions so far, and hopefully we can kind of
Top 8 in Worlds last year, then top 8 again at PJCS, top 4 at NAIC.
Yeah, I think I'm not afraid
Mate,
to say that
you just have a
Ko
bad
is
matchup
my pick
sometimes.
coming
It just
into
gives
this
you a
weekend.
bad
I think they were
matchup.
in such hot form, but again,
Where's my
I don't want to
fucking-
repeat myself, but it just shows the level.
Oh,
of
did I
trainers
run
that
out?
are
I think you ran out.
competing here this
Fuck's
weekend.
sake.
Even the
I
players
keep
of
running
such high
out.
caliber like Ko and like Yuma.
Oh, I want to make some more of that as well,
at
because
that
I'll
point
use
where
that as
they're
the
able
main
to
floor of the
progress
building,
and,
floor of the
but
building.
Hiroshi,
Ugate's
amazing
gone from
results earlier
0-2 to
this
4-2.
season at
That's
the Japan National
wild. What a
Championships,
lad.
and it's exciting to see the Japan national champion doing well coming into the World Championships. And you know they're always the ones that are tipped to maybe win the World Championships. If you win that event, then it goes hand in hand a lot of the time. So we'll see how things play out for the rest of the weekend.
I mean, while we wait for our next Swiss round to be ready, I want to hear about your guys' world experience so far. How you feel like the field is kind of narrowed down, and maybe like your hot take, because I know my prediction to win is out of the tournament. So like, who are we?
Wow.
We're putting you guys on the spot. Who are you?
Go on,
thinking
name and
there?
shame.
For
Go
a
on.
region that's top 8, you know.
I really haven't put much thought into it
Liam
because
has a
I
tip,
wasn't
don't wear
sure
too much
what
cologne.
to expect coming into this
Wait,
tournament.
what
Because
does that
when I
mean?
was like checking, you know, social media, trying to figure out how people were feeling coming into this tournament, I just saw
What do
a
you
lot
mean?
of people like give team. I have no team.
Is
which,
that my what?
Fair, honestly. I
What?
think my gut is
Iron
telling me
tiling,
that
yes.
this is probably going to
Not that
be a
much.
Japan year. I think that
I'm gonna say
traditionally Japan has done a really good
30
job
is
of
too
working
little.
together and coming up with
40.
the best strategies. And I think that given what kind of metagame we're in, this feels a lot like 2015 to me. And I think that
Cologne.
will lend itself to a similar result. I don't think I could pick an individual from Japan who will necessarily win it. But
enough to
that
cover the
is
smell.
what my gut is telling
What
me.
is this? I don't smell. What is this?
Yeah.
I won't put you that much on the
Wait,
spot.
do these
I
not
mean, if you
match?
give me a few more
This is
hours
not-
to like, you know, run the simulation.
Wait until, you know, phase 2 happens.
Yeah,
see
Run
who's
those
on
I didn't
top
say
numbers.
that, but
side, you know,
basically
get
that.
ADHD
yes,
brain? What do you mean
Sunday
ADHD
of the
brain?
game. I'll tell you then. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, just give me until like 2 seconds before the pyrotechnics go off on Sunday, and then I'll tell you.
What does
okay?
this mean? What is this about?
Wrong.
Oh, it's iron wall,
Hey, what
not iron
about you?
tiling. Oh shit.
It's so tough, right? I think there's such great trainers. In
I'm not
every
understanding
region,
any of
but
this.
If I'm
I
really,
watch Oceania
I'm
players
actually,
why not
rather
like
than use
they
my
have
head,
an
use my heart
IC
on this
because
one. I
we
do
don't
think it's
watch
gonna be a
Oceania players
back-to-back
because we don't
in
stream their regionals,
champion.
bro.
Really?
I
We
think
comment above
someone
that.
from NA is going to come out and take it again this year. They never really get tipped to be the region to win Worlds.
What comment
a lot
above
of the
that?
time,
Liam has a
just
tip.
because
Don't wear
it's
too much cologne.
never consistent.
ADHD
really.
brain.
As consistent as maybe Japan. But I
The
do
comment
think
above.
maybe we're gonna
Ugarte has
see
gone
a
from
back-to-back
0-2 to
NA
4-2.
World champion. Will that be the first?
Reload your
Rare,
chat.
of course.
Well,
It is,
yeah.
yeah, the 3 times in a row. So yeah, I couldn't name a player in particular. I think it's too hard at this stage. But I will put my money on NA to win this.
Okay,
What about you as well?
I'm going to take a leaf out of Gabby's book and wait it out because our next batch is actually almost ready. So I am.
I heard
Dave.
tip.
Let's
Thought of your
send it over
penis,
to
but
your
as
casters
tip
to get
is
started with
to
your
not
next
wear
Swiss
too much
round.
cologne.
Saved by the bell to not have to put your money where your mouth is.
Liam has a tip. Do not wear too much cologne.
But don't worry, everybody.
I heard
we
tip.
are almost
I
ready
thought
to
of
go
your
with Swiss
penis,
round
but
number
as
7.
tip
My
is
name
to
Rosemary,
not
once
wear
again
too
joined
much
by
cologne.
Aaron, and I am so excited for
What?
this next match.
That doesn't even make
There's a Pokemon
sense,
that
bro.
I didn't think would make it this far in the event.
What?
It is 1 game away from potentially advancing to day 2 of
I'm
the
glad I'm hearing
competition.
Twitch chat.
And I Was really hoping to see some unique Mega Evolutions in this tournament. It felt like for the most part, top players were gonna.
What are you talking about, man?
The Raptor, Raichu, Swampert, for example. But there's one that it kind of felt like it could be a sleeper pick in Mega Blaziken, and it is sitting here at 5-1,
nice
looking
floor.
to advance the day 2. Has 2 shots, this one and the next one.
Here are our standings before we get a chance to dive deeper into that Mega Blaziken. We have our competitors that are going to be sitting at
Triangle
6-0.
design flooring.
Those players have already locked in their spots in day 2 of our competition, but every win matters. So it isn't just about being
cyber flooring.
We want to maintain the best win-loss record possible to move on to phase 2 and then start to think about that top cut.
Yeah, huge credits to Naoto specifically. I think there's been a lot of talk this tournament about, are we going to see a repeat world champion? And Naoto's quietly been just truly one of the greats in the game, obviously having won the World Championships in 2019, but also played in the 2010 World Championships where he just bubbled out of the top 8, I believe, finishing in 10th or 11th, and then also at a top 4 finish in
after I send a message to make sure it goes through, so
he's been around
it
longer than almost anyone who has played competitive Pokemon VGC. He's back with a vengeance, looking to add another big finish, and he now is guaranteed a spot in day 2. And so, yeah, I definitely have my eyes out. And
actually, maybe
in
I should
particular,
use...
you know, our fellow casters were just analyzing,
maybe
talking about how
like
Japan as a region feels really strong. Well, he's one of the all-time greats from Japan.
And
maybe I do like the Iron Wall.
With him at his winner interview,
Fuck it.
He was still being so humble about it.
Yeah,
It's like, I'm going to do my best. I want to make phase 2 and then kind of try to think about things.
You all should do that more often so it doesn't make Liam seem like he's ignoring you. I like that idea.
One step at a time. But let's take a look now at how some of these pairings have gone
Kaylee
for
Smart.
this round. We've got Filip Wozniak versus Evan Choi.
Why did she say Philip like that? Philip.
So many big names here.
That's his name,
5-1 is a scary place to be because you are so close. You can taste day 2, but you have 2 of the toughest opponents possible ahead of you, right? And so it is not going to be easy for anyone. Of course, if you're sitting at 6-0 like Justin Tang or Antonio Sanchez, feels good, but like you said, Rose, every win today just makes tomorrow that much easier. And if you've got a lot of momentum and you haven't even dropped a game yet, you just want to keep that momentum going.
Maybe I don't.
Try to finish the day strong, for sure.
That extra layer
Sometimes
of security
these
wall.
things can snowball, and so
How'd that work on the app? I'd have to close and reopen. Long, I'd rather think Liam is ignoring me. Wow. I still don't know what you meant. I have no idea.
This one, you said it. Let's talk about it. Mega Blaziken. Aaron, we had Mega Metagross earlier today.
We did.
Mega Blaziken now is going to be on the docket.
There's a Mega Blaziken coming up. What the fuck?
Mega Evolution something maybe you feel like is underrepresented or overlooked?
You just changed chat to top chat, then live chat.
It's a really fair Mega Evolution. I feel like it does a lot of damage, right? And of course it has an incredible ability which allows it to get a free speed boost, allowing it to
Damn it, I don't have enough blocks of Iron Wall
Flare
still.
Blitz, Close Combat, Rock Slide, you just get really good coverage against some of the most popular Pokemon in the
Yeah, I think maybe I didn't need the...
Mega Charizard. It is,
this wall,
I think,
so I'll
a
change
Pokemon
that
that's honestly not the easiest to use because
you can just change it to Metal Wall, can't you? Oh, yeah.
Flare Blitz or Close Combat. Well, if you Flare Blitz, you take a lot of recoil damage. We've seen Swamperts constantly wave crash today on stream, and, you know, even though it does a lot of damage, it also loses a lot of its health. Normally, it will fall quite quickly afterwards. So part of the skill about using Blaziken is how do you pilot it?
Trying to make
Because I think
thoughts
a
it
lot
was
of
no
people wanna
meaning.
lead with it immediately. Maybe you trade one for
it was
one,
about
but if you trade
cologne.
a Mega
I was
Evolution for something that's
confused.
not a
And
Mega
then
Evolution,
Mumbo
it
was like, you
doesn't
need to
feel that great
mask
a lot
the
of
smell.
times.
And I'm like, I don't know what that's about.
Really hard, has great offensive coverage, and
what was my tip about cologne? I don't remember having a tip about cologne.
Well, I'm excited to see it, aren't you? I hope that it makes an appearance in this match as we head down to the stage as both Philippe and Evan get ready to battle each other.
And it's not just Blaziken. We talk about the Fire, Water, Grass Core, and there's a Primarina here, which is not a seen a lot of success or usage so far in this
The only Mega on the team is Blaziken. That is wild.
What's really cool about this team is that you obviously have
the
fair
play.
And the Venusaur.
Fair
you also
play.
have the Torkoal and the Blaziken.
Very
that
confused
allows
at the
you to
end,
play
though.
really quickly on turn 1. But there's also a pretty clear Trick Room core where you've got the Frigoraph, the King Gambit, the Primarina, and the Torkoal. Primarina in particular, a really interesting Pokemon here in this matchup because, of course, it can hit everything on Evan's side for super effective damage, right? And so for Philippe, he's got the potential to just go fast and go hard immediately, or he can just try to set up Trick Room. And I think for Evan, you have to figure out, do I want to deny that Trick Room? Do I want to set up a Tailwind with Aerodactyl? Because actually the Aerodactyl on his side is really threatening with Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat. That threatens Blaziken immensely. But if you Tailwind and you got a Frigoraph on the field and it Trick Rooms on you, well, suddenly the speeds become really awkward.
Kayla, I fucking love that Gervais clip.
Deny that Trick Room from getting
Gave a kidney to my nephew. Oh my god. No, I'm just kidding. He died.
But this King Gambit is actually
awful, but it's the fucking
there isn't really, I think,
straight face of it.
Damage that could be powered behind the Kowtow.
Anyway, we've got a whiskey coming out.
Take this graph down. Maybe you get the Kowtow, you activate the Citrus Berry here, and then how do you follow that up?
That's a great pledge, but you can't in champions because they hate fun.
Philippe's team once again. We've got some unique elements here. Life Orb Primarina. Of course, you can see the natures as well. It's going to be a quiet nature,
he was going to
so
die.
Really wanted to take advantage of that Trick Room.
No, I'm just kidding.
Aqua Jet, which often is valuable in just finishing off Pokemon that are quite low HP.
The delivery is impeccable.
Here on the Venusaur. The Focus Sash is already taken on the King Gambit, and so Aqua gives you
Aqua Jet fucking Primarina is something else. I like that.
And the Torkoal here also has Helping Hand. And so sometimes players like to just run 3 attacks on Torkoal, but Helping Hand means that you can allow things like Primarina to do even more damage under Trick Room.
Imagine how long you have to test to come up with Life Orb Primarina. Yeah, right?
Talk about the super effective damage.
I think we've used Life Orb Primarina before, but we were like, oh, this is crap.
Doesn't have Wide Guard.
Yeah.
So there isn't really a way to actually stop now this water type Hyper Voice from hitting your team.
Exactly, yeah. And there aren't that many great Hyper Voice users, right, in the format to begin with. And certainly
she says Life Orb Primarina is not
a
new tech.
Water type attack. And so I think that's a really great call out. And I think
Kayla used it in Rec H.
Did you see Evan's reaction just now? I think he saw the team and he was like, sorry, what is that? What are those Pokemon? And you know what's also really cool is that this is a solo Mega Blaziken team. It's not a dual Mega team. And so Evan is using kind of one of the standard archetypes that we saw have a lot of success, of course, at the North American International Championship.
It is weird using a very slow team, but having Mega Blaziken who has speed boost
when King Gambit on this team normally is quite speedy. And pay attention to the fact that
fully free from obligations, Worlds has been fucking good.
And so that means that Evan can have a damage advantage, but inability to protect means that
Eric
King
Rios'
Gambit
team?
is vulnerable to getting doubled up into. And crucially, there's a Life Orb Garchomp, which is one of the biggest threats to Blaziken in this format.
I also want to call out that this particular Charizard is one of the original Charizards that we saw. It does have Solar Beam, and so that's going to be a really potent attack into something like that Primarina.
Exactly. I think the leads are going to give us a really good sense of how these games will go, because the thing about Evan's team is you have so much damage across the board, right? Something like Aerodactyl and Garchomp. If you lead Blaziken, Torkoal, well then Evan can just click Tailwind and Earthquake, for example, immediately. So I think for Philippe, it's all about how can you figure out maybe when you can get Farigiraf on the field, potentially set up Trick Room. The awkward thing is if you set up Trick Room, well, Mega Blaziken's obviously not a very great pick, right? And so you have to figure out, if I'm going to set up Trick Room, can I do it, then bring out Mega Blaziken potentially afterwards? But here we go, win and in. The winner of this will move on to day 2 of the World Championships. It's going to be Aerodactyl King Gambit here for Evan.
And it's now going to be the Farigiraf and Blaziken getting revealed here for Philippe.
So Blaziken hits the field immediately. Now this Aerodactyl has the dual Wing Beat. So, of course, you threaten Blaziken immediately turn 1 with something like Mega Evolve, or you have Charizard in the back, you can actually choose to not a Mega Evolve. Just dual Wing Beat the Blaziken immediately. And so, if you're Philippe, the question is, well, do you maybe want to predict that? Like, let's say you think it's going to be dual Wing Beat into Blaziken, Kowtow, Cleave, and a Farigiraf. You could protect the Blaziken or even switch out into, for example, your Torkoal or Primarina. Another thing Evan can do, though, is say, well, Blaziken has the Protector, so I'm just going to Mega Evolve and double up on your Farigiraf turn 1.
It's going to be the Mega Evolution instantly, though, from this Aerodactyl, so that's going to
right, there was the fly landed on my key light, right? I put the cup over the fly. I put the packet on the glass. What glass? No, I put the cup over the fly. I slid the paper under the cup, and I took the fly off of the key light, ready to dispose of.
Evan's nodding, so
then,
my question is
to my surprise,
okay, just a double protect.
Fly lands on the key light. So I go, oh, I didn't catch it. And I open this, and the fly that I did catch flies out again. I can't believe I got fucking duped by a pair of flies. They made me look a right mug. It's unbelievable.
The tricky thing here, I think, is the King Gambit having
Bro, I got baited. I'm fully played. They lived for a day, and they outsmarted me.
If you had Helping Hand, maybe you could thread an Aerodactyl.
37.5 years I've been on this planet.
The tricky thing here is when Blaziken has to pick a target, it is going to be close combat into Aerodactyl. Oh my god!
Straight out to the top of the
jet. I was not expecting that to KO, I'm going to be real.
I mean, that was also without a crit. That was just a raw close combat. And now the King Gambit gets to follow that up with with a kowtow cleave into the Farigiraf, but now all of a sudden there is not enough damage on the board to be able to take out this Farigiraf before it sets up Trick Room.
Well, so that's the interesting thing, right? I think Philippe might have been like, I think you're going to survive this, you're going to knock me out, and then you're going to give me a free switch into Trick Room. Now the awkward thing is, you have Mega Blaziken out while Trick Room is set up. So Mega Aerodactyl is a Pokemon that normally actually has started to invest a lot in HP and like reduces its attack investment there. So I thought it would survive close combat there for sure, but no, it just goes down in one hit. Now, Philippe's not in a bad spot, but you kind of feel like you need to get this Blaziken off the field, right? The Farigiraf, of course, can go for something like a Thunderbolt onto the King Gambit, get an attack off, and break its Focus Sash on the way out. Blaziken, I think, ideally would love to switch out. Primarina is a really great Pokemon to come in if you've got that in the back, but I think this turn for Philippe, it's maybe playing a little bit more defense, and it's actually going to be Farigiraf protecting first, so maybe actually willing to sacrifice that Blaziken.
I think that's kind of okay, or you know, maybe you're baiting out an attack here from the Garchomp.
Brain will not allow
It's actually just a double into the Farigiraf, and so this Blaziken actually gets to fire off in close combat.
And that's so much damage. Mega Blaziken, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships. Feels like it's been a highlight reel for it so far. And of course now you can threaten the Garchomp for a knockout with Farigiraf, with that Psychic as well. And so I think Philippe getting even more than he really was expecting, right? I think the idea there was, okay, you know what, if you knock out my Blaziken, fine. I've got in my Trick Room up, and I think Primarina under Trick Room looks like an absolute monster. But I think right now, that was such a great turn for Philippe. And yeah, this Blaziken really wanting to prove its worth here, bringing him into day 2.
I mean, if you get another turn like that, that might be that King Gambit all the way down to 1 with the Focus Sash, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I think that Philippe at this point has said, you know, I've actually gotten away with a lot. So let's go ahead and make a small adjustment here. Farigiraf, save it for later. That Primarina takes the Kowtow Cleave instead, which will definitely take that a lot better. As the Stomping Tantrum now comes out and finishes off the Blaziken, but it's already dealt out a lot of hurt to Evan's team.
Yeah, the main thing I was kind of curious about there was the speed interaction between Farigiraf and King Gambit, right? Because I think if Farigiraf there maybe could have just stayed in, gone for a Psychic to knock out Garchomp, and Blaziken could have knocked out King Gambit. Either way, though, now this is kind of the Trick Room dream where you have the Torkoal and the Primarina position next to each other. The main thing is that Mega Blaziken has gone down, and there are only 2 turns of Trick Room left. However, King Gambit crucially cannot protect itself, right? And so Torkoal plus Primarina here have a super free Eruption. Garchomp's going to switch out. Primarina could either Hyper Voice or Moonblast, which I think is probably just a little bit better, and Gambit will fall.
It's going to be the Sucker Punch first, though, so it will mitigate some of this Torkoal's damage output, as Eruption is based on the amount of HP that the Pokemon has left. But that's still going to bring the King Gambit down to its Focus Dash. As that Sun-boosted, Charcoal-boosted Eruption still does a lot of work. A follow-up here for the Primarina to use Moonblast, so it isn't going to get hurt by its own partner's weather setting. And that finishes off the King Gambit for good.
Yeah, the question, though, is I think Evan has managed to weather the storm of Trick Room, right? There is only going to be 1 turn left after this. So Garchomp can come in, you can protect both of your Pokemon, and then Trick Room has concluded. This Garchomp took a lot of damage, but it hasn't fainted, right? And it's 17%. There's also that Aqua Jet on Primarina. The sun is up, so it's not going to do that much damage, but after Garchomp takes 1 more hit of Life Orb, then surely I think an Aqua Jet will finish it off. And so for Evan, he's managed to probably get through the Trick Room, but oh man, it's going to be really close. The Torkoal, of course, also has Helping Hand. I don't think Helping Hand Aqua Jet is KOing a 17% Garchomp in Sun, but yeah, Evan now really has got to rely on the speed advantage after stalling out this last turn of Trick Room.
Don't watch Worlds, they don't watch Liam Hunt flies.
For the protect, and see if the Garchomp ends up following that up.
Look at the Lapras mascot.
The final turn of Trick Room stalled. Then you do have to think about, you know what, I don't know, Aaron. I'm not really willing to put it on, you know, Aqua Jet not getting the KO after we saw the close combat. One shot the Aerodactyl.
The sun is up. Primarina's attack is not that great. So this turn is really interesting. You know, let Sylveon just protect it, right? And so the Garchomp isn't going to want to click Earthquake because otherwise you're going to damage yourself. I think if you're Philippe, what you can do is protect the Primarina, switch Torkoal out into Farigiraf so that Garchomp eats that extra tick of Life Orb, then Aqua Jet can finish it off, right? And so feels like the most logical play. Otherwise, you are vulnerable to just eating up something like a Stomping Tantrum and a Hyper Voice or even Hyper Beam. The Garchomp here does not have Rock Slide. I think, actually, if it had Rock Slide plus Hyper Voice is also something you can consider clicking. So it's really tense, and actually no switch into the Farigiraf. Primarina is just willing to protect, saying, I want to conserve that Farigiraf, and it is Stomping Tantrum into the Torkoal.
All right, that's enough to get the knockout there and bring Philippe down to just 2 Pokemon remaining in this first game. So we have a true
Torkoal is
2v2.
down.
Garchomp with that light
Pre-Marina
recoil
said.
gets taken down to 7%.
Awoo.
Maybe
Oh.
now we
No,
can
that
actually
was
start to
fucking
think about
Sylveon
that
saying
aqua
awoo.
jet health as that Farigiraf
Okay.
does have to come back out.
Yeah, but is there
Choreograph
enough
the
damage?
Scholar.
Right? I think Evan has done a really
Ain't no party like
fantastic
a
job
choreograph
here
party.
of positioning his damage dealers outside of that Trick Room. So now you
Willy
have
from
Aqua
side
Jet
to
threat into the
side.
Garchomp. Garchomp could try to predict it, go for a protect. Sylveon then could go for a Hyper Beam, one-shot the Primarina. You could also just go for a Hyper Voice here. Primarina's Moonblast is also quite powerful into Sylveon. Garchomp protects! Is there a read here?
Oh, if it's not going to be the Aqua Jet, and it is, that's going to get negated by that protect. And so that's going to be one source of damage that you won't be able to get down this turn, but Hyper Voice can't get the KO
Trick
on
Room!
either. So Trick Room goes up, Primarina has the speed advantage.
Yeah, it feels like that could have been a Hyper Beam into Primarina instead, right? You get the knockout there, but that Trick Room might just be enough because now Primarina will be able to get a Moonblast off into the Sylveon. So then the question is, can that get a knockout? You know, do you target the Garchomp with the Farigiraf going for a Psychic into it, or do you double up onto Sylveon? Oh my goodness, what a clutch Trick Room
no quick
and a
attack
clutch
because of
survival
Giraffe.
by Farigiraf. I think if it were Hyper Beam coming out onto the Primarina, that likely would
That's
have been game over.
proper
It's gonna be
checkmate there.
Primarina actually going for the
why?
protect, though. Okay.
Why?
Maybe just hoping the Farigiraf can get a little more damage, but it's actually just going to be
The
a
double protect. Yep, scout out for an opposing protect on the opposing end. Makes total sense.
Slays out the sun as well.
Yep.
So that would be really nice if you do want to actually hit a Hyper Voice with your own Primarina later. Or the Aqua Jet, but it was the Earthquake! So the Garchomp is actually going to hurt its partner Sylveon!
I think Earthquake was like the only move you could have used anyway.
Oh,
that's bad.
Yeah, that is going to be a double KO, but it was a good effort.
Bro.
Because you can see there, Evan was kind of banking on there being a position where you can get the double KO with the Earthquake, but also if
That's
Garchomp
mad.
and the Sylveon actually are on the
Incredible
end of an
play.
attack, they're going down anyway.
Yeah, I want to explain that turn because I'm sure a lot of people are like, what in the world did he just do? Why did he do that? And I think basically the hope there is that the Primarina Moonblast into Sylveon and Psychic goes into the Sylveon, right? Because Sylveon obviously with a Hyper Voice is just so threatening. So if you think the double up's going to go into that slot,
Absolute read. Hello, Molly. How you doing? Gorgeous. What's happening?
Yeah, I think this game was really interesting because I felt like Philippe actually had a pretty huge advantage after Blaziken got that free attack off, but then Farigiraf switched out, and the Garchomp actually like,
How
got
you
a
doing,
couple of extra
Gel?
turns, managed to weather the storm with Trick Room. That early game damage was really important though. And can we just point out the fact once again that we saw Mega Blaziken just one-shot Mega Aerodactyl with close combat? Like that is a neutral
Bruh.
attack.
That was awesome. I mean, it just gives me so much
What
hope
you been up
that
to?
there's still more to this regulation.
I'm
to
alright.
be
Ate too much for
explored.
dinner.
We
Oh
do get a chance
no!
to see such unique Pokemon being used.
You stuff.
But just playing through the rest
What'd
of
you have?
this, I think just the fact that Philippe did end up
It's
setting
important.
up that second Trick Room, it was a missed opportunity, I think, from Evan, as you mentioned, maybe get that Hyper Beam instead.
See if anyone's done some wins.
Margins felt really, really thin there, right? And so I think if you go back to the drawing board, you've seen, okay, well, double protect is a possible play. Close combat also can knock out my Aerodactyl. So if you're Evan,
Joseph
you can
Ugarte
consider
is
playing a little
5
bit
and
more
2. What the
defensively,
fuck?
right? For example,
Girl dinner?
Aerodactyl, if you think it's going to go...
Not the
heat
kind of
up
stuff
with
I
close
like to be.
combat,
Hey,
potentially
as the Brits say,
switching with
picky
Sylveon,
bits.
for example. I really liked
Is
the
that
overall
picky
game
bits?
plan there, which was let me use Blaziken in the early game to immediately get some knockouts, and as it fades, I get my
Chicken
Trick Room
nuggets.
up. Primarina under Trick Room is an absolute beast, right?
Yeah,
We're able to do a lot
Ugarte's
of
gone
damage
from
in that
2 and
one.
2 to 5 and
Part of
2.
the other
That's
thing is if you're,
mad.
do you ever consider
With the
switching to Mega
submarine run,
Charizard
the
instead,
underdog.
right, instead of that Aerodactyl, but I don't know. Even though Aerodactyl did get one-hit KO'd in that last game, like it still feels
Alex
better than
Underhill's 5 and 2.
Charizard,
Marco
honestly.
Silva's 5 and 2. He's still in
Charizard
it.
Doesn't really have the best offensive matchup into
Yo.
the Mega Blaziken. So lots that both players can do right now. Garchomp as a lead, I think, is also another powerful adaptation.
Crazy.
Something like Charizard, Garchomp.
Zachary
actually
Weed,
could
6
put on
and
a lot of
1.
Pressure into Farigiraf and Blaziken, which we just saw. Now,
Taron,
first,
6
you
and 1.
threaten with the Rock Slide immediately on a Charizard, but
Did we say
Charizard's
Geo was
really
out? He was,
physically
wasn't
bulky these days, so I'd actually expect it to potentially survive. And if you survive, well, then.
Oh no,
you
Giovanni
retaliate back with
Chiske's
like a
4 and
Weather Ball
2.
and an Earthquake, for example.
Chiske's
And
on
I'm
the
not
up.
gonna get the same type of attack bonus there for the Blaziken either
That's
for
right.
that side, so I feel like that is.
Yeah, I think
in
when we last
favor
checked
of
on
the
him, he was
Charizard
2 and 2, and we're like,
surviving that attack,
ooh.
but
Yeah,
we'll
now
just
he's 4 and
find out.
2.
Looks like our competitor's getting ready for game number 2. As a reminder, Philippe
Full
wins
Chewers
this
4 and
next
2.
game. He has secured a spot in Phase 2 of the World Championships, but Evan will still have one more chance with round number 8.
Let's see. I'm just so thrilled to see Mega Blaziken on this stage and for the work that it put in. Someone's
was
got to run
that
the numbers
nose
on close combat
action
on
then? That was
Aerodactyl.
odd.
like I said, you know, I was expecting to survive just because Aerodactyls, I feel like, normally have a fair bit of HP and defensive bulk. And so, yeah, to see it just an immediate one hit without a critical hit to start off the set, absolutely exhilarating. And I think if you're Evan, you also have to respect some other lead mix-ups, right? Like Blaziken plus Torkoal is one where you can double protect on turn 1, Sun is up, and then on turn 2, you've got that helping hand pressure from Torkoal. Torkoal's damage is actually, it's like a really good Pokemon into King Gambit, because King Gambit can Sucker Punch or Kowtow for 30 or 40%.
I'm not like Asmongold, I can't just have insects crawl over me as I stream.
That's another lead. Of course, there's the Torkoal Venusaur lead as well, which pressures with immediate sleep powders, right? So a lot of combinations.
We have seen Sleep Powder be like the hidden final boss
Let's
in some of
go.
these games. Let's see what is in store for us in the second one, though, as we see Aerodactyl and Garchomp for Evan this time. And it's going to be the Farigiraf and Blaziken once again for Felice.
Yeah, so I think the Garchomp makes a lot of sense here because of how much offensive pressure it exerts, right? You can immediately go for Earthquake. That'll do just basically immediate knockout onto Blaziken, get a lot of damage onto Frigiraf as well. The other thing
Milo
here
just
is,
jumped a
of
bit in his
course,
sleep.
Okay, it is going to be Blaziken Mega Evolving, so I was going to say Aerodactyl here can choose not to Mega Evolve, and then that way you have the Unnerve active, so Citrus Berry on Frigiraf doesn't activate.
Blaziken didn't have Protect. I would have gotten my Mega goes down immediately after Mega Evolving Bingo space, bro. Detect again.
And not Aerodactyl on this first turn. Double Protect, though. Going to be able to scout out for Protects on the other side, and maybe we end up seeing something like a
Dual Wing Beat.
It's going to be the Aerodactyl trying to go for the Dual Wing Beat. See if that plus the follow-up of the Earthquake damage from the Garchomp would be enough to get the KO.
Yeah,
be careful with your Earthquakes, mate.
Makes a ton of sense once again. Let me just get my speed boost. Evan's response there would be to Tailwind, but are you really going to Tailwind in front of a Farigiraf with Trick Room, right? That is such a hard
So now,
to make. And
Aerodactyl Protects, expecting to be one-shot by close combat.
Blaziken is exerting that close combat pressure. No
close combat
protect,
into
no
Garchomp,
switches.
yeah.
It's actually close combat into Garchomp, probably predicting
That's
the
what I thought.
Aerodactyl this time to protect her switch.
Because I thought the
That's a lot
Aerodactyl
of
would
damage
protect.
Here, but I think Evan will get a decent trade in return.
I think so. Dual Wing Beat connects onto the Farigiraf, but that's actually not going to do enough, it feels like. I think this Farigiraf, even if there's going to be that
Protect
follow-up
is such a
from
fun
the
move to
Earthquake,
imagine.
you're
You're just
going to
watching
be able
like,
to get off something like a Trick Room or just an attack outright. Blaziken goes down, but this time I think Philippe is much happier with this outcome if the Farigiraf does set up Trick Room.
Exactly, because now you get that free switch in. Pre-Marina, I think, incredibly powerful to bring out right now. The big question I have is there a Charizard in the back? You would think so, right? Because I think...
Yeah, just detecting an Earthquake and just being like, dodge.
The Unnerve, but if you're not going to get the knockout anyway, you might as well go for the Mega just for, you know, a stronger damage output there. And so Pre-Marina does come in, and I think Pre-Marina looks so good on paper into Evan's team. So even though, of course, Mega Blaziken's really
riding
flashy,
the protection.
it's,
That's such a tiny Prima!
The
baby!
It's actually Pre-Marina that feels like it is immensely difficult to deal with. And so now Evan has to go through all 4 turns of Trick Room, right? You can obviously go for a double protect and make a swap, but Hyper Voice here right now is just so powerful. There's nothing that resists water type damage on this team.
You just have to take that, and you don't want to switch Charizard into that. I think it actually just paints. So you have to find a way, maybe through a double protect here from the Aerodactyl plus the Garchomp. See if you can make your way through this. But it's going to be the Aerodactyl that actually protects.
Oh.
It's going to be the only one. So as Hyper Voice comes out from this,
the other thing was keep the Citrus Berries going off, methinks. Eventually.
Another Pokemon gets to take its place. Maybe it's going to be something like the Sylveon. We'll be able to stand up at least a little bit taller with that natural special defensive ball.
Oof,
yeah,
Thunderbolt.
I think it could be Sylveon. I think Charizard actually now does get the opportunity to switch in and Mega Evolve. And once you Mega Evolve, there it is.
Yeah.
Turns on the Sun, and suddenly Hyper Voice is less powerful. Now, Hyper Voice plus Thunderbolt.
Yeah, they did think it was odd, and they were right.
I would expect it to knock out the Aerodactyl even in Sun. The Charizard here, as you pointed out, Rose, is the Solar Beam set. It's the standard set. If it were Ancient Power, I think it would be in really, really bad shape. Solar Beam will do a lot, and every time Pre-Marina attacks, it's also going to take a fair bit of damage from that Life Orb, right? So
some would say
right
10%.
now, if you're Philippe, you have a pretty safe play, which is just going for Hyper Voice and Thunderbolt, and you can double up onto the Aerodactyl slot, try to eliminate that immediately.
Unnerve is just a happy
you
accident.
Could also double up on Charizard, but I'm not confident that Hyper Voice and Thunderbolt, despite both being super effective, will get the knockout.
Farigiraf's damage either surprises me in how much it's going to do, or it's underwhelming. But we see the Charizard Mega Evolve and set the Sun, and then protect itself.
Mate.
So unfortunately, the Aerodactyl, doing it on the previous turn, doesn't want to risk failing a double protect, so it just has to take the Hyper Voice. It is still like 60% in the Sun. But is there going to be a Thunderbolt follow-up from this Farigiraf that will
that Life Orb only took 9%.
Oh, great protect.
Yeah, really nice play. I gotta say though, wow, this Dual Wing Beat, not really that strong, but manages to, get the extra attack off there with Aerodactyl, stall to turn a Trick Room, and Now, you also eat up a little bit more life orb damage with that Primarina, right? So Primarina
Yeah, it looks
attacks
so
again
sad.
with a
Yeah,
Hyper
it's
Voice
really
would be a
not hitting the way it
71%.
should.
Question is then, can a Charizard finish it off with
I wonder
that
if that's in
Solar Beam?
exchange
So,
for some extra
nice call
bulk.
by Evan there. I think Frigoraph had the safe Thunderbolt into Aerodactyl, but in Fleep's size, well, Aerodactyl is not really that big of a threat anyway, right? I mean, it
Do you think
basically did,
Aerodactyl
like,
could
15-20% there.
Could go for the wide
Rock Slide might have been
guard?
nicer to get some extra chip damage on a Primarina, but it's
That's an
actually
interesting
Primarina
choice.
swapping out for Torkoal right now.
Hey, so maybe Torkoal going to be a better Pokemon to take something like
Oh.
a Solar Beam, but that's actually not what's going to happen on this turn because
I mean,
Evan is
Torkoal
also
loves
going
that.
to make an adjustment, bringing the Kingambit out as Aerodactyl protects itself. So Kingambit has to take some damage here maybe from the Thunderbolt as the Farigiraf does still target down that slot, hoping it was
And
the
it can't suck a
Charizard.
punch because
That's gonna
Giraffe.
be a good amount.
Yeah, but I think if I'm Fleep, I'm pretty happy about that turn, right? I managed to switch Torkoal in for free. Like, the Aerodactyl could have clicked Rock Slide there. I think Fleep's idea was let me get damage onto a Charizard. I don't want my Primarina to just get knocked out this
His
turn.
last turn of Trick
Aerodactyl
Room,
will
you're right.
protect now, but the King Gambit, of course, is just going to get obliterated by Torkoal here.
Yeah, there's just not a great way to save yourself from a full-powered eruption from this Torkoal.
Bro.
So Kingambit, unfortunately, has to sacrifice itself for the second game. Trick Room is almost over, but Evan only has 2 Pokemon remaining to keep himself in this.
Yeah, and the other thing is Sun is slowly expiring, right? If you manage to make it out of the Sun,
Yeah, I think Evan
that
kinda has
Primarina
it.
cannot be hit by that
Yeah.
Charizard, right? I mean, you can
Zard just needs to protect now.
There's only 2 turns left, right? And so can Primarina potentially just clutch this out in the end game? I feel like that is what Philippe was playing for, and I think to get that knockout on King Gambit, to not lose Farigiraf or Torkoal, puts
Ed
them in a
Asner's
nice
gone? Oh,
position, but of
bless
course, right now,
him.
like you said, Trick Room and that speed advantage going more in Evan's favor.
Oh.
And so things feel really tense right now. Feeling like Primarina has an advantage in this endgame.
I was going to say, I think I
There's so
thought it was
much
from
damage
Elf.
on the board if you go with something like a Rock Slide and even just like a Heat Wave. Maybe this Torkoal gets softened up enough that you're able to withstand another eruption. So that Rock Slide is going to bring this Torkoal down to about 60%. We'll see the follow-up here from the Charizard if it can do it. It's a weather ball, and so, okay,
Didn't he pass a
great
couple of
call
years
there
ago?
to ignore the protect on that
Yeah, he
Torkoal.
did. Ed Asner
And it
died in
actually does
2021.
just get knocked
Wait.
outright.
Oh, that was close. I think Evan was not confident
Yeah.
that was going to KO, right? Especially after that
You're 5
Rock Slide
years
damage.
too
So
late.
Now Primarina
The
will
fuck?
come in. It can protect, obviously, to stall out the last turn of Sun. I just don't think
29th
Life
of
Orb
August,
just doing
2021.
40% to Aerodactyl, even outside of Sun. It's a super effective attack, and the Aerodactyl doesn't appear to be bulky, but this is a Primarina using a physical attack that we're talking about. So Farigiraf does get the double protect, though, okay?
Oh,
Yeah, don't worry,
okay.
Cyber
And
King.
so
He's
that's
he's
going
been
to
cold
save it
for a
from the
while.
Final turn of Sun, Primarina protecting himself as
I
well.
don't know if
just
Prima can do this on her
before
own.
anything
Not with the sun up.
unnecessary. But once the Sun disappears, still I think have to worry about like a Charizard trying to go for Heat Wave.
You probably saw her 5 years ago today.
Solar
We
Beam
lost
will
tweet.
come out, won't do anything, and that is going to be
Yeah,
the
probably,
end of
'cause it was
Sun.
5 years
So
ago
now
today.
Aerodactyl can Rock Slide, or it could try to protect potentially. Charizard could just go for, like you said, a Heat Wave. You go for Weather Ball, it's a very weak attack.
It makes me laugh when stuff like
when
that
it's not
happens, because
boosted
it's
by
like,
the weather,
oh,
but
so
at
you were
least it's
following his career
accurate.
closely.
Here's the Aqua Jet. Is it enough to get the knockout? It is! Primarina
Bro.
That is a huge knockout. Okay, we're never underestimating Primarina again because that was a clutch KO. And also
Citrus
now
Berry.
that the Unnerve is off the table, this Farigiraf can finally have its Citrus Berry snack it's been waiting for.
No, mate. No.
So this Farigiraf sets up Trick Room for free. And
No,
it feels
say it
over
with me now.
Disgusting!
Oh my god. Yeah, forfeit.
6-1, takes
Fucking hell.
Blaziken and Life Orb Primarina.
That's
to day 2 of the Pokemon World
disgusting.
Championships in a format where so many teams feel hyper optimized and use the relative same pool of Pokemon.
Madness.
It is Mega Blaziken
Idiots
and
messing me up.
Primarina
I hate when they
in
do
round
that.
7
Just like when they
that
post a
moves
great out picture of Tom
And what
Baker.
a cool way to be able to win a match on stream as well.
Nice.
Just in so much style.
What
I
the
love that we got a
fuck,
chance
man?
to see just great highlights of both of these Pokemon in action. One hit knockout.
Wolf
from the
Glick
close
won, he's
combat
still in,
into
5 and 2.
Aerodactyl. The Aqua Jet KO to take 40% off of an Aerodactyl.
Mikhail Kelch is still in 5 and 2. Oh, that wound me right up. I need to wee-wee real quick, because that's pissed me right off, so now I need to
in
piss.
game 1 and then also fainted to Primarina in game 2. Even with no bulk, I was like, oh, 40%, that's so much health, right? But wow, Primarina clutches it out. And just so fun to see these Pokemon being utilized. And that game was really tense because it was, like I was saying, like if you saw the sun, well, Primarina just 1v1 Charizard. So I know the double miss there in the end was quite dramatic, but even if Heat Wave double hits, Farigiraf faints, Trick Room doesn't get set up, you would need a burn. Like that would be your win condition on a Primarina, and then like a double protect or triple protect potentially. But yeah, the miss just obviously immediately allows Philippe to win the game.
Oh, just so cool to be able to see this composition come to the forefront. I was wondering if we would see the Venusaur, because the other thing I was thinking is, what if you just let Evan set the sun for you? And then the Venusaur comes in, and you're able to just put things to sleep. But Philippe showed us you didn't need the Venusaur in order to win the game. Just had to make sure that you got your Trick Room up in the right conditions.
I just think it's so cool to see how that team functions, right? Because I think on paper, you look at it and you're like, I don't get it. Like, Mega Blaziken's really fast, the rest of your team is really slow. Like, how does this really work, right? But Philippe showed us it's me just getting a ton of damage off with Blaziken in the opening turns. Now, what makes it so liable is if you just close combat into a protect or a switch, right? For example, we saw close combat into Garchomp. Garchomp protects there, Aerodactyl goes for dual wing beat on a Blaziken. It's a very different story, but what allowed Blaziken to really thrive in this one, and that's why I call it a fair Pokemon, right? Because most of the time you're clicking a single target attack into one specific slot. If your opponent protects or switches, well, it can be a huge swing, but Blaziken, I feel like, got more than it really would have wanted in that game, which was a knockout onto Aerodactyl, close combat into Garchomp, both in games 1 and games 2, which really weakened it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just so cool to see a Pokemon that, you know what, that Mega Evolution has been around for a while, but I think this is really the first time I'm looking at it. I'm like, hey, that looks really good. But I cannot wait to see how far Philippe can take this. I know this is such a stellar win, and so let's hear from Philippe on how he's feeling after this match win.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Philippe, who has just punched his ticket into phase 2 of the tournament. Congratulations. I know you're a little shaky, but how are you feeling?
It's amazing. I really can't believe it. I was only aiming to compete at the World Championships, and make day 2 here, it's just great.
I mean, your team is absolutely incredible. Mega Blaziken on a Trick Room team. What is the inspiration behind it?
Actually, the inspiration was Wolf Glick's Regulation I team with Koraidon and Lunala, which I got my best results this season. So the plan is, I probably shouldn't tell it, but use Mega Blaziken early on with enormous offensive pressure, and then let it die because it's just really frail, and get a free switch on the Trick Room, and then just go from there.
You mentioned to me before we started this interview that you had a lot of help from your friends. Did they help you build and test this team?
Yeah, exactly. I would like to thank all of them, especially Ducky, who found the prototype for the team, helped me prep a lot, found a lot of useful stuff. Itchak, who has found a really secret tech for the Venusaur, Naret, who's staying with me here, Josip, who has also helped me, and everybody in the Polish community, Polska Górom.
Oh shit, I'm missing the interview.
All right, well, I don't want to let you go just yet because we have to talk about your run so far today. I mean, this is the first time we've seen you. Tell us about your matches so far.
I think the Primarina would
play
easily
as many
survive
non-EU players because it's the World Championships. I can play EU players at home.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say die. I got told off for saying my belly bot will end
Japanese
you.
Players. One of them was Shoma Honami, which I managed to win, which is also incredible for me.
Darway's finally on stream.
It's just been really great. I hope I surprised all of them with my team, and I guess I did because I'm here.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, going into tomorrow in phase 2, are you going to be doing any preparations tonight, you think? Are you going to just try to get a good night's sleep? Do you have a game plan?
No, probably just a good night's sleep and celebration with my friends, which came here as well.
For sure. I know you already gave some shout-outs, Philippe, but is there anybody else you'd like to say hello to who might be watching?
Yes, I would like to say hello to my fiancée Veronika, who is probably asleep right now because it's middle of the night in Poland, but she has helped me emotionally a lot. She has put up with me being really not good in the household or very stressed, but she was very considerate and helped me a lot. So thank you, Veronika.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on making phase 2 of the competition. Best luck in the final round of Swiss. And for everybody watching at home, we're going to be taking a quick break before we get into our final round of Swiss, so please stay tuned.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side, we've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh. Hey, how's it going?
Got one of them. I also learned a really good trick that I didn't know that this cup is ideal for.
Bring it
so
in
when
close
you
here.
track the
I want
fly,
you to take a look at this for everyone
you
at
hold
home.
the cup
This is a
and go like that,
fantastic piece.
you can
This
hear
is
it
the beautiful
hitting
Sableye
the
we have
cardboard
right here.
and then
Without
falling
question,
and hitting the bottom of the
one
cup
of the
again.
finest we
If
have.
you do that
Beautiful,
enough times,
sparkly.
it knocks
We
it
have
the
the
fuck
Eevee
out.
right next to it, and finally the Jigglypuff.
And then you can deal with
Very
it.
nice collection.
I gotta make a flycatcher mouse tool like I did. What's that?
The official match.
Yo, hit me up with that.
Limit one per customer,
Where's the other
but I
one?
count
There
as
was
two
two.
customers,
I
so I
almost
will
caught
take
them
two.
both in the same cup.
No?
It was amazing. Like I almost.
Pikachu.
But now I've put the fear in the other one. The other one's now scared. The other one knows. Although he did try and wake up and fly away, so I whipped him with the cardboard. Like proper was whipping at him.
We've now
and
transitioned from the
I
World
whipped him
Championships to the
when he was like
XP area.
kind of over the
Space
bath
theme,
plug hole,
extremely
and he
cool,
went
in my
through one of the little
opinion,
circle
cooler than
holes
the World
in the
Championship
bath-
area. I'm probably
in the
not
bath
supposed to
plug.
say that. Let's do
So
some
he just
pop outs.
It made the most satisfying noise as it went through.
Okay,
Extendable back
Get a
strap,
picture of me with
scratcher
the
plus
Umbreon.
Pokemon card wrapped in one layer of paper towel and a strip of packing
There you
tape.
get it. The World Championship playmat and bag. Also limit one. These are different
Sexy
though, so
granny.
I can take them. Yes? Yes. I got a yes. Place
Double
is
threat.
popping.
Go.
Beautiful. Special.
Old
Elegant. One of them's going on a trip. One of them's
It's
blasting
annoying
off.
because I
Another
don't
one would
normally
be
get
in
flies
the
in my office,
spaceship.
so it's a fucking
I
big
think I
wind-up
like
when they do
Kirlia the
turn up.
best. I have been excited to
Normally
see this
don't
the
venture this
entire
far
time.
in.
This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here.
I just got to figure out where that
It's beautiful.
fucker is.
It's special.
Fuck the
I'm not
Mac is
exactly
ridiculous
sure where I
overused
can wear it,
cardboard.
except
Oh, Spragle!
everywhere, and I want it
Good to see
very
he's still
bad.
employed.
I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Oh my days. Spaceman Pikachu is adorable. Space Girl. This shit busted. Can the way back unless he moves to another game, yeah. My name is Jeff. Oh, I could do some Pockapia. Real quick. No! I love the idea of that, Liam. I could do some Pokopia to close this game. Yeah, this is fine. I need some kind of fencing put around here. Probably. Just to about there. Nope. Down. Like an iron fence. You iron the fence. Bam, 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 bam. What would look good? Not iron support. I don't think the arch fencing would be nice. Oh my lord. Yeah. Can't use harbour poles. Maybe I will use the arch fencing. Maybe it was cute. It's not going to be. Could have iron enclosure or metal fencing. Metal fencing's fine. Yeah, why not? Let's go. Four, five, look at that. Then nobody falls down. But I do wonder if I want to make it another level. In which case, where do they start from? They start from 2 in, right? Because realistically, I could make another floor. That'd be sick. Oops. Not like that, though. I'm falling. Give me that back. Thank you. That's it. Flush. Because then you can use the... Not the iron tiling. Where the fuck have I got? Oh my god, I've hit sea level.
And we're back, trainers, here, going into round 8 of the Pokemon World
Oh, that's kind of sick though, but the rest of my building will be above ground. I like that.
Another little spin
above the water line.
Here. And we're just having a fantastic time. What a great match that we just featured on stream with Philippe winning with a Pokemon I don't think that many of us had on our bingo cards here coming into the World Championships. I don't know if we need to update our predictions like Mega Blaziken looking so strong, right?
I was going to say, Ben, I didn't know if you were talking about Mega Blaziken or Primarina, because neither of those were on my bingo card, but we got to see both, and they both clutched up in games 1 and 2, respectively.
Little column A, little column... I mean, even the Torkoal as well, right?
Yeah.
It is like one of the strong Pokemon. It's not... You know, it doesn't have as many wings as Charizard, but it's still bringing the sun. It's still putting up a lot of damage.
So flying before
I think we've seen such a... We've been so lucky, I think, in the tournament so far. We've seen such a great variation of teams and people really trying to take a swing at the format and really try to do something maybe a little bit different.
Hello,
rather than
Dobe.
coming in
Why, what's
just
happening,
with the
Dobe? What's going on with you today? What's happened?
I think what we need is a section for like our underrated picks. I think that would be it. It's like the spice we think is going to be brought to the tournament. So maybe we'll have to think about that for next time.
Okay, we'll add it to the list. Let's have a little catch up with our world champions that are competing this weekend as well. See how they're getting on so far.
Oh, no, don't see how they're getting on.
We saw them on stream a little bit earlier. They were having a great start to the tournament.
Sajan's
hasn't worked out quite in their favor, unfortunately, for them going 3-4 so far.
out.
But a good opportunity last
Eduardo
round of
Cunha's
Swiss
out.
to make that even in this World Championships.
I mean, that would just still be such an impressive result. I think looking across the board at some of the competitors that we saw at 0-3, 1-3, kind of slowly trickling out of the tournament, there were a lot of big names down there. So I think if you can say that you finished 4-4, you got to be really happy with a result like that.
Bruh.
Especially with
the
the caliber
tank
that
is
we've
full
seen
and I'm having car issues all day with the car. My boss just sold me. Oh,
who we know is in the field and playing their tournament. So looking a little bit further, we got Shoma, who I was able to have a little catch up to with yesterday, saying like, I asked him whether or not he thought Charizard was going to win the tournament as a little bit of a hot take, and he said, I'm running Charizard and I will win, so yes. Charizard is going to be winning, still in contention there at 5-2 alongside Wolf Glick, running a little bit of a different iteration on a sand composition with Megastar Raptor.
That team was really
Ruiz
cool.
in the mix as well. Two of these world champions have already punched the ticket to day 2 in Naoto and Shohei, of course, 2 of our Japanese world champions. Shohei, I believe, lost round 1 and just won every game after that. And so just another phenomenal performance by him. He's one of the most consistent players on the world stage and just constantly delivers. And Naoto, I think I feel like it's been a while since we've gotten the chance to see him play, especially on stream. And he had a very nice win in his win and in and has just been a top force. I think I was seeing him, I think, tweet earlier this morning. He was like, I'd just be really happy to make it to day 2, but I'm sure now he's looking for more.
Yeah, it's like when you get to that stage and you're thinking like, okay, coming in, this is going to be a tough event, right? And then it all sort of lines up for you. You make it for that thing and you think, hang on a second. What if I can get to after day 2?
Exactly.
I start to wait in a little bit, but everybody's still having great results on the day. But I think definitely looking at Shoma, Wolf, Paul, can they get the final win in this final round of Swiss to punch their tickets too?
And we know that they're capable of doing it, right? All of these trainers have been in those pressure situations before, right? All of them are capable of doing it. It's just, we've got a few trainers that are in contention that just have to carry on winning, and winning is what these trainers are good at.
It's also just, again, so hard. It is the World Championships. Every single matchup is one that you could see being at the finals of a stage like this. And so thinking about that and knowing the schedules that some of these competitors have had, I'm just very impressed.
This is my home.
hoping and cheering for them.
This is my little
So
house.
let's have a little look.
A little
going on from our
laboratory-looking
World
house
Championships with
thing.
world champions that are competing this weekend. Let's have a little bit of a
Isn't
look
it
back.
sweet?
Now we're going into round 8. We've seen loads of
Although I think
different
I've
teams on
watched it
streams.
a
We've
bit,
seen
and I
loads of
don't quite
different
know how.
players. Let's have a little reminder of the
we go up
usage
here.
across the tournament there. King Gambit,
guess
this
it's
is
'cause
the
of the way
top
my
12
stairs are, but,
overall
like-
usage, regardless of if they're Mega
Yeah.
Pokemon or not. King Gambit, Charizard, Incineroar. I don't think any of us were surprised to see them on
Stairs
the
from
top
here.
pedestal. But I feel
And
like
there's
we've seen a
this,
lot of
and
different variations
Oh.
of Pokemon, different variations
Wait.
of teams that aren't on this graphic
Stairs
as well.
and here.
I mean, yeah, we had
Which is
Swamper, we
similar
had
to the
Cleaver,
way that one's
we
laid out,
had
but there's a bit of a
Hydreigon,
discrepancy, but-
of course, Mega Blaziken, and Primarina. Like, it goes to show
suppose I
that
could do.
there are some really interesting things that you can do in the format. I suspect once we get into phase 2 of the tournament, though, there will be very
there like
few
that anyway.
unexpected surprises of teams, and it'll
It's not
mainly be
quite-
things
it's not
that
the
we
most
expect it to
even
be
thing in the world,
very
but neither
powerful
am
and
I.
true established compositions coming into this event.
There was a Vanillux at X1.
That's right.
Just this last
Sometimes.
round. So that is a Pokemon that's not on this
Sometimes I'm
graphic
quite
that I also don't think people expected to see at the World
So,
Championships
yeah.
today.
Oh, I see what
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of similar
window
to
there that's
Alolan
like
Ninetales
Right.
in a lot of different ways. It just doesn't have that fairy typing to complement it, and it's, you know, there's a few other alternatives. So
here.
I think, like, looking at this
you know what you could
list of our top
Blind
12
trap.
Pokemon, I think there's a good set of
Oh,
like
I
the
know what you're
fairy
thinking of, like,
compositions, the
kind
grass
of blind.
compositions,
Yeah, leave that as it is.
you know, the strong Pokemon that we've got, King Gambit and Basculegion,
Might be
and
here
Incineroar
as
that, Garchomp. Well, I'll just keep going. I'll just keep listing all of the strong Pokemon that are on the graphic. But I think we've done, we've had a great run in showing a lot of these Pokemon on the stream. And Sylveon, we've got to give it a shout out. Been doing very
Top
well on stream.
10.
Have we seen much of Floette?
Not a lot.
Yeah, I was like, I feel
Very
like
few.
I don't remember seeing much Floette on stream today, but it obviously has been, if anything, it's kind of had a comeback, right? Like, I feel like Floette, I wouldn't say it's completely disappeared over the
I
last
see what
couple of
you're
weeks, but of course,
thinking,
this was one of the best Pokemon in
works.
regulation MA. It was also seeing success in MB, but it felt like people
So I
were
like
trying a
that,
lot of new things.
vaguely, kind
But
of.
yeah, here it is, sitting at number 6.
Well, I kind of wonder
Well, let's go
if-
along to our Mega Pokemon
Let's take a look.
stats and see
Don't do that.
how
Don't
that's
PP.
shaping up compared to what we've seen. I think one of the things that really stands
No
out to me,
PP,
especially
only
seeing we've got Justin Tang at 7-0 with
back
Mega
to that.
Delphox, Mega Blastoise, going into the final round of Swiss. I'm really fascinated to know how Mega Blastoise specifically
Oh,
is
I
going to
see
be
why you've done it this
converting
way.
in
Yeah.
phase 2,
Put
right?
that. Put
Like,
that.
who's going to have, you know, been able to have just that really amazing run and just, you know, hit all of the predictions in the right spots. It's a tough Pokemon to use. I mean, we saw it earlier, right? Going for a shell smash in Trick Room. Like, if you know, you know.
And it was a non-Mega Shell Smash as well. Like, I truly think what makes that composition with the Delphox and King Gambit so cool is that you have 3 big
Brillish,
threats that are
you can
looking to just
kindly
take over the
pop
game
right
at any
off.
given point. And
Yeah, I need
one of the things I
more
really like watching at the World Championships is, well,
railings.
these players have been on these teams for
One
weeks. They've probably figured the most hyper-optimized lines possible
wanna do a
into the other
quiz.
really popular teams, right? So you start doing some
Okay.
funky things that you probably
I can
normally
get
wouldn't
down
think
there.
of
Yeah,
if
you
you were
can.
seeing an opposing team for the first
I
time.
can
But
also see an
the
issue
thing about
there
a
with the
competitive game like VGC, there are
4-bit.
established
Yeah,
meta
yeah,
games,
yeah.
and
You
so
do this a lot,
you should
don't
do your homework coming into this event. You know, probably at least prepare against the top 5 to 10 teams that you expect to see. And as a result, yeah, we got to see a regular Blastoise Shell Smash with Mega Delphox in the back, and I think that was one of the coolest wins on stream this weekend.
I do think this graphic is so cool to take in. That a lot of these Mega Evolutions actually do come from Pokemon Legends CA. Some newly discovered Mega Evolutions there with the Raichu as well as the Staraptor. And I think it's just cool. I don't know if you all remember the conversations about both, in particular, Mega Raichu, Mega Staraptor, when they were first legal in the format. People were looking at them and going, "Are you sure you want to use that Pokemon? Do you really think it's going to be good?" And there are so many competitors at the World Championships that do believe in those Pokemon to have brought them.
Yeah, it's like, especially with that Mega Raichu Y, right? Like, we've
Yeah,
seen
yeah,
it on
yeah.
stream
Ooh.
today, really focusing on not going for its Mega Evolution and actually using the Lightning Rod, using it like the conventional Raichu of
That's
old,
right.
just
You know,
with
free night?
the Focus
Oh,
Blast that
say
you'd never
less.
really consider putting on the set
You can
unless
enjoy
you
yourself.
go for a Focus Blast and get nicknamed Focus Miss, as we lovingly call it in the community. Still managed to hit that Focus Blast, actually, in the match that it played, but a really cool way to keep that composition going and actually flex this dual Mega archetype that we've seen so much in regular MA and MB, where Yeah, there's a few less items, but also you want to have that flexibility.
Like Megastar Raptor's banging.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the big question everyone's still asking is, will Mega Charizard be dethroned for this event, right? Because it kind of felt like it was the top
color of that.
Pokemon Mega Evolution coming into this. And if you think back to 2014, Kangaskhan was the most dominant Mega Evolution back then, but it got really countered at Worlds. But that was a much smaller World Championship, only 40 to 50 players who had qualified in the Masters division. So you could do things like try to, play super anti-meta because the pool was a little bit more limited. But now these World Championships are so big, there's so many great players competing in it as well. If you're going to try to build something that's anti-meta, well, you got to make sure that you can also cover for all the other things that you might go up against here at Worlds. And so, I don't know. I was like, in 2014, Kangaskhan was like the #1 Mega Coat going into Worlds, and like only there was 1, I think, or 2 in the top 16 overall, and it didn't even make it into top 8. But I don't think that's going to be the case for Mega Charizard in this one. It's just too good of a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like Kangaskhan back in its day was kind of like a better Pokemon than Mega Charizard is currently. But like just because of the fact that it was so hard to take down, right?
That's
like
right,
it has no weaknesses. It's a parental bond before it got.
It was broken.
Yeah, you said it, I didn't, but I mean we're all thinking it.
Yeah,
like,
and they nerfed it for a reason.
Yeah, and rightly so. But I mean,
what are you gonna do with your kiddo free night, Rach?
Like I was excited to use Mega Kangaskhan coming into Reg MA, like thinking,
put my feet up and get
maybe
my
this could have been like the old days.
I didn't know I'd like Megastar Raptor, but survived so many of my lineup shakeups. Oh, fair.
Life Orb. No Megastone, no nothing. Just a great teammate on a team. And I feel like that was another one where I think that's really where some of these Mega Evolutions or Pokemon that can Mega Evolve have stuck out is can they do both things? Can they actually act on their own without the Mega Evolution so they're not just dead weight when you want to bring them to a match?
Yeah, and like, those last respects,
this ain't gonna turn
last
a
resort
corner,
sets on Kangaskhan as well. We're seeing lots of different adaptations in this format where there's a few left things that different Pokemon can do. But that's all we've got time for the moment, so we're going to be taking it to a quick break before we get round 8 up and running here at the World Championship.
What a waste of my time. Sacre bleu.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Dawei C, one of our top placing trainers at NAIC this year. One of my favorite Pokemon trainers to come from the New England area. Dawei, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing really great. How about you?
I'm doing really great. I mean, we are here on Rayquaza Road. It just opened up for previews. It's pretty exciting. But what's exciting to me is your journey here to this World's competition. Dawei, I'd love to hear your story. What got you into competing in the Pokemon Video Game Championship Series?
I have been playing this game for so long time. I used to play just like 6 versus 6 in game, but then I found this thing called VGC. And at that time I was still in China. There was no official tournaments in China at that time, so I just wanted to join this circuit so much. That's a part of why I came to the US to study for my graduate school. While I'm not doing so well in the graduate school, I think I really have a lot of fun in Pokemon VGC.
I mean, every time I see you compete, you're always on stage smiling. You have the best outfits, I have to say. And your run at NAIC this year was absolutely incredible. So how did you prepare for that going into the tournament?
Because NAIC is so close to Indianapolis regional, and I didn't do well enough as I expected in Indy. So that's why I think I should give that team another chance, because at that time I don't think everyone just still recognize that team. And it works just really great because like in that regulation the Charizard dominates the whole format, and which makes Stereo Ledge just a perfect choice for that NAIC. And I also wanted to say I really had good luck in NAIC. That's also
got your tits out
why I did
for Dolly.
I feel like
You're showing
Stereo
respect,
is kind of your
Ron.
signature Pokemon right
wisdom.
now. Would you agree?
Do speak wisdom beyond your years.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not using Stereo Ledge at Worlds this time. It's just so difficult to use it anymore in the regulation MV. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, maybe not a signature Pokemon, but who's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Jirachi because it can just like grant you any wishes. That's who doesn't want that, right? And it's also my like my favorite one since I was very young. When I was watching the animes and stuff. It's just so cute and so lovely.
The Jirachi movie was my favorite one ever since I first saw it too, and Jirachi's a favorite for that reason for me as well. We talked about wishes. Let's talk about predictions going into the World Championships this weekend. Don't tell us anything about you, but what do you think we're going to see? You know, what's the competition going to look like?
I hope it's not getting boring because like everyone is complaining this regulation doesn't have much new teams, but I hope everyone is just hiding their team and to reveal them only at Worlds. So I hope everyone has a really interesting team to watch. And also yesterday when I was opening the booster pack I got from the check-in, I managed to pull out Mega Floette EX from that boost pack. So that's my prediction. Mega Floette will win the Worlds.
I think that's a pretty strong prediction. So Dawe, thank you so much. Before I ask for shout outs, I think a lot of players look up to you in the community because of what you represent and how strong of a competitor you are. Do you have any advice for anybody who's watching who might want to be in the position you are here at Worlds next year?
Oh, I guess just play, just come out and play. It's very fun, it's very interesting, and every friend you make here is so exciting.
Thank you so much, Dawe. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
Yeah, shout outs to my partner Lisa and my parents and and just everyone in the Chinese community because it's so difficult for them to come to this event, but all of them are so like caring about this one. So really shout outs to them.
Thank you so much, Dawe. And thank you all so much for watching at home. We'll be back with more Pokemon action real soon.
Delish. Give me more of that. More of that. We are putting in our windows, lads, and we are windowing good. The windows are eating good this year. Crazy stairs. Oh no, did that hit crazy stairs? Big bit of this. Do we think we've got this? Yes, indeed, we've got this. I built myself a house, but my house has no lift, and it's going to be really tall, and I didn't think that through. But here we are. I need 2 of those fancy bay window things. They're portholes. I need 2 of them porthole windows. We'll get them. This isn't the room that has your nice bit. Yeah, you're right. Oh, fucking don't be hungry, you bastard. Pretty bitch. Pretty bitch. Oh, there's a minute till the next round. I should probably have a big wee, but I haven't. Porthole window. Porthole window. Five of them. Don't need that many, but it's fair. What I do need is a big chunk of this wall. Probably 30 will do. Bing bong. Porthole. That's fine. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Yeah, because this will be like a fucking observation deck or a helipad. Oh, we could make a fucking helipad. That'd be so fun. How would it be fun? I don't know.
Welcome back, trainer, to the Pokemon
run
World Championships. We're nearing the end of our day with
are.
one final
round left,
match.
baby. I'm gonna tinkle
Which
before the
could
last
be
round.
make or
Crazy.
break for some inspiring Pokemon World champions out there. My name's Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Pros. One final match for day one of our competition.
I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament already, to be honest. It's flown by. The quality of games we've had, the plays we've had, it's just been phenomenal, and it's been up there as one of the best starts to a World Championship we've ever had. So really fitting for the 30th anniversary, and we've got so much to come and so much more to look forward to, which is even more exciting.
It has just been such an incredible day, and for some trainers, they have already locked up their spot in phase 2 of the competition. For others, this round is going to be the one to determine if they will be back here competing tomorrow. But taking a look at the standings, of course, we got some trainers that are currently at that undefeated standing. Congratulations to Justin, Carrie, and Yuya, all sitting at 7-0. They have more than locked their spot for phase 2. They are now eyeing up that next portion of the competition, which of course is top cut. Trainers sitting at that 6-1, also looking good though, so they are in. But of course, you have to start looking at that next point, racking up those wins.
Yeah, incredible achievements by all of our players to come into the event in such tough competition and get to this stage and put them really in that contention.
Smashing
to go forward
Love
tomorrow in such a good place to potentially push on to Championship Sunday.
And taking a look at our notable matches.
We are part of
and
the
what
Tang
we're going to
gang.
be eyeing up next here on broadcast.
Oh, here we go.
It's going to be Hiroshi
Shohei
Onishi
Kimura.
going
Shohei
up
Kimura.
against Shohei Kimura.
Nice.
A matchup
Another
that
world
once
champion.
we saw it, we knew we had to lock it in. Our Japan national champion going up against our 2023 Pokemon World
That's
champion.
mad.
Incredible.
Yeah, what better way to finish day one? We started with a former world champion with Wolf, and we're finishing up with Shohei. And on top of that, we get to feature this year's Japan national champion.
Crazy.
Absolutely incredible game. I can't wait to get into it. Both players
This
had
could
an
be
extremely
mad
good
tech.
run so far, so I'm sure they're not going to let down. But see, looking through the other notable matches, all of our players so far have just been incredible so far this weekend.
And of course, with these two trainers sitting at that 6-1, we're not worrying about not seeing one of them here tomorrow. We will see them both here tomorrow, thank goodness. But of course, we want to see who's going to be making their way to Top Cut and getting a win here as well, with that confidence you get from that as well, either taking down a world champion or taking down their current national champion. Is just incredible. So excited as we head over to the stage to get started with this next match.
Yeah, so it's right, like you say, the confidence it gives you, especially now at the end of the day, to bring into tomorrow, to push on and hopefully take that little extra record that you've got from the end of the day. If you come out victorious into tomorrow, it's just going to make things a little
look
bit
at
easier.
these.
Anything that makes it
The
bit
mirror,
easier at
the
this
Japan
sort of level of
mirror.
tournament is something that
Look
you
at
are
that.
gonna want to chase after. Now you can see the teams here is gonna be very
Identical.
similar across the board there. Charizard,
I bet
Hawaii
they're
on both
trained
sides of the
exactly
field,
the
and that
same.
Mega
I bet
Floette.
there's
These
no
players are very familiar
there's no
with
speed
their
advantage.
teams,
I bet it is
respectively.
literally
Sushi
speed ties
has
across
used
the
this
board.
exact 6 in the Japan National Championships
That's
to win
mad.
that event. There are some updates, of course, to that team we'll get into in a minute on the back of MB format, and some new items being introduced alongside that.
Looking over at this team, the Charizard and the Mega Floette are two of the most dominant Pokemon.
Life Orb,
we've had
Bascu,
here
Citrus
tonight. It's
Garchomp.
just really carved out with a lot of really other powerful picks. You look at the really powerful trio of that King Gambit, the Bascu Legion, the Garchomp, and
Yeah,
then
Geo's
having
out.
something like this Whimsicott to either set up the Tailwind or really be able to pressure with an Encore is a lot. There's a reason why this 6, or a variation of this 6, has been so popular.
Yeah, very strong across the board. You look at this team, a little bit like they're kind of put together with triangles. You've got the Whimsicott adding to the 4th of those other 3. It really is going to depend on what each player thinks the opposing player is going to bring, and then trying to get around that, because the Charizard helps check things like that King Gambit. It matches up into the Mega Floette very well. But the Garchomp then checks that Charizard. And then you look at something like the Bascu Legion or the King Gambit is kind of clean up at the end. The Whimsicott going to be there to support the rest of the team with that Tailwind. Catch your opponent out with an Encore if they get a bit passive. Go for a Protect or go for a Tailwind themselves. And it can be an offensive threat if paired up with that Mega Floette, especially with that Fairy Aura. And some adjustments there that we've seen on Hiroshi's team. Going now with the Life Orb on that Bascu Legion, that thing is going to be hitting extremely hard.
No,
Was
Hexagon.
previously Mystic Water, and yeah, 4 attack King Gambit as well, which is really huge in this matchup.
And looking over at Shohei's team, yes,
yeah, Ancient
a lot
Power
of the
and
same.
Rock Slides is
when
wild.
we get later into the competition, it's fun when we get to see some of those unique picks, but at the same time, this variation, this 6, has been so strong for a reason. But there is a couple of different variations along the way.
Life Orb Chomp.
Course, there is also the opportunity that not all the Pokemon are trained the same. And I
Dark
love being
Berry,
able to
Basculegion.
see two teams very similar face off against each other, because that's when you really get into the minds of the trainers and how they approach these types of matchups.
Yeah, and it's those differences that the players can really lean into, and what will make the difference between winning and losing this match. You can not see here that both teams do have a stat alignment of Timid on their
ready, gang,
Charizards.
gang,
Both
for the
players have
round
Ancient
8.
Power as well,
Round
which is
8.
being kind of over superseding the Solar Beam that you would normally see there. That's going to make Charizard sitting in front of an opposing Charizard a lot easier. Or both Charizard's max speed, or
oh my god, some people have won
slow.
already.
This is something we're going to have to find out as the game
Navi
plays out, but that's
Joshi
gonna be
has
quite
already
pivotal
won.
in that Charizard
Is 7-1.
mirror here, if that's what
Stefano Greppi is 7-1. Beat Taran. Oh, Taran's 6 and 2. So I think still day 2.
For Shohei against the opposing.
That's wild though that people have already won their rounds.
From Hiroshi.
Hirofumi Kimura is 6 and 2. So won the winning in.
And the Iron Head.
I would rather this be a winning in, to be honest.
Against that King Gambit and the Floette. The Basculegion
Jongso Lee is 5 and 3. Oh, shame.
So that does help.
Do you guys think Wolf's getting war flashbacks?
Both trainers sitting at 6 and 1, trying to end off the day
Yeah.
with the winner. Japan national
I'd like to watch a
champion
winning
going
in.
up against our 2023 world champion.
Because there's more at stake.
Let's
Like
get
these
to
guys
it.
have both
Aggressive leads
made
from
it to
both,
day
but
2.
very different approaches with Whimsicott and Basculegion
So, like,
for Hiroshi, as opposed for Shohei.
As great as it is to get the Japan national champion on stream and a former world champion on stream, it is a bit like, oh, this guy lost, well, he's still day 2 in. Like, we'll probably see them tomorrow anyway.
It's got that focus touch that has to be hit twice. Prankster ability as well. It's going to be able to elevate the Basculegion into a place where it'll be able to outspeed
2-2 to
the
X2
Charizard
and the win.
with a tailwind.
And in
then
match
that
for the
life
first
orb
world of a new
boosting
game,
that,
yeah,
even
right?
in the sun will threaten maybe a Charizard knockout.
Oh,
you
you're
have to
about
be
Wolf.
careful
Yeah,
if you
he's
show
gone
hit here.
2-2 to
You can
X2
leverage the Garchomp here to get
and
some
is
good
now
damage onto
fighting
that
for his
Basculegion
life.
early, but the sun is pivotal in this moment if you are keeping that Charizard on the field.
No damage being leveraged with the Garchomp. Instead, just a pivot out and King Gambit to join the field instead, as Charizard will go ahead.
Wolf is having the same run as
Mega,
2023,
and
yeah.
with that, bringing the sun about.
Which was
So we're
won
looking at a reduction
by
to those
Shohei,
moves, and of
who's
course, if you
over
want to
that
go
way.
the offensive yourself, you want to get the max amount of damage. Of course, you're at risk of potentially taking an attack, but it will be a Whimsicott not opting for Tailwind, but a Protect instead. Charizard a little bit of the same though. So we get a swap, we get some sun. Time to see what the Basculegion does opt for. It will be a Protect, but will fail because the last act in the turn.
Yeah, and the switch for Shohei here to get the King Gambit on the field really good now. That King Gambit can start to pressure the Basculegion that was such a threat originally. Now we've seen Protect all around. The Charizard does lack a way to actually hit the Basculegion as well, opting for that Ancient Power that we covered in the preview. So it doesn't really want to stay on the field. Yes, you can do some good damage into the Whimsicott, but it's not at the cost of losing your Charizard to maybe a Basculegion. The question is, has the King Gambit got enough to be able to deal with the Basculegion on a Hiroshi side?
Charizard being pressured, you have to get out of there. And
bringing the
Whimsicott
Whimsy.
coming out onto the field instead is a great answer. But Basculegion also understanding the threat of a potential
Into Chomp.
Sucker Punch, swapping out for
Fine, the
Garchomp
fact he can't
instead.
Encore
A battle
Gambit, so
of
at least
positioning
pressuring
for
Zard a
those
little,
two.
yeah.
And the threat of Encore won't come to light. Sucker Punch as well. So a lot of great heads-up play from both our trainers.
Yeah, both players just taking it cautious at this time, you know, not wanting to overcompensate, just taking things easy, seeing what both trainer is trying to accomplish here. Now, the Garchomp coming in obviously does put a lot of pressure onto the King Gambit here. It hasn't got that life orb that you would normally see, so it's not going to be hitting as hard or threatening any sort of knockout. There is always the potential of a double up. If you want to get rid of the King Gambit on Shohei's side, it is a little bit risky though. But
Yeah,
you
Black
could
Glass's
go for
Gambit.
something like a Moonblast and then a ground type attack to get that knockout, remove that threat from the field, but it does then leave the Whimsicott open to go for an all-important Moonblast in return.
This one
or
is meant to
even
be Life
set up
Orb.
its
Yeah,
tailwind.
yeah, 'cause
It
it's
would
got
be
the
very
Iron Head, right?
beneficial. We did see something like a Protect on the King Gambit this turn.
That's one of the things with the Tailwinds, and we have a Whimsicott versus a Whimsicott, is do you want to go ahead and press it right away to get the speed? So you might just be a turn behind. But we will see Tailwind from Hiroshi.
Very nice.
And a lot of damage into the Garchomp is now Earthquake to deal damage into everything on the board. Both Whimsicotts will shrug that off, but King Gambit brought down to about a third of its
Did not
health.
tickle King
now we get
Gambit.
to see Retaliation come out, notably no Tailwind
Into
from
the Garchomp.
Shohei means offensive
Garchomp's
instead.
gone.
And and Moonblast is enough to take the first KO of this match.
That is a huge turn for Shohei. Yes, you're behind with the Tailwind, but you can set your Tailwind up this next turn, right? And then you've got an extra extended turn of Tailwind when your opponent does finally end. The big thing is here, your Charizard is going to have such an easier time when it enters the field. Now it doesn't have to worry about that Garchomp that you've been able to get rid of.
Yeah, and Floette really takes out Kingambit from here quite easily. But
Floette joined in the field, though. This is where we can see
who's got the speed advantage right now? They both got Tailwind up.
He has the Tailwind on his side, and you're now pressuring so much with this
Two
Floette.
turns of Sunlight.
And if you just want to go double on the offensive here, you could just potentially wipe this board. So Shohei goes ahead and tries to set up for his own Tailwind now. It could just be a little too late.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. The Kingambit, even in Tailwind, isn't going to supersede
the
3
turns of Tailwind
on probably expect it is going to Mega Evolve and then activate that Fairy Aura. And then all you need to do is go after that slot, maybe Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast from your own.
It's going to be pretty rough.
Just to clear the field and make things more difficult. A nice switch there.
Light of Ruin, bro.
Charizard are going to be able to at least take these Fairy type attacks that you would expect coming out a lot easier than that Kingambit.
Fairy Aura and the potential for some big damage, but a Whimsicott for Shohei that will protect.
Oh.
It is not just the potential of damaging move, but of course the threat of the Encore as well. Dazzling Gleam, not going to do anything.
And now Shohei can't put Tailwind up.
In, will take some damage, but again,
because of the Encore pressure.
Effective. Will start off the hit quite well, but now again, we do threaten something like an Encore again, or going back to the amount of damage you could potentially just do.
Yeah, this is a really awkward scenario here for Shohei, because you want to get your Tailwind enabled to allow that Charizard to be at least able to keep pace with the Floette and any other options.
Yeah, that's tricky for Shohei.
Field, but you can't do that because of that Encore lock that's pressured from Hiroshi's side. Position this extremely well, and now the Floette not really in any danger of getting knocked out, but it is going to take big damage. It's not getting the damage you really want onto the Charizard, but that chip will add up each time. Again, Tailwind, no Encore coming out.
No Encore, which means all-out offensive for Hiroshi, as instead Moonblast into the Charizard. Again, not
boosted
very
by the
effective
Fairy Aura.
hits, but with the help of the Fairy Aura and assumingly a double-up into the slot. See how much it can do. Charizard, though, the speeds are evened out, so we'll be able to retaliate with a
Encore is such a cheeky move that can destroy your best laid out plans. Yeah, especially Prankster Encore.
Only 2 Pokemon left for Hiroshi in this match. Light of Ruin to try and start evening up this Pokemon count.
Nice.
Will be KO'd.
Yeah, even though you resisted, the Light of Ruin is just so powerful, able to remove the opposing Mega on Shohei's side. Now, Shohei has been able to set up that Tailwind, which is great. It puts them in an advantage position going into these next few turns. Because that Whimsicott has dropped for Hiroshi, they don't have access to that speed control anymore. They do still have that Basculegion that can come in and offer some offensive pressure.
Going into this, though, it's still a Pokemon count.
I mean,
that
it
is
dies to
Shohei's
Kingambit.
favor, and a Tailwind that is going to be lasting longer on his side.
Like
so
a Black Glasses Kingambit one-shots Basculegion.
That is 1/3 of its health. A Basculegion that is full, but build a little bit more for the offense with that Life Orb. So my question is do you have enough in the tank to take down the rest of these Pokemon? Once your Tailwind's done, you're
I guess you could go for an Aqua Jet into the Kingambit to avoid the Sucker Punch.
Now we're just seeing the safe play from Shohei. Probably double protect here just to get through this last turn of Tailwind on Hiroshi's side. So now going into the following turn, you
that's fair play. You know what? Yeah.
Aqua Jet is the question. Is that going to be
now
by that Life Orb?
only Shohei has Tailwind.
Is it going to be able to pick up that Kingambit? That will be crucial, and it will. That turn, it would have superseded the Sucker Punch. Now
now it won't. Yeah, because of the Tailwind.
Is going to be faster than that Basculegion. With
that Basculegion's as good as useless,
so the
basically.
Basculegion not sitting in the safest place against that Sucker Punch.
At least with Life Orb does mean we have protecting moves, and we do have the option to protect if you want to try and make that call. But again, the amount of damage that this Floette has taken, it's not going to take necessarily the most to take it out. So if you try and
a single Iron Head from Kingambit
is the target at the end of all of it. I mean, you're not going to get anything done on this turn.
You've got to kind of just go for broke.
Really counterproductive here for Hiroshi.
Go for a Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah.
I was going to say go for a Dazzling Gleam and a Wave Crash.
And it takes it down now. It comes down to the
because I don't. Oh, then again, I was going to say I don't think the Whimsicott can take out the Floette, but with the Fairy Aura present, it might.
Ooh, yeah. Shohei will take game number 1.
Turn it around, mate.
Series. I mean, that was just an incredible match.
The Fairy Aura really counted there.
We got to see some momentum.
I don't think without Fairy Aura being present,
later Tailwind. better
that
Pokemon
Moonblast
count,
knocks
and
out.
Pokemon
But obviously,
that
that's an
just
impossibility
wouldn't
because
quite
Mega
get those over
Floette
the
is the
line. I
reason
feel
this
like
Fairy
the
Aura.
pressure Charizard was just
Oh,
big.
bro.
You had to hit 3 attacks into that to take it down. That was just so much time, unfortunately, wasted that mid game.
Yeah, and it winds so good into these fairies. Interesting that Hiroshi decided to go down the line with the Mega Floette rather than their own Charizard here, but Shohei showing their experience, and that really shining through, I think, in this match in particular, stalling the Tailwind, and being brave as well in front of an encore potential threat, going for that Tailwind. And
Yeah, I will say that was such a ballsy play. It was so obvious
to stall out the opposing Tailwind and then get your King Gambit
like,
in that spot where it was able
get
to
the Whimsicott out there. It's going to get locked into Protect because you've got a Whimsicott under Tailwind
able to go for the Tailwind
with access to Encore.
Threat, but also you're in a situation
And he just went for it.
where
And
it was a Whimsicott that was
just
next
didn't go.
to a Mega Charizard that was threatening so much. So you Encore the Whimsicott and Charizard wipes your board, unfortunately, because you can't double up and it just sweeps the end of the game. It was just kind of a tough call at that point. So now going into this next game, I would love to see how we adapt things. Both trainers had very different approaches to starting that out. And we're playing so cautiously in the first couple of turns. But for Hiroshi, now down a game in this set. Do you stick with the same lead and try and switch it up a little bit, or do you take a page out of Shohei's book?
I don't like how when they showed the team preview, these Pokemon were in the same order, but here they're not.
Exactly what they need to do to adapt.
Like, you know, when the two teams were vertical, they were side by side. Every Pokemon was in the same place as its like counterpart on the other team. And here they're not for some reason. I don't know why.
Get rid of the opposing Garchomp as
That's
quick as
maddening.
possible. Well, Pokemon that can do that support the Charizard and the rest of the team is that.
I noticed that, yeah. I can't unnotice it now.
That leverage that to try and get rid of the Garchomp. And Whimsicott generally sits in front of Life Orb Garchomp without too much trouble in comparison to some of the other Pokemon that they've got access to. Maybe King Gambit, something that you
I
look
loved
at
that
as well,
fucking
because
stable
that's like a
door
punch so
transition. That
valuable
was
and so
nice.
sure he'd take full advantage of it in that last game.
Automatic door transition, I suppose.
Time to see where
Hey,
trainers'
Spoos.
minds are at. It'll be Garchomp and Charizard again for Shohei. And on the opposing end, we'll get
Whimsichomp and Charchomp.
Whimsicott.
Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment. No Basket Legion here for Hiroshi, but has got
So the most obvious play for Hiroshi is Tailwind Rock Slide.
They do have to be very careful about the
They do just to wind you up, I
Garchomp,
know.
though, because the one thing that you don't want to take is a Life Orb boosted Dragon Claw.
They
Has
know
it
how
got
to
enough
wind me up.
investment to be
Just
able to take
fucking
that? That's the question
don't
here.
check their
If you're
Instagram message.
confident, then you can go for a Tailwind.
Then I'll be
Rock
wound
Slide,
up.
hope that you get
They should've
that
just gone with that.
Charizard. But is the Charizard really going to leave itself vulnerable in this scenario? Is it going to
Ba-ba-ba.
switch? That's the big question. You could potentially think, okay, well,
Let's
Shohei's
go.
not going to leave it in a vulnerable position. The Tailwind's there, so maybe see it switch out, and then
Trainers
you
are choosing
target
actions.
into that Garchomp,
I feel like
protect
it's
your own
so
Garchomp,
obvious for
you go a
Hiroshi.
Moonblast into Shohei's Garchomp,
Surely the
try and move
Charizard's
it
going to
as
Mega
quick
and
as possible.
Protect,
Our
right?
trainers played the beginning of that game one so safe.
But you can't protect
if
him
you
from a
try and
Whimsy.
target down this Charizard, it protects and you go for broke. That could be game lost on the spot. But Mega Evolution coming out. Will we get to
No
see
protect.
No. Instead, a Tailwind.
That
from
is
Hiroshi.
so
And we
ballsy.
have to assume a follow-up attack.
Yeah.
Garchomp with the Rock Slide. The double connect. Charizard
Oh, train to
down
live
such
it.
low health already. We'll have to see the retaliation because the Garchomp on the opposing end can do a lot. But
Earthquake's
isn't
fair.
gonna be blocking the same punch out what could have been a potential Dragon Claw.
But you
As
are
neither
breaking the
Pokemon
sash.
takes too much damage, but it'll be the follow-up from the Charizard
Heat Wave.
that will be determining how much. And if it is going to be just a Heat Wave and a double connect, well, Whimsicott will drop.
That's
and Garchomp brought down to
crazy.
quite low health.
Yeah, the Garchomp, the Earthquake there, quite an interesting choice. Maybe Shohei taking a switch in this scenario here to try and maybe catch something. But the damage
Maybe,
there really
yeah, maybe
respectable as
expect him
well.
to
At
switch
least
to the
this was
Gambit.
very activating. But now the Tailwind's set, and Shohei hasn't got their Whimsicott active.
But now the
to
Charizard
be
can
able to
protect,
match
so there is that.
Tailwind.
I love the Earthquake because if you're not too worried about the Garchomp on the opposing end and you want to get rid of that Whimsicott, you've set the tail, like Hiroshi set the Tailwind, it's gone. You needed that double up to get rid of that focus.
I
sash.
wonder if-
So now you've already gotten a Pokemon advantage and you can bring your Whimsicott in potentially later.
Yeah, the problem is now that we know that Hiroshi's Charizard
I
has
wonder
got
if
ancient power. Now it can Mega Evolve.
Shohei not
It
worrying
can
about
go
the
for a
Garchomp
Heat Wave. That Heat Wave
is because
probably
he's
gonna be enough
got
to get the opposing
Floette in the
Charizard.
back.
Is that chip?
No, but then he's
gonna be
negative
enough to
Charizard,
put the
so
Garchomp
probably
on
not.
Shohei's
He's got Whimsy in the back,
range,
possibly.
but
That
Dragon
could
Ball
also be an
follow-up,
option.
That's the question.
Question that we'll have to see answered hopefully real soon as Mega Evolution now on the opposing end. Hiroshi has switched up the game plan for game number 2, but a attack from Shohei onto his own Garchomp will mean it lives the turn as Dragon Claw targeted down into it. Now to see for the opposing Pokemon. Heat Wave, of course. Garchomp stays safe. Do we get the connect into the other? Yes. And
that's
will
a
be
knockout.
enough as well to be picking it up. So
But it is,
you're evening
it's
out
still
the Pokemon
turns
count,
of
and you got
Tailwind
rid
winding,
of a
ticking
Mega
down.
Pokemon. But if it's a Whimsicott coming in, you can set the Tailwind and really pressure with your own Garchomp now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Shohei probably doesn't mind in that scenario. Back against the wall, let the Charizard go down. It's kind of done a decent job so far in
Yeah,
this
you got
match.
rid of the Whimsicott.
Yeah, so you bring your own Whimsicott, like you say now, you match the Tailwind, and you're kind of staggering it, like we saw in that game 1. So when your opponent runs out,
There's the Whimsy in the back.
Whimsicott comes out, and it seems just so telegraphed at this point. And calling out that these teams are so similar, but a couple of key differences.
World champ difference,
that
baby.
That you called out on the Garchomp over on Shohei's end. We saw that Garchomp from Hiroshi with that Rock Slide wasn't enough to KO onto Shohei's, but doing a lot of damage. That extra life or boost could be enough.
Wolf's out. Wolf Glick's out.
Rid of the Charizard.
He lost to Pocky and Evan Choi. He's 5-3.
Seems to be in such a strong spot.
Yeah,
damn.
It will come down to speed ties here. We do see the Charizard retreat once he saved, but later on as that Kingambit enters the field. Now, if the Tailwind is set here, like we're seeing.
So it's officially been a decade since Wolf Glick's been world champ.
We know one is built for offense, the other
Damn,
with the
Wolf.
Berry, and it will be Shohei's that moves first.
Nice.
Dragon Claw instead. Going to try and take down the opposing Garchomp.
Yeah, Wolf's 5-3. He's not making day 2.
Or an outspeed.
Poor lad.
But that's going to be a huge momentum swing in
So Sagen Park's
favor.
gone. He's a former world
now you've
champion.
got that Kingambit
Wolf
on the
Glick's
field.
gone. He's a former
Not
world
in
champion.
the worst of spots, but it has got no protect, so it is going to be.
We know
susceptible
Shohei
to
Kimura's
earthquake
through.
here, but
Giovanni
I don't think we
Chiske's
can
former
afford
world
to
champion. He's out.
earthquake and
Luca
ignore the
Cherubelli,
Charizard
former world
because you're
champion, got
lacking
kicked
any
out the
other
venue.
ways to,
Holy
get
shit.
that Charizard. You need to go after the Charizard here. Maybe a Rock Slide. But is it easy for Hiroshi just to say, I'm going to just protect the Charizard here and then try
Ray
and
Rizzo,
leverage my
3-time
Kingambit
world
out
champion,
how
doesn't
clean
compete
is the
anymore.
opposing Garchomp. That,
So damn.
combined with Life Orb
We might be
damage,
getting a
might
brand new
be
world
enough
champ
to
this
pick
year
up the
once
knockout
again.
there. The problem is, if we do see a double up here from that Whimsicott and the Garchomp into the Kingambit,
What's up,
but
Rach?
can you afford to break your own sash and risk and hope that the Charizard on Hiroshi's side protects
What the
this
hell
thing?
is happening this
And do
year,
you get
right?
enough value out of that
World champ
protect that
difference,
you're willing
apparently.
to risk a potential encore on the next turn? Answer for this one
Man.
is no. Moonblast, so much damage into the Kingambit.
Oh,
thanks
did
to
you
that
know, Rage?
critical
Yeah,
hit.
Luca Cherubelli
And
got
Garchomp
kicked
with the
out.
Earthquake. We are
You know
targeting down
the really
Kingambit. We do not care about Charizard.
why can't I say that?
With
The
the
really
amount of damage,
young
that
looking
double up
Italian
is
lad
enough to take
who won in
another
2020.
KO. We
He
said,
won with
how do you take
Miraidon.
down
He
the
won in
Charizard?
2023.
Well, he takes down
No,
all of his
2024.
friends. Only one
Yeah,
Pokemon
he-
now
he
remaining
let-
for Hiroshi.
He let a
Yeah,
friend
this is perfectly played
into
from
the
Shohei.
into
Another
the
Heatwave comes
queue
out.
for the Pokemon
Whimsicott
Center
gonna
with
go down,
him
but that
because the
Garchomp,
friend
all
like had problems
importantly,
with
is
crowds and
sticking
was very
around
nervous and
for
wasn't being
more
accommodated for by
benefit.
Pokemon.
We got the Garchomp still around. Tailwind staggered in Shohei's favor as Tailwind for Hiroshi. Peters
no.
out. And we still have another Pokemon.
2024 Worlds was somewhere else,
Legion.
wasn't it?
If we had questions about whether Garchomp could get it done, well, Basket
Was
Legion
2024
certainly
Honolulu?
could, still
I think
even
possibly.
in these sunny conditions.
Yeah, and that is the perfect Pokemon to keep around, especially bringing in, especially when that Kingambit has just fallen. So
Yeah, the one in
lots to do for
Honolulu.
Charizard. I don't think it's going to
Yeah.
be able to do it.
Dragon Claw bring the Charizard down to less.
That's fair. I have a hard time remembering as well. Yeah, so basically they have a friend
and last respect will be enough
who-
to get it done. 2-0.
Damn, go on Shohei. That was fucking quick as well. World champ difference. Yeah, Luca and his other friend, also called Luca, let their friend, who has a problem with crowds but wasn't given any designated like disability prerequisite, into the queue with them for the Pokemon
Absolutely
Center,
amazing, you
and
know,
security
I
took their
think
passes off them and
Shohei's
kicked them out
performance in that
for
match
queue
was
jumping.
just incredible from start to finish. Knew
And
exactly
security
the
assured
game
them
plan
they'd be able to
that
get
they
new
needed to follow.
passes, so it doesn't matter.
Adapted
It's
on the
just to
fly,
stop them from
different
going in the
scenarios
Pokemon Center
they
again.
could, but I think
And they
just
didn't.
showing their
Pokemon were like, we
experience,
can't
this
print new
level of
passes.
tournament really shone
Soz.
through there. And being a former world champion,
Yeah, right.
that was the difference, I think, between the two.
I mean, there's a reason that Shohei is consistently talked about as a favorite to be making these
Like, I
runs
think
and
part of the
tournaments,
problem is
even
it's
at
probably
still
someone
a
was saying on
world
Twitter it's
level.
probably to do
We've
with the
talked
contract
about
Pokemon
the
has with the
champions that we've
venue.
had in the past,
So
and
like
can
if
they make that
security
run?
takes
Can
someone's
they do it
passes
again?
off them,
And I feel like Shohei
so they
has to
can't
be at
access the
top of-
Pokemon
one of the
Center.
top of so many people's lists to be able to take that crown.
Pokemon
And to
can't
take
then
down
reprint
the Japan
passes
national
for them
champion,
for like
Hiroshi, he
safety
did so
reasons or
incredible
some
there.
shit. I don't
He's
know. It's
piloting such a
some
strong team.
red tape
He was
bollocks.
6-1
But yeah, so
going
Luca
into this match
Charabelli,
as well. But for Shohei to come out on top 2-0,
something else,
amazing.
and Ruben
sets you
something
up
all got
so
kicked out
confidently
and
coming
therefore
into tomorrow.
are unable to
You know,
compete.
you've taken one loss all day in this tough field
Crazy.
of tournament, and then you're finishing the day off against such a tough opponent that's running the same 6. There are slight variations
Damn,
there,
man.
but in really
Zachary
what
Weed's
was
7-1.
such a dominating fashion, really making Shohei seem like they're gonna be one of the
Tomorrow's going to
favourites
be
coming
wild.
into tomorrow to push on and maybe
So
get
there's
the
like
second
one world champ left in it, I
to
think.
their name.
It would just be incredible. Full bias here, I'll say, but Shohei being able to win
They should
a
get everything
second world
refunded, including hotel and
championship
stuff by
title
Pokemon,
would
'cause
just
that's
be
fucked up. I think
absolutely
so.
Incredible. And I mean, there's a reason that
Like a
we've talked about him
misunderstanding.
and, like
Like,
he could do
basically
it,
just
that
a
he
misunderstanding.
Really realistically could. Of course, there's still so much tournament left to
The
play.
worst
We
thing
can't
is
get ahead of ourselves,
the Pokemon
but
Center.
7-1 and seeing
I
a
like the
display
Pokemon Center,
like
but it's not worth
that,
getting kicked out for. It's not worth queue jumping
can
for.
you blame us? Can you blame us for
I don't
saying
think we
that?
can. I think that on the back of it, we saw Hiroshi at Japan National Championships.
Oh,
Came
Jordan
out
Guy
on
from the
top.
UK is out.
So
He's
many
5 and
players
3.
playing that Big 6 team. They were the one that came out on top. So knows this team inside out, has adapted it, obviously feels confident coming into this tournament.
Hirofumi
And then
Kimura is
Shohei
still in at
has been
6 and
playing
2.
Sim 6 as well, but Shohei's been playing a lot of other things in grassroots.
Yeah,
as well.
Sajin's out.
But
Sajin
to be
went
able to
like.
come into this tournament in
I think Sajin
particular,
went
with the adaptations
4-3.
they've made and
Yeah,
playing
Wolf's
like
out,
that,
definitely.
does make it them a scary prospect for the rest.
Oh,
of the
Sajin went 3 and 4.
Confidence too. Both
Yeah,
trainers
yeah,
played
Sajin-
so
Sajin
well, but especially looking
was
at
like
that
4-2
game number
for a
2
while.
and the choice of targeting throughout.
Yeah, man.
I think was just really well done. It even at like, oh, this could be an easy target, but this is what's going to advance me further. I know that's just like.
Wait, who were
essential
the
VGC,
world
but to
champions
be able
they
to
were
see it
showing
on
at the
such a
start?
display is
Before
always
this
just
match, they
really
were showing,
incredible. Like it. I don't know, like, am I wrong that it just seemed like such a confident match, even when we did get to see such a good match?
No, I don't think that's.
They had them on the
wrong
screen
in
at one
slightest.
point,
I think
but let's
that's
see how our
exactly what
former
we
world
saw, a
champions are
confident
doing.
performance. I think Shohei from start to finish knew exactly.
Who's around here?
Swiss
rankings, they said no
players.
pairings. Oh, that was just before the match, wasn't it? I wonder where that. I wonder when that was. There was a little bit, wasn't there, where they were like, "Let's see how our former world champions are doing today," and I thought it was quite cruel because obviously some of them hadn't done so well.
Exciting.
It has just been such an incredible day,
Maybe it was
and for some
before
trainers, they have
this.
already locked up their spot in phase 2 of the competition.
Ooh, it might be here. I think it was before they were looking at this. Maybe. Total Pokemon Phase 1. It's alright, there's no matches after this anyway, so I'll be going to bed in a minute.
Variation.
It's also just, again, so hard. It is the worst.
VGC Masters World Champions, right? So Sajin Park is out. Ooh, how is Shoma doing? That's a good point. Shoma Honami. Shoma Honami is... Oh, no, that's last round. Hang on, let me go back to the current round. Idiot boy. Shoma's match is still going on. He's against Paul Chua. Paul Ruiz, how's he doing? Paul Ruiz's match is still going. He's on a winning in. Giovanni Chiske's out. Shohei Kimura has made day 2. Eduardo Cunha is out. And I think Naoto is through. So this guy, Naoto, is through. Shohei is through. And we're just waiting to find out if Shoma and Paul Ruiz have gotten through. Pokemon needs a liaison for Pokemon Center security for issues like this. They do. They really do.
So I had a lot of experience playing a long series of rounds, long days, up to 8 rounds in
15
one day.
tables still playing.
That really helped me today to be able to get to the end of 8 rounds and not be too tired at the end of all that.
For sure.
Mate,
for
Shoma's
sure.
against Paul Chua, though. And Paul Chua's a great fucking player.
Today is very similar to your team from the North America International Championships with some changes.
So far, only 2 former world champions are through, and they're both Japanese.
Made those changes.
Classic.
Mate,
Mate, her jeans are massive. That's a skirt, Liam. Is it? Let's steal the round stuff. RK9? Yeah, on RK9.
特スペックス、ドヒドイネがかなり強い環境だと思ったので、
You mentioned Toxapex.
リザードンの、スプレッドを変えたり、キングギャンビットは、
I know King Gambit though. King Gambit though.
にしました。
So in the meta right now, Toxapex is really, really strong. So he
Updated
changed,
just now.
Charizard's
Shoma's match is still going.
and also gave King Gambit Protect to be a little bit more on the defensive side.
For sure, and in your matchup just now, you know, those same 6 Pokemon, but you had different
Paul Ruiz
items,
is out.
and how did that factor into your game plan?
Paul Ruiz lost to Ryan Kenrick Chua. Interestingly, both the... I like that. So both the remaining world champions were against people with the last name Chua. Because Paul Ruiz was against Ryan Chua, and Shoma is against Paul Chua. That's funny. Not related, I don't think, but it's funny. So there are no world champions left at all now that are not Japanese.
So the opponent's Basque Legion, obviously very powerful Pokemon. So I just wanted to
American
make sure
ones
that
are
I was,
out, Spanish ones out,
with my King Gambit,
Australian ones out,
by that Basque Legion.
Korean ones out.
Shohei, thank you so much for your time. Do you have
That's
any
crazy.
shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
I kind of want to hang fire just to see what happens with Shoma.
感謝の気持ちというか自分の気持ちなんですけど、10年前のサンフランシスコでは最終ラウンドで負けてしまったので、ちょっとまたそういうジンクスがあるのかなと思って。
Yeah, there's only 2 matches still playing right now. Table 153, which is Shoma Honami, former world champion, versus Paul Chua, former EUIC champion, I think. And table 164, which is Yan Sim versus Joshua Denk.
So he was really happy that he could
And
win,
both of those are 5-2 versus
Well,
5-2. So they're both win-and-ins, basically.
Phase 2 tomorrow.
Welcome
Best of
back,
luck.
Talon. How you doing?
And thank you all so much for watching at home. We are not quite done here yet. We are going to be wrapping things up with Ben over in the analyst lounge. So take it away, please.
Ben in the Analyst Lounge.
Thanks so much, Gabby. And what a day we've had here at the 2026
Mate.
World Championships in San Francisco.
Come on, Shoma,
It's been,
win.
I think action from top to tail.
Do it
here,
for Japan.
Today, and we've seen so many things that, so many different
That
things to
Incineroar
what we were
is
expecting
good, right?
to see. But I'm glad we've rounded things out with a Charizard Floette mirror.
Just do what I did and go to the
day
Pokemon
like we
website and go to
Look,
Inspect
we had
Element
a whole
and steal
lot
it
of
from the
things that we had
sources
to
section.
adapt to on the fly earlier in the day.
I saw the huge
It's
Incineroar
so
statue at
good
Worlds.
to
I'm
end
so
the day
jealous.
With something that's familiar, it's comfortable.
I'm just constantly refreshing RK9. Last
bowl
updated
of
2 minutes
soup
ago.
on a
Update
bowl.
it now.
Big bowl of soup, love that. We're going to have more of that action for you tomorrow, of course. We're going to be kicking things off at 9 o'clock Pacific there. I'm not to be trusted with time translation, so I'm going to leave that with you viewers at home. But 9 o'clock Pacific will be back tomorrow.
Mate, there's a
And,
senior called
yeah, in the
Noah
meantime,
who's
we've
7-0.
like, looking
Mate.
back on today, we've had lots of things. Scott, like, what's been a standout to
Mate,
you
the
that you've
juniors
seen
had
today,
fucking
maybe
6
weren't
rounds.
expecting to see?
Jesus. And there are 2 players that are 6-0. Oh my god.
Blaziken, so that wasn't surprising at all.
Gotta stop people getting Incineroar merch that I can't
I
have.
like the way in which the game
do be like
closer.
that.
I think we knew margins were going to be small over the course of this weekend. Where like it's hard to get team advantage in this
What's
format.
going on with
I
this
think
music?
It's hard to like take out your Pokemon.
There's too much happening.
So there's always going to be close, but it's like I feel like at NES we had a lot of games where like bad sloppy, I guess.
There's like
where it's
loads of
oh, man, like,
tapping.
it seemed like one player's going to lose, and the last second the rug would get pulled out. Like, oh no, the other player's going to win.
Hey, RK9, I want to know. Did Paul Chua go through or did Shoma Honami go through?
Attacks, but I feel like the players are doing a good job of navigating the games. It feels like kind of like the right player is winning every set.
You think the pins will be sold on eBay for less than expensive Pokemon cards? No.
We're used to
Exclusive pins, exclusive one event only, will never be reprinted ever pins. No, they'll be ridiculously expensive.
Yeah,
I totally agree
agree with that.
Yeah, 100%.
And even though it's one per person, probably, scalpers will have still somehow bought 5.
And I'm just looking forward to seeing how those players convert that have made it from phase 1 into phase 2, and like how this narrows down to the top players, where it's not just like the players have been building their teams right, but they're also on form on the day. They've been hitting
more
the
money
matchups,
soon.
they've been
Trust. I
executing
say that to myself
their
every fucking day.
Properly. But in the meantime,
Manifesting to
if
get
you've
this
been
job,
watching
you'll get
at
it.
home,
You
we've
know you're
got,
going to get it.
A lot of stuff that we're being giving away if you've been watching the stream.
Oh yeah, get the
here,
Incineroar from Champions.
on the broadcast. Watching for only 30 minutes. I'm hoping you've been watching for more than 30 minutes across the day, because we've had some great action there to get some quick coupons, some teammate tickets, and some training tickets.
Yeah, but if you did miss that already, that does also still count for the rebroadcast that will be happening immediately afterwards. So you can catch up on all the action from
it's cool
day
you can
one
do it
and
for the
still get those
rebroadcast.
Twitch drops for today.
And of course, if you've not watched 30 minutes, but you are watching this rep, what are you doing? We do appreciate it. Don't forget, you do need to link your account to get some of the drops. So there's instructions in the Twitch chat once you open it up. Little pin message.
They're not going to update it, Liam. Let's be real. They're not going to update
We've
it.
also got our distribution, of course.
They will.
Enjoy
They're supposed to.
26 to get a
Fenio's
little
a lick
bit
good
of
at Pokemon,
extra
mate,
swag
same.
in Pokemon Champions there.
I feel it.
That's one of the things that I'm looking forward to seeing, like going on the ladder after this World Championships. They're like, you were watching, you were watching, you were watching. Yeah, great extra distribution there for all of you people at home.
Come on,
I really like that it's you were watching, you were competing, because I know that our competitors also got some in-game swag as well as part of qualifying for the World Championship.
Imagine having competitor swag.
And it's it's not just a video game as well that we've had our distribution.
Getting close to being good at Instant in Smash, but he was F tier for the entire time I played until late game when I quit.
If you've been watching the TCG, if you've been watching Pokemon Go, if you've been watching Pokemon Unite as well, there's a long list of all of the great things that you'll have been able to get. And if you haven't already,
it's okay. I suppose I'll find out tomorrow.
If maybe you're watching TCG, but maybe you want something
when
from
it starts.
VG.
So I think I will wrap
on there just to get
and call
all
it a
of the
night.
extra
Go to
stuff
bed. I
that we
got gym
have
in the
here
morning.
at the World Championship.
Provided I get up
that's
at
what I've
the
been
right
doing too. I've been on the
it's
VG
my
stream, but
kind
my
of
phone has been
optional,
watching
but
the
to
other
me it's
stream.
not optional day. So
I know everyone has like 10 tabs on their computer open already, so just add a couple more.
100%, 100%. And
Tab
we've
these
got
nuts.
Here's a little bit of an instruction on how you can actually
I'm going to
those
some Battlefield
Twitch
6 with some
drops
friends.
if you
No worries,
haven't
mate. Enjoy.
already. And as Scott says, if you've only just tuned in
if you watch
for now, if you're going to be watching
it explains here how to do it.
Restream, of
There you
course,
go.
this
Take a
is
screenshot
how
of that.
you can get a hold of all of those.
Yeah, if you watch the Pokemon stream, the official one, so just twitch.tv/Pokemon, watch it for an hour, boom, you'll get the...
got a shout out to the closed captions as well, being able to see that.
They're not going to update Arcanine, goddammit. Right, have a good night, everybody. I'll see you all on the morrow. Make sure you clean your balls. In a bit, gang. Bye, Z.